Sumu woke up in a large bed that was 600 square meters. His eyes were empty and lifeless as he stared at the huge crystal chandelier on the ceiling, which was composed of 1,239,800 top-grade crystals, and shimmered with precious luster under the sunlight. His gaze slowly focused, a hint of wariness lingering in his calm eyes. Suddenly, he felt a tightness in his chest, as if something heavy was pressing on his chest. He frowned slightly and looked up. What he saw was a pair of long, white, and perfectly shaped white thighs. Sumu frowned and pushed away the long, white leg. The owner of the long, white leg turned over, pouted her red lips in dissatisfaction, and continued to sleep. A few strands of hair slipped down her face, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face, with glistening saliva still clinging to the corner of her mouth. Faced with such a stunning beauty, Sumu felt no emotion whatsoever, because he had 11 women like her. Moreover, all 11 of them were lying haphazardly on this 600 square meter bed, and the air was filled with a sweet fragrance. Anyone here would be shocked to discover that these 12 women are all top-tier celebrities, models, and campus beauties. Sumu scanned the 12 beauties, finally fixing his gaze on a school beauty with a pure, first love-like face, and then reached out his hand to her. Bang! The innocent school beauty was pushed away and rolled around on the bed twice. Such a commotion naturally woke up the pure and innocent school beauty. Her big, bewildered eyes blinked repeatedly, completely in a dazed state as if she had just woken up. Sumu ignored her and instead picked up the book that the school beauty had been pressing down on him from where she had been sitting. The book arrived warm, and it was titled Practical Tutorial on Clinical Hypnosis. Turning to page 108, a bolded title catches the eye. How to use voice, props and gestures for hypnotic suggestion. Sumu studied it carefully, immersing himself in the learning process. At this moment, the 12 beauties beside them also woke up one after another and started playing around. A woman with exotic features walked over with a coquettish laugh. "Honey, stop reading our books as interesting as us." Here. Her words elicited giggles from the other women as well. However, a hint of displeasure flashed across Sumu's face, and he lightly snapped his fingers. Snap! As if a switch had been flipped, the entire space instantly fell into an eerie silence, and the laughter of the 12 beauties abruptly ceased. Immediately afterwards, an inexplicable force descended, like an eraser gently gliding across the surface. Whoosh! The 12 stunningly beautiful figures vanished into thin air, leaving only Sumu in the large room, along with the occasional sound of turning pages. 2 hours later, Sumu tossed the book aside, his brow furrowed slightly. Only a few tips in the whole book are useful. The rest is all nonsense. Bang! He lay heavily on the bed, his thin body enveloped in the soft mattress, the wariness in his eyes growing even more intense. The fatigue was peculiar. It wasn't caused by exhaustion, but rather like the slight weariness of an aristocrat who had satisfied all their desires after living a life of extreme luxury. This kind of life is utterly boring, Sumu sighed. Am I just going to die this boringly? The empty room remained unanswered. After a long while, never mind, let's just watch a show. He got up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window next to the television. The bright glass reflected a handsome and refined face with sharp features, dark and deep eyes that shone with captivating luster like black gemstones, like a beautiful young man who had stepped out. Painting. The only flaw was that he was too thin, and his skin had a sickly paleness, coupled with the faint wariness in the depths of his eyes, which seemed to indicate the satisfaction of desire. He had a bit of the look of a vampire nobleman. Sumu, stood by the window, looking down at the entire city from hundreds of meters above. The city was bustling with activity, with cars and people everywhere, and pedestrians as insignificant as ants. He casually picked up the remote control next to the TV, pressed the red button above. Snap. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and the next second didn't turn on, but the sky outside brightened, as if the sun had fallen to earth. Boom! Boom! The deafening explosions resounded between heaven and earth. The once bustling city seemed to have been hit by more than a dozen atomic bombs in an instant. Mushroom clouds rose slowly, and the intense white light engulfed everything like a tsunami, completely erasing the entire city. Sumu calmly admired the apocalyptic scene before him, the soaring white light reflected in his eyes, slightly dispelling the wariness in them. Even after seeing it many times, it is still so pleasing to the eye, he exclaimed. The next moment, white light engulfed the skyscraper where he was. Sumu woke up on a large bed that was 1 meter wide and 2 meters long. The 12 stunning beauties were gone, replaced by slightly yellowed walls, an old wardrobe, and a wooden table piled with books. The stark contrast is comparable to being reborn. However, he wasn't reincarnated. Rather, he woke up from a dream. That's right, Sumu was just dreaming. It just goes to show that you can have anything in your dreams. Sumu's dream, however, truly encompassed everything. In his dreams, he was almost omnipotent, able to create worlds with a single thought. Whether it was a materialistic modern city, a world of immortal cultivation where one could fly and escape into the earth, or a Western fantasy world of swords and magic, he could create anything he could imagine. Want beautiful women? School beauties, celebrities, fairies, saints, elves, they're all lined up, take your pick. And they all feel exactly like the real world. Want power? Be the Speaker of the Federal Parliament, an ancient emperor, a celestial emperor, or a supreme god, take your turn. Want money? He doesn't really want it, because he doesn't need to spend any money at all. A year ago, Sumu was having a blast in his dream world. In reality, he was just an ordinary student and an orphan. He wasn't exactly destitute, but he could barely make ends meet. The intense impact of the dream brought him unparalleled stimulation. Here, he could indulge his desires, enjoy all the beauty of the world, and even the beauty of a fictional world, such as randomly choosing a novel as the protagonist. He's done this countless times, having explored every major novel imaginable. But his favorite is still the one called Until Death Do Us Part. A thrilling novel he's transmigrated into at least 10 times, still lingering there. Furthermore, he can control the flow of time in his dreams, extending it up to a year at most. It means that one night's sleep is equivalent to spending a year in a dream. However, humans are strange creatures. They suffer when their desires are not satisfied, and they become bored when their desires are satisfied. The happy days lasted for over 100 years, and Sumu enjoyed them for over 100 years. He began to get tired of them, to feel bored, and even somewhat inexplicably annoyed. It's like a player with an invincible cheat code playing a game for over 100 years. It's really fun at first, but it gets more and more boring over time. In particular, he discovered the biggest difference between reality and dreams. The people in dreams are essentially NPCs, robots, created by him. In his dream, nothing unexpected ever happens. Sumu even knows exactly what everyone is going to say or do next, because he was the only one in the entire dream who truly possessed thought. Everyone else was created based on his thoughts. This made him even more bored. He was no longer satisfied with mere enjoyment and began to seek thrills, adventure, and killing. Decades later, nothing in the world could arouse his interest. He only felt bored. At the same time, Sumu found that his originally strong body began to weaken, and he would even have headaches and nosebleeds from time to time. However, his mind became unusually clear, and his memory and thinking abilities increased rapidly. At the time, he didn't pay much attention and continued to immerse himself in his dreams every day, hoping to find a little bit of unusual excitement. He was too lazy to face reality, which he found even more boring. One day, he woke up with a splitting headache, as if someone was drilling into his skull with an electric drill. Then he started bleeding from his 7 orifices and finally passed out. It was during this time that he realized something was wrong. He went to the hospital for a checkup, but they couldn't find anything wrong. The doctor only said that he lacked exercise, was anemic, and had low blood sugar. So he started reducing the time he spent dreaming and tried exercising. It didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried everything: exercise, medication, dietary supplements, but my body grew weaker day by day, and my headaches got worse. Sumu could even clearly sense his life slipping away bit by bit. This feeling of being on the verge of death, completely out of his control, and with no idea even the cause of his illness, was truly, that's brilliant! Sumu got up and sat at his desk. Bright red blood dripped from his nose and landed it on the white pages of his notebook. The splattered patterns had a unique kind of beauty. His cheeks flushed a sickly red, and the intense headache made his body tremble involuntarily. Yet he was smiling, as if he had found some amusing prey. He picked up a pen and scribbled rapidly on the blood-stained notebook. 7 days. I have 7 days left to live. Upon waking from my dream for the 368th time, my mental strength had increased once again. Just as I had predicted, each dream boosted my mental strength, and this boost wasn't a fixed plus one, but rather a percentage increase. The exact amount by which each dream enhances mental strength cannot be quantified with data. I currently lack a standard for measuring mental strength, but based on estimations, the increase should be approximately 1%. Sumu paused here, then added a final summary, the 4th summary on the conjecture about dreams. Dreams have the property of restoring and enhancing mental energy. Even if mental energy is completely depleted while awake, a dream can replenish it and increase the total mental energy by 1%. The increase in total mental energy is unrelated to whether mental energy is consumed. He stopped writing and looked through his previous summaries of his dream speculations. Article 1. You will dream as soon as you fall asleep. After waking up, your total mental energy will inevitably increase. You can avoid this by not sleeping. Article 2. Reading or studying in dreams, experiencing fright or stimulation, indulging in pleasure, disrupting dreams, etc., can all consume energy and cause emotional fluctuations effectively. Depleting mental energy. Article 3. The physical body is the container, and spiritual energy is the water. Once the spiritual energy exceeds the physical body's capacity, it will cause serious damage to the physical body. Specific damage manifests as headaches, tinnitus, bleeds, weakness in the limbs, muscle atrophy, etc. Snap. Sumu closed his notebook. He had a clear understanding of his current situation. In short, he was sick. He had contracted a strange disease that could infinitely increase his mental strength. His physical body was already overwhelmed and unable to bear the ever-increasing mental strength. He would die in 7 days. The cure is simple. Increase the strength of the physical body so that it can withstand powerful mental energy. However, the problem is that, given his physical condition, ordinary exercise methods are completely ineffective. It's like making a seriously ill patient engage in strenuous physical exercise. Not only will it not alleviate the symptoms, but it will also hasten their death. Now, he can only relieve the physical stress by expending a lot of mental energy every day. To give a simple example, the physical body is like a bladder, and mental energy is like urine. Sumu is currently in a state where his bladder is about to burst every day. In this state, he even has difficulty walking. Only by urinating can he return to normal. After sleeping, his bladder is full again, and his urine volume even increases by 1%. This is also why he previously sought out 12 beauties in his dream, studied with them, and destroyed the dream world, because he was expending his mental energy. Now, after waking up, his mental energy is full again and has been enhanced. Feeling the pain as if his head was about to split open, Sumu lay on the table, his chest heaving violently, and his forehead covered in cold sweat. At the same time, a low-key yet luxurious black sedan pulled up in front of the dilapidated residential building. Pedestrians on the street couldn't help but turn their heads when they saw the car, because they rarely saw such an expensive luxury car in District 13. As soon as the passengers got off the bus, the passers-by's expressions changed, and they quickly looked away, no longer daring to look. Two muscular men dressed in black suits, with black snakes tattooed on their necks, stepped out of the car. They looked around, and the pedestrians around them quickly looked away, not daring to meet their eyes. These two men exuded Ursura. Describing them as menacing and evil would not be an exaggeration. However, what truly frightened pedestrians was not the menacing demeanor of the other party, but the black snake tattoo on their necks. Everyone living in District 13 knew what this tattoo meant. The Viper Gang, the most notorious gang in District 13, known for its ruthless and cruel methods, is known for its ruthlessness. Anyone targeted by the Viper Gang rarely survives past the next day. Ignoring the fearful stares of passersby, the two members of the Viper Gang took a wheelchair from their car and entered the dilapidated apartment building. Only when they disappeared from everyone's sight did everyone dare to breathe a sigh of relief and begin to whisper among themselves, "Why would the Viper Gang be here? Someone must have taken out a loan with exorbitant interest rates, and they've come to collect the debt," someone exclaimed in horror. "See that wheelchair? They must be planning to break its legs. Oh, how foolish. No matter how big the problem, you should never ask the Viper Gang for money. Isn't that just courting death? They're probably really desperate. This messed up world these days, sigh. Let's get out of here. We can't afford to watch the show that the Viper Gang is causing. Be careful, or you'll get splattered with blood." People scattered like birds and beasts, leaving the place in droves. A moment later, the door to Sumu's house opened, and two men in black suits pushing wheelchairs strode into the room. Their gazes swept sharply across the room, finally settling on Sumu's bedroom. The bedroom door was not closed. The two exchanged a glance, and then walked towards the bedroom. Sumu, whose headache had subsided for a while, heard a noise and turned around to see two fierce-looking men standing at the door like door gods. "Boss!" Two men in suits shouted with fanaticism. Sumu frowned slightly. "How many times have I told you, don't use your gang's way of addressing people by their titles?" The two men in suits were immediately terrified and quickly changed their tune. "Yes, leader," Sumu nodded in satisfaction. He picked up the brown glasses on the table and put them on. His deep eyes became faintly visible under the glasses, adding to his vampire aristocratic appearance and making him even more mysterious. The mysterious nobleman then prepared to get up, but before he could even stand up halfway, a wave of dizziness washed over him, causing him to fall back onto the stool. Two men in suits stood there like wooden figures. Sumu said expressionlessly, "Help me up." Upon receiving the order, The two hurried forward and carefully helped Sumu into the wheelchair. A moment later, Sumu was put into a wheelchair and lifted into the car by the two men in suits, the headquarters of the Viper gang. In a dimly lit hall, Sumu sat in a wheelchair, with a huge, striking wall behind him, covered with dazzling dark gold patterns. If you look closely, you'll find that the so-called dark gold patterns are actually densely packed ouroboros, intertwined to form a series of mysterious symbols. Before him stood a dense crowd of people, no less than 100, all robust men in black suits and ties, with black snakes tattooed on their necks. Candles, like some kind of incense, were placed around the hall, filling the air with a faint jasmine scent. "Leader!" Hundreds of men in black suits shouted in unison, their fierce and burly faces filled with fanaticism, their eyes looking at Sumu as if they were gods. Sumu nodded calmly and began today's brainwashing and hypnosis session. This is also part of his daily routine, relying on hypnosis to expend his overflowing mental energy every day. He taught himself hypnosis. He read all the hypnosis books available on the market. The books contained few effective techniques and were very complicated to operate. Anyone with a little bit of caution would not be hypnotized. This only applies to ordinary people. He is different because he possesses a mental strength far exceeding that of ordinary people. With the support of his mental strength, hypnosis has the effect of turning the rotten into the magical in his hands. The Viper Gang is the largest gang in District 13 of Star City, with hundreds of core members and thousands of peripheral henchmen at their disposal. They are known for their ruthlessness and unscrupulousness, and every member is a scumbag. They are infamous throughout District 13. Yet this ruthless gangster was as docile as a lamb in front of Sumu. Months ago, Sumu began to gradually erode the Viper Gang through hypnosis. He would first find a lone Viper Gang member, hypnotize him with his mental power, and then have the hypnotized member call his good brothers and his good brothers' good brothers. This continued day after day until all the core members of the Viper Gang were hypnotized. No matter how ruthless the Viper Gang is, they are still just ordinary people at heart and cannot resist such extraordinary methods. For Sumu, who is the heavenly emperor of the immortal realm, the supreme being of the demon realm, and the god lord of the god realm, controlling a gang brings him no sense of accomplishment. Viper Gang is merely a tool to expend his spiritual energy. Hypnosis is not permanent, like brainwashing. It may relapse if left untreated for a period of time. Under the watchful eyes of the Viper Gang members, Sumu pulled out a dark gold oakwork pocket watch from his pocket. The pattern on it was exactly the same as the one on the wall behind him, both being intertwined ouroboros. This is a hypnotic symbol he designed. According to the book Teaching Records of Psychological Hypnosis, hypnosis requires the design of a unique symbol to act as an anchor point for hypnosis. This symbol should not be commonplace. It is best to maintain sufficient mystery and uniqueness so as to attract the attention of others at a glance. Therefore, he chose the ouroboros, a snake with its mouth wide open, biting its own tail. The ouroboros is a symbol that has been passed down from ancient times. It is usually circular, but sometimes it is crossed and twisted into the number 8. It symbolizes death as life, eternity and unity, as well as infinity, cycle, and immortality. He gently released his hand, and the pocket watch slipped from his grasp, hanging in midair, connected by a thin gold chain, swinging back and forth like a pendulum. "Everyone, look at the pocket watch." A deep, magnetic voice came from Sumu's mouth, like a gentle stream seeping into the ears of the Viper Gang members. The next moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the mysterious pocket watch, which swayed with its movement. The surrounding candles and incense constantly emitted the fragrance of jasmine, and the patterned wall behind Sumu complemented him. Suddenly, he pulled down his brown-tinted glasses, revealing deep eyes behind them. With the enhancement of his mental power, those eyes shone like the night sky. Buzz. An invisible spiritual wave emanated from Sumu's eyes, like hundreds of invisible snakes spreading out and slowly burrowing into everyone's mental world. In an instant, the fervor on the faces of the Viper gang members seemed to be ignited, and they spontaneously knelt down, worshipping their god as if on a pilgrimage. "Long live the leader! Leader! Long the leader!" The shouts of "Long live the emperor!" resounded and lingered for a long time. This is Sumu's hypnosis. In fact, the principle of hypnosis is very simple. Guide the other person's attention and then take advantage of their weakness to make them stare at the pocket watch. This is to focus everyone's attention on the pocket watch. When people's attention is focused on external objects, they ignore the defense of their inner world. This is why the pocket watch is designed with an Ouroboros pattern. An ordinary pocket watch might be overlooked at first glance, but with a mysterious pattern, it can attract more attention. The same reason applies to why pocket watches are used. In an era when everyone uses wristwatches, wouldn't it be quite eye-catching if you suddenly pulled out a pocket watch? Aside from the pocket watch, the scented candles around it are also specially made, with a mild calming effect. Inhaling them will not cause any harm to the body, but will relax the mind. The Ouroboros wall behind them is meant to enhance the psychological suggestion, while the brown-tinted glasses are used to cover their eyes and block their view. Humans have a strange psychology. The more something is unseen, the more they want to see it. For example, a beautiful woman wearing a bikini may be showing a lot of skin, but people's eyes will unconsciously focus on the parts that are covered. Similarly, brown-tinted glasses blur the vision, and people will subconsciously focus their attention on the glasses, trying to see the eyes behind them clearly. So when Sumu takes off his glasses, it naturally attracts attention and makes people look at his eyes. All of these methods have only one purpose: to divert the attention of the hypnotized subject and thus take advantage of their vulnerability. This type of hypnosis is quite common and even not very effective, because ordinary hypnotists cannot use their mental power. Even if they guide the attention of the hypnotized subject, they can only rely on words to slip in and leave psychological suggestions in the subject's mind. Sumu, on the other hand, uses his mental power to slip in and directly control the subject's mental world. There is a qualitative difference between the two. Phew! Sumu let out a sigh of relief. The emptiness brought about by the intense consumption of his mental energy made him feel very comfortable, and his body felt lighter. This allowed him to successfully stand up from his wheelchair. He gently raised his hand, and the cheers ceased abruptly. Everyone stared at him with fervor, as if awaiting a divine decree. That guy stays, everyone else can leave. Upon receiving the order, the crowd dispersed, leaving behind only a bald, burly man with a scarred face and triangular eyes. He was incredibly strong, and his loose black suit looked like a tight-fitting garment on him, his bulging muscles almost bursting out of the suit. The bald, burly man's name was Zhao Chaoyao, a name that was very difficult to pronounce and did not match his appearance. So Sumu never called him by his name directly, but only referred to him as that guy. Zhao Chaoyao is a double-flower red stick of the Poison Snake Gang. Since the accidental death of a high-ranking member of the Poison Snake Gang, he has been in charge of the daily affairs and is now considered the second-in-command of the Poison Snake Gang. "Chief," Zhao Chaoyao said respectfully. "Hey you, is there any news about what I asked you to do?" Reporting to the leader, The two men I sent to keep an eye on Yang Dongqing have both lost contact. Yesterday, I found their bodies in the garbage dump near Yang Dong's house. Oh? Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of interest surfacing in his mind. What was the cause of death? Their skulls were blown off by a blunt object, and they suffered multiple fractures throughout their bodies. Yang Dongqing happened to be away from home during the time they disappeared. Based on the evidence at the scene, it can be basically concluded that Yang Dongqing was responsible. Just what? Sumu's lips curled into a smile, as if he had discovered some interesting trait. I don't understand the professional terminology of forensic examination, but their deaths were very strange. It seemed like they were hit to death by some kind of blunt steel weapon, but there were still fist marks on their bones. Boss, could it be that Yang Dongqing beat them to death while wearing iron gauntlets? Upon hearing this, Sumu smiled silently, his brown-tinted glasses seemingly unable to conceal the gleam in his eyes. Finally. I've finally found it! Zhao Chaoyao's expression changed. You mean, this Yang Dongqing is a legendary, extraordinary person? But my subordinates have investigated his life story, and he was just a poor student. And moreover, as he finished speaking, his voice grew softer and softer, his expression becoming somewhat fearful, and he seemed hesitant to look at Sumu, because he suddenly realized that his description sounded very similar to that of the leader. The leader was also an orphan, a poor student, and an extraordinary being, so why couldn't Yang Dong be one? Wait, could it be? Zhao Chaoyao seemed to have discovered a blind spot. It turned out that the condition for becoming a superhuman was... Sumu ignored his fear, turned around, picked up the crystal wine bottle on the table, and the crimson wine swayed as the bottle was shaken. Bite! The clinking of the bottle neck against the stemmed glass produced a crisp, pleasant sound as the rich, fragrant red wine trickled in and flowed into the glass. Sumu picked up the wine glass, took a small sip, and a slight blush appeared on his pale face. His eyes were slightly closed, as if he was savoring the moment. A moment later, he opened his eyes, his brows furrowing slightly. As awful as ever. He doesn't like the taste of red wine. He prefers the crispness of beer and the mellow aroma of baijiu, Chinese liquor, to red wine. Unfortunately, given his current physical condition, he can only drink red wine to numb his nerves and relieve his headaches with the help of alcohol. Go on, he said, swirling his wine glass. Zhao Chaoyao quickly changed the subject. By the way, leader, should we still send people to keep an eye on Yang Dongqing? No need. The surveillance was just to confirm whether he was a superhuman. Now it's basically confirmed. An ordinary student, yet he smashed the heads of 2 members of the Viper gang with his bare hands, and even left marks on their bones. This can no longer be explained by innate superhuman strength. So what's our next step? Sumu lightly raised his wine glass, the crystal glass reflecting the mysterious smile on his lips. Then, he downed the wine in one gulp, his lips slightly parted, and he uttered leisurely words accompanied by the aroma of wine. Hunting the extraordinary. Zhao Chaoyao shuddered, his expression a mixture of excitement and nervousness. Hunting a legendary superhuman? That was something he had never even dared of before. A black sedan drove along a dilapidated street, flanked by low-rise houses. Behind the rows of houses stood several large chimneys belching black smoke, with tiny black particles constantly being released into the air. Sitting in the back seat of the car, Sumu quietly looked out the window at the scenery. The pedestrians were generally dressed in dark gray or dark blue work clothes, walking hurriedly with blank expressions. Occasionally, outside a few houses with small pink lights, you can see some brightly dressed women standing. They are dressed in bright and revealing clothes, mostly in yellow and red short skirts, like flowers blooming in a gray and white world. Sumu didn't know if he was a so-called superhuman, and before he took control of the Viper Gang, he didn't even know that superhumans existed in the world. After all, he was just an ordinary citizen living in Star City District 13, one of the 72 cities under the Crimson Flame Empire. In Star City, Districts 1 through 10 are known as the Upper City, where social elites, high-ranking officials, celebrities, the wealthy, and imperial nobles live. Districts 11 to 20 are the Lower City, inhabited by a large number of workers and farmers, and rife with gangs, stepdaughters, and thieves. The lower town was filled with factories, as well as large tracts of farmland, livestock farms, and landfills, all dedicated to providing food and goods to the upper town and handling its waste. The upper district enjoys abundant resources, while leaving pollution, backwardness, and poverty to the lower district. The division between superiors and inferiors is like an insurmountable chasm, forcibly separating people into different classes and setting them apart with city walls, making them seem like two worlds. Perhaps in the upper city, superhumans aren't exactly a secret. But in the lower city, they are synonymous with mystery, something that ordinary people, burdened by their daily work, simply cannot come into contact with. Sumu learned through the Viper Gang's information network that there exists a type of person in this world who wields power that is unimaginable to ordinary people. This power is called extraordinary. He didn't know how to become a superhuman, nor did he know where the power of superhumans came from, or even whether he was as a superhuman, but none of that would stop him from hunting superhumans. Hunting that extraordinary individual named Yang Dongqing. Currently, his physical condition is deteriorating at a visible rate, and ordinary medical methods are ineffective. But Yang Dongqing's appearance has given him hope. With just his fists, he could smash skulls and even leave fist marks on bones. His formidable physical abilities speak for themselves. If he could obtain this power, he could temporarily control his infinitely growing mental strength and survive. Half an hour later, the black sedan stopped near a school. A bronze plaque hung above the gate, covered with the marks of wind and sun, and the 4 characters, Elite Middle School, were blurred. However, as its name suggests, the school cultivates only elites. The kind of students who can get into factories without spending money or using connections after graduation. They are practically born with the talent to screw in screws. Sumu, dressed in a black casual outfit, slowly stepped out of the car, immediately attracting the attention of many students. After all, there weren't many students in District 10 who came to school in such a luxury car. Wow, the latest Thunder X600, whose car is so luxurious? Who else could it be? Young Master Su from Class 2, Grade 3, of course. Someone sneered, their words dripping with bitterness. Young Master Su? Is that the sickly guy with narcolepsy? I heard he's always taking leave, and someone even saw him suddenly faint during class. What's he doing at school today? Shh, keep your voice down. Are you out of your mind? Some classmates have seen him getting very close to the Viper Gang, and people outside are saying he's the Viper Gang's heir. The moment the words Viper Gang were uttered, the whispering students fell into a deathly silence. No one dared to speak again, or even glance at Sumu. Sumu slowly stepped into the school gate, leaning on a snake-patterned wooden cane. The handle at the top of the cane was made of gold and diamonds, and a small clock was hidden in the center. Unsurprisingly, a mysterious Ouroboros was engraved on the dial. He walked slowly, leaning on his cane, like an emperor surveying his territory. His handsome appearance, slender and tall figure, pale skin, and eyes hidden behind brown glasses, gave him an air of magnificent mystery. Some girls at school, who admired him, even spread rumors behind his back that his ancestors were nobles, but for some reason they had fallen to the lower city, and he was jokingly called the lost nobles. However, only he himself knows the truth. Walking with a cane is not for showing off, but because in his current physical condition, he will be unable to live without crutches for the rest of his. As they approached the teaching building, a petite girl with short, ear-length hair and wearing a dark blue school uniform jogged over. She abruptly stopped in front of Sumu, her fair face already flushed, and she was clutching a pink letter tightly in her hand. Sumu. The girl's big eyes darted away like stars, not daring to look Sumu in the eye. The girl seemed to be quite famous among the students. When she appeared, the surrounding students' eyes were clearly drawn to her. Isn't that Jiang Yu, the class beauty from class 2, grade 3? Is that a love letter she's holding? Is she going to confess her feelings to Sumu? How come another girl is confessing her feelings to Sumu? This world is so unfair, a boy wailed. Hey, if you're chauffeured around in luxury cars every day, and are also handsome, girls will naturally confess their feelings to you. The whispers around her made Jiang Yu's face turn even redder. If the weather were any hotter, it might even be steaming. Sumu, are you feeling better? Jiang Yu asked, mustering her courage. Sumu smiled and his gentle and magnetic voice rang out. Much better, thank you for your concern. The girl's face turned even redder, and she didn't dare to look up, staring intently at her toes. That's good, I. She kept clutching the pink letter in her hands, stammering but unable to say the rest. Fortunately, Sumu came to her rescue, pointing to the letter. Is this for me? Jiang Yu's petite body trembled slightly, and she raised her head like a spring. She mustered up her courage to look at Sumu. But when she saw the gentle smile on his lips, her courage vanished like a receding tide, and she lowered her head again in a flash. However, her final courage allowed her to successfully raise her hands and hand the letter to Sumu. Sumu, I like you. Jiang Yu, who had been too shy to look up, finally confessed her feelings. However, unlike before, this time when she looked down, she not only saw her toes, but also a slightly tilted snake-patterned wooden cane. The gold dial at the top of the cane shone with a unique luster in the sunlight, and the Ouroboros on it seemed to come alive, entering the girl's mental world. In an instant, all the shyness on Jiang Yu's face vanished, leaving only a blank expression. Immediately afterwards, a cold, robotic voice rang out. Leader Yang Dongdongking arrived at the school 10 minutes ago. After speaking, Jiang Yu was slightly dazed and returned to her previous nervous, shy demeanor. Sumu's smile grew even gentler, and a glint of light appeared behind his brown-tinted glasses. I understand. Jiang Yu nervously looked up. You know? Then, Sumu, thank you for telling me, Jiang Yu. However, as a student, I think academics should be the priority. What do you think? Jiang Yu trembled slightly, her eyes welled up with tears, and she bit her lip, looking up with trembling eyes. But then Sumu's brown glasses drooped slightly, revealing a pair of dark and unfathomable eyes. Under the gaze of those eyes, Jiang Yu's tears miraculously stopped, and a look of confusion appeared in her eyes. She subconsciously nodded. I think you're right. Then what are you waiting for? Go study. Okay. Then Jiang Yu walked away as if nothing had happened. The girls who had been hiding nearby quickly surrounded them, bombarding them with questions. So, did you succeed? Did you succeed? I knew Sumu would fall for you. Everyone knows our little Yu is the class beauty. Jiang Yu smiled happily at her girlfriends. No, failed. The girls stalking abruptly, looking at Jiang Yu with surprise or astonishment. Don't tease us. You're still so happy about failing? You've had a crush on Sumu for so long, but he's always taking leave, so you've never had a chance. You finally got your chance today, and if you still fail, I don't believe you'd still be smiling. You'd be trembling with envy by now. Jiang Yu chuckled. Do you think I'm that fragile? I'm not lying to you. I was indeed rejected by Sumu. The girls were increasingly astonished. Really? Jiang Yu, did something happen to you? A female student hurriedly reached out to touch Jiang Yu's forehead, but Jiang Yu dodged her with a smile. Hey, stop it, I'm really fine. Even though I was rejected, Sumu said something to me that I think is very true. What are you saying? Jiang Yu reached up and tucked her loose short hair behind her ear, a smile appearing on her unadorned face. You should focus on your studies. Sumu stepped into the teaching building. Classes had not yet started, and there were still many students playing around in the corridor. They were chatting with their arms around each other about where to have fun after school, showing off their newly bought photo albums, and even pulling girls' hair and getting chased all over the hall by them. The girl whose hair was being pulled had a flushed face. She threatened him while chasing after him, but judging from the smile in her eyes, she was probably not really angry. The boy ran wildly, occasionally turning back to provoke him, his face showing only the smug satisfaction of his successful prank. Soon, the boy rushed in front of Sumu. Seeing that someone was blocking his way, he was so frightened that he quickly turned to the side to slow down and brushed past Sumu. Chief, Yang Dongqing is in the restroom. A short, deep voice rang out the instant they passed each other, so fast it sounded like a hallucination. The girl followed closely behind, her face radiating youthful energy. However, this youthful aura froze instantly when it passed by Sumu. His expression suddenly turned blank, like a manipulated puppet. Leader, Kuihao, and the others are extorting Yang Dongqing in the toilet. After saying that, the girl acted as if nothing had happened and went back to her original state. Don't run away. If you've got the guts, don't go back to class, or I'll prick you and you're done for. Sumu showed no unusual expression. He continued to walk forward with his cane, like an elegant nobleman. However, he did not return to the classroom but went to the toilet. A few wisps of smoke drifted out from in front of the toilet door, mixed with muffled groans and screams. He used his cane to lift the yellow-stained curtain and went inside. Just as a boy was walking out, the man had an ordinary face that would blend into a crowd. But there was a hint of arrogance and ferocity between his brows, and there were several dark red bloodstains on his fist. When the boy saw Sumu, he didn't say anything, but frowned slightly, with a hint of warning in his eyes, and then strode out of the restroom. Sumu also ignored the boy, even though he was the target he intended to hunt down Yang Dongqing. He walked straight to the toilet stall, pushed open the door with his cane, and saw 3 boys with dyed yellow hair lying haphazardly next to the toilet bowl, groaning incessantly. What the hell are you looking at? The foul language was only halfway through when, thud! The cane tapped ground lightly, making a dull thud. A strange mental fluctuation spread out, and the 3 blonde-haired men's originally fierce eyes suddenly became blank, and then serious. Leader! What's going on? Under Sumu's watchful eye, Kuihao, the leader of the 3 blonde-haired men, began to answer. We extorted money from Yang Dongqing as usual, but this time he refused and beat us up. What did plans next? I told him not to leave after school if he dared, and he agreed. I've made a good friend of a big brother outside of school, with dozens of people under him. I plan to contact him and ambush him after school. Hearing this, smiled silently, said nothing, and turned to leave the restroom. Shortly after he left, The wailing sounds from the toilet resumed. In the classroom, Sumu sat in the last row by the window, gazing absently at the scenery outside. The middle-aged, overweight, bespectacled, and balding teacher reads the textbook verbatim. Some students are sleeping, some are whispering, and only a few in the front row are listening attentively. The teacher didn't care about class discipline. Unless the class made too much noise, he would make a few troublemakers stand outside as punishment. The rest of the time, he would just teach as if he were completing a task. An ordinary classroom, an ordinary teacher, everything seemed so ordinary. But who would have thought, in this small classroom, lived a legendary superhuman and someone who wanted to hunt superhumans? Yang Dongqing is Sumu's classmate. Unlike Sumu, who is the center of attention and no one dares to mess with him, Yang Dongqing is the most inconspicuous student in the class. He is often bullied and even extorted. But things are different now. The once timid Yang Dongqing now has a hint of arrogance between his brows, an arrogance that stands out from the crowd, as if he looks down on everyone else as a nobody. At this moment, Yang Dongqing was holding a pen in a daze, occasionally lowering his head to write a few words in his notebook. No one knew what he was thinking. Time ticked by, and nearly half of the class had passed when Yang Dongqing's expression changed. He instinctively clutched his chest, a hint of fear appearing on his face. "Teacher Wang, I need to go to the restroom." He suddenly raised his hand. Teacher Wang, who was giving a lecture, glanced at him indifferently and waved his hand. "Go ahead." After quickly scribbling away at the words on the notebook, Yang Dongqing immediately got up and left the classroom. The management of elite high schools is so loose, yet it remains the top school in District 13. Of course, there are only a few high schools in the entire District 13. Ta-da-ta-da. As the footsteps outside the classroom gradually faded away until they disappeared completely, a strange scene unfolded. Teacher Wang's lecture came to an abrupt halt, and the students, who had been whispering amongst themselves, simultaneously stopped talking as if by prior agreement. The entire classroom seemed to be paused, instantly falling into a deathly silence. All the students sat up straight, stiff as dolls. Swish! Everyone turned their heads at the same time, staring intently at Sumu in the last row. "Leader!" A unified and deep voice rang out. Sumu turned his gaze from the window to the crowd. What did he write? Yang Dongqing's desk mate and the student behind him answered simultaneously. "A dream! A nightmare!" Sumu's eyes flickered slightly, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. A dream? A nightmare? Why did Yang Dongqing write these two words? It's not surprising that teenagers write down all sorts of things. They always have some strange fantasies. But Yang Dongqing, being an extraordinary person, is definitely different. He, who had always been bullied, suddenly rose to power in just the last 2 weeks. It is clear that he suddenly became a superhuman in the last 2 weeks. Once someone becomes an extraordinary being, their thinking will certainly not be the same as that of an ordinary person. Just like a person earning 3,000 a month and a person earning 3 million a month will definitely think differently. Therefore, Yang Dongqing's writing of these two words was definitely not some kind of youthful melancholy literature. It should be related to his sudden change of expression and his association with the extraordinary. Could it be? Sumu had a vague guess in his heart. Could it be that Yang Dongqing, like himself, gained his abilities through dreams? My spiritual power is growing infinitely, while his physical body is growing infinitely. In other words, he himself is also an extraordinary being. No, something's not right. That means Yang Dongqing didn't sleep in class. He clearly remembered that when he was able to control his dreams, no matter when or where, all he wanted to do was sleep. Compared to being omnipotent in his dreams, reality seemed extremely boring. If Yang Dongqing was the same, he didn't believe that someone with his temperament could resist the urge to stay awake. Interesting. A smile appeared on Sumu's lips. He liked the unknown. The unknown meant surprises. He was already tired of the omniscience and omnipotence in his dreams. Thump. The cane tapped the ground lightly, and the classroom instantly returned to its noisy state. Students, please turn to page 138. The lecturing voice, which usually induces drowsiness, resumed its rousing tone. Sumu's thoughts also drifted. In fact, he had already hypnotized everyone in the school, including the guard dog kept by the security guard. In order to consume his ever-increasing mental energy, how could he possibly let go of his classmates? This is why he was able to discover that Yang Dongqing was a superhuman. One day about 2 weeks ago, he discovered that Yang Dongqing had actually broken free from hypnosis. In other words, everyone in the school was like his puppet, and then the strings on Yang Dongqing snapped. It was at that time that Sumu realized that Yang Dongqing had become a superhuman. About 2 weeks ago, Yang Dongqing missed about a week of classes. When he returned to school, Sumu wanted to intensify the hypnosis, so he casually waved the Ouroboros pattern on his cane in front of Yang Dong's eyes. But the other party did not react at all. To further test the results, Sumu conducted a series of hypnotic suggestions, which led to 2 conclusions. First, a certain change occurred in Yang Dongqing, and ordinary hypnosis was ineffective against him. Second, this change is mainly physical rather than mental. Otherwise, hypnosis would have been discovered long ago. It was based on this premise that subsequent developments took place. Ring ring. Ring ring. The school bell rang as the students waited with anticipation. School's finally over. Let's go play games. A new arcade just opened on Sishan Road. I'm so hungry, I'm going home for dinner. Amidst the commotion, Yang Dongqing left the classroom without a word. He seemed to have something on his mind. Ever since he raised his hand to go to the bathroom during the first class, his expression had been grim. When Yang Dongqing arrived at the school gate, Kui Hao, whose face was bruised and swollen from the beating, had already gathered dozens of people and were waiting for him. Then he was pulled away by Kui Hao and the others. Sumu remained unmoved and got into his luxury car and drove away. Soon, the luxury car stopped in front of a residential building, and led by Zhao Chaoyao, the second in command of the Viper Gang, he went to the top floor room. The room was empty except for a chair and a telescope placed by the window. Besides, there were 2 burly men in black standing inside, as well as a girl in an inexpensive dress with a pure face who looked timid. 2 burly gangsters and a pitiful young girl. This combination always evokes unpleasant images. Sumu ignored everyone and sat down in the chair. Zhao Chaoyao quickly raised the binoculars and carefully placed them next to his eyes, lowered a bit. Yes, Chief. Zhao Chaoyao quickly adjusted the position of the telescope. Sumu's gaze, through the binoculars, fell upon a narrow, cramped alley. The alley was crowded with people, including Kui Hao and Yang Dongqing. Kui Hao arrogantly pointed at Yang Dongqing's nose and started cursing. Dozens of people behind him also shouted, some of them holding baseball bats. Yang Dongqing, weren't you very arrogant before? Now that my older brother is here, try being arrogant again. Surrounded by dozens of people, Yang Dongqing showed no fear on his face. He just frowned, and his eyes revealed a trace of anxiety, as if he was worried about something. Hey, Haozi, don't scare your classmates. A man wearing ripped jeans and a denim jacket, with a cigarette in his mouth, patted Kuihao on the shoulder. Big brother, this is the kid who hit me. Kuihao's expression was somewhat agitated. The man called Big Brother smiled slightly and nodded with an air of authority, indicating that he should not worry. Then, the older brother strode up to Yang Dongqing, not even looking at him directly, but casually took a puff of his cigarette and patted Yang Dongqing's shoulder in a pretentious manner. So your name is Yang Dongqing, right? Take your hand away, Yang Dongqing said coldly. The older brother paused slightly in his cigarette-holding hand, a chill creeping into his smile. He said approvingly, young people these days are so hot-blooded, a bit like me back in the day. But Yang Dongqing, you need to understand one thing. Being too hot-blooded isn't a good thing, especially… ouch, ouch. Let go of me right now. Yang Dongqing casually grabbed the man's hand and twisted it behind his back. With a snap, it was twisted off completely. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the alley. The man, pale with pain, collapsed to his knees. Damn it. What the hell are you standing there for? Kill him! The group of thugs were stunned at first, then reacted and rushed towards Yang Dongqing while cursing. Faced with the attack, Yang Dongqing smiled coldly. You're very unlucky because I'm in a bad mood today. He charged to the crowd, rampaging like a human tank, and with a casual punch he knocked someone to the ground, bleeding profusely. The sticks that fell on him did not hurt him. Instead, they made a metallic clanging sound. Sumu withdrew his gaze, a vague guess forming in his mind. He stopped looking at Yang Dongqing and instead turned his attention to the girl inside the room. The girl's delicate body trembled, and a flattering, alluring smile appeared on her innocent face. Is this the person you found? Sumu sized up the girl. Boss, her name is Jasmine. She's the top courtesan at the brothel. Jasmine, hurry up and call her over. Zhao Chaoyou urged. Jasmine's smile grew even more alluring as she said in a coquettish voice, Hello, boss. Sumu frowned. Put away your worldly air. What I want is purity, untouched by worldly affairs, the kind of purity that's like a white moonlight, understand? It's not as simple as just changing clothes. Hey you, what did you say? Zhao Chao trembled and quickly explained, Chief, I did everything according to your instructions. Oh? Sumu glanced at him indifferently and said meaningfully, So you mean it's my problem? Zhao Chaoyou broke out in a cold sweat and immediately knelt down. Your subordinate wouldn't dare. Jasmine, what did I tell you before? Just act like a student. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Jasmine panicked. I'm just good at playing students, but I really didn't go to school much. The club always tells people I'm a student. You. Zhao Chaoyou immediately became anxious, as if he had been deceived. Sigh, never mind. Sumu sighed. I should have known that your head, which is all muscles, couldn't possibly understand my instructions. Jasmine, right? Do you know your mission? Jasmine nodded like a chick pecking at rice. I know. My main task this time is to gain Dongqing's trust, and preferably make him fall in love with me. Boss, you have to believe me. I did my homework before I came. I even wrote the character design, the story background, and the script. Sumu's interest was piqued. Tell me about it. I am a good girl who dropped out of school to work. I have dreamed of singing since I was a child. But my father is addicted to gambling and has lost all his money. My mother is also sick, and I have a younger brother who is still in school. In order to pay off debts, pay for medical treatment, and support my brother's schooling, I had no choice but to drop out of school to work, sing in bars and accompany people for drinks. Later, some customers forced me to drink and forcibly took me away. On the way, I met Yang Dongqing, and I begged him for help. He saved me, and then… Stop. Sumu rubbed his forehead and interrupted helplessly. The plot is cliched, a gambling father, a sick mother, a younger brother who is still in school, and her life. It's just so unoriginal. Faced with such an assessment, Zhao Chaoyou's gaze toward Jasmine turned hostile, and Jasmine's face paled. She knew very well what kind of behemoth she was facing. The local tyrant of the 13th district. The Viper Gang. The fact that the young man in front of them could command such respect from the second in command of the Viper Gang speaks volumes about his identity. If the other party is not satisfied, the Viper Gang can kill them as easily as crushing an ant. However, Sumu's sudden change of tone made Jasmine's heart jump into her throat. As the saying goes, classics last forever. Since you all use the same template, it means that the template is still very useful and enough to fool a naive student. Call. Jasmine breathed a sigh of relief. She knew she had passed the test. Although the script has been approved, you need to change your temperament and get into character. You need to portray a girl who has experienced so many hardships, but refuses to give up her dreams and dares to face the difficulties in life. You need to have a stubbornness, a fighting spirit, and a sense of brokenness. Understand? I understand, I'm fine. That Jasmine took a deep breath and closed her eyes tightly. When she opened her eyes again, she seemed like a completely different person. The dust and grime had completely faded away. She stubbornly bit her lip, and although tears glistened in her clear black and white eyes, she no longer flinched and dared to look Sumu in the eye. Like a small blade of grass battered by a storm, though insignificant, it always struggled and had a tenacious will to live. A light gradually appeared in her eyes, a struggle against fate, a yearning for a better tomorrow, like the brightest star piercing the dark night sky. Not bad, Sumu exclaimed. Jasmine was immediately overjoyed, and a charming, ingratiating smile appeared on her face. Sumu frowned. Maintain the same posture as before. You take her downstairs and make the arrangements. Zhao Chaoyou felt as if he had been granted a pardon and quickly took Jasmine to rehearse night. Yang Dongqing, dressed in black, wearing a baseball cap and a mask, went out. He dressed like this because he never let revenge linger overnight. During the day, Kui Hao came to cause trouble twice, which has already crossed his line. He couldn't tolerate the other person breathing the same air as him. If it weren't daytime and crowded, he would have killed him on the spot. That's just how he is, so vindictive. Since the last incident, his mindset has completely changed. Yang Dongqing clenched his fist, the sound of his fingers striking his palm producing a metallic clang, and a burning glint flashed in his eyes. Power. This is what it feels like to have power, but it's not enough. I need more power, so that I can survive in hell and take control of my life. His eyes burned with a mad ambition. He pulled his hood up, hiding his face in the shadows, and then stepped out the door. He was incredibly fast, like a ghost in the night, speeding through the shadows. When Yang Dongqing reached a secluded alley, he suddenly stopped, his brows furrowed. Help me. Please, please let me go. No, please. You bitch, weren't you acting all high and mighty at the bar? Now you know how to beg for mercy? Too late. The young woman's cries and the man's lewd laughter reached Yang Dong's ears from the depths of the alley. Yang Dongqing remained indifferent. Public security had always been a major problem in the outer city. He shook his head coldly. You reap what you sow. In his mind, knowing that the outer city had poor security, a girl who stayed in a bar late at night instead of going home must not be a good girl. Just as he was about to leave, he heard the voice say again, This girl is really pretty. Is she still a student? Heh, this is the first time I've ever seen such a beautiful woman. I'm in luck today. Yang Dongqing paused, then turned and rushed into the depths of the alley. In the pitch-black alley, with no streetlights around, Only the bright moonlight shone down on the earth, illuminating the sinful scene before them. A woman in an inexpensive dress was being pinned against a wall by two men dressed in a shady manner. The woman resisted fiercely, but how could she possibly match the strength of men? A sense of despair spread through her bright eyes, as if someone had sprinkled a layer of ash on a luminous pearl, making her eyes appear dull. Just as she was in despair, a figure suddenly appeared in the scene. A glimmer of hope suddenly appeared in the girl's eyes. "Help me!" The person who came was Yang Dongqing. "Stop! Let go of that girl!" He charged forward like a locomotive, and even giving the two men a chance to react. Bang bang! With two punches thrown, the two men were flying like kites with broken strings, crashing heavily into the walls on either side. When they got up again, they felt like all the bones in their bodies were about to break. "Ouch, that hurts so much! Who the hell dares to ruin my good time?" Their response was two thuds, sending the two flying again, spitting blood. "Get lost!" Yang Dongqing sneered. Knowing they had met their match, the two men didn't dare utter any threats, and fled in a panic. The girl, who was finally rescued, seemed to be in great shock. She collapsed to the ground, not saying a word, but burying her head between her legs and sobbing softly. "Are you all right?" Yang Dongqing asked as he stepped forward. The woman's body trembled slightly, and she trembled for a while before raising her head. The moment she looked up, the cool moonlight shone on her face, and Yang Dongqing was stunned. Despite possessing extraordinary abilities, his mindset and perspective as a student haven't completely changed. Just like in school, everyone likes the same face, and there's a reason for that, since everyone's social circle is basically concentrated in school. An outstanding boy or girl will always be admired by many people. Once you enter the workforce, you'll find that 698 is more cost-effective. Under the moonlight, Yang Dongqing saw a face streaked with tears, a delicate body, red-rimmed eyes, disheveled hair, and a gaze that held a hint of stubbornness amidst despair. The entire scene is filled with a sense of devastation. Yang Dongqing had never seen such a scene before, and a strong protective instinct welled up within him uncontrollably. Sensing Yang Dongqing's gaze, the girl shrank back in fear, and hurriedly reached out to retrieve her fallen shoulder strap. "Thank you for saving me." The girl struggled to get up, but she seemed to be injured, and it was difficult for her to stand up. Yang Dongqing instinctively reached out to help, but the girl dodged away like a startled fawn. "No, don't misunderstand." He started stammering for no reason. "I'm different from them, I won't hurt you." Perhaps those words had an effect, because the girl's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, eased a little. She raised her head and looked at Yang Dongqing with a stubborn and serious gaze, the bright moon in the sky reflected in her eyes. "What's your name? I'll definitely repay you in the future." Yang Dongqing. Without the slightest hesitation, the name came out. "Holly?" The girl, her nervousness and fear having eased considerably. "If I remember correctly, holly is a flower, and also a medicinal herb. Its flower language is life, symbolizing perseverance, integrity, and vitality." Yang Dongqing was stunned. It was the first time he realized that his deceased parents had given him such a profound meaning he had chosen. The girl smiled and said, "It's a very nice name, and it suits you well. I have to go back now." "I'll take you!" Yang Dongqing blurted out, almost without thinking, even forgetting that he was going to seek revenge on Kui Hao. A hint of wariness flickered in the girl's eyes. "No need, I can go back by myself." Yang Dongqing felt a little disappointed. He saw that the girl was about to leave, but he was not good with words and didn't know how to stop her. Perhaps heaven heard his heart's desire, for an accident occurred. The girl had only taken 2 steps when she suddenly cried out in pain, and was about to fall onto the cold ground. As a superhuman, Yang Dongqing was quick to react and immediately stepped forward, embracing the girl's soft body. At that moment, he finally understood what it meant to have a warm and soft woman in his arms. My heart skipped a beat. She's so small! Are all girls this petite and delicate? Just as he was stunned, a soft, barely audible voice came from his arms. Can you let me go now? Yang Dongqing snapped out of his daze, blushed, and quickly released the girl. Thank you, the girl said again, then limped away. He then noticed that the girl's slender ankles were already red and swollen. Your foot is injured. Walking back like this might make your condition worse. Let me cue back. The girl replied without turning her head. No need, I've already troubled you enough. I can manage myself. Ah! The girl's center of gravity shifted uncontrollably again, and she fell towards the ground. But instead of the cold ground, she was met by a chest as hard as steel. Immediately afterwards, she felt herself being picked up. Don't be stubborn, I'll take you. Yang Dongqing's resolute voice came from beside the girl's ear. The girl seemed a little afraid to look at him, curled up, and gave a very soft hum. The boy carried the girl as they walked under the moonlight, creating a tranquil and enchanting atmosphere. Nanmo. The girl suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Yang Dongqing didn't understand what it meant at first. My name. Yang Dongqing was slightly dazed. Nanmo. He pondered the name carefully and found it beautiful and poetic, but being illiterate, he couldn't articulate its meaning like Nanmo. It's a very nice name. Is there a story behind it? Does it sound nice? The girl asked, somewhat surprised. This is the first time someone has said my name sounds nice. My friends think my name is weird, so they usually just call me Jasmine. It sounds great. Nanmo smiled, this time with less wariness and more happiness. The banana leaves hang heavy with fruit in the small garden, while the jasmine in the southern region outsheens all other flowers. What? Yang Dongqing was stunned again. Oh dear, wasn't it you who asked about the origin of my name? Nanmo said with a hint of reproach. Really? Ha ha ha. Yang Dongqing chuckled awkwardly, glancing at the girl's profile out of the corner of his eye. It really is a masterpiece that surpasses all others. What did you just say? Huh? It's nothing, you must have misheard. But I clearly heard you say something about flowers. In a distant residential building, Sumu slowly lowered his night vision binoculars, a mysterious smile playing on lips. What a wonderful Nanmo! What a wonderful Jasmine! Reality is indeed more interesting than dreams. Even insignificant people have their own shining points. To be precise, what's interesting isn't reality itself, but the people in it. He remained behind the scenes, witnessing firsthand the excellent performance starring Jasmine, and even heard the lines clearly. He can read lips, so there are no obstacles for him. Because learning in dreams consumes mental energy, he spent most of his later years studying, thus mastering many interesting life hacks, such as making bombs, hand-to-hand killing techniques, and concocting poisons, etc. Sumu casually tossed the night vision binoculars to Zhao Chaoyao, then calmly instructed, "Go investigate Nanmo. This woman isn't as simple as she seems." Zhao Chaoyao's heart skipped a beat. Yes, Chief. The next day, the headquarters of the Viper Gang. In front of the tall, heavy Ouroboros wall, Sumu, who had just finished hypnosis, sat in his wheelchair with an empty expression. His condition is getting worse. His face was pale, almost bloodless, but his eyes were brighter than ever before. Chief, Jasmine is here. The fierce-looking Zhao Chaoyao brought in the petite Nanmo. Nanmo appeared very nervous, her eyes constantly glancing at the Viper Gang members, standing around like statues. How's it going? Sumu's slightly hoarse voice came from the high platform, echoing in the empty hall. Nan Mo nervously looked up at Sumu beneath the dark, gold-patterned wall, and for some reason, she felt as if she were seeing an emperor. Suppressing the urge to kneel, she quickly said, "It went very smoothly. Yang Dongqing didn't suspect anything." Sumu nodded, carefully examining Nan Mo, and slowly asked, "Are you asleep?" Nan Mo shook her head stiffly. No, he cared about me a lot. He knew I was frightened and injured, so he didn't touch me." Seemingly afraid that Sumu would think she hadn't worked hard enough, she added, "But I told him I was very scared, so I asked him not to leave. He slept on the floor, but in the middle of the night, I was afraid he would catch a cold, so I let him sleep on the bed." Sumu's gaze shifted downwards, landing on the other person's slender ankle. The fair skin was still somewhat red and swollen, clearly indicating that the injury was not feigned but genuine. "You did a great job. Men don't appreciate things that are too easy to get." Nan Mo's face lit up slightly. "Thank you for the compliments. Actually, I didn't do anything. It's just that Yang Dongqing is too naive." Sumu shook his head, a smile playing on his lips, and looked at her with interest. "No need to be modest. Your acting is very realistic, so realistic that it doesn't seem like you're acting." Nan Mo's face stiffened. "People like us have to deal with all sorts of customers every day, so we all know a bit about acting. There's no need to lie. Your acting skills have nothing to do with your profession, but rather with your experiences. After all, only those who have truly experienced it can portray that kind of stubbornness in the face of despair." "Boss, what do you mean by that? I don't quite understand." Nan Mo's smile grew increasingly stiff. "It doesn't mean anything. I just sent someone to investigate your life, and it turned out that your life is very similar to the script prepared. A gambling father, a sick mother, a younger brother in school, and you were indeed a student once, fond of poetry and music. The only difference is that reality is often crueler than the script, and you yourself are stronger than the character in the script." Nan Mo fell silent. Her face was pale, and the feigned worldliness she had previously displayed had long since faded, leaving her with a touch of tragic beauty. "The characters in the script are fortunate to still have parents, but my father was beaten to death by debt collectors. My mother died of illness, and my only brother cut off ties with me because of my job. At first, I did want to sing in bars, but I wasn't famous, so I had to agree to the bar owner's unspoken rules to sing there. And then—" "Stop," Sumu interrupted. "I know your life story better than you do yourself." Nan Mo was stunned for a moment, and the smile on her lips became more and more bitter. She realized that the man in front of her was the leader of the Viper Gang. There was no sympathy for such a person. Moreover, she had gotten used to it over the years. No one would sympathize with her. If anyone did, it was only under the guise of sympathy to do wicked things. "Your younger brother is currently working at Chengxin Machinery Factory, right?" As soon as those words were uttered, Nan Mo was instantly startled, her mind in turmoil. "No, don't touch my brother. I'll do whatever you say. Stop." Su frowned slightly. "Have you been watching too many TV dramas? Or is your stereotype of me too strong? Why don't I want to hurt your brother? Is there anything you need me to handle personally?" Nan Mo was taken aback, her rising emotions instantly dispelled, leaving her somewhat bewildered. "That seems to be the case. I pay you, you do the work for me. It's that simple, understand?" I understand, then you. I brought up Chengxin Machinery Factory just to find a different way to pay you. Chengxin Machinery Factory is a small workshop that owes the poisonous snake gang some money due to poor management. The factory manager plans to mortgage the factory to the poisonous snake gang. It just so happens that your brother works at Chengxin Machinery Factory, so I plan to exchange the promised reward for Chen Machinery Factory and let your brother become the factory manager. The Viper Gang doesn't need to invest any money or send anyone to manage this small workshop. Wouldn't it be a win-win situation if your brother became the factory manager? What do you think? Nanmo was filled with suspicion and uncertainty. She knew that the other party was definitely not being kind. By bringing up Chengxin Machinery Factory, they were actually trying to put her down. If he does the task well, his younger brother will become the factory manager of Chengxin Machinery Factory. If he does it poorly, the machinery factory may end up as a tomb. However, she still chose to agree, since she had no room to refuse. I'm willing. Very good. Next, I will give you a second task, but before that, tell me if there is anything special about Yang Dongqing? Nan Mo thought for a moment, and finally uttered a single word. Hard. Hard? Yes, he's hard. Insolence. Zhao Chao help but shout. Didn't you say you didn't sleep? How do you know it's hard if you didn't sleep? Besides, our leader asked if there was anything special about it. Who the hell asked if it was hard or not? Nan Mo was startled, but she continued, I'm not talking about that kind of hardness, but that his whole body was hard. His skin was like steel. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly. Steel-like skin? Is this the ability of a superhuman? Or is it Yang Dongqing's own ability? He didn't think too much about it, because the answer would come soon. He then informed Nanmo of his subsequent plans. Upon hearing this, Nanmo looked worried. You want to kill him? Sumu smiled and said, No, I just want to ask him a few questions. But is it really necessary to go to such lengths just to ask a question? Nanmo's worries remained. You're talking too much. Nanmo felt a chill run down her spine. When she looked up, she saw a pair of eyes hidden behind brown glasses, appearing and disappearing as if they did not contain any human emotions. The owner of those eyes was still smiling, but his smile sent chills down one's spine. She'd not say anything more, and could only respectfully take her leave. At night, in a dilapidated bungalow, Yang Dongqing stared blankly at the figure busy in the kitchen. It was a young cook wearing an apron, fluttering like a butterfly in the small space. Having faced the pressure of life and death for so long, he was able to relax for the first time in a long time. Dinner's ready. The young cook, Nanmo, smiled as she brought out 2 dishes. Her fair arms swayed in front of Yang Dongqing, and the aroma of the food mixed with her body fragrance filled his nostrils. Hey, what are you looking at? Hurry up and try my cooking. To repay you, I've used all my best skills. Nan stretched out her fair little hand and waved it in front of Yang Dongqing's eyes. Yang Dongqing then came to her senses, picked up her chopsticks, and began to eat. It was his first time having dinner up close with a girl, especially a beautiful one, which made him a little nervous. He didn't even know what to say to ease the awkwardness. Fortunately, Nanmo was as lively as a little lark, chattering away non-stop. Yang Dongqing ate a lot, and was very satisfied with the meal. Are you full? I'm full. Nanmo smiled happily, her big eyes curving into crescent shapes. I'm full now, so I'm going to work. Upon hearing this, Yang Dongqing's expression changed slightly. He knew that Nanmo was going to sing at a bar, but for a girl, this was too dangerous. Can we not go? Nanmo was still smiling. If I don't work, will you support me? Yang Dongqing felt a surge of heat rush to his chest, and the words almost escaped his lips. Oh, come on, I was just kidding. How are you going to support me? People like us are lucky if we can barely support ourselves. I'm leaving. Yang Dongqing. Bang. The dilapidated door was closed, and the petite figure had disappeared. The laughter and chatter inside the room seemed like an illusion, leaving only silence. Yang Dongqing clenched his fists and said firmly, Jasmine, I'll take care of you. He wouldn't have said such things before, because he genuinely struggled to support himself. But now, after becoming a superhuman, it's something easily attainable. Afterwards, He went out to make money. As for how to make money, it was very simple. Rob the rich to help the poor. In District 13, there are far too many rich scumbags. After a long while, Yang Dongqing, who had returned with a full load of goods, happily went to Moonlight Bar, where Jasmine worked. I made about 50,000 yuan this time, which is enough to live a good life for a while. Yang Dongqing thought of the cheap dress Nan Mo was wearing. After the two beasts tore the dress, Nan Mo did not throw it away, but sewed it up and continued to wear it. We can buy Jasmine a new dress now. When he arrived at the Moonlight Bar, he was suddenly shocked to find that the bar's door had been smashed open. Whoosh! He rushed into the Moonlight Bar and found it in complete disarray, with broken glass everywhere and spilled drinks all over the floor. The waiters were all injured, and a man who looked like the owner was sighing incessantly. He searched around but couldn't find Nan Mo. He panicked. "Where's Jasmine? Where is she?" Yang Dongqing roared uncontrollably, veins bulging on his face. Everyone was startled and no one answered. Yang Dongqing grabbed a waiter by the collar and lifted him into the air. "Where's Jasmine?" She's been kidnapped," the waiter said, trembling. Yang Dongqing instantly flew into a rage. "Who kidnapped them?" It was two guests with bandages who stormed in with a group of people, smashing everything in sight, saying something like, "Someone saved you last time, let's see who can save you this time." Yang Dongqing immediately realized that these were the beasts who had tried to harm Nan Mo last time. He is now filled with regret, regretting that he didn't just kill those two people back then. Where are they? "I don't know either." The waiter was so scared he was almost crying. At this moment, the boss suddenly spoke up. "The Viper Gang. I saw that group of people have black snake tattoos on their bodies. They are from the Viper Gang." Bang! Yang Dongqing released his grip, and the waiter collapsed to the ground, while he rushed out without looking back. The Viper Gang's infamous reputation is known to everyone in District 13. Its headquarters is located on the northwestern edge of District 13, near the abandoned city, a very chaotic area. He was extremely anxious, unable to imagine what kind of treatment Nan Mo, such a delicate and beautiful girl, would suffer if she fell into the hands of these venomous snakes. After Yang Dongqing left, the bar, which had been filled with wailing, fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stopped what they were doing and stared intently at his departing figure. The boss, who had been sighing earlier, became expressionless. He took out his phone, put it to his ear, and said respectfully, The pake and the bait. "Okay, I understand." A deep, magnetic voice came from the other end of the phone. "Is it good?" In a monitoring room, Sumu, dressed in a black suit, held a glass of red wine and asked a question. He was sitting at a large mahogany table, and opposite him was Nan Mo. Nan Mo carefully savored the expensive red wine in her hand, inevitably leaving delicate lip prints on the rim of the transparent glass. "It's delicious. I've never tasted such a fine wine before." Sumu smiled slightly. "I don't like lies." Nan Mo stiffened. "Actually, it's not that good. It's a bit astringent." "That's right. I also think it tastes bad. Try the steak, a top-quality M9 steak." Nan Mo nodded upon hearing this, then cut a small piece of steak and put it in her mouth. The moment the steak entered her mouth, she realized what tender and juicy truly meant. This bite surpassed any food she had ever eaten before, except for snacks. However, after taking one bite, she dared not eat any more, because Sumu had not started eating. "It's all right, eat up. There's still some time before Yang Dongqing comes to the rescue." When Yang Dongqing was mentioned, Nan Mo became somewhat silent. She silently ate her fine steak, but for some reason, she felt a little uneasy. "Are you really not going to kill him?" The eyes behind the brown-tinted glasses narrowed slightly. "You've developed feelings so easily?" Nanmo shook her head. No, he's a good person. I'm not good enough for him. I just can't live with myself. What if he really died because of me? Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. She glanced at the two burly men standing behind Sumu, their waists bulging with pistols, and then at the surveillance screen, where numerous armed men in black were lurking in various corners. This made it impossible for her to associate Sumu with the word good person. When the steak was about halfway eaten, a scream suddenly came from the surveillance footage. Nan Mo quickly put down her knife and fork, turned head and saw Yang Dongqing, his eyes bloodshot, forcibly breaking into the headquarters of the poisonous snake gang, which was a narrow corridor. At one end of the corridor stood Yang Dongqing, who resembled a wild beast, while at the other end, a tidal wave of men in black surged forth, each wielding a steel knife and exuding a murderous aura. When the first man in black swung his cleaver at Yang Dongqing's head, Nanmo gasped in shock, too afraid to look, and instinctively covered her eyes. However, only the sound of metal clanging could be heard in the surveillance footage. Clong! Non subconsciously opened her eyes, her shocked mouth forming an O shape. She saw that the gleaming steel knife stopped on Yang Dongqing's head as if it had cut through steel. Apart from losing a few strands of hair, the other party was not injured at all. How is this possible? A glint of light flashed in Sumu's eyes, and the smile on his lips unconsciously widened. This is exactly the power I need. Once you obtain this power, you no longer need to worry about your ever-expanding spiritual power. In the surveillance footage, Yang Dongqing's face was as cold as ice, and he slashed down with his right hand with a crack. The steel knife was smashed into two pieces. However, this horrifying scene did not frighten the members of the Viper gang at all, because Sumu had already hypnotized and washed them. Now these people were machines without fear. The next moment, countless steel blades slashed at Yang Dongqing, and a continuous series of metallic clanging sounds rang out. At the same time, Sumu's voice came through the earpieces of the burly men in black. Try different angles, see if there are any flaws. Upon receiving the order, the burly men black slashed at various of Yang Dongqing's body. Even though it disrupted their attack and left openings for Yang Dongqing, they showed no fear. Bang bang bang. Yang Dongqing was like an armored tank, rampaging through the corridor, leaving people and horses sprawling and blood flowing in his wake. He was incredibly strong, and with those steel-like fists, he could truly be called a skull crusher with his bare hands. Although the battle turned into a one-sided crushing defeat, Yang Dongqing felt no joy at all. Instead, he felt a deep chill in his heart. A man in black, whose chest had just been mostly shattered, got up again, brandishing a mache and charging forward. His face showed no fear, only fanaticism as he shouted, "For the leader!" Yang Dongqing's pupils contracted slightly. He couldn't imagine how someone could stand up when their injuries were clearly fatal. One is like this, and everyone is like this. He had killed gang members before. Those people were all bullies who preyed on the weak and feared the strong. As long as he showed absolute strength, they would be terrified and kneel down begging for mercy. But now, all the Viper gang members had only fanaticism on their faces. Seeing the fearless members of the Viper gang, Yang Dongqing's expression grew even colder. He continued to attack, and in just a few moments, he cleared the entire passage. He grabbed a blood-soaked man in black and demanded fiercely, "Where's Jasmine?" The man in black gave a cold laugh, revealing his mouth full of blood and foam. For the leader, he used his only remaining left hand to throw a powerful punch at Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing's eyes turned cold, and he struck first, grabbing the other's left hand and twisting it forcefully. With a snap, The man's left hand twisted like a pretzel, and even a white bone spur pierced through his skin. "Ah!" the man in black screamed. "I'll ask one last time, where's Jasmine?" His answer was, "Long live the leader." With his last ounce of strength, the man in black lunged at Yang Dongqing. At this moment, all he could use were his teeth, which were covered in blood, saliva, as he bit down hard. Bang! Faced with the steel-like fist, the man in black's head exploded, and his mangled body completely lost its support, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Without the man in black obscuring his view, Yang Dongqing's expressionless face was revealed in the surveillance footage. However, his slightly trembling fists revealed the turmoil in his heart. In the monitoring room, Nan Mo was vomiting violently. Her face was very pale, and her body was trembling uncontrollably. Clearly, these images had a great impact on her. Sumu shook his head slightly. "What a pity about my M9 steak." He raised his glass and drank the red wine in one gulp. "Why?" Nan Mo, who was holding onto the trash can, suddenly asked in a deep voice. Sumu did not answer. "Why did you do this?" "Just to ask a few questions. You toyed with Yang Dongqing like this, and caused so many people to die." "Why?" Nan Mo suddenly raised her head, staring at Sumu with trembling yet stubborn eyes. "You've lost so many men, yet you're wasting time on a steak? What do you really mean by human life?" Silence, a deathly silence. "Ha! Ha 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 ha." Sumu's uncontrollable laughter broke the silence. "What are you laughing at?" Nan Mo looked at the man in front of her in disbelief. At this moment, he was as happy as a child. "Interesting. Absolutely fascinating. You're stuck in the mud. You can't bear to see others covered in it too. It's people like you who make the world so vibrant and diverse. What does a human life matter? What do you think it matters? A human life is just a human life, and nothing more." Those eyes, hidden behind brown glasses, were watching Nan Mo with great interest, shining brightly in the dimly lit monitoring room. Nan Mo was deeply shocked. She looked at the man in front of her in disbelief, and fear and unease surged up in her heart like a tide. "You've probably heard of the Viper Gang, and you should know what kind of people gather here. To be precise, they can't even be called human. They're just scum." Suddenly, Sumu poured himself another glass of red wine. He gently swirled the glass, the scarlet liquid rotating within, and the same scarlet color was reflected in his pupils. He took a small sip, feeling the numbing effect of the alcohol, and a look of pleasure appeared on his face. "People like this are just wasting air by living. It is their honor to die for me. Are you honored?" Sumu suddenly asked a man in black behind him. The man in black was instantly filled with fervor and knelt on one knee. "Glory! To die for the leader is such an unparalleled honor. We scum, the bane of society, are given meaning to our lives by you, leader, and given a new lease on life. We will carry out your will with our lives." Those fanatical words made Nanmo even more frightened. She sensed a deep arrogance from Sumu, an arrogance that disregarded life, disregarded everything, and looked down upon the world, as if he were the only real person in the world, and everyone else was just a tool for his amusement, an NPC. At this moment, young Dongqing had arrived at the second floor of the poisonous Snake Gang headquarters. There were 5 floors in total, and each floor was filled with ambushes and traps. Upon reaching the second floor, one is immediately struck by the dark gold Ouroboros engraved on the wall, its patterns so lifelike they seem almost alive. Rows of white candles are placed in the corners, emitting the fragrance of jasmine. Yang Dongqing paid no attention to any of that. His attention was entirely focused on the dark muzzle of a gun not far away. There were only 2 members of the Viper Gang who appeared this time, but both of them were armed with 2 guns and stood like 2 gatekeepers, blocking the way. Where is Jasmine? The answer to Yang Dongqing was a gunshot. Bang! A fleeting flash of light appeared from the black muzzle of the gun, and a brass-colored bullet whistled out. Yang Dongqing did not dodge. He was no faster than a bullet. A bullet ricocheted off his body, leaving a hole in his clothes that revealed his skin, which gleamed with a metallic sheen. Yang Dongqing stared at the two of them expressionlessly. This kind of toy. Bang, bang, bang. The burst of gunfire abruptly interrupted his boastful speech. Ding, ding, ding. The barrage of bullets seemed to hit an impenetrable wall, leaving only holes in Yang Dongqing's clothes, but no other injuries. In the monitoring room, Sumu watched the power displayed by his opponent and became increasingly satisfied. At the same time, he also noticed Yang Dongqing's weakness, which was his eyes. When the bullets struck, Yang Dongqing covered his eyes with his hand. In that case, let's use grenades, Sumu calmly instructed over the walkie-talkie. As the order was given, the two men in black, armed with guns, pulled out grenades from their pockets. Upon seeing this, Yang Dongqing was clearly no longer calm. His expression changed slightly, and he suddenly rushed towards the two men in black. He was so fast that the two men didn't even have time to throw their grenades. However, if I can't throw it away, then I won't. For the leader! Two men in black, holding grenades high, rushed towards Yang Dongqing without regard for their own safety. Boom! A violent explosion rang out, and the surrounding walls were blown apart. After the smoke cleared, only two broken corpses remained, along with Yang Dongqing, who was unharmed. Sumu's gaze grew even more intense. Was the extraordinary level really that strong? Yang Dongqing has been a superhuman for less than a month, yet he is already able to ignore bullets and withstand grenades. The next moment, a violent cough interrupted his thoughts. In the video, Yang Dongqing is seen coughing uncontrollably, with blood gushing from his mouth. However, he does not stop walking. He simply wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth and continues on his way. Is his weakness in his internal organs? It seems his internal organs aren't made of steel. The third layer features the same Ouroboros pattern and the same white candles. The difference was that the enemy consisted of two people dressed in heavy firefighting suits, wielding huge flamethrowers. Upon seeing Yang Dongqing, they attacked without saying a word. The raging flames, like a tidal wave, instantly filled the entire corridor, engulfing Yang Dongqing's figure. But the next moment, a figure covered in charred soot suddenly burst out of the sea of fire, rushing towards the two men in protective suits, like a swift cheetah. The two seemed to have anticipated their fate, so they threw away their flamethrowers, took out the hand grenades they had advanced Yang Dongqing. For the leader! Boom! The two were blown to pieces, and Yang Dongqing was clearly not in good shape either. His internal organs were damaged again, causing him to vomit mouthfuls of blood. His hair and eyebrows were all burned off, and his clothes were turned into black charcoal, clinging tightly to his body, obviously made of plastic. But judging from his speed of action, there shouldn't be any major problems. In the monitoring room, Nan Mo had been staring in astonishment for a long time. Only now did she understand what kind of person the man who had held her and slept with her all night was. Invulnerable to swords and spears, impervious to water and fire. He's practically a Superman. Is this the legendary superhuman? She learned the term superhuman from Sumu. No wonder Sumu went to such lengths to capture Yang Dongqing. If it were Yang Dongqing, perhaps. Nan Mo glanced at Sumu, out of the corner of her eye, but saw no fear in him, only amusement, like a hunter discovering an interesting prey. For some reason, she suddenly felt that the man in front of her was far more terrifying than Yang Dongqing, who was an extraordinary being. Aren't you worried at all? Nan Mo suddenly asked. Worried? Worried about what? You're targeting a superhuman like this. What do you think he'll do once he finds out you're the mastermind? It's obvious your subordinates can't stop him. Sumu tilted his head slightly, his insightful eyes fixed on her. Are you testing me? Nanmo's face stiffened. I was just curious. Sumu smiled gently. Rather than worrying, I'm looking forward to it. Expect? Imagine young Donking actually coming to me, only to find his beloved woman unharmed, even eating an M9 steak. What would his reaction be? Nan Mo's face turned pale instantly. She understood what Sumu meant. What would happen to Yang Dongqing when he found out that she was actually in cahoots with the poisonous snake gang? She didn't want to think about it, and she didn't dare to think about it. It must be very interesting. A gentle voice rang out in the monitor room, but it sent chills down Nan Mo's spine. Relax, it won't be that easy for him to find me. The fourth layer is poison gas. The previous tests have confirmed that he is only invulnerable to blades and bullets on the surface, but his internal organs are relatively vulnerable. This means that he is not immune to poison gas. This is a special poison gas that I got from the black market at a high price. I think even a superhuman would have a hard time withstanding it. What if he holds on and finally manages to reach you? Hearing this question, Sumu laughed even harder. That's even more interesting. I think I'll probably be torn to shreds, ha ha ha. He seemed to have envisioned this scene and was looking forward to it. Nan Mo no longer knew how she felt. Some unrelated thoughts even popped into her mind. She recalled her childhood before her father started gambling, when her family was very happy. She once got a perfect score on a test, and her father rewarded her by saying they would go to the amusement park on the weekend, which made her happy for a whole week. The thought of that blissful anticipation is enough to make you smile. She discovered that Sumu was in this state right now. Want to play a game? Sumu suddenly asked Nan Mo. Nan Mo felt an instinctive sense of panic. She knew that Sumu was in no condition to say anything good. What game? Nan Mo took a deep breath, trying to appear calm. In this game of choosing one of two, who do you think will win? Will I capture Yang Dongqing, or will Yang Dongqing tear me apart? Nan Mo fell silent. She couldn't understand why the man in front of her could treat his life like a game. I don't know, and I don't want to choose. No, you want to. Sumu tapped the tabletop lightly with his fingers, the knuckles making a dull, rhythmic thud against the mahogany surface. I'm allowing you to leave now. You can go and tell Yang Dongqing that there's poison gas on the 4th floor. Nan Mo's pupils suddenly contracted. She had indeed just thought about it, pretending to go to the toilet to see if she could find an opportunity to tell Yang Dongqing. Because Sumu gave her a very dangerous feeling, she simply didn't believe what Sumu would do after capturing Yang Dongqing. Would someone who doesn't even care about their own life care about the lives of others? She didn't want Yang Dong to die because of her. He's testing me. Nan Mo realized what was happening and tried to remain calm, saying, "It's no use telling him. When he sees that I'm unharmed and can freely come and go in and out of the Viper gang, he'll definitely notice and kill me in a fit of rage." Sumu smiled slightly. That's not necessarily true. You can make up a lie, like your brother was coerced by the poisonous snake gang, and you suddenly realized your mistake, risked your life to escape, and warned him that there was a poisonous gas trap ahead, and he should never go in. Finally, drop some small pearls, give a sincere apology, and have a passionate kiss. After all this, how do you think Yang Dongqing will react? Nan Mo didn't speak. She only felt a chill run down her spine. This man, he's toying with me. He's treating Yang Dongqing and me like toys, manipulating us at will. At this moment, Sumu continued, "Of course Yang Dongqing chooses to forgive you. Alright, he'll be going to the 4th floor soon. Make a decision quickly. Stay with me or go find Yang Dongqing?" Now that things had come to this point, Nan Mo could no longer remain silent. Although fear lingered in her eyes, a stubbornness also remained. She looked directly into Sumu's eyes, even though her vision was blocked by his brown-tinted glasses. "What exactly do you want to do?" Sumu was somewhat surprised. "Is it hard to understand? I'm giving you a chance to live. If I lose, and he comes to our door and sees us having a pleasant conversation, steak, red wine, and a candlelight dinner, it will be too late for you to apologize. You'll definitely be dead. Of course, if I win, you can go home safely, and your younger brother can become the factory manager of Chengxin Machinery Factory. If you go to find Yang Dongqing and I lose, you and Yang Dongqing will live happily ever after. If I win, that would be even better, since I'm not a bad person. I just want to ask Yang Dongqing a few questions. You can also go home peacefully, and your younger brother can become the factory manager. The choice is presented to you. What would you choose?" Sumu crossed his arms, rested his chin on his hands, and looked at Nan Mo with great interest. With these conditions laid out, even a fool would know which option to choose. But Nan Mo was still uneasy and felt very anxious. "What exactly are you plotting?" Sumu shrugged helplessly. "Miss Jasmine, you really misunderstand me. Since we started working together, have I ever hurt you or your family? Has the compensation I offered not satisfied you? There isn't, but... All right, time is running out." In the scene, Yang Dongqing has already started heading to the 4th floor. Nan Mo panicked for a moment. She stood up, gave Sumu a complicated look, and was about to walk out. Just as he opened the door, he said, "Wait a minute." Sumu called out to Nan Mo, who turned around with anger burning in her eyes. She knew that the man in front of her would never let her leave. Those members of the poisonous snake gang couldn't do anything to Yang Dongqing, so they could only rely on lies and gas. How could they possibly ask him to warn them? "You're playing tricks. It's fate that we met. Consider this a farewell toast to you." Sumu smiled, raised his glass, and very gentlemanly handed Nan Mo's glass over. Nan Mo took the wine glass, gave Sumu a deep look, and then drank it all in one gulp. Inevitably, a delicate lip print was left on the rim of the transparent cup. "I wish you success." Bang! The gate was tightly closed, and Nan Mo's figure had already left. Sumu's smile deepened as he raised his glass and downed the red wine in one gulp. "Chief, are we really going to let her go and deliver the message like this? Isn't that too risky? What if..." Zhao Chaoyao, who had been standing like a statue in the corner, suddenly stepped forward, his face full of worry. Sumu frowned slightly, as if his pleasant mood had been abruptly interrupted. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Zhao Chaoyao's expression changed drastically instantly, and he immediately knelt on one knee. "This subordinate dares not." Sumu shook his head helplessly. "Foolish man, let me ask you, do you really think the poison gas in the 4th level can stop a superhuman? It should be okay, right?" Zhao Chaoyao pondered. After all, superhumans are still human, and need to breathe. Once inhaled, that kind of special poison gas can knock down even an elephant. "Hey, you know you need to breathe, right? How long can you hold your breath?" Zhao Chaoyao scratched his head. 1 minute. "How long do you think Yang King can hold his breath?" "It should take longer than mine, after all. He's a superhuman. It should take at least 2 minutes. Do you understand?" Zhao Chaoyao was even more bewildered. "Understand what?" Sumu was speechless. He should have kept one of the high-ranking members of the Viper gang back then. At least there were some smart people in there, unlike Zhao Chaoyao, who was all muscle and no brains. How big is the entire 4th level? As a superhuman, Yang Dongqing can cross the 4th level in just 20 seconds if he runs at full speed. Even if I set up an iron gate to block him, he can break through it in 1 minute and 40 seconds with his steel body. Do you understand now? Zhao Chaoyao finally understood, His expression changed drastically, and he quickly got up and reached out to help Sumu. "What are you doing, Chief? Since we can't stop him even at the 4th level, let's leave quickly. My death is a small matter, but you must not be lost." Bang! Sumu couldn't resist tapping Zhao Chaoyao's bald head with his snakeskin cane. "Get lost. What do you think I let Nan Mo go there for?" Zhao Chaoyao was taken aback. "Of course it's for—" "Never mind." Sumu sighed. "You wouldn't understand even if I explained it to you. All you need to know is that Nan Mo is the real 4th level." Yang Dongqing, charred black and bald, arrived at the 4th floor without stopping. This extraordinary person, who had previously faced dozens of people attacking him without flinching from being slashed, shot, or burned, finally changed his expression at this moment. He saw a beautiful figure at the end of the 4th floor. "Jasmine!" Yang Dongqing shouted in surprise. He was at the entrance of the 4th floor. After entering, there was a wide and empty hall. Nan Mo was standing at the exit of the 4th floor, separated from him by the hall. "Jasmine, thank goodness. Are you all right?" Yang Dongqing excitedly rushed towards Nan Mo, but Nan Mo's expression drastically. "Don't come any closer!" Yang Dongqing was taken aback. "What's wrong, Jasmine?" "Don't worry, I'm here." "Don't come any closer! Go back. There's poison gas here." Nan Mo shouted hoarsely across the hall, her pretty face flushed with anxiety. "Poison gas." Yang Dongqing's expression changed slightly, and he stopped in his tracks. The joy he had felt upon seeing Jasmine slowly faded, and as his excitement subsided, he quickly realized that something was wrong. Why is Jasmine all alone here? Wasn't she kidnapped? She's completely unharmed. "Jasmine, what exactly is going on?" "Yang Dongqing, I'm sorry I lied to you. Please don't come over, it's a trap." Nan Mo's voice choked as she said this, and her beautiful face was full of apology. "You lied to me?" Yang Dongqing's face immediately turned ugly. He wasn't stupid, he vaguely realized something. "I'm sorry, I was forced into it, Sumu." "Sumu?" Yang Dongqing was taken aback. "You mean my classmate Sumu?" It was him. He's the leader of the Viper gang. He threatened me with my brother, forcing me to put on a show to lure you here. His goal is the extraordinary power within you. I had no choice but to agree. But after getting to know you, I discovered you're a good person. I don't want you to die, I'm sorry." The glistening tears fell like a broken beaded curtain. Yang Dongqing remained silent, his head bowed, the shadows obscuring his face and making his expression unreadable. The next moment, thud! His footsteps echoed as he landed heavily on the 4th floor. Nan Mo panicked instantly. "No! Don't come any closer. Please don't come any closer." Yang Dongqing seemed not to hear, and walked step by step into the hall on the 4th floor, his steps more determined than ever before. Bang! As soon as he entered, the iron gate at the entrance behind him closed automatically and locked completely, along with the iron gate at the exit where Nan Mo was. The cold, unfeeling iron gate separated the passionate man and woman. Nan Mo was extremely anxious. She pounded on the iron gate desperately, calling out, "Yang Dongqing, Yangqing." Sizzle! Pale purple toxic gas began to seep into the sealed hall, gradually engulfing Yang Dongqing's figure. Surrounded by poison gas, Yang Dongqing showed no sign of panic. Instead, a cold smile appeared on his lips. He even looked up at the camera in the corner of the hall and sneered. "You know nothing about the extraordinary," he said silently. Then, holding his breath, he suddenly accelerated, turning into a blur as he rushed toward the iron gate at the 4th floor exit. "Jasmine, stay away!" Bang! Bang! He repeatedly rammed his body against the iron gate, the steel-like body making a violent roar against the gate. The seemingly indestructible iron gate deformed and collapsed at a visible speed under his impact. Until The entire iron gate was smashed off. A fierce figure leaped out of the purple mist, and Jasmine, who was hiding not far away, stared in disbelief at the scene. Yang Dongqing, you... Before she could finish speaking, she crashed into a hard chest, her feet left the ground, and her body moved with Yang Dongqing. Behind them, a purple mist continued to rage and spread. Yang Dongqing carried Nan Mo and ran all the way to the 5th floor. Seeing that the poison gas was not going up, he stopped. He still didn't let go of Nan Mo, but instead looked carefully at the tearful person in his arms. Two pairs of equally fervent eyes met at that moment. You scared me? Why did you do that? Do you know how dangerous it is? Nan Mo said, her voice trembling with tears. Yang Dongqing's cold expression softened as if an iceberg were melting, and he whispered to the tearful person in his arms, Silly girl, it's because you're here. Nan Mo's eyes widened slightly as if something had struck the softest part of her heart, and her body trembled. Tears welled up again. But I lied to you, it's all my fault. A hint of pity flashed in Yang Dongqing's eyes as she gently interrupted. I don't blame you. In fact, I'm very grateful to Sumu. It's because of this that I was able to meet you. Nan Mo stared blankly at the man in front of her. At this moment, she could no longer control her surging emotions. Following her most instinctive impulse, she wrapped her fair arms around Yang Dongqing's neck, leaned forward, and kissed him deeply. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Even in the depths of danger, nothing could stop the most sincere and passionate emotions. Of course, the villainous Viper gang members wisely refrained from causing trouble. This is love. In the monitoring room, Sumu smiled and exclaimed that he had seen the whole process through the monitor screen, and it felt just like watching a TV series. Chief, you are truly amazing. The plot is exactly as you described. A sudden change of heart, a desperate escape, warning of the trap, a sincere apology, a passionate kiss, and the finishing touch of the little pearl. Zhao Chaoyao, standing to the side, began to flatter him, but the next said worriedly, But Chief, considering the time, shouldn't we run away? He's already past the 4th level. Sumu smiled mysteriously. You're wrong. He didn't succeed, in fact he failed. Zhao Chaoyao was a little stunned. He looked at the man and woman still kissing in the surveillance video. It seemed like the male and female protagonists were getting together in a happy ending. Where did he go wrong? Let's get ready and go meet the male lead of our play. The two kissed for a minute before separating. It's a little salty. Yang Dongqing reminisced about his first kiss. You're so annoying. Those are tears. Nan Mo playfully punched his chest a few times. I haven't even said anything to you yet. You smell like burning. At this point, she seemed to remember something and quickly grabbed Yang Dongqing to examine him closely. Are you all right? Injury. Then let's run away quickly. Yang Dongqing smiled dismissively. It's Sumu who should be running away. Nan Mo's expression changed slightly. Do you still want to go forward? Of course. Sumu actually dared to use you. I'll know the price of offending a superhuman. Jasmine, don't worry, I'll take care of everything. I'll protect you, Yang Dongqing said firmly. However, Nan Mo was still very worried. The man's face kept appearing in her mind, his calm madness, his always confident look, which made her very uneasy. By the way, Jasmine, how did you escape? Nan Mo's eyes darted away. The entire Viper gang went to deal with you. There was only one person watching over me. I pretended to go to the toilet and then came to tell you. Thanks a lot. Yang Dongqing held Nan Mo's hand and walked step by step to the depths of the 5th floor. Soon, a huge wall with dark gold patterns came into view. On either side of the wall stood 2 rows of men in sharp suits, armed with guns, each with a black snake tattooed on their neck and wearing a black gas mask. Yang Dongqing shielded Nan Mo behind him, staring at the group with murderous intent. Suddenly, the two rows of men in black changed their actions, taking a step back to clear the path in the center. They lowered their heads slightly and stared at the wall with fanatical expressions, as if they were welcoming the arrival of some important figure. Yang Dongqing narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew that the mastermind behind it all must have arrived. Under his gaze, a bald, burly man in a black suit slowly pushed a wheelchair out from behind the wall. The person in the wheelchair was dressed in a sharp suit, holding a snakeskin cane, and had a handsome face that even his brown-tinted glasses couldn't hide, though that face had a sickly pallor. "Leader!" A dozen or so men in black shouted with fanaticism, and bowed in unison to welcome the other party's arrival. "Sumu!" Yang Dongqing's expression grew even colder. "It really was you!" Sumu, sitting in his wheelchair, smiled and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you here, Yang Dongqing, classmate." You won't be happy for long." Yang Dongqing snorted coldly, his gaze towards Sumu, filled with murderous intent. "Oh? But didn't you just say you were very grateful that I arranged for you to meet Jasmine?" Yang Dongqing's eyes turned cold. "Enough with the nonsense. You threatened Jasmine first, and then you dared to send people to attack me. Tell me, how do you plan to die?" Sumu showed no fear in the face of the threat from the superhuman, and even had the leisure to play with the snake-patterned wooden cane in his hand. Yang Dongqing's gaze unconsciously shifted, glancing at the dark gold pattern on the top of the snakeskin cane. "Before you take action, why don't you listen to my conditions? You are indeed very strong, but have you considered Jasmine behind you? Bullets have no eyes. If one were to accidentally leave a hole in this beautiful body, it wouldn't be so beautiful." Upon hearing this, Yang Dongqing's face immediately turned ugly. "Are you threatening me?" Nan Mo's face paled as she realized why Sumu had let her go. Sumu must have known from the beginning that the poison gas on the 4th floor was useless, so he sent himself there to become Yang Dongqing's weakness, so that Yang Dongqing would not be able to freely. But then she thought about it again and realized that it wasn't right. If she wanted to restrain Yang Dongqing, she could have simply taken herself as a hostage. Sumu shook his head. "Don't put it so harshly, it's just a friendly reminder. After all, you don't want anything to happen to Miss Jasmine, right?" Upon hearing this, Nan Mo's delicate body trembled, and she subconsciously shrank back behind Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing sensed the woman's fear and hesitated to act rashly. At this moment, Sumu continued, "It seems I can state my conditions now. Actually, there is no enmity between us. I invited you here today simply to ask you a few questions. What's the problem?" Sumu smiled slightly and said calmly, "For example, how to obtain extraordinary power?" Yang Dongqing immediately sneered. "You think you're worthy of coveting the extraordinary?" Sumu wasn't annoyed, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Don't be so absolute. If you can do it, why can't I?" A flash of anger crossed Dongqing's. Forget about it. Listen to the terms first. 1 million for clues about supernatural power. In District 13, this number is already astronomical, since most of the wealth is concentrated in the district. Not enough. Sumu seemed to have anticipated this and immediately raised the price. 10 million. Yang Dongqing sneered. "Sumu, I thought you were a smart man, but I didn't expect you to be so foolish. Killing you will still give me the money." Sumu shrugged indifferently. "If we can't reach an agreement, then there's no need to talk about it." Click, click! The sound of more than a dozen pistols being cocked rang out, and the Viper gang members, standing on either side of Sumu, raised their guns. Yang Dongqing's expression was solemn, and killing intent emanated from his body. In an instant, the two sides were on the verge of drawing their swords. Jasmine, don't worry. As long as you stand behind me, I will take all the bullets for you. Their bullets are not unlimited. Once the magazine is empty, it will be Sumu's death, he whispered to Nanmo to comfort her. Sumu looked at the two of them with interest, then waved his hand. In an instant, gunfire erupted. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of gunfire erupted as bullets tumbled from their barrels, weaving a web of fire in the dimly lit hall. At the same time, tiny burst forth from Yang Dongqing's body, caused the bullets exploding upon impact. His robust body kept shifting backward slightly. His body could withstand the bullets, but it was inevitably affected by the impact of the bullets. The shooting lasted for a full half-minute. With each empty shell, Yang Dongqing, who had been keeping his head down in defense, finally raised his head. He was panting heavily, looked at the group people who were out of bullets, and gave a smile. Next, it's my turn. Just as he was about to make a move, he saw Sumu calmly reach into his robes. Yang Dongqing's expression immediately tightened, and he quickly stopped in his tracks. He almost forgot that Sumu hadn't fired a shot. The next second, Yang Dongqing was stunned, because what Sumu pulled out of his pocket was not a pistol, but a retro dark gold openwork pocket watch. Bite! The pocket watch was flicked open, making a crisp sound. Yang Dongqing also saw the intricate patterns on it. The dark gold openwork patterns were dense and eventually intertwined to form an Ouroboros. It's almost time, Sumu said calmly. Immediately afterwards, he stood up from his wheelchair, leaning on a snake-patterned wooden cane with one hand, and walked step by step toward Yang Dongqing. This bizarre scene made Yang Dongqing wary. What exactly do you want to do? Are you going to your death? Sumu smiled slightly. Yang Dongqing, haven't you noticed yet? What did you notice? Do you feel a little dizzy? Dizziness? Yang Dongqing's expression changed slightly. He had felt somewhat dizzy since arriving on the 5th floor, but hadn't taken it seriously, attributing it to his previous injury. Could it be? Do you feel fatigued in your limbs? Or is your vision blurry? After Sumu said that, he did feel a bit tired and his vision was blurry. He shook his head violently, trying to get rid of the feeling. Yang Dongqing, Nanmo asked anxiously, are you all right? What on earth is going on? Yang Dongqing was starting to panic. At this moment, Sumu, like an elegant villain in a movie, began to declare his victory as he walked. You've been poisoned. Yang stared intently at Sumu. This is impossible. I didn't inhale any of the poisonous gas from the 4th layer. How could I be poisoned? Smiled amiably. Who said? You were poisoned by the 4th level of poison. Yang Dongqing was stunned, because he had no idea when he had been poisoned. But Nan Mo behind him suddenly trembled, her pupils contracting sharply. Something. Yang Dongqing noticed Nan Mo's unusual behavior and realized what was going on. Was it the meal Jasmine made? At that moment, his expression was incredibly rich, a mixture of disbelief, anger, and heartbreak all mingled on his face. Jasmine, you! No! No! Nanmo explained, her face pale. It wasn't me, I didn't poison it and I ate it too. Miss Jasmine, you seem to have forgotten that you threw up once before. Sumu kindly reminded her from the side. Then I didn't poison him, Yang Dongqing. You have to believe me. I really didn't do it. It must have been Sumu who secretly poisoned him while I was cooking. Yang Dongqing's mind was in turmoil. His sense of powerlessness gradually intensified. His breathing became more rapid, and he felt a dizzying sensation. He stumbled and fell to the ground. Yang Dongqing! Nanmo was terrified and rushed to help him up. How could a weak woman like her support a man with a body of steel? All right, actually that meal wasn't poisoned. Sumu's words brought Nanmo's mood up slightly. but it was quickly plunged back into despair. However, it was indeed Miss Jasmine who poisoned her. "You're talking nonsense," Nan Mo shouted, somewhat losing her composure. "No, you do. The poison lingered on your lips." "Oh, I almost forgot. Yang Dongqing should have swallowed it all by now, right? It probably tastes a little salty, doesn't it?" Nan Mo froze for a full 2 seconds before she came to her senses and looked at Sumu in horror. "It's that glass of red wine." "No, no. You drank it too. It's a wine glass. You smeared poison on the rim of the wine glass, and then got it on my lips. I understand now. No wonder you insisted on giving me a glass of red wine as a farewell gift before I left. It was because I vomited earlier and rubbed the poison off my lips, so you made me drink it to make up for it. It was you. Holly, did you hear that? It wasn't me who poisoned it, it was Sumu, it was him." Yang Dongqing seemed not to hear him. He looked somewhat lost and dejected, his eyes dim as he looked at Nan Mo. His voice was hoarse as he said, "Didn't you say before that you sneaked out? Why were you drinking red wine with him? The fact that you were able to pinpoint my location just now means you were watching the surveillance footage, right? You were sitting in front of the surveillance camera, with him the whole time, enjoying my disheveled state while chatting and drinking red wine. Jasmine, which of your words are true and which are false?" Nan Mo was stunned. Her hands, which had been supporting Yang Dongqing, fell limply to her sides. Her beautiful face had lost all color, and she looked blank, like a puppet that had lost its soul. By the way, it wasn't just red wine she drank. Miss Jasmine had a great appetite and even ate a fine M9 steak. Sumu kindly reminded her from the side. Double kill. Double kill." One sentence at the same time broke down the psychological defenses of two people. Looking at the two people who seemed to have lost their souls, Sumu felt a pang of emotion. Love is such a strange thing. People who were passionately kissing one moment can become complete strangers the next. "May I ask my question now, Yang Dongqing, classmate?" Sumu stopped 3 meters away from Yang Dongqing, a gentle smile on his face. But to Yang Dongqing and Nan Mo, that smile was like the smile of a devil. "You, go ahead and ask," Yang Dongqing said in a low, muffled voice, his head bowed. "Okay, thank you for your cooperation. The first question is, go to hell." Suddenly the unexpected happened. Yang Dongqing, who had been powerless, suddenly sprang up, squeezing out the last bit of strength from his body, and pounced on Sumu like a hungry tiger. At this moment, the 3-meter distance between the two was the distance between life and death. With Yang Dongqing's steel body, even if his strength was weakened, as long as he touched Sumu, he could basically be declared dead. However, Sumu seemed to have been prepared, and with a light leap, he easily dodged Yang Dongqing's desperate counterattack. Bang! Yang Dongqing fell flat on his face, smashing several holes in the hard ground. He used up his last bit of strength and was too weak to get up. Resentment, anger, hatred, all sorts of negative emotions filled his eyes. He stared intently at Sumu, as if he wanted to tear him to pieces. "I knew you wouldn't cooperate obediently. After all, isn't that how it's always portrayed in TV dramas?" Sumu lightly patted the dust off his body, which had been stirred up when Yang Dongqing fell to the ground. "Now I'll ask you questions, and you'll answer them." "You're dreaming! I'd rather die than tell you, you despicable scoundrel!" Yang Dongqing roared indignantly. Sumu didn't care and just shrugged helplessly. "It seems that I have no choice but to use some special methods." "No." Nan Mo, who had been in a daze, rushed over, clutching Sumu's clothes, her delicate face covered in tears. Please don't hurt him, Jasmine." Yang Dongqing's eyes were red, and he was filled with mixed emotions. "Don't beg him. Holly, I'm so sorry. I can't let him hurt you anymore. A man and a woman gazed deeply into each other's eyes, their eyes red-rimmed. Sigh. Sumu, sandwiched between the two, sighed deeply. The way you're doing this makes me look like a bad guy. I just wanted to ask a few questions. Why are you forcing me? If that's the case, then I have no choice but to… Whoosh! A flash of silver light. Immediately afterwards, Sumu felt a chill on his neck, and a sharp, piercing sensation stung his skin. It was a gleaming dagger, and the owner of this dagger was none other than Nan Mo. Leader! Protect the leader! Zhao Chaoyao and the others' expressions changed drastically, and they were about to rush over. If you dare come any closer, I'll kill him! Nan Mo roared like a cat with its fur standing on end. Zhao Chaoyao and his men immediately became hesitant to act rashly, not daring to make a single move. Sumu, release Yang Dongqing right now, or I'll kill you! Nan Mo's hands were trembling, but her eyes were incredibly firm, because she knew she was protecting the person she loved. Jasmine, don't worry about me, you go first. Yang Dongqing was anxious. He cared more about Nan Mo than his own safety. Stektikitiske, you two are really good at changing your tune. You've made up again already? Did it even last a minute? Sumu, who was being held hostage, said with some emotion. Sumu, quickly order Yang Dongqing to be released. Unlike Sumu's relaxed demeanor, Nan Mo was extremely anxious and nervous. However, Sumu seemed not to hear and continued to say, although the process was full of the sour smell of love, it was still quite exciting, especially the end. I liked the unexpected reversal. I was originally on guard against Yang Dongqing's last-ditch counterattack, but I overlooked you, Miss Jasmine. You are very brave. Not everyone has the courage to hide a dagger in the Vagang and take me hostage. Only… Sumu suddenly changed the subject, his voice becoming low. Miss Jasmine, are you really sure you're taking me hostage? Upon hearing this, Nan Mo felt a chill run down her spine, but she still forced herself to remain calm and said, Nonsense. Are you spouting? How could it not be? For the leader! A frenzied whisper suddenly escaped Sumu's throat. Immediately, he grabbed Nan Mo's hand and slashed the dagger across her neck. Sizzle! That was the sound of a blade piercing flesh, followed by a gush of blood. Nan Mo was sprayed with hot blood. She stared blankly at Sumu, lying on the ground, her face still bearing an indelible fanaticism. I killed someone! Why? She looked at her blood-soaked hands, the dagger slipping from her grasp and striking the ground with a crisp sound. Snap, snap, snap. A sudden burst of applause rang out in the empty hall. Wonderful! Absolutely wonderful! Thank you both for presenting such a wonderful performance. Among the dozen or so men in black from the Viper gang, one thin, even somewhat frail-looking man was clapping. He slowly walked out of the crowd, then removed the gas mask from his face, revealing a pale and handsome face. Sumu, this? How is this possible? Nan Mo's voice was distorted as she looked at Sumu in disbelief. If you are Sumu, then who is he? Nan Mo trembled as she turned over the body of Sumu, lying in a pool of blood. When she saw the face clearly, she froze instantly, a chilling fear shooting through her entire body, from the top of her head. Because the face wasn't Sumu's, but a strange man who looked somewhat similar to Sumu, and seemed to be wearing makeup, making his skin appear even paler. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible, Yang Dongqing shouted from the side. Although he was weak all over, his eyes were not blind. It was clearly Sumu who was kidnapped, so how could it have become someone else now? Even if this person looks somewhat similar to Sumu, they are not so similar that he would mistake one for the other, and he is not face blind. Etc. Yang Dongqing suddenly realized that something was wrong earlier. In his memory, Sumu had always been sickly. He would suddenly have a nosebleed during class and needed to use a cane or sit in a wheelchair. It was as if a gust of wind could blow him over. How could someone with such a constitution possibly have survived his last-ditch counterattack? That light and agile back jump was something no sickly person could do. "You're a superhuman too!" Yang Dongqing raised his head in disbelief, staring intently at the newly appeared Sumu. Sumu smiled without saying a word, then turned and ordered, "Someone, take these two frightened men and women to rest." "Yes, chief." Two henchmen rushed forward and dragged away Yang Dongqing, who was lying like a dead dog, and Nan Mo, who was like a puppet. Unlike the villain, he won't ramble on, giving the opponent a chance to turn the tables. The reason the double was so arrogant was mainly to test whether Yang Dongqing had any other tricks up his sleeve. He didn't want the other party to suddenly start a murder during the interrogation. However, what was unexpected was that instead of testing Yang Dongqing, Nan Mo appeared. "Leader, you scared me to death. I thought you were—" Zhao Chaoyao looked at the body of the substitute on the ground, still shaken, and quickly walked to Sumu's side. "I understand the principle that a wise man does not stand under a dangerous wall." Sumu's voice suddenly rang out from behind Zhao Chaoyao. Zhao Chaoyao was instantly terrified. The leader was right in front of him. So why was the voice coming from behind him? He turned around abruptly and saw that among the group of men in black, a burly man removed his gas mask, revealing a pale and handsome face. "It is Sumu." At that moment, Zhao Chaoyao felt a chill run down his spine. What exactly is this? He quickly looked at Sumu in front of him, only to find that the face was becoming increasingly unfamiliar, and that he was a completely different person. Behind him, Sumu was leisurely unbuttoning his black suit jacket, revealing the bulging bulletproof armor underneath, which he was disassembling by piece. This is why he has a muscular build. Zhao Chaoyao stood there dumbfounded, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Sumu said calmly, "What's there to be so surprised about? Didn't I say that a wise man doesn't stand under a dangerous wall?" Still in shock, Zhao Chaoyao instinctively replied, "But what you did was deceive, ambush, poison, and exploit someone's feelings. That doesn't seem like the behavior of a gentleman." Sumu glanced at Zhao Chaoyao indifferently, startling the other party into abruptly changing the subject. "Chief, you've found excellent doubles. They even resemble you to some extent. Such a rare find indeed." He paused for a moment, then cautiously glanced at Sumu. "By the way, leader, is this another stand-in you have now?" Sumu ignored him, instead taking out his brown glasses from his pocket and putting them back on, his unusually deep eyes slowly disappearing from view. Whether it looks like the real thing or not is not important. Matters is the hypnosis. There were calming candles on every floor of the Viper Gang headquarters, and he used them all the way through the battles. Coupled with the numerous hints of the Ouroboros symbol and Nanmo's prior disclosure of my information, which created a preconceived notion in his mind, all of this was laying the groundwork, this hypnosis. The reason for specifically finding a similar-looking substitute was mainly because I had never hypnotized a superhuman before, just to be on the safe side. "Brilliant. Leader, you are truly brilliant." Zhao Chaoyao's expression grew even more fervent, but then a hint of doubt appeared on his face. "By the way, leader, what about the poisoning? When I heard your double talk about it just now, I was shocked, but now that I think about it carefully, it seems like there's something wrong with it. Nanmo's lips are poisonous, but what if she... them halfway through? And what if she hadn't kissed Yang Dongqing? Then wouldn't that mean my plan will not fail? Sumu smiled mysteriously. Because there is no poison at all. What? Zhao Chaoyao was shocked, and his CPU suddenly got a little hot. Have you heard of the water dripping sound murder experiment? Someone wants such an experiment. They blindfolded a bound death row inmate and told him to bleed him dry. Then they applied a little stinging to his wrist and let a faucet drip water continuously, making a dripping sound. Some time later, the death row inmate really did die. However, the truth is that he did not bleed. He was only dripping water from beginning to end. This is the effect of psychological suggestion. At this point, a look of intoxication appeared on Sumu's face. He seemed to enjoy this power to manipulate people's hearts. The power of psychological suggestion is very strong, so strong that when you think you are dead, you really are dead. Similarly, when Yang Dongqing thought he was poisoned, under the influence of mental hypnosis, he would show symptoms of poisoning. Zhao Chaoyao's mouth was wide open. He didn't understand, but he was deeply shocked. Sumu frowned slightly. Is it that hard to understand? But Chief Dongqing's poisoning was based on his belief that he was poisoned. What about his initial dizziness and weakness? This isn't just psychological suggestion, is it? Sumu was even more speechless. If you were anxious and rushed here, and went through a bloody battle, took several grenades, and were burned. When you were burned, the calming candles were completely melted, releasing a lot of calming fragrance, which you inhaled into your body. Finally, they even had you hold your breath in the gas chamber for 1 minute. Kiss for 1 minute. Do you think that would make you dizzy? Zhao Chaoyao remained silent, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. He thought about it seriously and finally came up with an answer. I will die. You son of a bitch! Bang! Sumu struck Zhao Chaoyao's bald head hard with his snakeskin, saying, I really shouldn't be explaining to you. Zhao Chaoyao clutched his head, wincing in pain, but still flattered. Leader, I was too dull, but I really tried my best to understand your profound words. The way you pretended to be the way you were so strategic was simply like a god descending to earth. Please explain it to me again. He racked his brains and came up with 2 idioms, then slapped them both out in one breath. Looking at Zhao Chaoyao's fawning manner, Sumu suddenly felt a headache coming on again. He had drunk some red wine earlier, which had relieved his headache, but now the ailment had returned. Ah! If only hypnosis could make people smarter. But he knew it was impossible. Even after being hypnotized, a poor student like him couldn't solve math problems he used to be unable to do. That's how fair mathematics is. If you don't know it, you just don't know it. If you can't understand the extraordinary version, then I'll tell you the ordinary version. Actually, I poisoned it. Zhao Chaoyao was a little confused. Why did he poison her 1 minute and not the next? Chief, is it poisonous or not? Sumu continued. The food that Jasmine made for Yang Dongqing was actually poisonous, but the poison in that ingredient won't take effect unless a chemical reaction occurs. I also poisoned the glass of red wine that Jasmine was drinking from. This poison itself is harmless, but it can act as a catalyst for the previous poison. Therefore, when the two kissed, the poison in Yang Dongqing's body reacted strangely with the poison on Jasmine's lips, resulting in actual poisoning. Zhao Chaoyao was shocked, but he quickly realized the blind spot. That's right, Chief. Jasmine also ate. Oh right, she threw up once. So, does that mean her vomiting after watching the security footage was also caused by your hypnosis? At that moment, he felt a chill run down his spine. Just then, Sumu laughed and said, "Wanna hear a third version?" What? There's a third version. Yes, the third version is a mixture of the extraordinary and ordinary versions. I used the poison and the psychological suggestion. Young Donking was poisoned because of the dual effect. Otherwise, how could an extraordinary person be poisoned so easily? Upon hearing this, Zhao Chaoyao was completely stunned. He felt an itch on his head as if his brain was about to grow. Chief, which version is the real one? Sumu smiled without saying a word, then walked away leaning on his cane, leaving Zhao Chaoyao scratching his head incessantly. He can't let himself be the only one with this headache. Chief, wait for me. Which version is the real one? Please tell me. Leader, can I ask you a different question? Why don't you just hypnotize Jasmine and make her carry out your orders instead of making her choose? In the end, a substitute has to die. Sumu slowly stopped. In the dimly lit corridor, he did not turn around. His calm voice rang out, echoing into Zhao Chaoyao's ears. Because I like surprises. Zhao Chaoyao was stunned, staring blankly at the figure shrouded in darkness, not understanding the meaning of those words. Don't you find the struggles of human nature interesting? A life where you control everything is just boring. Sumu's soft voice gradually faded into the distance. In the Viper Gang's dungeon, Yang Donking was bound by iron chains as thick as a baby's arm and secured to a steel chair that was welded to the ground and could not be moved. Standing next to him was a middle-aged man wearing a white coat. After Sumu entered the dungeon, the man in the white coat bowed enthusiastically. Chief, how is the situation? He asked, ignoring Yang Donking's eyes that were practically spitting fire. The man in the white coat quickly replied, I've done as you instructed, letting him inhale the paralyzing gas every hour. I assure you, he doesn't have the strength to move a single finger now. Sumu nodded, then turned his gaze to Yang Donking, who was imprisoned. Sumu, you despicable scoundrel. Even if I die, I will never answer a single question from you. Oh? Sumu pushed up his brown-tinted glasses, a playful smile playing on his lips. You're not afraid of death, so what about Miss Jasmine? Yang Donking froze, then flew into a rage, his eyes bloodshot and his muscles bulging. The next moment, the iron chains wrapped around his body were pulled with tremendous force, making a cracking sound. If you dare lay a finger on Jasmine, I will tear you to pieces. Sumu looked at the man in the white coat with a blank expression. The man in the white coat immediately broke out in a cold sweat. This is impossible. He just inhaled the paralyzing gas. Even an elephant couldn't move in such a short time. Chief, I'll increase the dosage immediately. Please put on your gas mask. A moment later, the two put on gas masks, and as the man in the white coat pressed a button, a hissing sound, large amounts of white smoke were released from the pipes in the room. A few minutes later, Yang Donking, who had been struggling violently, completely lost his strength. Sumu carefully examined Yang Donking through his gas mask, seemingly lost in thought. His strength seems to be related to emotions or willpower. After mentioning Nan Mo, his emotions turned angry, and his previously paralyzed body suddenly regained some power. To conduct further experiments, Sumu slowly walked to Yang Donking's side. Looking at Yang Donking, whose pupils were slightly focused, he leaned down and whispered in his ear, Jasmine is very moist. Teng! Yang Donking, whose eyes had been unfocused, suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, and a tearing power surged from his body. Ah! I'll fucking kill you! Click! He struggled violently, the iron chains around his body trembling wildly, even causing the entire dungeon to shudder. Leader, run! He's about to break free. The man in the white coat was terrified, his face pale. In his eyes, Yang Donking was like a man-eating beast about to be unleashed. However, Sumu remained unmoved, calmly scrutinizing Yang Donking. In an instant, a massive surge of mental energy erupted, attempting to hypnotize him, but it encountered tremendous resistance when it entered Yang Dongqing's mind. A realization flashed in his eyes. Sure enough, Yang Dongqing's power seemed to be related to intangible things like emotions and willpower. As Yang Dongqing grew angrier, his strength increased, and even his mental resistance also increased significantly. "Go and bring Miss Jasmine here," Sumu ordered. The man in the white coat quickly did as instructed. Before long, Nan Mo, fully clothed, appeared in the dungeon. The moment Nan Mo appeared, Yang Dongqing, who was furious, finally calmed down a little. Jasmine, are you all right? Did they hurt you?" Yang Dongqing asked urgently. "No, they didn't hurt me. They just locked me up." "Dongqing, are you all right?" Namo welled up with tears as she watched her lover being chained up in heavy iron chains. Seeing that Nan Mo was all right, Yang Dongqing's internal energy seemed to subside. "Jasmine, don't worry, I will definitely get you out of here." He suddenly looked at Sumu. "Didn't you want to ask me questions? Fine, I'll tell you. As long as you release Jasmine, I'll tell you everything." Unexpectedly, Sumu shook his head. "Don't like things that are too easy to get, so you'd better not talk about it yet." Yang Dongqing was stunned. He looked at Sumu as if he were looking at a madman. "Too easy to get? You've been planning this for so long, and so many of your underlings have died, and now you're saying it's too easy? Are you insane?" Sumu ignored him and instead ordered his men, "Take Miss Jasmine back to her room. No one is to approach her without my permission. Oh, and I'll send her a bottle of red wine and a fine M9 steak." Nanmu. In the end, Nanmo was taken away. Sumu also left the dungeon. He wasn't the lunatic Yang Dongqing described. He simply didn't believe Yang Dongqing. Can you believe what someone who hates you to the core says? If the other party were to fabricate information about supernatural powers, or even without fabricating anything, simply by concealing a few keywords, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, he prefers to ask questions in his own way. After everyone left, only Yang Dongqing remained in the dungeon, surrounded by deathly silence. Before long, laughter and cheerful chatter filled the dungeon, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. "Sumu, what the hell do you want to do?" Yang Dongqing roared furiously, his eyes bloodshot. Beside him was a row of voluptuous, charming young women dressed in revealing outfits. "Hey handsome, your expression is so scary. Come on, give me a smile." "You won't smile? Well, I'll give you one then. Baby, I don't know why, but my heart races whenever I see you. You can hear it if you don't believe me. Wow, ladies, this guy has a great body, all those hard muscles." "Hey. Is it really hard? I don't believe it, let me touch it." Surrounded by a group of young ladies, Yang Dongqing could no longer maintain angry expression, and even blushed a little. Inside the monitoring room, Sumu was silently observing everything. Zhao Chaoyao, who was standing next to him, stared wide-eyed. "Chief, is this the torture you were talking about?" "What? You want to try it too?" Sumu said calmly. Zhao Chaoyao swallowed hard. "It's not impossible." No, I was just joking. I can't resist that kind of temptation. I can only look but not touch. That would be so painful. But this torture wasn't quite what I had imagined. Yang Dongqing has a body of steel, and ordinary punishments cannot harm him at all. Moreover, his strength seems to be related to anger, so we must punish him without making him angry. Zhao Chaoyao looked at the monitor with envy. "But Chief, what's the use of this? It doesn't hurt at all. Do you think he'll give in?" "What I want is not submission, but to make him mentally confused and weaken his willpower." Several hours later, Yang Dongqing's eyes were bloodshot. He was panting heavily, and his throat was so dry it felt like it was about to burst into flames. To prevent him from getting tired of the same old thing, Sumu changed several groups of people along the way. Have them all withdraw. Yang Dongqing has basically adapted. Proceed to the next punishment, Sumu instructed through the walkie-talkie. Soon, all the young ladies left, leaving only Yang Dongqing, disheveled and covered in lipstick stains. Sumu, you bastard! Don't even think about making me submit with these kinds of methods. Come on, try again. Yang Dongqing cursed, panting heavily. Click! The dungeon door opened again, and this time a man with a cold face, wearing a black suit, and holding a box of powder entered. Yang Dongqing's face instantly turned green. How come it's a man now? Before he could react, the man poured the powder directly onto Yang Dongqing's body. Suddenly, Yang Dong bearable it'll itch all over his body. This is itching powder? Ha ha ha. Sumu, you son of a bitch, ha 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 ha. For a moment, the cold dungeon was filled with Yang Dongqing's cheerful laughter. Several hours later, Yang Dongqing was exhausted and his voice was hoarse from laughing. As we all know, continuous, high-spirited laughter is also very mentally taxing. This time, Yang Dongqing was completely unable to continue his tirade. He admitted that he was still young and did not expect that the real punishment was completely different from the punishment in TV dramas. It was something that could not be resisted by willpower alone. However, what he didn't expect was that even crueler punishments were yet to come. Click! The dungeon door was opened again. Fear was evident on Yang Dongqing's face as he stared intently at the doorway. Sumu slowly walked in from outside the door, carrying a thick stack of books in his hand. Seeing that the person in question had arrived, Yang Dongqing's anger resurfaced. Sumu, you... Yang Dongqing, do you know what the greatest responsibility of a student is? Sumu interrupted calmly. What trick are you trying to pull now? The biggest responsibility of a student is to study, and you, Yang Dongqing, as the student at the bottom of the class, have seriously dragged the class down. As the class monitor, I have an obligation to tutor you after class. Sumu pushed up his glasses, holding a thick stack of books in his hands, practically wearing the words, excellent in both character and academics, on his face. Sumu! You're a fucking lunatic. What the hell am I supposed to learn? Sumu shook his head in exasperation. Your attitude towards learning is extremely poor. It seems I must give you some encouragement. As he spoke, he took out a math workbook and placed it in front of Yang Dongqing. Come on, let's solve this trigonometric function problem. All the formulas you need are in the book. I'll untell you. Yang Dongqing was about to burst into a tirade, but Sumu's next words made his expression change drastically. If you can't finish this in 15 minutes, I'll cut off one of Jasmine's fingers, Sumu said with a smile. Yang Dongqing suddenly looked up, his face filled with rage. You dare! If you dare to lay a finger on Jasmine... Shh, calm down. I'm a man of my word. If I say I'll cut off one of her fingers, I won't cut off two. Now, the chance to save her is in front of you. If you really love her and don't want her to get hurt, then solve this trigonometric function problem. It's just a trigonometric function problem. You learned it in class, and the textbook is right in front of you. If you still can't do this, then don't blame me. Now begin the timer. Sumu smiled and took out a pocket watch from his pocket. The dark gold patterns on it shone brightly under the light. He placed the pocket watch on a table not far away, and then left. Yang Dongqing kept cursing, but after a while, he turned his attention to trigonometric functions. Because he knew that Sumu, this madman, was capable of anything. Phew! It's just a trigonometric function problem. Very simple. He took a deep breath and carefully examined the question. In triangle ABC, A8 a centimeter, IE3 and BE3. Find the measure of EB. Time slowly passed. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Ah! Holy crap! Just how big is this bee? There's a saying that goes, when people are pushed to the limit, they'll do anything. But that's clearly wrong, because you can't solve a math problem. If you don't know how, you simply don't know how. 15 minutes later, Sumu, leaning on his cane, gracefully entered the dungeon, carrying a crystal goblet filled with crimson wine. Yang Dongqing, do you have an answer yet? Yang Dongqing, who was completely absorbed in mathematics, suddenly looked up. At this moment, he was in a very bad mental state, with bloodshot eyes like spider webs, and he kept muttering, Sinbib Sinaa, which is also equal to the square root of 3 multiplied by sin 6 nia. 15 minutes will be up soon. Stop arguing. I'm almost done. Simbi uno. Because a b, then a b, and because sim a 2 then. Yang Dong's expression suddenly changed, and an answer blurted out. Bibi 30 ha ha ha. I figured it out. Snap snap snap. Sumu clapped his hands with a look of relief. Congratulations, young Dongqing. You saved Miss Jasmine's finger. However, before Yang Dongqing could be happy for long, Sumu took out another math problem. 15 minutes still. If you can't solve it, I'll cut off one of Miss Jasmine's toes. Sumu, you bastard! What the hell do you want to do? Sumu smiled slightly. He realized that Yang Dongqing's mental state was still too good, and he needed to do a few more math problems. You only have 15 minutes. After saying that, he walked away, leaning on his cane. After venting his frustrations, Yang Dongqing, who was on the verge of a mental breakdown, had no choice but to turn his attention to the new math problem. After glancing at it, he felt his vision go black. 1 3 8 20 28 1 12 256. Please find the general term formula of the sequence. Find the 20th term of the sequence. 3. From which term in this sequence does the number begin to exceed 1000? Sumu. The next day, Yang Dongqing spent a sleepless night. Because he spent the whole night doing math problems, his mathematical skills have greatly improved. He has now mastered trigonometric function formulas, arithmetic sequences, geometric sequences, linear equations in 2 variables, and other advanced mathematical techniques. At this moment, his mental state was on the verge of collapse. His eyes were sunken, his face was numb, and his eyes were lifeless. The same group of young ladies from yesterday came again, but no matter how they danced, they couldn't make Yang Dongqing's eyes move an inch. In the monitoring room, Sumu saw that the time was finally right, and he could begin hypnosis. Everything he had done before was tormenting Yang Dongqing's spirit, especially the last math problem. Only a poor student could understand the pain of racking their brains, but still not being able to figure out the answer. And Yang Dongqing just happened to be a poor student. Superhumans have high mental resistance, so their mental state must be weakened to the extreme in order to ensure the success rate of hypnosis. This time, he wanted to use deep hypnosis, not the previous psychological suggestion. Psychological suggestion is only a shallow level of hypnosis. The hypnotized subject retains their own thoughts, but will make corresponding choices or reactions under the influence of psychological suggestion. Deep hypnosis, on the other hand, is like hypnotizing the Viper gang members, completely distorting the mind of the hypnotized subject. However, this kind of deep hypnosis is not lasting and needs to be deepened every once in a while. Perhaps only when his mental strength is stronger can he achieve permanent hypnosis like a mind imprint. The dungeon door was opened again. Yang Dongqing, whose eyes were already glazed over, shuddered as if by reflex when he heard the door open, and extreme terror appeared on his face. No, I don't want to do math problems anymore. As he spoke, Yang Dongqing suddenly started gagging. Sumu was very satisfied with this. Yang Dongqing, it seems you have fully absorbed and digested that mathematical knowledge. You're even a little overwhelmed now. It seems we can move on to the final stage. Yang Dongqing seemed not to hear, and continued to mutter involuntarily, Sin kos, tankot, bite. A delicate, dark gold open-work pocket watch flicked from fingertips and landed in front of Yang Dongqing. The pocket watch was connected by a thin chain, the end of which was held in Sumu's hand. With a little force, the dark gold pocket watch began to swing. It swings very slowly but very regularly, each swing precise, like the second hand on a clock face. Look at it carefully. Sumu's deep voice rang out. At the same time, he took off his brown glasses, revealing a pair of deep and beautiful eyes as black as obsidian. Whether it was my imagination or not, those eyes seemed like luminous pearls in a dimly lit dungeon, faintly emitting a ghostly glow. A massive spiritual force began to spread throughout the dungeon. Yang Dongqing subconsciously glanced at the dark gold pocket watch in front of him. His eyes followed its swaying motion, his mind gradually drawn in, slowly. His eyes were fixed on the pocket watch. The silent darkness spread, gradually engulfing everything, and even Sumu, who was right in front of him, seemed to disappear into the darkness. Gradually, the dark gold Ouroboros on the pocket watch came to life. It wriggles and twists in the darkness, intertwining and crisscrossing, mysterious and extraordinary. Now, Sumu's eyes flashed, and an amount of spiritual power surged into Yangqing's mind like a tide, silently leaving an Ouroboros symbol in his mind. The dark golden Ouroboros seemed to be reflected in Yang Dongqing's pupils before slowly disappearing. Phew! Sumu let out a long breath, feeling unsteady on his feet, as if his body had been hollowed out. As expected of an extraordinary being, even after experiencing such inhuman torture, they still have considerable mental resistance. Fortunately, they succeeded. He shifted his gaze to Yang Dongqing, whose eyes were lifeless and blank, like a soulless doll. Yang Dongqing, Sumu said slowly. His words were like commands to activate a puppet. The moment they were input, Yang Dongqing's lifeless eyes gradually regained their color, a fervent fervor. Leader! Sumu smiled silently, but he didn't indulge in his joy too much, because he needed to obtain extraordinary power as soon as possible, since he didn't have many days left to live. How did you become a superhuman? I became an extraordinary being in the nightmare world. Nightmare world? Sumu frowned slightly. So it really was related to his dream? He remembered his dream. Every time he fell asleep, he would inevitably enter a dream, and each time he entered a dream, his mental strength would increase. What is the nightmare world? He asked his second question. The nightmare world is the world after you fall asleep. It is a world made up of countless nightmares, filled with all sorts of bizarre, terrifying, and incomprehensible nightmare monsters. As he said this, a hint of fear appeared on the face of this arrogant superhuman. This surprised Sumu. The fact that Yang Dongqing could still experience fear under hypnosis meant that the fear brought to Yang Dongqing by the nightmare world had penetrated to the bone. Yang Dongqing took a deep breath and said again, I don't know when it started, but the boundary between reality and dreams has been broken. This has led to things in dreams being able to invade reality, and people in reality being able to mistakenly enter dreams. Nightmare monsters are also hidden in the real world? Sumu recalled the various rumors he had heard before. Those absurd and unbelievable, terrifying events were often talked about by students. However, at that time, he was so engrossed in his dreams that he didn't care about reality at all. That's right. If people can enter the nightmare world, then the monsters of the nightmare world can naturally invade reality. Can you imagine that kind of fear? The nightmare deep within your heart, the thing you fear most, suddenly crawling out of your dreams one day, or you falling into a real nightmare, facing the nightmare in your heart head-on, that feeling. It's simply, the fear on Yang Dongqing's face intensified. That's absolutely brilliant. Sumu's suppressed excitement dispelled Yang Dongqing's fear. He suddenly felt a sense of anticipation for the nightmare world. He had long forgotten what fear was. In the more than 100 years in the dream world, he experienced everything in the world. In the later stages, in order to consume his mental energy, he constantly created terrifying monsters or images to stimulate himself. The consequence of this is that his emotional thresholds become infinitely high, making it difficult for even the strongest fears to affect him. To be honest, this feeling is very boring. When nothing in the world can stir your heart, it's like being or a eunuch. This is not a detached state of mind that is unmoved by external gains or losses, but rather a boredom and weariness after having had enough of everything. How do I enter the nightmare world? Sumu asked expectantly. Sleep. You can only enter the nightmare world while you're asleep. It's like a nightmare you'll never wake up from. A month ago, I woke up from a deep sleep and found myself in the nightmare world. There were other people like me there, who also entered while they were asleep. We encountered a group of terrifying monsters inside. They ate people. They all died. Yang Dongqing's expression grew increasingly fearful, and he even seemed to be showing signs of breaking free from the hypnosis. Sumu narrowed slightly and quickly changed the subject. How to become an extraordinary being in the nightmare world. The Bronze Law. Yang Dongqing, a term that Sumu found familiar. What is the Bronze Law? I don't know. A look of confusion flashed in Yang Dongqing's eyes. It's like a huge net hidden in endless dimensions in the nightmare world. It is all-encompassing and omnipresent. As long as you connect to the Bronze Law, you can become a superhuman. Su's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. He could understand every word Yang Dongqing said, but he couldn't understand them when they were put together. Bronze laws? A vast net? How do we connect to the bronze laws? There is no fixed method. It all depends on individual talent. Those with high talent will sense the bronze law and connect to it upon their first entry into the nightmare world. What about those with lower talent? Those with low talent may need to enter the nightmare world multiple times to connect to the bronze law. There is another type of person who has no talent and will never be able to connect. How many times have you been to the nightmare world? Sumu. So you're saying Ning is a genius? Are all superhumans like you, possessing bodies of steel? Yang Dongqing shook his head. My extraordinary power is called Iron Heart. It is a relatively common type of extraordinary power. After obtaining Iron Heart, my physical attributes were enhanced in all aspects, and my body became comparable to steel. This physical strength can also be temporarily enhanced by willpower, emotional fluctuations, etc. Sumu seemed to be thinking about this. It seemed that Yang Dongqing was able to unleash his power after being paralyzed, and hearing that Jasmine was moist was related to this. Iron will? Iron refers to a body of steel, while ambition refers to the strengthening of that body through willpower and emotion. Simply put, the more intense the emotions, the stronger the body of steel. Or the more resolute the will, the stronger the body of steel. The bronze laws are all-encompassing, and the corresponding supernatural powers are also numerous. However, I don't know exactly what they are. Even this information is thanks to one of the nightmare apostles who came from the upper city, who told me about it last time. Nightmare apostle? Is that a nickname for people like you? Yang Gang nodded. Anyone who has entered the nightmare world, whether superhuman or ordinary, is called a nightmare apostle. This is an ominous title, because all nightmare apostles will eventually die in nightmares. The person from the upper city said that every day in this world, some unlucky people dream of becoming nightmare apostles, entering the nightmare world in their sleep. This is completely random, and anyone can be one of them. Moreover, once entered, it's like being infected with a curse. One will enter every so often, experiencing nightmare after nightmare until death. Is there any way I can enter the nightmare world? Yang Dongqing shook his head again. There's no way. Nobody knows how to enter the nightmare world, just as nobody knows how to get out of it. Being chosen as a nightmare apostle seemed completely random, with no discernible pattern. Hearing this, Sumu's expression darkened. Is it possible to become a superhuman without entering the nightmare world? Yeah, I heard from that person from the upper city that there are some extraordinary individuals hidden in this world. None of them are nightmare apostles. How did they become superhumans? I only know part of it. The man was killed by the nightmare monster before he could finish speaking. His exact words were that these superhumans in the real world are a bunch of cowardly freeloaders who grew up by sucking the blood of nightmare apostles. Yang Dongqing pondered for a moment. His tone was very angry at the time, as if he was very resistant to the identity of the nightmare apostle. That resistance was not only about facing the nightmare monster, but also about how people in the real world would also be detrimental to the nightmare apostle. Sumu's eyes flickered. Sucking the blood of the nightmare apostle? Was it the literal meaning, or... Give me some of your blood. Yes, leader. Yang Dongqing did not hesitate at all. He stretched out a finger and used his nail, which was as sharp as a blade, to make a sharp cut on his wrist. In a room filled with medical equipment and experimental devices, a man in a white coat is conducting various experiments with a dropper, holding a test tube filled with blood. How is it? Sumu asked, leaning against the corner of the wall. Chief, this blood is no different from ordinary blood. At most it's just a bit healthier. Drink it. Yes, leader. The man in the white coat drank the blood in his hand in one gulp. Sumu waited for him for a full hour, but nothing changed. It seems that the previous statement did not mean vampire, literally. He now faces two paths. One is to go to the upper city to investigate information about superhumans and learn their methods to gain superhuman power. The other is to find a way to enter the nightmare world. A superhuman. He chose the second path, with almost no hesitation. There is a natural barrier between Shangcheng District and Xiacheng District. It's not just about having money to get in. You need money, connections, and influence to obtain a residence permit in Shangcheng District. Of course, this was not a difficult task for him. It only took a little time. However, after entering, investigating the information about the superhumans would take some time, and time was what he lacked most right now. He had already spent 3 days capturing Yang Dongqing, and he only had 4 days left to live. For Sumu, none of the above reasons are actually the fundamental cause. The real reason he chose the second path was, who could resist a nightmare world where death was always a possibility, mysterious, terrifying, and thrilling? When he heard Yang Dongqing's description of the nightmare world, his long-dormant heart finally began to beat again. But how can one enter the nightmare world? Or rather, I've actually been in it all along. For a moment, Sumu thought of the dream he had every day. It was so real that it didn't feel like a dream, but it was completely different from the nightmare world that Yang Dongqing had described. In my dreams, everything is there except for danger. I can have whatever I want. According to Yang Dongqing, the only way to enter the nightmare world is through luck. If your luck is bad enough, you can dream about the nightmare world and then enter it. The problem is that as soon as I fall asleep, I enter that omnipotent dream, which is equivalent to directly blocking out the nightmare world. He pondered for a moment, and an idea gradually took shape in his mind. Sumu returned to the dungeon. When he met Yang Dongqing, he was surprised to find that Yang Dongqing had broken free from hypnosis. Keep in mind that only an hour has passed. You bastard! What did you just do to me? Yang Dongqing roared in shock and anger, clearly still shaken by the hypnosis he had just experienced. The feeling of being completely transformed is more terrifying than losing one's life. Sumu stared at him. Such high mental resistance. Are all superhumans like this? Or does Yang Dongqing's iron heart have a certain resistance by itself? Never mind, it's not important. He never intended to keep Yang Dongqing as a puppet forever. To him, there were very few interesting people in the world. But it was precisely these people who made the world colorful. He was tired of the feeling of controlling everything. This was the case when he did not completely control Nanmo before, and now he naturally would not completely control Yang Dongqing's thoughts. However, while he was unwilling to control her, it didn't mean he would let Yang Dongqing go. The two have become enemies, and letting go of an enemy would be a foolish thing to do. So Sumu began to use another method, psychological suggestion. Compared to the coercive nature of hypnosis, psychological suggestion is undoubtedly covert, difficult to detect, and can ignore mental resistance. Simply put, hypnosis is the forced control of another person's mind, which will cause resistance at the mental level. Psychological suggestion is a subtle form of brainwashing, distorting your thoughts and making you accept things naturally. Just like in the workplace, if your boss assigns you a task outside of your job description and you resist it, your boss has two ways to deal with you. One is to use their power to pressure you, telling you to get out if you don't want to do it, or to make things difficult for you. Another method is to use psychological manipulation, PUA, on you, saying that learning more things is never a bad thing, and that you are being trained so that you can play a greater role in a higher position. The relative strength of the resistance to either approach is obvious. So, Sumu is now planning to use PUA, psychological manipulation on Yang Dongqing. He sat on a chair to the side, his hands folded as he leaned on a snakeskin cane, calmly gazing at Yang Dongqing, and slowly said, Yang Dongqing, you don't want anything to happen, Miss Jasmine, do you? Yang Dongqing's expression suddenly changed. What are you trying to do now? Clang, clang, clang. The iron chains wrapped around him trembled wildly. It's nothing, just a little bit of insignificant compensation. Yang Dongqing's chest heaved violently. He suppressed the urge to burst into curses and gritted his teeth. What compensation? You arrested me, and now you want compensation from me? Sumu's face showed surprise. I invited Miss Jasmine over for a meal, to have red wine and steak, but you came to my door without any explanation, broke into my house, and started a killing spree. Tell me, shouldn't you compensate me? That's an invitation. You're clearly stealing it. I simply made a phone call to invite Miss Jasmine over. So you also used threats. All right, don't worry about these trivial details. Just tell me whether you'll compensate me or not. Pay. Yang Dongqing's face turned ashen. Although he was a poor student, he understood the principle of being at the mercy of others. Sumu nodded in satisfaction. Given that you're a penniless wretch, all you can sell is your body, so working for me for 3 years will be compensation. For Sumu, 3 years is enough. He can already control Yang Dongqing now, let alone how much his mental strength will increase in 3 years, provided that he can survive. Work for you? Yang Dongqing's expression softened slightly. This meant that he would not die for the time being, and Jasmine would be safe. He only wanted to pretend to agree now and wait for an opportunity to take revenge later. Seemed to see through his thoughts and said calmly, You should also know my abilities. Dealing with an ordinary person like Jasmine is a piece of cake. To be honest, I have already planted a thought in her mind, a thought of suicide. If you harbor any evil thoughts, Jasmine will commit suicide for me. Yang Dingqing's expression suddenly changed. Bastard. Don't hurt Jasmine. Come at me if you dare. What a touching love story, Sumu exclaimed. In that case, you should think even more about Jasmine. She loves you so much that she even dared to betray me for you. Such a good girl, her life and death are in your hands. If you agree to work for me for 3 years, I will set you free after 3 years. Yang Dong's face was grim and uncertain. He remained silent for a long time before finally saying, I promise you, but if you don't keep your promise or hurt Jasmine, I swear that even if I'm shattered to pieces, I will make you pay the price. Sumu smiled slightly. It's a pleasure to cooperate with you. At the same time, a subtle glint flashed in the eyes hidden behind the brown glasses. An invisible spiritual force began to emanate fluctuations. He was using psychological suggestion on Yang Dongqing to reinforce his thoughts. For Yang Dongqing at this point, there were 2 choices. One was to believe that he would be free in 3 years, and then cooperate sincerely. The other was not to believe, then to cooperate in name only, and wait for an opportunity to betray him. The effect of psychological suggestion is to reinforce the idea of genuine cooperation, making Yang Dongqing more inclined to choose the first option. Who do you want me to kill? Your rival? Don't be so violent. Who says gang leaders have to kill people? I still love peace, and your job doesn't involve killing. That doesn't sound like something you would say. Your first job is to help me enter the nightmare world. Yang Dongqing was shocked and remained silent for a long time. Leaving aside whether I can do it or not, do you know what entering the nightmare world means? Enough with the nonsense. I have my own plans. If I'm not mistaken, the sudden palpitations you felt during class earlier were a sign that you were about to enter the nightmare world again. Yang Dongqing nodded silently, and after a long while, said, Nightmare apostles will sense when they are about to enter the nightmare world, and they will usually enter 2 to 3 days after the sense is generated. You said before that entering the nightmare world is through sleeping and dreaming, but what if you don't sleep? Not sleeping can delay the onset of sleep, but who can stay awake forever? People will die if they don't sleep. Sumu did not comment on this. There are even extraordinary people in this world, so it is not unusual for someone to never sleep. However, Yang Dongqing has only recently come into contact with extraordinary people, so his understanding of the information is naturally limited. When entering the nightmare world, does the spirit enter while the body remains in reality? Or do both the spirit and body enter together? Yang Dongqing shook his head. I don't know either. I've only been to the nightmare world once, and who can observe whether their body is lying in bed while they're asleep? A slight glint appeared in Sumu's eyes behind his brown-tinted glasses, and thoughts suddenly formed in his mind. He wondered if his body was still lying in bed sleeping when he entered that dream of infinitely increasing spiritual power every day. Verification is also very simple. Just install a camera in the bedroom. However, now is not the time to verify. Yang Dongqing continued, I feel that the mind and body should enter together, because the nightmare world is a completely real world. It's like traveling through time. The injuries you get inside will also be carried out when you return to reality. You just said that we would enter the nightmare world in 2 to 3 days. Today should be the 3rd day, right? Yeah, because I didn't sleep last night. Otherwise I probably would have gone in last night. Why didn't you sleep last night? You! Yang Dongqing glared angrily. Why the hell am I not sleeping? Didn't you make me study math all night? A smile curved Sumu's lips. All right, don't worry about such trivial details. Just get ready to cooperate with me as we enter the nightmare world. Yang Dongqing frowned immediately. That's impossible. Nightmare world is entered randomly. As far as I know, no one can choose to enter it on their own. Sumu smiled mysteriously. You don't need to worry about that. I have my own plans. Night. Inside a luxurious room, a dozen or so men in black stood in a neat row, led by Zhao Chaoyao. Leader, as you instructed, I have gathered all the elites of the Viper Gang, Zhao Chaoyao said respectfully. Sumu carefully observed that these people were all burly and robust, with a faint aura of menace on their faces, and their waists were bulging as they carried pistols. At this moment, a bald man with no eyebrows and lipstick marks on his face looked disdainful and curled his lip. The nightmare world isn't about having a lot of people. If you bring these useless people in, they'll just be a burden in the end. Oh, right, that's assuming you actually have a way to get that many people in. The bald man speaking was Yang Dongqing. Since the two reached an agreement, Sumu had released him. Under the influence of psychological suggestion, Yang Dongqing did not cause trouble, but worked honestly, waiting to live happily ever after with Jasmine in 3 years. As for the lip print on his face, it was naturally Jasmine's. The kid wanted to see Jasmine as soon as he came out. The two cuddled for a while, and he learned from Jasmine that his younger brother had become the factory manager, that Jasmine herself had been signed by a record company. This ending can be described as a happy one for everyone. The younger brother becomes the factory manager, Jasmine is able to pursue her dreams, and Sumu also gains a bodyguard who is an extraordinary person. The only one who suffers is Yang Dongqing, who has to be a beast of burden for 3 years. Sumu ignored him and instead calmly instructed, "Prepare to go to sleep." Yang Dongqing walked straight to the only bed in the room. Unexpectedly, Sumu extended his snakeskin cane and stopped him. "Sleep on the ground." Yang Dongqing's face darkened with anger. "Isn't there a bed here? Why do I have to sleep on the floor? The bed is mine." Sumu put away her snakeskin cane and glanced at him indifferently. Yang Dongqing could only lie on the floor, cursing and swearing. At this moment, Sumu instructed Zhao Chaoyao and the others, "You all go to sleep too." Bang bang bang. A dozen or so men in black lay down on the ground and fell asleep immediately. Some even started snoring. Yang Dongqing's eyebrows twitched as he looked at him. "Do these people sleep so well?" Sumu shook his head. "It's just hypnosis. Do you want to try it?" Yang Dongqing immediately recalled unpleasant memories from the past and refused with a livid face, then closed her eyes tightly. About 10 minutes later, he slowly drifted off to sleep. He had been doing math problems all night and was already extremely exhausted. Seeing that everyone had fallen asleep, Sumu began his own plan. He pulled a dark gold pocket watch from his pocket, the watch slipping from his fingertips and swinging in the air like a pendulum. 1, 2, 3. Thump! Sumu collapsed onto the soft bed. In the vast and ethereal celestial palace, a celestial emperor stood proudly, surrounded by celestial energy, as if boundless radiance burst forth from his body. His figure was majestic and upright, as if he'd support the entire sky. And this immortal emperor was none other than Sumu. Yes, he entered his dream. Transforming into a celestial emperor was just basic stuff for him. It was a habit he had developed subconsciously. Sumu stood in the void, his magnificent immortal robe fluttering in the wind. Embroidered with the stars of the heavens, the robe seemed the ultimate truth of the universe. He slightly raised his hand, and the immortal power flowing from his sleeves transformed into dazzling light, illuminating the entire dream. Dreams have no walls, which means that dreams have no boundaries. What he needs to do now is expand. Expand the dream infinitely until it connects to Yang Dongqing's dream. In his mind, since he is the master of dreams, why can't he control the connection between his own dreams and the dreams of others? To be able to control the birth and death of the universe, with a flick of the wrist is merely connecting to a dream. It shouldn't be difficult to do. Time passed second by second. Sumu slowly closed his eyes, pushing his senses to the limit. His dream expanded wildly, like the Big Bang. Finally, he sensed something different, a very peculiar feeling, like a celestial emperor at the pinnacle, suddenly perceiving the barrier of the world, and after his perception penetrated the barrier, he saw their world. In the desolate frontier of dreams, where there is only endless darkness, a dozen or so stars, twinkling with faint light, have appeared out of nowhere, mysterious and magnificent. Sumu could clearly sense that those dozen or so stars were not from his dream, because he could perfectly control his own dream. So he was particularly sensitive to anything extra. Is this their dream? Sumu opened his eyes. The immortal emperor's gaze was like a deep and boundless black hole in the universe, containing the brilliance and dimness of countless stars and the flow and change of time. When his gaze swept across, it was like a bolt of lightning splitting the darkness of the dream's edge, revealing the dozen or so stars. Even the image above is clearly visible. The images appearing on the 12 stars were basically the same. Sumu sat on a throne, with a dark mass of people below him, shouting, "Long live the leader!" Clearly, this was Zhao Chaoyao and the others' dream. They were brainwashed every day, and even in their dreams, they were thinking about Sumu. Besides these 12 stars, there is another star that looks like it was cast in steel and has a metallic sheen. The image displayed on it is somewhat different. The scene is somewhat erotic. The male protagonist is Yang Dongqing, and the female protagonist is Jasmine. The two are deeply in love when Sumu appears and steals her away. This is Yang Dongqing's dream? Sumu frowned slightly. It's so melodramatic. In Yang Dongqing's dream, Jasmine has been successfully taken away by Sumu, and the plot is becoming increasingly melodramatic. Jasmine. Sorry, Holly, a love triangle is too crowded. Yang Dongqing. No! Jasmine, how can I live without you? Sumu. He was speechless for a moment, and just as he was about to complain, his brows furrowed slightly, and his gaze, sharp as lightning, was fixed on Yang Dongqing's dream. Suddenly, a strange crimson color appeared in Yang Dongqing's dream. That crimson hue, like old rust or dried blood, spread silently through the dream, exuding a chilling aura. It was like demon blood seeping from the depths of hell, thick and flowing slowly, each drop filled with endless pain and resentment. Yang Dongqing's dream was gradually covered in blood, and at the same time, the star representing his dream began to shake violently, as if it was about to be pulled from the world at any moment. Is this the summoning from the nightmare world? Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly. Without further hesitation, he immediately manipulated his own dream to connect with Yang Dongqing's dream. The moment the two made contact, his body jolted violently. The celestial palace, which was originally shrouded in ethereal beauty, was somehow stained with a strange crimson color. The crimson color spread like wildfire, like a virus. He tried to control the crimson color, but found that he couldn't control it at all. Even though he was the supreme immortal emperor in his dream, everything was like a mirage to the crimson color. Only the crimson color was real. The feeling is like that of a supreme powerhouse in a novel, capable of destroying the world with a mere gesture, yet unable to escape the novel and harm a single blade of grass or tree in reality. Just as I expect, the nightmare world pulls people in through dreams. As long as my dream is connected to that of the nightmare apostle, I will be pulled into it as well. Sumu's eyes flashed, and at some point, a strange blood-red color appeared in his eyes. In that case, I can use the same principle to bring that other person and the others into it as well. Sumu manipulated his own dream, connecting it with the dreams of Zhao Chaoyao and others. When all the dreams were connected, it seemed to provide a channel for the spread of blood. It spread infinitely, eventually staining everyone's dreams with blood. That crimson expanse was like a giant net, enveloping everyone's dreams, leaving them nowhere to escape. It was as if once trapped within it, they would be swallowed by endless fear and despair. And this is exactly what Sumu wanted. He sat enthroned on the highest throne, his dark gold star-patterned robes now stained crimson with blood. The blood raged wildly, gradually forming a sea of blood that slowly engulfed him. Abdomen, chest, neck. At this moment, Sumu was completely enveloped in a sea of blood, with only his head remaining. A suppressed smile appeared on his pale face. This is truly something to look forward to. As soon as he finished speaking, the sea of blood completely engulfed him. The pitch-black night enveloped Zhao family village, making the entire village exceptionally desolate. There were no lights in any of the houses, except for a few flickering candlelight in a two-story house, which stood out conspicuously in the darkness. As night fell, the two-story house seemed to be covered by a thick layer of darkness. Eerie vines climbed the mottled walls, and the rusty iron door creaked eerily in the breeze, as if it were groaning in pain. Inside the house, 4 men and 1 woman sat anxiously around a candle, glancing back at the darkness not reached by the candlelight, as if some terrifying monster might appear at any moment. It's already dark. We'll go out to find food and candles as planned, a man in his early 20s with a buzz cut said in a deep voice. Although his expression was solemn, he did not show the fear or anxiety of the others. Brother, are we really going out? What if there are nightmare monsters outside? A slightly trembling voice came from a middle-aged man. He was wearing faded work clothes and worn-out rubber shoes. His skin was dark and his figure was slightly hunched, marks left by long-term heavy physical labor. The man with the buzz-cut surnamed Ye gave him a cold look. What can we do if we don't go out? Wait to die. We've been here for 3 days, and we haven't eaten a single thing in 3 whole days. If this continues, we'll starve to death without those nightmare monsters even lifting a finger. And the candles are almost gone. Once we run out of candles, I don't need to tell you what the consequences will be, do I? The middle-aged man shrank back in fear and didn't dare to say anything more, while the others remained silent. At this moment, the man surnamed Ye stood up and said, "Everyone, split up and go into the village to find food. It's nighttime now, so those humanoid monsters won't appear. Just be careful of the shadowy figures. Also, bring all the food you find back, and I'll distribute it. Anyone who dares to hoard food will be dealt with rudely." After saying that, he took the lead and prepared to leave, while the only woman among them quickly grabbed the hand of the man surnamed Ye. Her pretty face, a pitiful pleading look. "Brother Ye, I'm scared. Can I come with you?" The woman was wearing a thin silk nightgown that subtly outlined her graceful curves. The neckline was slightly open, revealing a glimpse of fair skin and a sexy collarbone. The slender shoulder straps hung lightly on her rounded shoulders, as if they might slip off at any moment. Her pitiful appearance made the others secretly swallow their saliva, their protective instincts surging. However, the man surnamed Ye remained expressionless and coldly refused, saying, "I said, we'll split up. The more people there are, the more likely we are to attract the attention of the shadowy figure." The woman persisted, biting her delicate lips as she pleaded, "Please, brother, you're the only super in the team. Only you can protect me. Please take me with you. I'll do anything." The man surnamed Yi sneered, a hint of mockery appearing in his eyes, and ruthlessly shook off the woman's hand. "Since you know I am a superhuman, you should also understand that there are plenty of people like you around me. In the real world, it wouldn't matter. This is the nightmare world. I can barely protect myself, let alone you. You think you can do anything? Then go and take down the shadowy figure lurking in the darkness. If you that, I'll protect you 24/7. The woman's face turned pale instantly, as if all her strength had been drained away. The man surnamed Ye gave her a cold look, then picked up the lantern, turned and left, his figure disappearing into the darkness. The desperate woman could only cast her helpless gaze at others, but no one responded. The others weren't fools either, none of them wanted to take a burden. They all took their lanterns and left one after another. Only the middle-aged man hesitated for a long time before finally saying, "You come with me. It'll be good to have someone to look after you." A look of joy appeared on the woman's face, and she quickly nodded in agreement. Her fair and slender arms wrapped tightly around the middle-aged man's arms, and the two picked up the lanterns and left the house. The two walked cautiously in the darkness, the white paper lanterns in their hands emitting a faint candlelight. Their bodies were pressed close together, and they could even clearly hear each other's heartbeats. After an unknown amount of time, a woman's voice rang out in the darkness. "Uncle Li, do you think we can get back alive?" Li Qiang's body stiffened slightly, but he still managed to offer a comforting words. "Miss Wang, just call me Lily. Uncle Li, you're a good person. You're different from them." "Lily, we will definitely make it back alive." Li Qiang felt a warmth in his heart, and at the same time, the arms wrapped around his arm tightened even more. That soft touch slightly lead to fear in my heart, however. Clin. Inside the village, the sound of a tree branch snapping suddenly rang out from an alleyway beside the two people. It sounded like someone had stepped on a dry branch on the ground. The two men's expressions changed instantly. They turned around abruptly, raising their lanterns to illuminate the alley. It was pitch black inside, a dark abyss that seemed to be silently swallowing everything. "Who's there?" Li Qiang asked in alarm. "Is it Brother Ye? Or Wang Tao?" In the dim candlelight, a figure seemed to be standing quietly in the dark alley, without making any movement. The figure was thin and tall. Li Qiang mustered his courage and raised the lantern, trying to see the man's face clearly. Then the figure moved. It seemed as if he had taken a step forward, deliberately stepping into the range of candlelight. Countless shadows receded from the person's face like tiny worms, revealing a pale face. He had delicate and handsome features, wore high-end brown glasses, and wore a polite, yet elegant smile. His pale skin even shone brightly in the candlelight. "Ah!" Lily was the first to let out a high-pitched scream because the face did not belong to any of their group. Li Qiang was instantly gripped by fear. His mind was a complete mess. "Why didn't Brother Ye say that the humanoid monster only appeared during the day?" Before he could react, he suddenly pair of soft hands push him hard. Caught off guard, Li Qiang fell to the ground. The owner of those hands fled as if he had gone mad. Lily knew very well that she couldn't outrun the humanoid monster or Li Qiang beside her. If she wanted to survive and not be eaten, she could only let Li Qiang buy her time. Snap! The white paper lantern in Li Qiang's hand also fell to the ground, and this fall almost made him faint from fright. Because the white paper lantern rolled with inertia to the feet of the pale-faced man, illuminating the scenery behind him. People everywhere! Behind the pale white face stood rows of men in black, motionless like zombies, filling the dark alley. Ah! Ah! Monster! Don't eat me! Liqiang's fragile mind was severely impacted. He collapsed as he scrambled to his feet, fell down, and got up again, practically crawling and tumbling as he fled into the distance. Sumu pushed up his brown glasses with a bit of helplessness. He hadn't expected that he would be mistaken for a monster by others when he first arrived in the nightmare world, and hadn't even seen a nightmare monster yet. After he was completely swallowed by a sea of blood in his dream, he came to this village. This dilapidated village didn't even have lights. Most importantly, all the lighting tools he had were malfunctioning. To be precise, they weren't malfunctioning, they were still working, but the light they emitted was completely unable to dispel the darkness of this world. Sumu turned around and asked his group of underlings, "Do I look like a monster?" Zhao Chaoyao stared menacingly at Li Qiang's retreating figure. How dare he insult the leader? I'll go kill him, Yang Dongqing said thoughtfully. It seems that this person should also be a nightmare apostle. He should have entered before us, so he might know some information about this nightmare. Sun waved his hand. Grab him. Yes, chief. 2 burly men in black leaped out like cheetahs and charged straight at Li Qiang. A few seconds later, a panicked Li Qiang was dragged back by 2 burly men in black like a dead dog. No, don't eat me. Please don't eat me. Li Qiang didn't dare to open his eyes and struggled and shouted wildly. After struggling for a while, he realized that no one was attacking him at all. He was stunned and cautiously opened his eyes, only to see the same pale and handsome face from before. The owner of that face was smiling, a very gentle smile that was not at all aggressive. Sir, are you also a nightmare apostle? Sumu asked politely. Li Qiang nodded subconsciously, then suddenly realized something. You guys, too! We are just like you, people who have strayed into the nightmare world, not monsters. Really? Li Qiang looked at the large group of men in black in front of him with some skepticism. But why are there so many of you? And why are you all wearing the same clothes? Could it be that you came as a group? A vein bulged on Zhao Chaoyou's face as he grabbed Li Qiang by the collar and said fiercely, You think this is a group tour? Do you think we're here for a vacation? Answer our leader's questions honestly, understand. Hey, how many times have I told you not to be so violent, to be polite? Yes, chief. Zhao Chaoyou, Li Qiang's collar, and then stepped back behind Sumu. Sumu smiled at the panicked Li Qiang and even kindly straightened his wrinkled collar. Don't be nervous. After all, we're not bad people. By the way, do you know how I should address you? Li Qiang said, trembling. For some reason, he was even more afraid. All right, Li Qiang. We are both nightmare apostles, trapped in this terrifying dream. Shouldn't we help each other? After all, individual strength is limited. Only by uniting as one can we overcome this difficulty. Don't you agree? Behind the brown-tinted glasses, a faint, eerie light emanated from the eyes. Under the gaze of those eyes, Li Qiang's fear gradually subsided. You're right. We should help each other, Li Qiang said earnestly. Mr. Li Qiang is a very nice person. Please tell me the information you have. As the two interacted amicably, Yang Dongqing, who was standing to the side, felt a chill run down his spine upon witnessing this scene. No matter how many times he saw this method of controlling people's hearts, he would feel a deep sense of fear and dread. As Li Qiang recounted his experiences without reservation, Sumu finally understood the nightmare he was currently experiencing. Li Qiang's group consisted of 10 people, 5 of whom had already died, leaving 4 men and 1 woman. They had all entered the nightmare world 3 days prior. But unlike the rest of them who had entered together, these individuals had entered individually. Of the remaining people, only one young man named Ye Fanyu was a superhuman, who had entered the nightmare world for the third time. The rest were ordinary people who were entering for the first time. Upon entering, they found themselves in a village called Zhao Family Village. At night, the village was deserted, but a monster called the Shadow lurked in the darkness, reaching out its hand to pull people into the darkness. It was said that anyone pulled into it was certain to die. The daytime is even more dangerous, as the vanished villagers will reappear during the day. To be precise, they are not villagers at all, but monsters in human skin. They are incredibly strong and difficult to kill, and they will actively attack humans. Once they capture a human, they will cruelly torture and eat them. There are over 100 of these monsters, making them impossible to deal with head-on. They can only hide inside houses. The villagers seem to have a natural fear of houses. As long as the doors and windows are closed, they cannot break in. However, these monsters can bewitch people, and will try every means to lure them out of their rooms. After hearing Li Qiang's description, Sumu's smile widened. I'm starting to look forward to it a little. It seems there are advantages to entering the nightmare world late. At least some good people have already risked their lives to help you obtain a lot of crucial information. For example, villagers cannot force their way into houses, and the shadowy figure likes to appear in crowded places. This kind of information may seem like just a single sentence, but to actually know it, you have to risk your life. Although the lives of the Viper Gang's underlings are not life-threatening, recruiting and hypnotizing a new batch of underlings is still very time-consuming. Mr. Li Qiang, please lead us to meet up with everyone now, Sumu said with a smile. Li Qiang nodded numbly. Okay. Inside a two-story house, Yi Fanyu and the others returned one after another. The three of them exchanged glances, their faces all looking grim. Zhao Gang, Wang Tao, did you two also fail to find any food? Ye Fanyu asked. The two? Their heads. I went to look in the field, but there were no crops at all. I searched the village's trash cans, but there was no food. Ye Fanyu's expression grew increasingly grim, but he did not readily believe what the two said. He first carefully examined the two men, and then reached out to touch their shrunken bellies. You two, open your mouths. The two were terrified of Yi Fanyu, and obeyed his orders. Yi Fanyu checked and found no food residue. He even smelled it and found no food aroma, only the stench of not brushing teeth for 3 days. It seems we can only pin our hopes on Li Qiang and Wang Li. The three of them, each holding a lantern, sat in a corner of the room, far apart from each other. Not long after, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the house. Open the door! Loud banging on the door and Wang Li's terrified cries for help rang out from outside, particularly jarring in the quiet night. The three men's expressions changed, and they all stood up. Yi Fanyu rushed to the door first, but he didn't open it immediately. Instead, he asked, what happened? Li Qiang. Li Qiang has encountered a humanoid monster. Please open the door quickly. Wang Li's once sweet voice was now distorted, and the fear that had been building up for 3 days burst forth. Yi Fanyu's expression suddenly changed. Impossible. Humanoid monsters only appear during the day, it's nighttime now. How could they come out? To confirm the time, he even went to the window and looked outside. It was pitch black outside, with only the cold moonlight hanging down from the sky, shining on the surrounding tree branches and casting eerie, distorted shadows on the ground, exuding a suffocating and sinister atmosphere. I don't know either, but they just appeared, not just one, many monsters. They filled the alley. Wang Li cried out in terror, her voice choked with sobs. Yi Fanyu didn't reply. Instead, he pressed himself against the window, carefully observing the doorway. Only after confirming that Wang Li was alone at the door did he speak. Since there are so many nightmare monsters, how did you manage to come back alive? Where is Li Qiang? Wang Li's sobs paused. Li Qiang. He stayed behind to cover my retreat. He. Sob. Bang! The door to the house was opened, and the faint candlelight shining from inside shone on Wang Li's delicate body, casting a halo around her silhouette. Her white silk nightgown was covered in mud, and her long, bare legs had several abrasions. One of her fluffy slippers was missing, and her once smooth feet were now stained with mud, with even the spaces between her toes filled with a black substance. She rushed into the room, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she was enveloped in candlelight. Without a second's hesitation, Ye Fanyu closed the door. Then, without giving Wang Li a chance to catch her breath, Ye Fanyu grabbed her hand and said urgently, "Tell me quickly, what exactly happened?" He was indeed very anxious because Wang Li's words meant that the activity patterns of the nightmare monsters observed over the past 3 days were wrong, or had changed, which concerned everyone's lives. I don't know, I'm so scared. Li Qiang and I were looking for food when we passed through an alley, and suddenly heard a noise. Li Qiang thought it was you, so he took a lantern to shine on it, and then. Wang Li's breathing became more and more rapid, and her pupils involuntarily contracted, as if she had thought of terrible. What happened? Tell me the truth. Yi Fanyu's face was contorted with rage, and he wanted nothing more than to slap her. People everywhere. The alley was filled with rows of men in black. They were motionless, like zombies. The one in the lead was deathly pale, without a trace of color, and he seemed to be wearing brown-tinted glasses. Brown glasses? That's right, it's the guy with the brown glasses. He kept smiling. He just watched us quietly, and kept smiling. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Unconsciously, images flashed through their minds. A pitch-black night, white lanterns illuminating the alleyway, and in the candlelight, rows of zombie-like figures in black came into view. Their pale faces staring straight at you, with smiles. Bang, bang, bang. A series of crisp knocks on the door startled everyone awake. Open the door quickly. It's me, Li Qiang. Li Qiang's voice came from outside the door. Whoosh! Everyone's faces turned pale instantly, and Wang Li was so frightened that she hugged Ye Fanyu tightly, seemingly seeking comfort. Go to hell! Get out of here. Don't touch me! Ye Fanyu moved Wang Li away, his face dark and uncertain. Open the door! I can see light inside. Li Qiang kept urging. Zhao Gang swallowed nervously. Didn't Wang Li say Li Qiang was dead? Then who's outside the door? The room was deathly silent. No one answered the question. It's possible that the villagers have changed. Don't forget they have the ability to alter their appearance and bewitch people, Wang Tao said cautiously. Shut up! Don't make a sound, I'm going to take a look. Yi Fanyu shouted in a low voice, took a step, and silently approached the window. He took one look and his heart skipped a beat. The scene outside was exactly as Wang Li had described. Li Qiang was knocking on the door, and behind him stood a row of men in black. The people stood expressionless, like statues, while the man in the lead wore brown glasses and held a snake-patterned wooden cane in his hand. Suddenly, the man with the brown glasses seemed to notice something and turned his head slightly to look over. When their eyes met, the man with brown glasses gave a polite smile. Teng! Yi Fanyu felt a chill round his spine and quickly moved away from the window, pressing himself against the wall to avoid that gaze. Damn it! How did so many nightmare monsters suddenly appear? Everyone immediately scatter to the corners and hide. Cover your ears, and whatever the people outside say, do not open the door. Without Ye Fanyu even giving any instructions, the others had already found their places, each one crouching in a corner, with their hands behind their heads, trembling with fear. Over the past 3 days, they have experienced this kind of incident many times. Basically, as soon as it gets daytime, they are besieged by swarms of villagers. These villagers can change all sorts of ways, and can even pretend to be your relatives to lure you into opening the door. Therefore, best solution is to not look, not listen, and not respond. Outside the door, Li Qiang knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. Strange, what's wrong with them? Why won't they open the door? There are clearly people inside. It must be a misunderstanding. Sumu roughly guessed what the people inside were thinking. He looked back at the rows of zombies behind him. Indeed, after being chased by humanoid monsters for 3 days in the nightmare world, it was understandable to be afraid when suddenly seeing a group of people in black like this. Especially since these men in black were all hypnotized, with only one thought in their minds to serve their leader. They had no concept of fear, making them seem somewhat out of place. Chief, I'll break down the door, Zhao Chaoyao volunteered. Go ahead. Sumu nodded, but then Yang Dongqing stepped forward. No need, I'll talk to them. Bumping into the door rashly could cause misunderstandings. With that, Yang Dongqing walked to the door and said loudly, Don't misunderstand, we are not nightmare monsters, but nightmare apostles. Just like you, only we entered 3 days later. I am a superhuman. Open the door and discuss how to cooperate to get through this nightmare. Silence, a deathly silence, with no one responding from inside the room. Yang Dongqing, bang! He kicked the door open, and the dilapidated iron door slammed heavily onto the ground, with a piercing metallic clang. The moment the door opened, Yang Dongqing was greeted by a flame as big as a bullet. The fiery bullet streaked across the sky, scorching and distorting the air in its path, leaving a long, blazing trail in the dark night sky. Yang Dongqing's expression changed drastically. He had no time to dodge and had to reach out to catch it head-on. A steely color appeared on his palm. Boom! A violent burst of flames erupted, and in that blaze, Yang Dongqing was sent flying backward as if hit head-on by a cannonball, his palms charred black. From inside the room came Yi Fanyu's surprised and doubtful voice. Iron Heart, you're really a superhuman? At this moment, he was making a gun shape with one hand, with his index finger and thumb raised and the other 3 fingers folded up, much like a child imitating a gun, with his hand, making a beep 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 sound. However, a blazing flame was burning at the tip of his index finger, which appeared unusually bright in the dim room. Damn it! Yang Dongqing scrambled to his feet, yelling angrily. Didn't I just say we're not nightmare monsters? Misunderstanding. Yi Fanyu's face showed surprise, but his right hand was still in the position of a pistol, and the flame at his fingertips had not dissipated. You don't know this, but there are many monsters in this nightmare disguised as humans. They will try every means to trick us into opening the door, so I can't believe it. However, the ability you just used was indeed Iron Will, and those monsters couldn't break the doors and windows. My reaction before was purely instinctive, but now I'm certain you're a superhuman, not a nightmare monster. Yang Dongqing patted the dust off his clothes, his expression softening slightly. Then, Yi Fanyu's gaze swept over Sumu and the others, his expression wary. Although I can confirm that you are not a nightmare monster, what about them? Why are they wearing the same clothes? Sumu, leaning on his snake-patterned wooden cane, took a small step forward and smiled. What? Do nightmare apostles have requirements regarding attire? It's not that there are requirements for the attire, but all the nightmare apostles enter alone, and the nightmare they encounter each time. Random. You guys look like you're from the same organization. Since when can nightmare apostles form teams? Don't tell me you formed an organization after entering and even prepared your outfits in advance. You'd better give me a reasonable explanation, or I'll have to suspect that you're not human at all, but monsters. Yi Fanyu held his right hand with his left, aiming intently at Sumu and the others. If it weren't for the flame between his index fingers, the scene would have been quite comical. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly, and he had a guess in his mind. It seemed that the Nightmare Apostle's entry into the nightmare world was just like matchmaking in a game. Each time he would encounter a different teammate, and he could only solo and could not enter in a team. This is precisely why Ye Fanyu became wary. How should I lie to him? Sumu could never reveal that he used dreams to bring everyone into the same nightmare. Of course, even if he did, the other party probably wouldn't believe him. Then, Sumu pushed up his brown-tinted glasses, a faint smile playing on his lips. A very reasonable question, but I can't help but ask, Mr. Yi, who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of my explanation? Click! Click! The sound of countless pistols being cocked rang out. More than a dozen dark pistols were pointed at Yi Fanyu. Whoosh! Yi Fanyu broke out in a cold sweat. The flame on his index finger nearly went out, and the stiff feeling of being pointed at with a gun surged through his entire body. He is indeed a superhuman, but he doesn't have a body of steel. Being pointed at with a dozen guns at such close range, he is bound to die. He was especially terrified after seeing the look in the eyes of those armed men. The rows of men in black stood ramrod straight, like statues, all expressionless, their eyes filled with coldness, their muscles taut, ready to pull the trigger at any moment. The faint moonlight cast shadows on their faces, making their expressions appear even more chilling and terrifying. Once is Mr. Yi satisfied with my explanation? Sumu's gentle voice rang out. Yi Fanyu froze, not daring to move. Sumu smiled. The reason he acted this way was because he was certain that Yi Fanyu could not withstand bullets. He had already learned about the strength of those humanoid monsters, and Yi Fanyu's performance when hunting them from Li Qiang. Those humanoid monsters are several times stronger than ordinary people, and have extremely strong regenerative abilities. Even if their heads are blown off, they are hard to kill. This level of strength is naturally overwhelming against ordinary people. However, if they were to face Yang Dongqing in a one-on-one fight, Yang Dongqing would definitely win. It's just a pity that the humanoid monsters rarely act alone. They usually send out hundreds of them at a time. Ye Fanyu also fought the humanoid monster several times in the past 3 days. He only dared to fire from a distance, using his fingertips to shoot fire bullets. He didn't dare to let the humanoid monster get close. Once it got close, he would turn around and run away. It can be said, they spent most of the time hiding in the house during these 3 days. Therefore, it can be seen that Yi Fanyu's extraordinary power should be related to fire. And he does not have Yang Dongqing's bulletproof defense. The tense standoff lasted for a moment, when Yi Fanyu suddenly put away the flame at his fingertips and forced a smile, saying, "I was being presumptuous. Those humanoid monsters don't have pistols. Sir, please don't take offense. I didn't mean anything by it. I'm just a very straightforward person and not good at expressing myself. The main reason is that I've been feeling too stressed in the nightmare world these past few days, and my mind has been a bit tense. Now that I think about it carefully, if you were a nightmare monster, you would have killed us all the moment the door opened. If I'm not mistaken, you must also be a superhuman. Your superhuman abilities are likely related to puppets, or something similar. These people are probably puppets you control, which is why they were able to enter the nightmare world together." Sumu smiled slightly, and without making any move, he simply tapped the ground lightly with his cane. The dozen or so men in black uniformly put away their pistols and continued to stand in place like statues. This is the importance of strength. When you have strength, everything unreasonable will be explained reasonably, and extraordinary people will defend you. That's how it is now. You don't even need to make up a reason, they've already found one for you. Sumu walked over and gently patted Ye Fanyu's stiff shoulder, smiling warmly. I didn't expect you to see that. It seems Mr. Yi has exceptional insight. Ye Fanyu chuckled dryly, glancing occasionally at Sumu's hand on his shoulder, as if afraid the other party might suddenly make a move. May I ask your name? My name is Sumu. It is an honor to share this nightmare with Mr. Yi. Ye Fanyu hurriedly said in a flustered manner. You're too kind, it's my honor. With two extraordinary individuals joining us, the chances of successfully surviving this nightmare have increased dramatically. Wang Li and the other watched the scene unfold with strange expressions. They had spent 3 days with Ye Fanyu and knew very well what kind of person he was. Arrogant, selfish, and ruthless. But when he encountered someone stronger than him, all these distinct traits turned into gentleness, humility, and politeness. Afterwards, everyone exchanged pleasantries and introduced themselves to each other, and the atmosphere was very pleasant and harmonious. However, there were two people who did not get along well, Li Qiang and Wang Li. The honest middle-aged man kept glancing at Wang Li, seemingly wanting to say something but holding back. Wang Li felt a chill run down her spine. She had already made up her mind that if Li Qiang dared to report what she had just done, she would immediately turn the tables on him. However, Li Qiang said nothing in the end, as if nothing had happened. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Ye Fanyu spoke up. Mr. Su and Mr. Yang entered 3 days late, so they probably don't know much about this nightmare yet. How about I explain it to them? Sumu shook his head. No need. I've already heard some of the information from Mr. Li Qiang. I wonder what Mr. Yi's plans are next. Ye Fanyu quickly replied. I originally planned to find a house to guard until the nightmare naturally ends, and we return to reality. After all, most nightmare apostles do this. But now that there are two of you extraordinary beings, we can change our strategy. We can try to explore, and maybe we can break this nightmare. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. He had already learned some common knowledge about the nightmare world from Yang Dongqing. The nightmare world is called a nightmare, and naturally, one can wake up from it. Normally, most nightmare apostles choose this path. Find a safe place and lie low for about 7 days before waking up from the nightmare and returning to reality, provided they don't die within those 7 days. However, this method cannot be used indefinitely. It is said that the more times one enters the nightmare world, the longer it will take to wake up, possibly 7 days, 10 days, a month, or even half a year. Perhaps in the end, one will never wake up again unless the nightmare is broken. Otherwise, one will remain in the nightmare world forever. Therefore, if you encounter a simple nightmare, it's best to try to break free from it. At this moment, Ye Fanyu added, if we're lucky, we might be able to find 1 or 2 treasures. Behind the brown-tinted glasses, he glanced at Yang Dongqing and noticed that the other person was also slightly confused, clearly not knowing what the treasure was. So Sumu followed up by saying, yes, a treasure is a good thing. I was once fortunate enough to possess one, but unfortunately I lost it for some reason. As he spoke, a look of regret appeared on Sumu's face. That's such a pity, Ye Fanyu said with regret. Even the lowest-ranking bronze-level first-tier treasure can fetch at least 5 million in the black market for superhumans. However, generally no one will sell it. treasures possess superhuman power and significantly enhance the combat strength of superhumans. Unless they are really short of money, who'd be willing to sell it? If I had a defensive noble phantasm, even if it was only bronze tier 1, with my bronze law 5 fingers flame bullet, I wouldn't be stuck in my room with nightmare monsters all day long. He didn't hide his abilities, mainly because he felt there was no need to. Although the 5 fingers flame bullet wasn't as common as the Iron Heart, it wasn't a rare ability either, and he had already used it once before. Any superhuman with a little knowledge could basically guess it. By the way, Miss Su, what level of treasure did you lose? Sigh, these are all sad things, let's not talk about them anymore. Sumu seemed a little sad, as if he didn't want to bring it up again. Yi Fanyu couldn't be so lacking in emotional intelligence that he had to ask. That's true, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's think about how to get through the current difficulties. Mr. Su, in my opinion, we definitely can't stay in this 2-story house, because the door has been damaged. The houses in the village were ordinary dwellings, easily destroyed, yet strangely enough, they could withstand the immensely strong humanoid monsters. The immediate priority was to find a house large enough to house everyone, along with food and candles, before dawn and the monsters appeared. Tuansu Miu Miu frowned slightly. A house that can accommodate everyone? Wouldn't a large crowd attract the shadowy figures? Indeed, gatherings of people increase the probability of attracting the shadow. But it's not impossible for a lone person to be targeted by it. The shadow is practically indestructible. There are only 2 ways to stop it. The first is with a candle. As long as you place yourself in light, the shadow cannot attack. As for the second method, Ye Fanyu suddenly lowered his voice and whispered, "Sacrifice someone else." The shadow has a characteristic. Once it targets someone, it will follow them relentlessly and cause the candle to burn faster because the shadow is consuming light. At this point, the only way to stop the shadow from following you is to have someone else captured by it. Sumu immediately understood why Ye Fanyu had always brought these ordinary people with him. They were acting as a shield. If he were alone, he would be doomed if the shadowy figure targeted him. Even a candle eventually runs out of power. He also understood why Ye Fanyu had told him this news. His side also included many ordinary people, and Ye Fanyu considered him a superhuman, intending to join forces to fight the nightmare monster. Ordinary people here are simply used as consumables. I see. Then let's do as you say. Sumu nodded in agreement. The two decided on the next arrangements in just a few words, without asking for anyone else's opinion. Ordinary people have no say in front of superhumans. The group quickly set off and went outside, one after another, into the darkness. The darkness surged like a tide, covering their figures, with only the white paper lanterns in their hands emitting a faint candlelight. The group walked slowly and carefully, the only sounds in the darkness being the dense footsteps and some tense breathing. Before they had gone very far, Sumu in the group suddenly stopped. Yi Fanyu and Yang Dongqing, who were standing nearby, noticed Sumu's unusual behavior and stopped immediately. "Mr. Su, what's wrong?" Yi Fanyu asked in a low voice. "No." Sumu replied calmly. The extraordinary mental strength made him sense something was off. Yi Fanyu felt inexplicably uneasy. "What's wrong?" The footsteps sounded wrong. "Footsteps? Not bad. One person's footsteps are missing." A smile of interest appeared on Sumu's pale face, which looked somewhat eerie in the darkness. "What?" Everyone was immediately shocked. He turned around, his eyes narrowed, and carefully counted the number of people. The men in black stood like statues. "Hey you, how many people did you bring this time?" Zhao Chaoyao's expression tightened, and he quickly said, "Chief, there were 13 people with him." Upon hearing this, everyone clearly realized something and looked at the group of men in black at the end of the line. Yi Fanyu even began to count them in a low voice. 1, 2, 3, 10, 11, 12. There are only 12 people left. A shadow. It's a shadow. His expression changed drastically. Scatter. The more people gather, the more attention the shadow will attract. Group people who had been following Yi Fanyu scattered, as if by reflex, each keeping a distance of more than 2 meters, their expressions filled with fear. Unlike their panic, Sumu and his group remained motionless, standing still. Only Yang Dongqing gritted his teeth and distanced himself from the crowd. Mr. Su quickly spread out. The shadowy figure will be silent for a short time after killing someone. Do not gather together during this time, as the shadowy figure will retreat soon. If you gather together, it may reappear. Hold on to your lanterns and do not leave illuminated by the candlelight, Yi Fanyu said anxiously. Because the number of lanterns was limited, there weren't enough for everyone. Apart from Yi Fanyu and the others who each had one, only Yang Dongqing, Zhao Chaoyao, and Sumu himself each had one. Mr. Yi, does the shadowy figure only pull one person at a time? Sumu asked calmly, his brown-tinted glasses obscuring his eyes and making it impossible to see his expression. That's right. The shadow pulls in one person at a time. Mr. Su, the shadow is hiding in the darkness all around. Spread out quickly. Although Yi Fanyu didn't like Sumu, he didn't want him to die at this moment. Sumu laughed. It's all right, I have plenty of people. As he spoke, he instructed the man in black at the very end of the line. Leave the candlelight and stand in the darkness. Yes, leader. Without the slightest hesitation, the man walked straight out of the candlelight and into the unfathomable darkness. He stood quietly in the darkness, his figure becoming blurred and indistinct, leaving only a human silhouette. Ye Fanyu and the others watched in horror. None of them expected Sumu to be so ruthless, sending his underlings to their deaths. What's more, the underlings went without hesitation. Wang Li, who had initially planned to run into Sumu's arms after failing to curry favor with Yi Fanyu, was disheartened by the sight of this scene and abandoned the idea. This person is even more ruthless than Yi Fanyu. Even though he appears polite and gentle, he is extremely cold-blooded at heart. Under Sumu's gaze, a shadow suddenly surged behind the underling standing in the darkness. It was a shadow darker than the night itself. It twisted and stretched, gradually bulging, and eventually grew into a human shape. The figure was extremely thin, yet very tall, like a giant over 2 meters tall with only bones remaining, but with long arms that almost reached the ground. The moment the shadow took shape, a pair of scarlet eyes opened at the location of its head, cold and indifferent, devoid of any human emotion. Yi Fanyu and the others all showed fear on their faces, subconsciously backing away and holding their breath. Sumu watched the dark figure with great interest, wanting to see what the other party would do next. Soon, the shadowy figure moved. A black hand slowly emerged from the shadow, long and withered, like a deformed branch, with 5 slender fingernails at the tip. The terrifying black hand slowly reached towards the underling. For some reason, Sumu saw a strange elegance in it, like a gentleman extending his hand to a beautiful lady at a grand party, inviting her to dance a waltz. Attack, Sumu commanded. Without the slightest hesitation, the younger brother pulled out a pistol from his waist and fired wildly at the twisted figure in the darkness. Bang, bang, bang. Sparks flew everywhere. The black shadow that was hit trembled like ripples on water, but quickly returned to calm in the next second. Completely unharmed, Sumu's eyes flashed, and he took off his brown glasses without anyone noticing. His deep eyes emitted a faint light in the darkness, and an invisible spiritual force surged out, covering the shadowy figure. He decided to try and see if he could hypnotize the shadow. But the result disappointed him. The spiritual energy surged into the shadowy body, like entering a quagmire, without creating the slightest ripple. So it really won't work. Just then, the long, withered black hand moved. It grabbed the henchman's hand and pulled him into the darkness. The younger brother struggled violently, but all in vain. The surrounding darkness engulfed him like a tide, and the shadows dragged him along, his steps slow but firm, as he stepped deeper into the darkness. As the distance increased, the younger brother's figure gradually became blurred, and his faint struggles were mercilessly swallowed by the darkness. In the end, he and the shadow disappeared together into the boundless, despairing darkness, as if they had never existed, leaving only a deathly silence and fear. Such a horrifying scene had a great impact on everyone's minds. Even Yifanyu and the others, who had seen the shadow before, could not suppress the fear in their hearts. To them, the shadowy figure was an almost insurmountable force, seemingly immune to any attack. It was even more terrifying than a humanoid monster with immense strength. At least they could fight against a humanoid monster or hide in a house. But once caught by the shadowy figure, anyone would be dragged into darkness. Its appearance meant death, and no one could escape it. "Let's go." Sumu's calm voice broke the fear in the room. As if nothing had happened, he leaned on his snake-patterned wooden cane and walked gracefully into the darkness ahead. Behind him, 11 expressionless men in black followed closely. He had a general understanding of the shadowy figure, and now he was just waiting to meet the villagers of Svao family village. In the endless darkness, the group moved forward with their breath held, their heartbeats and heavy breathing weaving into a terrifying symphony. Every step was filled with fear of the unknown, and every breath seemed to be swallowed by silence. Their figures appeared and disappeared in the darkness, the faint candlelight illuminating only a small area beneath their feet. Each person kept a certain distance, not daring to approach each other, because they knew that the figures in the darkness were watching them intently. Darkness, like a heavy curtain, concealed everything completely, and the fear of death was ever present. On both sides were houses shrouded in darkness, but most of them were single-story and had been abandoned by Yifanyu. With so many more people, single-story houses were simply not enough to accommodate everyone and could not keep everyone at a distance. It would be best to find houses with 2 or 3 stories. The group continued forward, and before they knew it, the surrounding darkness began to thin, and a white edge of light appeared on the distant horizon. Dawn was approaching. Yifanyu and the others were suddenly startled. "Oh no, it's dawn! Mr. Su, we need to speed things up. Once it's completely light, the villagers should be showing up." Sumu frowned slightly as he looked at the distant horizon. "The timing is wrong." He took out a dark gold pocket watch from his pocket, and with a crisp sound, the pocket watch was opened, showing the time as 3 o'clock. The dark gold pocket watch gleamed in the candlelight, and Yifanyu and the others subconsciously looked at it, only to see a mysterious Ouroboros engraved on it. Time in dreams is like that, unpredictable. Looking at your watch is useless. Let's run. Yifanyu's tone became increasingly anxious. Clearly the villagers had left a deep impression on him. Sumu calmly put away his pocket watch and gave Zhao Chaoyao a meaningful look. Zhao Chaoyao immediately understood and quickly unfastened the backpack behind him, taking out a small and lightweight folding stretcher. After the stretcher was opened, Sumu sat on it under everyone's gaze, and was lifted up by 2 men in black. "Sorry everyone, I don't like running. Let's go." Yifanyu and the others watched with wide eyes, wondering who this person was who was putting on airs at a time like this. Actually, Sumu wasn't putting on airs. He genuinely couldn't run anymore. If he were allowed to run, he would have died long before the villagers even chased him. The group started running, while Sumu sat quietly on the stretcher, enjoying the scenery. It was too dark before to see the village, but now he could see it more clearly. Zhao family village is desolate, like a corner forgotten by time. Many mud brick houses are crooked, and look like they might collapse at any moment. The narrow village roads are covered with deep and shallow ruts, more like those of horse-drawn carriages than cars. Weeds stubbornly grow out of the cracks, and dilapidated fences lean precariously on both sides of the road, enclosing small patches of barren farmland. As the sky grew brighter, Sumu could even see the black fog surrounding Zhao family village. The thick fog enveloped the entire village, making it look like a cage. He had heard Yang Dong say before that these black mists were the boundaries of nightmares. Zhao family village, which was shrouded in black mist, was a complete nightmare. Once you entered the black mist, you would fall into a dream rift. If you were lucky, you might be able to reach the next nightmare, but if you were unlucky, you might be lost in the rift forever. It is said that no one has ever come out of the black fog alive. Sumu stared at the black mist with great interest, somewhat eager to try it out. However, he was not in a hurry. To him, the nightmare world was like a peerless beauty. Beneath her gorgeous robes, every inch of her skin was filled with indescribable allure. He wanted to explore it little by little, delve deeper, so that he could savor the deliciousness to the fullest extent. As for the possibility of death upon entering the black fog, wouldn't that make it even more interesting? Without the pressure of, how can we witness the sparks of life that ignite between life and death? How can we witness the brilliance? Roar! A non-human roar interrupted Sumu's train of thought. He turned around and saw a figure that had appeared out of nowhere in the corner of the village, like a ghost. The figure was hunched over, and his eyes revealed an indescribable eeriness. Then, more and more roars rang out from all directions of the village. These roars were filled with endless pain and anger, as if a cursed soul was suffering endless torment. Every syllable was full of resentment, which was terrifying. 1, 2, 3. Hundreds. Dense crowd emerged from the shadowy corners and stepped into the sunlight. These people included men and women, young and old, dressed simply, but each of them had no expression on their face, yet their eyes revealed endless malice. They gathered in greater and greater numbers, like a tightening net, surging towards Sumu and the others. Heavy footsteps echoed through the village, like the drumbeats of death, striking the hearts of everyone. They've appeared! Run! Yi Fanyu shouted anxiously, rushing out like a cheetah. His target was a 3-story house in the northwest corner of the village, which was basically the tallest building in Zhao family village. Previously shrouded in darkness, the 3-story house now came into view thanks to the increasingly bright sunlight. While everyone was running for their lives, Sumu leisurely watched, even taking the time to observe the appearance of the villagers. He was not flustered at all, because there was no use in being flustered. He couldn't run fast enough, and he couldn't fight back. He might as well sit on the stretcher and enjoy the scenery. He finally understood why Ye Fanyu suspected that they were nightmare monsters. To be honest, the expressions of the Viper gang, underlings were not much different from those of the villagers. They all looked like they had been hypnotized and brainwashed, with expressionless faces. Wait, what? Hypnosis? Sumu pondered. Could it be that these villagers also have a leader who is controlling them? He looked around but couldn't see anyone who looked like the leader. Indeed, not all leaders are as classy as I am. My outstanding charisma, standing out from the crowd, is impossible to conceal. Get out of the way! Yi Fanyu, at the front of the group, roared, his right hand forming a gun shape as he fired a shot at a villager blocking his path. Boom! Highly compressed flame bullets whistled from fingertips, striking the villagers directly and bursting into intense flames. However, although the villager fell into the flames, he quickly got up. Even though most of his body was charred, he was not affected at all and still rushed towards Yifanyu. Bang! Bang! Two more E5 finger flame bullets were fired, and the villager was completely reduced to a mangled, charred corpse before falling silent. Sumu observed silently. Could it really take 3 fireballs to take down a villager? No wonder Yi Fanyu didn't dare to go out for the past 3 days. There were hundreds of villagers, but he was the only superhuman. Unless he was a 5-finger Gatling gun, he couldn't possibly defeat him. At this moment, more and more villagers appeared in front of him, blocking their way, and Yang Dongqing was forced to join the battle. Compared to Yi Fanyu's dazzling fire attacks, Yang Dongqing appeared much more to earth. Relying on his iron will, he charged towards the villagers like a heavily armored tank. With a single punch, a villager was sent flying several meters away, his chest dented. However, his attack was clearly less lethal than Yi Fanyu's, and the villager quickly stood up as if nothing had happened. Fortunately, the villagers had difficulty breaking through Yang Dongqing's defenses. But once Yang Dongqing was surrounded, he certainly wouldn't live long, as his physical strength was limited. With 2 extraordinary individuals leading the way, the group couldn't move quickly, but they weren't completely surrounded either. Zhao Chaoyao and the others were not idle either. Under hypnotic control, this group of elites from the Viper Gang were completely cold-blooded fighting machines. Facing the inhuman monsters, they showed no fear whatsoever, but instead became even more fanatical, as if protecting their leader was an extremely honorable thing. Bang, bang, bang. The dense barrage of bullets kept repelling the villagers chasing from behind, but unfortunately, its lethality was very limited. Unless you focused fire on one villager and riddled him with bullets, it was difficult to kill him. After a brief exchange of fire, Yifanyu, who had cleared a path with his fireballs, was the first to rush into the courtyard of the 3-story house. He didn't stop and ran straight to the gate. It was a heavy solid wood door, with a pair of bronze door knockers inlaid on it, showing solemnity and antiquity. He pushed open the door and shouted to the crowd behind him, "Quick! Come inside!" Li Qiang and the others all showed joy on their faces. After 3 days of hunger, a sliver of strength surged through their bodies again, and they ran desperately toward the gate. However, no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't outrun the Viper Gang. After all, these dozen or so members of the Viper Gang were all elites, and even carrying a stretcher, their speed was still astonishing. Of course, no matter how fast the Viper Gang, they couldn't outrun Young King, this extraordinary individual. He took the lead and secured second place. Just as the members of the Viper Gang were about to enter the gate with Sumu in their arms, a sudden change occurred. No one noticed that 2 villagers suddenly rushed out from behind a large locust tree in the courtyard of this 3-story house. They suddenly pounced on the crowd, and even the elite Viper Gang members were knocked to the ground before they could react. "Ah!" Wang Li screamed in fright, and Li Qiang and the others also panicked and ran away in a panic, and the scene instantly turned into chaos. "Protect the leader!" Zhao Chaoyao shouted, drawing his mache and slashing at the 2 villagers. However, villagers who are difficult to kill even by superhumans are not something ordinary people can handle. In close combat, the Viper Gang underlings are no match for them. Most importantly, the villagers behind them also caught up. "Ah! Don't eat me!" The man named Wang Tao was the first to suffer. He was tackled to the ground by a villager, and then several villagers rushed up and surrounded him, tearing at him frantically. Only one arm struggled through the gaps in the crowd, weakly reaching for the sky, before finally falling heavily to the ground and remaining silent. In such a chaotic scene, Sumu, sitting on the stretcher, was a little unsteady. The stretcher kept swaying, and his underlings formed a human wall to protect him. He could even see up close a ferocious face tearing viciously at the neck of one of his underlings. Despite being fatally wounded, the underling refused to back down, instead clinging tightly to the attacking villager, and with the help of others, blocking the villager's advance. The stretcher swayed more and more, and the violent jolting made Sumu's head start to ache again. Sumu frowned and looked at Yang Dongqing standing at the gate. Yi Fanyu did not make a move at this time, because his five fingers flame bullet was very powerful. Everyone was in chaos right now, and if he used it in the courtyard, he would probably kill his teammates instead of the villagers. Yang Dongqing's expression was uncertain, as if he was hesitating. He looked at Sumu, and their eyes met through the chaotic crowd. Sumu understood Yang Dongqing's inner struggle. Yang Dongqing wondered if Sumu would die like wouldn't he and Jasmine be able to escape the clutches of evil? But he was also afraid that Sumu might have other tricks up his sleeve. As the two interacted, his fear of Sumu grew stronger. This man was simply a demon in human skin, able to smile as he watched his subordinates die, and finding the terrifying nightmare monsters amusing. Moreover, the other party actually has the means to drag so many people into the same nightmare. Suddenly, smiled silently. Superhumans are indeed difficult to control. They will break free from hypnosis at the slightest opportunity. But that's more interesting, isn't it? His smile was so glaringly obvious among the terrified faces that Yang Dongqing almost dared not look at him. Then he stretched out his fair and slender hand and gently traced a line across his neck. A cold, emotionless smile curled up, revealing gleaming white teeth and thin, yet sensual lips closed silently. Jasmine is dead, I told you. Boom! Yang Dongqing charged into the crowd like a tiger descending a mountain, his expression furious and ferocious. His fists, brimming with rage, swung fiercely at the villagers. Heart of Steel unleashed terrifying power at this moment. This is his extraordinary power. His steel body is strengthened by inner driving forces such as emotions, will, and beliefs. In his outburst, 2 villagers inside the courtyard were quickly knocked down, but he did not stop. Instead, he blocked the courtyard gate alone, facing the attack of several villagers. At this moment, Sumu, escorted by his underlings, entered through the gate. Watching Yang Dongqing's angry back, Sumu's smile deepened. Is this still not enough to subdue you? Actually, he was just trying to scare Yang Dongqing. Hypnosis isn't that magical. Even if someone is in a nightmare world and can control Nan Mo and deal with the scum of the poisonous snake gang, he has to use his mental power to brainwash her every day for several months to achieve her deep loyalty. How much more so for Nan Mo, whom he has only met a few times. In other words, if he really died, Nan Mo, who hadn't been hypnotized for a long time, would be out of control and wouldn't be in any danger. But Yang Dongqing dared not gamble. Sumugan, if you lose the bet, it only proves that there are truly countless heroes in this world. After all the survivors had entered the gate, Yi Fanyu suddenly stretched out his right hand, his 5 fingers spread wide, while his left hand gripped his right wrist tightly. Get out of the way! As soon as he finished speaking, flames lit up one by one at the tips of the 5 fingers of his right hand. Swish, swish, swish. As 5 flames burned at his fingertips, Yang Dongqing felt the air behind him suddenly become incredibly hot. He abruptly broke free from the villagers in front of him and lunged towards the mud on the side. 5 fingers flame bullet. 5 highly compressed fire bullets shot out, trailing long fiery tails as they spun and intertwined in midair, eventually merging into a fist-sized fire projectile. Like a dazzling meteor, it streaked across the sky, scorching and distorting the air in the entire courtyard, a long trail of flame illuminating the horrified faces of the crowd. Boom! A deafening roar, like the explosion of a small cannonball, rang out, and intense flames shot into the sky, illuminating everything around them. The shockwaves generated by the explosion and flames swept the villagers away like an invisible giant hand, and countless sparks flew, turning into a magnificent and surging small sea of fire. A look of shock flashed in Yang Dongqing's eyes as he got up. That attack was so powerful. If Yi Fanyu had used this attack against him before, even someone with a body of steel would have been injured, as expected of a superhuman who has experienced 3 nightmare worlds. If it really came down to a fight, a newly promoted superhuman, would still be a notch below, unless I could get close. The thought flashed through his mind, and he rushed into the house. Bang! The heavy wooden door was tightly closed. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief, as if they had escaped a disaster. Yi Fanyu, panting heavily, said, "As long as we stay indoors during the day, we'll be fine. The shadowy figure didn't appear during the day, and there's basically no danger in the houses." He took a long time to catch his breath. Clearly the attack had taken a heavy toll on him. Inside the room, Yang Dongqing stared intently at Sumu, his anger still burning. Sumu got up from the stretcher, leaned on his cane, and came to Yang Dongqing's side. He smiled and patted the other's shoulder, then whispered in his ear, "Congratulations, you've saved Miss Jasmine again." Yang Dongqing clenched his fists, veins bulging on his face, and silently found a corner to stay in. Yi Fanyu noticed this unusual scene. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he seemed to be thinking about something. The room fell silent again. Having just experienced such a dangerous scene, no one was in the mood for conversation. Everyone was trying to calm themselves down, especially after witnessing so many people die before their eyes. The slightly more vulnerable Wang Li curled up in the corner, burying her head between her legs and sobbing silently. After this battle, Yi Fanyu's team lost 2 members, Wang Tao and Zhao Gang, while Sumu's side also lost 3 members. However, Sumu was not saddened. Instead, he was observing the villagers outside the window with great interest. The flames emitted by Yi Fanyu seemed unable to last long, or perhaps they were neutralized by the mysterious power in the nightmare. Instead of causing a large fire in the village, they quickly dissipated. The villagers who tried to rush in were probably driven back by the flames. Under Sumu's watchful gaze, a few seconds later, the villagers outside gathered again and began to pour into the courtyard. More and more of them gathered, each with a blank expression, like zombies, until they finally filled the entire courtyard. Surprisingly, after the villagers entered the courtyard, they just stared intently at the gate, but not a single one rushed up, break down the seemingly sturdy wooden door, as if some magical force instilled fear in them. They stood stiffly, silent and still. The courtyard was deathly still, except for a dark mass of figures. Sumu met the gazes of these people through the window. He lowered his head slightly, his glasses slipping down to reveal a pair of eyes that gleamed with an eerie light. An invisible surge of spiritual power erupted from them, locking onto a male villager who looked to be 17 or 18 years old. He tried to hypnotize the villagers, but no matter how much mental energy he poured into them, it was to no avail, as if he were pouring in a corpse instead of a living person. The villagers stood in the courtyard for about 5 minutes before they began to leave, turning away slowly and heavily, disappearing from Sumu's sight. That's how these villagers are. Once they're inside the house, they won't attack anymore. Ye Fanyu had somehow gotten close to the window. But you must not open the door at this time. They may seem to have left, they are actually hiding around the house. As soon as you open the door, they will swarm in. Also draw the curtains. Do not look at any noise outside. Some people in the group were fooled before. They said they saw their relatives and insisted on opening the window to let their relatives in. Because of that incident, many of us died. Sumu turned around, pushed up his brown glasses to cover his eyes again, reached into his pocket, and under Ye Fanyu's surprised gaze, pulled out a pack of cigarettes with jasmine flowers printed on them, then skillfully took one out and put it in his mouth. Want one? Ye Fanyu was taken aback. Looking at the cigarette in the other person's mouth, he felt a sudden urge to smoke. He was also a smoker, but he had long since run out of cigarettes after arriving in the nightmare world. Okay. So Sumu took out another one and handed it to Ye Fanyu. Ye Fanyu took the cigarette but didn't put it in his mouth. Instead, he examined it carefully and asked, "What brand of cigarettes is this? This is the first time I've seen one like this." Sumu smiled and said, "I like the scent of jasmine, so I specially commissioned a jasmine-flavored cigarette." In the corner, Yang Dongqing's body trembled slightly, his fists clenched tightly as Sumu spoke. He took out a lighter to light Ye Fanyu's cigarette, but Ye Fanyu immediately looked flustered and said, "Mr. Su, you're too kind. Let me do it." Without saying a word, he took the lighter and handed it to Sumu. Snap! A faint flame burned between the two. "After you." Sumu smiled. He naturally knew what Ye Fanyu meant. Ye Fanyu was afraid that there was something wrong with the cigarettes, so he didn't dare to smoke first. He didn't expose him and let Ye Fanyu light the cigarette. After Sumu took a deep breath, Fanyu lit his own cigarette and pretended to exhale smoke. But if you looked closely, you would find that he didn't actually inhale. "Can I have one too?" Li Qiang asked with a hint of longing in his voice, which trembled slightly as if he were somewhat afraid of the two men. "Of course." Sumu smiled, his smile more polite and gentle than arrogant towards ordinary people. He handed Li Qiang a cigarette, and for a moment the air was filled with the scent of jasmine. Li Qiang took a deep drag, but the more he inhaled, the more something felt wrong, because he couldn't taste any smoke at all. Instead, his mouth was filled with the fragrance of jasmine. However, he didn't dare to say much, only thinking that important people might like to smoke this kind of cigarette. Enveloped in the fragrance of jasmine, everyone's emotions inexplicably eased a little, and Wang Li, who had been crying silently, had fallen asleep at some point. "Mr. Su, I suggest you take a rest as well," Ye Fanyu said, smoking a cigarette. "Because we can't leave the house during the day, we can only go out at night to find food and candles, so we've basically been working day and night for the past few days, sleeping during the day and moving around at night. No rush. I just arrived, so I'll take a stroll around. Maybe I can find some clues about the nightmares." Sumu smiled and declined, his gaze shifting slightly to the hall. The spacious living room is furnished with simple and practical wooden furniture. There is a pair of blue and white porcelain vases on the counter. The floor is covered with smooth patterned tiles. In the corner of the north side of the hall, there is a wooden staircase leading directly to the second floor. Although the decoration here is also relatively simple, it is obviously a grade higher than the previous houses. Moreover, it seems to be the only three-story building in the entire village. Logically speaking, the owner of this house is most likely the village chief of Zhao family village. Ye Fanyu's eyes brightened slightly. The village chief's house might have food. To be honest, we haven't eaten for 3 days. We searched several houses under the cover of darkness, but we didn't find anything to eat. This place is relatively wealthy, so maybe there's something to eat here. Let's go shopping together then. Good. Sumu took a step forward, but stopped after only 2 steps and said to Yang, Dongqing in the corner, you come too. Yang Dongqing silently got up and followed Sumu without saying a word. The 3 of them quickly toured the 3-story house, but found nothing. It was just an ordinary house. If there was anything strange about it, it was that it was old and dilapidated, like a village from the last century, with no trace of modernity. Sigh, still no food. Yi Fanyu's face was very ugly. Although he was a superhuman, he still needed to eat. It was very uncomfortable to go 3 days without food. He could only pin his hopes on Sumu. Mr. Su, do you have any food with you? Sumu shook his head. I'm sorry, I don't have any either. Yi Fanyu's expression darkened and he forced a smile. Looks like we'll have to wait until tonight. Perhaps not. Suddenly smiled mysteriously. He bent down slightly and touched the hard patterned tile with his hand. When he stood up, his pale fingertips were covered with dust. He rubbed the dust off his fingers, his gaze fixed on a corner of the hall. At this moment, Zhao Chaoyao quickly took out a white handkerchief from his pocket and respectfully and carefully wiped Sumu's fingertips clean. Yi Fanyu's lips twitched slightly at the sight, and he tentatively asked, Is Mr. Su an aristocrat? Oh, how do you know? I just think that Mr. Su's veer and demeanor are really like those of an aristocrat. Sumu simply smiled politely and did not answer. Living in the lower city, he had never seen nobles before, and found it hard to imagine that there were people in the world like him. Is this what nobles are? Seeing that Sumu did not answer, Yi Fanyu immediately changed the subject. By the way, Mr. Su, what did you mean when you said that perhaps it's not necessary? Have you already discovered something? He remained very polite. In the nightmare world, when there was no conflict of interest, it would be foolish to make enemies with other superhumans, especially since Sumu, a superhuman, was clearly not someone to be trifled. Sumu nodded, lightly raised his snakeskin cane, and pointed to the ground at the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. There's very little dust there. Yi Fanyu looked in the direction of the cane, and his expression immediately lit up with joy. The village may have a habit of building cellars to store food. That might be a cellar. He quickly went over, and the slanted shadow of the stairs blocked the tiles below. He reached out and touched them, and sure enough, there was only a thin layer of dust, much less than in other places. At this moment, he had his back to Sumu, and no one noticed the solemnity and apprehension that appeared on his face. What keen observation skills! How many secrets is Sumu hiding, given his ability to control so many people and possess such sharp observation skills? He had just gone upstairs with Sumu, but he hadn't noticed anything wrong with the tiles in the shadows at the bottom of the stairs, or rather, it wasn't something that could be seen with the naked eye. Who can see the dust on the tiles covered in shadow? This person must possess some kind of investigative technique. Yi Fanyu's guess was correct. Sumu did not see with his eyes, but with his mental power. His extraordinary mental power not only gave him the ability to hypnotize, but also came with powerful perception. Knock knock. Yi Fanyu tapped the tile with his knuckles, producing a clear, hollow sound. He turned around, his face beaming with joy. It's hollow! He ran his hand along the seams of the tile, then found a protrusion. With a forceful push, the tile opened, revealing a cellar large enough for one person. Mr. Su, there really is a cellar. Yi Fanyu walked over with delight, but did not go down immediately. He was not stupid. Although he knew there was no danger inside the house, who could guarantee that there would be no danger in the cellar? Who would be so kind as to build a cellar in their home and hide it so secretly? Sumu did not expose his ulterior motives. In the perilous nightmare world, Ye Fanyu still had value to him. Hey you, send someone down to check. Yes, leader. Zhao Chaoyao immediately assigned a person from the team. That person, naturally without fear, lit a lantern and went down into the cellar. The crowd watched from above as the faint candlelight gradually penetrated deeper into the darkness, only to be swallowed up bit by bit. A moment later, the henchman's voice came from below. Boss, there's no danger inside. Sumu remained expressionless and did not go down. Instead, he instructed, come up first. Yes, chief. Afterwards, the henchman climbed up unharmed. After a careful inspection, Sumu was finally certain that the cellar was safe. Ye Fanyu had previously mentioned that villagers could change their appearance and imitate those close to them. If a villager in the cellar killed a member of the poisonous snake gang and then transformed into his appearance, going down there rashly would definitely be dangerous. What's down there? Reporting to the chief, it's very dark down there. There are some dried bloodstains on the walls, as well as instruments of torture. However, those instruments are rather unusual. Mostly whips, chili oil, ropes, cross locks, and so on. Ye Fanyu smiled sarcastically. Looks like this village chief is playing some tricks. Sumu frowned slightly. Go down and take a look. Yang Dongqing, lead the way. As the human shield, Yang Dongqing naturally had to be at the forefront. Yang Dongqing, who remained silent, took the lead and went into the cellar, followed closely by Ye Fanyu, and then Sumu. Soon, everyone went into the cellar, leaving only a few henchmen to guard the outside. The cellar was about 50 square meters in size and pitch black. Only the lantern in my hand could barely illuminate the way forward. It was filled with the smell of decay. I'll do it. Ye Fanyu was probably really starving and couldn't wait any longer. He stretched out a finger and swished. A blazing flame appeared at his fingertips, its light several times brighter than a candle, instantly illuminating the entire cellar. At this moment, everyone could finally see the entire cellar. The surrounding walls were made of cement, with many mottled bloodstains on them. Over time, the bloodstains had been imprinted on the walls, giving them a dark color. In the center of the cellar stood a huge cross-shaped lock, with bloodstains still visible on the handcuffs and shackles, suggesting that someone had been strapped to it in a starfish shape. Next to the cross lock was a wooden table with whips, short sticks, candles, and some women's clothing on it. Seeing this, it wasn't hard for everyone to imagine what the cellar was used for. Damn it! Ye Fanyu cursed under his breath. Why not use a proper cellar to store food instead of this stuff? He stepped forward and picked up the unused red candles on the table. Fortunately, there are still 3 candles left, so they can still be used to some extent. Mr. Su, there are many of you, so I'll keep 1 candle for myself, and you can share the rest. Ye Fanyu was met with complete silence. He tilted his head slightly, looking at Sumu and the others, and asked in confusion, Su. He had barely uttered a word when he realized something was wrong, because Sumu and the others were all staring intently at the cross lock behind him. His scalp tingled instantly, and almost without thinking, he retreated rapidly, moving away from the cross lock. As he retreated, he turned his head and glanced at it out of the corner of his eye, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Unbeknownst to them, a woman had appeared on the previously empty cross lock. The woman was thin and disheveled, wearing a blue and white floral dress, and was tied to a cross lock in a starfish shape. Her disheveled hair obscured her face, and her floral dress was stained with blood and filth. Everyone looked at the woman as if facing a formidable enemy. Ye Fanyu, who was startled, was filled with shock and anger, and he immediately activated the flamethrower he was using for illumination. It left a long trail of flame in the air and hurtled towards the woman. However, the fire bullet passed straight through the woman's body, as if it were passing through air, and finally hit the corner of the cellar, exploding into a bright spark. The blow shook the entire cellar, and a lot of dust fell from the roof. With lightning speed, Zhao Chaoyao ripped off his suit jacket and flung it out like an umbrella, shielding Sumu's head with it. "This is a silhouette of time," Yi Fanyu said in surprise and doubt. "What is a silhouette?" Yang Dongqing asked, prompted by Sumu's gaze. Yi Fanyu took a deep breath. "I heard it from someone else. The so-called time silhouette is like cutting out fragments or scenes of time like paper cutting. To put it simply, it's like watching a movie, and the director is time. Everything that happens is recorded by time, and then it is revealed due to some mysterious force. The nightmare world is very special. Time is distorted here, so time silhouettes are very likely to occur. It must be that when I picked up the candle, I triggered some kind of vent, caused the time silhouette. Rest assured, the time silhouette displays sound and images and poses no danger whatsoever. Is time so boring? Why record everything?" Yang Dongqing frowned as he looked at the woman in the picture. He was disgusted by this kind of thing. Yi Fanyu shook his head. "Not everything is recorded. Only people or events with special significance, or the main characters in the scene who are in a certain extreme emotion and resonate with time, will be recorded." In this nightmare, a timeline was triggered, and perhaps the woman in the image is the source of the dream. In other words, this is her nightmare. Her nightmare? Yang Dongqing's gaze fell on the woman's floral dress. Her clothes are very retro, not like those of a modern person, but more like those of someone from decades ago. Could this be a nightmare from decades ago? It should be. The nightmare world is made of endless nightmares. Modern people have nightmares, and ancient people had nightmares too. It's not impossible to encounter ancient scenes in the nightmare world sometimes. The boundary between dreams and reality is blurred. Even time itself is in chaos. As everyone was talking, another person suddenly appeared in the time silhouette. It was a young man with dark skin and an honest face. He appeared in the picture, carrying a plate of steaming dumplings. A thoughtful look appeared in Sumu's eyes. There was this man among the previous villagers. Everyone looked over quickly and indeed felt that the face looked somewhat familiar. "Ting Ting! Ting Ting! I've come to see you." The man walked quickly to the woman and said happily, "Ting Ting, look, I brought you your favorite dumplings." At this moment, the woman on the cross lock seemed to be awakened, and struggled to raise her head, and everyone finally saw her face clearly. Was a dirty little face, except for the area under her eyes, which was relatively clean, revealing a patch of white skin. Obviously, tears. Although it was a bit dirty, you could still vaguely tell that the woman had a pretty face. She wouldn't be called a beauty of unparalleled grace, but she did have a delicate and charming look. The most striking feature was his eyes, clear as a spring, but now they were filled with fear and dread. The woman's eyes lit up when she saw the steaming dumplings in front of her. "Ting Ting, did my dad abuse you again?" The man looked at Ting Ting's haggard appearance, a flash of anger in his eyes. "Don't worry, I will definitely get you out of here. Here, have some dumplings first, you must hold on." The man carefully picked up a dumpling with his hand, blew on it, and then held it to Ting Ting's mouth. Ting Ting opened her mouth with difficulty and chewed it in small bites. "Is it good? I made it myself." The man's eyes gleamed with anticipation, his voice tinged with eagerness and longing, like a child waiting for candy, hoping to hear a positive answer. "It's delicious," Ting Ting said weakly, a smile appearing on her dirty face. The smile was very pure, without any impurities or pretense, and her clear eyes curved into crescent shapes. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, the man trembled with excitement. That's wonderful! I knew you'd like it, Ting Ting. After all, these are dog meat dumplings I made myself. Dog meat? Ting Ting trembled slightly. The man became increasingly excited. Yes, it's that big yellow dog you raised since it was a puppy. Don't let its age fool you, it still has some strength. When I tried to kill it with a knife, it almost bit me. Upon hearing this, Sumu and the others witnessed what it meant for smiles to freeze. That once innocent and pure smile gradually hardened and solidified until it shattered. Her clear, bright eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of gray that could not be washed away no matter how many tears she shed. Eat up, Ting Ting. Don't you love dumplings the most? The man rudely fed Ting Ting dumplings. You fucking eat it! His expression grew increasingly excited, even bordering on ferocious. Ha ha ha. What an idiot. You actually believed that? Ever since you were imprisoned, that old dog has been guarding your dilapidated hut, neither eating nor drinking. It's long dead. Where am I supposed to find dog meat? At most, I can get you a couple of dog bones. Click, click. That was the sound of Yang Dongqing's fists rubbing together with too much force, somewhat like two pieces of metal rubbing together. His face was extremely gloomy, and his eyes were like volcanoes about to erupt, with extreme anger brewing. That beast! He almost ground his teeth to powder. If the scene before him hadn't been fake, he would have already charged forward. However, what happened next was even more heinous. After feeding the man the dumplings, he began to assault him with excitement. The cellar was filled with the man's maniacal laughter and the woman's screams. How is it, Ting Ting? Has my father been here? Ting Ting, do you know what I like most about you? It's your chubby, fleshy body, ha ha ha. Bastard! Yang Dongqing was and rushed forward, throwing a furious punch at the man, but the punch only hit the air. It's no use. These are things that have happened before, and you can't stop them now, Ye Fanyu said. Yang Dongqing's chest heaved violently, his eyes wide with fury. He turned his head away, unable to bear to look any longer. Soon, the man left, leaving behind only the dying Ting Ting and the deathly darkness of the cellar. She stared blankly at the trampled dumplings on the ground, as if she had run out of tears. The scene seemed frozen in time, without any movement. However, everyone knew that the scene was not still. Ting Ting in the scene was constantly suffering from extreme despair and grief. Suddenly, the perceptive Sumu noticed the change in the scene and pointed to the shadow in the corner. A dark shadow has appeared. Everyone was instantly shocked and instinctively scattered, but they soon realized that the so-called dark figure was not in reality, but in the picture. In the corner of the cellar where Ting Ting was, a shadow was silently surging, twisting and stretching, gradually rising and growing into a human shape. It looked exactly like the shadowy figure Sumu and the others had seen before. It was extremely thin, as if it were just bones. Its arms were so long that they almost reached the ground. The dark figure moved swiftly towards Ting Ting. Ting Ting stared blankly at the figure, her despair not replaced by fear. Under Ting Ting's gaze, the dark figure gracefully extended its arm, a slender arm made of shadow, as if extending some kind of invitation. Are you the nightmare Grandma talked about? Ting Ting asked weakly. The shadowy figure didn't answer. Instead, it stretched its arm forward and stopped beside Ting Ting's hand. Without hesitation, Ting Ting firmly grasped the hand of the dark figure with her small handcuffed hand. The scene abruptly ended there. Everyone remained silent. Ting Ting's experience left them feeling somewhat depressed. Sumu pondered, if this place is Ting Ting's nightmare, then what about the shadowy figure? Logically, it should be a monster from a nightmare, but judging from the timeline, the shadowy figure has also appeared in the reality where Ting Ting is. Ye Fanyu suddenly said. Perhaps the shadowy figure is a monster from another nightmare that invaded reality, found Tingting, and some kind of reaction occurred between them, leading to the current nightmare. Or perhaps this isn't Tingting's nightmare at all, and the shadowy figure is the source of the nightmare. Whichever possibility it may be, the shadow is crucial. Perhaps the key to breaking the nightmare lies in the shadow. After a brief discussion, no one could reach a conclusion, and they eventually returned to the ground. Mr. Su, I'm going to my room on the second floor to rest for a while. I couldn't find any food this time, so I need to conserve my energy by sleeping. I'll have to trouble you to take care of me during the day? Ye Fanyu said warily. Sumu nodded, letting the other person go to rest. They hadn't eaten or rested properly for 3 days. Even an Iron Man couldn't withstand that. He made some simple arrangements and told Zhao Chaoyao and the others to go and rest. Then he took Yang Dongqing to a room on the 3rd floor. Yang Dongqing was his personal bodyguard, so he would never do something as foolish as sleeping in his room and then arranging for Yang Dongqing to go to the next room. In the room on the 3rd floor, Yang Dongqing's face was gloomy, as if he was still immersed in Tingting's suffering. He was indeed an extraordinary person, but he was also a young man, a passionate young man, whose values simply did not accept such a tragic thing. Sumu lay on the bed, calmly staring at the ceiling. He was thinking about the relationship between Tingting and the shadowy figure. As he was thinking, he suddenly felt a burning sensation in his nose. He reached out and touched it. It was a bright red blood stain. Heh. He chuckled softly, took out a handkerchief and wiped away the blood stains. We're closer to death now. He had arrived in the nightmare world, but as Yang Dongqing had said, he had not sensed the bronze law and become a transcendent being. It seemed that he really didn't have any talent. He closed his eyes and tried to use his senses to find the omnipresent bronze law, but to no avail. Knock knock. The sound of knuckles tapping on glass rang out. Sumu opened his eyes, and Yang Dongqing also stood up instantly, looking at the only window in the room with a solemn expression. The window was blocked by curtains, and the knocking sound was coming from outside. Looks like I have a guest coming. Sumu became interested. He slowly got up, walked to the window, and used his cane to part the curtains. A woman came into view. A woman whom Sumu and Yang Dongqing were both very familiar with. Jasmine. Jasmine? Yang Dongqing exclaimed in surprise. How could you? He stopped abruptly halfway through his sentence, remembering Li Qiang and Ye Fanyu's description of the villagers. These villagers would transform into the appearance of relatives to lure you into opening the door. Damn it! Yang Dongqing clenched his fists, his anger surging. He was already in a bad mood after coming out of the cellar. And now that he saw the nightmare monster had turned into Jasmine, he was even more furious. Outside the window, Jasmine's little face was filled with fear and anxiety. She kept banging on the window, calling out, Yang Dongqing, Yang Dongqing, I'm so scared, where am I? Shut up, you monster! Yang Dongqing roared. Jasmine's pretty face turned pale, her face full of heartbreak. What are you talking about, Yang Dongqing? I'm not a monster, I'm Jasmine. Don't you recognize me? I went to look for you before and found that you had both passed out. I wanted to wake you up, but I don't know how I passed out too. When I woke up, I was here. Yang Dongqing was taken aback, then suddenly looked at Sumu, his almost overflowing with murderous intent. You brought Jasmine in too? Faced with the killing intent of a superhuman, Sumu smiled with interest. Interesting. Not only does it possess the ability to transform, it can also read minds to a certain extent. Most importantly, it also has an intelligence-reducing aura. Answer me! Yang Dongqing, like a furious tiger, came up to Sumu, his fists clenched as if he were about to smash Sumu's head in the second. Sumu remained unhurried and said, "Foolish person, before you get angry, can you at least think about which floor we are on?" Yang Dongqing was startled, a glimmer of reason appearing in his eyes. He strode to the window and stared intently at Jasmine. "How did you get up here?" "I climbed up here, Yang Dongqing. Why are you being so fierce? Let me in." "Climb up?" "Jasmine is so frail. And this 3-story house is covered in moss. How could she possibly climb up?" "And how did you know I was in this room on the 3rd floor?" "You damned monster!" Jasmine looked heartbroken, her face etched with despair, small pearls falling from her eyes as she clutched her chest tightly. Yang Dongqing, why don't you believe me? Sumu watched with great interest. And he found that this fake Jasmine's acting skills were even better than the real Jasmine's. Whoosh! Yang Dongqing slammed the curtains shut and ignored it. But the next second, Sumu pulled the curtains back up. "What are you doing?" "I'm curious about the behavior patterns of these monsters, and I'd also like to see what she's capable of doing to trick me into opening the door," Sumu said with a faint smile. Yang Dongqing gave him a cold look, then turned away, not wanting to see him again. Yang Dongqing? Yang Dongqing," Jasmine called anxiously. "Miss Jasmine, his heart is as hard as his body, made of iron. I am different. I am always soft-hearted, especially unable to bear seeing a woman cry. Why don't you try begging me?" Sumu smiled. This monster's ability to charm minds was something he didn't know, and he wanted to learn it. Perhaps it was Sumu's words that caught Jasmine's attention, because she stopped paying attention to Yang Dongqing and turned her gaze to Sumu. However, a look of confusion appeared in those big eyes. Sumu narrowed slightly. "Didn't you read my thoughts? It seems that having stronger mental power is still useful." Jasmine's bewilderment lasted only a moment before she wiped away hers, a charming smile appearing on her face. She lightly bit her lip and began to drag things out, warning, "Am I beautiful? Fuck you!" Yang Dongqing roared, "Pick it up! Pick your clothes!" Whoosh! The curtains were drawn again. Sumu seemed to be deep in thought, but failed to read my mind, so he resorted to the simplest and most direct method, using his beauty to seduce me. As his eyes darted around, a plan formed in his mind. He said to Jasmine behind the curtains, "I yearn for transcendence. If you can help me become a transcendent, I can let you in." Upon hearing this, even the enraged Yang Dongqing was stunned. Was he mistaking the nightmare monster for a turtle in a wishing well? Don't be so surprised. Since she wants to come in so much, it's not too much for me to make a small request, is it? Sumu shrugged. Jasmine remained silent behind the curtains for a long time without replying. Sumu raised an eyebrow slightly, used his cane to lift the curtain, only to find that the person was gone. Grass. Thump, thump, thump. This time it was a knock on the door. "Miss Su, are you all right?" "I think I heard a noise." Yifanyu's voice rang out from outside the door. "It's all right. A villager came by just now, but he's already gone." "By the way, Mr. Su, I've made some new discoveries about this nightmare. Would you mind coming inside to discuss it in detail?" "Of course." Sumu gave Yang Dongqing a look. Yang Dongqing pouted in dissatisfaction, walked to the door and turned the doorknob. With a creaking sound, the door opened. Roar! A deafening roar rang out, and the door, which was only half open, was smashed open with a loud crash. A ferocious figure lunged at Yang Dongqing, knocking him to the ground with tremendous force, its sharp teeth aimed directly at his neck. Click! The teeth clashed against Yang Dongqing's hard neck, producing a harsh grinding sound. Yang King was shocked and then realized that it wasn't Ye Fanyu who had come in, but a villager. He struggled violently, then suddenly flipped over and pinned the villager to the ground. unleashing a barrage of punches that quickly smashed the villager's head open. What on earth happened? Yang Dongqing stood up, panting heavily, still somewhat shaken. A trace of blood had appeared on his neck. If he hadn't been made of steel, he would have died from that blow. He looked at Sumu and found Sumu standing there with his head down, his body trembling slightly. He thought that the scene just now had frightened Sumu. Before he could speak, Sumu suddenly raised his head, his pale face filled with an excited grin. Yang Dongqing was startled. You? This is amazing. Ha ha ha. This is the feeling. Sumu's expression became increasingly manic, and an unnatural blush appeared on his pale face. He looked at Yang Dongqing with burning eyes. This is the surprise I wanted. You know, it was so close, so very close. If I had opened the door just now, I would be dead by now. Unfortunately, I'm too weak. I didn't want to take even one more step. Unexpectedly, this saved me from disaster. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Ha ha ha. A madman. A complete and utter madman. Young Dongqing felt a chill for no reason. He suddenly felt that he would rather face those nightmare monsters than share a room with Sumu. At that moment, screams also came from downstairs. There are still villagers down there? Damn it. How did these villagers get in? Weren't they told they couldn't enter the house? Yang Dongqing's expression changed drastically as he cursed. Instead of cursing here, why don't you go down and take a look? Sumu's gentle voice rang out beside Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing subconsciously turned around and saw Sumu standing there with a smile on his face, leaning on a snake-patterned wooden cane, looking as elegant as a nobleman. The frenzy I just experienced seemed like a hallucination. Damn it, this lunatic! He cursed under his breath and then walked downstairs. Gunshots and screams rang out. The area downstairs was already a mess. About 5 villagers had broken into the house and were fighting with the Viper Gang members. Several corpses of Viper Gang underlings lay on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, scorching fireballs shot out, burning the air and constantly driving back the villagers. However, it was all to no avail, as villagers continued to pour in. Sumu looked in the direction the villagers had entered, and saw that they had come out of the toilet on the first floor. Mr. Yang, watch out! Someone has broken the window of the first-floor bathroom. Yi Fanyu shouted anxiously when he saw Sumu and Yang coming downstairs out of the corner of his eye. Yang Dongqing's face grew increasingly grim. He rushed forward, using his steel body to repel the villagers and clear the road, asking, "Are you sure you didn't miss it during the previous inspection?" "I'm sure." Yi Fanyu shouted. "I checked. All the windows in every room, including the toilets. All the windows were definitely closed. The villagers couldn't have broken the doors and windows, so it must have been someone on our side who secretly broke the windows." "That's impossible. Who would be crazy enough to let a wolf into the house? Are they out of their mind?" As he said this, Yang Dongqing subconsciously glanced at Sumu. To be honest, if he hadn't been with Sumu all this time, he would have absolutely believed that Sumu was capable of doing something so crazy. Sumu's smile deepened. "It seems there's a traitor in our team." "Mr. Su, now at the time to look for traitors. The most urgent thing is to break through the encirclement. It is no longer safe here." Sumu nodded. Yang Dongqing, lead the way. Yang Dongqing's face darkened, but he did not disobey orders. Instead, he roared, his muscles bulging, and charged towards the villagers. His steel-like steps made the entire corridor tremble slightly, and each step made a dull thud. He charged into the crowd of villagers, his steel-like body ignoring the attacks. His arms swung like giant hammers, and every villager he touched suffered a crushed chest and broken limbs. However, these villagers completely ignored the injuries and the pain. Even with their heads dented and necks broken, they still roared and pounced on Yang Dongqing. In just a few moments, Yang Dongqing was covered in villagers, who were tearing at him frantically. Yi Fanyu and the Viper Gang members didn't treat Yang Dongqing like a human being either, and they fired wildly at him. With everyone's combined efforts, the villagers clinging to Yang Dongqing were all shot down. The only consequence was that Yang Dongqing had some bullet holes and burn marks on his body. He was made of steel, but that didn't mean he couldn't feel pain. After a barrage of attacks, he was already grimacing in pain. Walk! Seeing that the villagers had been driven back, Sumu immediately gave an order. Zhao Chaoyao quickly came to his side, took out a folding stretcher, and then carried Sumu out, with the others following closely behind. What no one noticed, that, amidst the chaos, the honest-looking middle-aged man, Li Qiang, secretly picked up a pistol from the corpse of a member of the Viper Gang. When everyone rushed outside, they felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Because outside they were met with a dense crowd of villagers surging in like a tide. They stared blankly at the crowd, their eyes practically overflowing with malice. A light drizzle began to fall from the sky, adding a touch of desolation to the scene. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Fanyu and Yang Dongqing, two extraordinary individuals, couldn't help but show despair. There were simply too many villagers. Even if the two of them were exhausted to death, they would still find it difficult to defeat them. At this moment, Sumu felt his heart beating again, something he hadn't done in a long time. In his dream, he had experienced far more thrilling scenes than the current predicament. But he couldn't feel his heartbeat because he knew that dreams were all fake and that no matter how reckless he was, he wouldn't die. But things are different now. Now you really can die! He was starting to get a little excited. Go back. Sumu's calm voice rang out. Go back into the room. Yi Fanyu was shocked. If we retreat now, we will be surrounded and attacked by the villagers both inside and outside the house. Wouldn't we become sitting ducks? Sumu didn't have time to explain, nor did he care to. Yi Fanyu's disobedience to his orders did not mean that others would disobey. Yang Dongqing and the members of the poisonous snake gang immediately retreated back into the house, as instructed by Sumu. Yi Fanyu's face turned extremely ugly upon seeing this, but he couldn't face the group of villagers outside alone, so he had no choice but to retreat back inside. Just as he was about to close the door, Sumu stopped him. Don't close the door, let them in, and go upstairs. Yi Fanyu was taken aback. But then he saw that Sumu had already started to go upstairs under the escort of the crowd, and he finally understood Sumu's intention. The villagers could only enter through the main entrance on the first floor and the window of the toilet on the first floor. If they were all led to the first floor, they could jump out of the window from the upper floor and escape successfully. Yi Fanyu gave Sumu's back a long look, then followed him upstairs without closing the door. It wasn't difficult to come up with the escape plan, but what was truly difficult was being able to react and calmly devise a solution in such a short time when surrounded by hundreds of villagers. Not everyone can do that. Most people panic with danger and find it difficult to make an accurate judgment immediately. Soon, the crowd rushed up to the third floor, while the villagers who had poured into the house could only catch up by taking the narrow staircase, which could only accommodate 2 people at a time. The villagers are difficult to deal with because of their large numbers. In a one-on-one fight, either Yi Fanyu or Yang Dongqing could defeat them. Now, thanks to the advantage of the terrain, the threat has been greatly reduced. Yang Dongqing will cover the rear, the rest of you jump out the window, Sumu ordered methodically. Without hesitation, Yang Dongqing blocked the stairwell alone. Facing 2 villagers at once posed little threat to him. He was the most suitable person to cover the rear, his steel body providing him with a strong guarantee of survival. One by one, the Viper gang members jumped out of the third-floor windows and landed on the muddy ground outside the house. The infrastructure of Zhao family village was very backward. There was no cement paving. Apart from the main road, most of the ground was muddy. Basically, any healthy person could jump from the third floor without injury, let alone these elite members of the Viper gang. If we were to say who in the group might be in danger if they jumped off the building, it would probably only be Sumu, and the only woman, Wang Li. I'm afraid of heights. The delicate Wang Li squatted by the window, gripping the windowsill tightly with both hands. She glanced at the ground and felt a wave of dizziness. Get out of here! Zhao Chaoyao kicked her slender from behind. Ah! With a piercing scream, Wang Li fell out of the window and landed on the muddy ground. Boss, please? Zhao Chaoyao respectfully helped Sumu to the window, then shouted to the Viper gang members downstairs. Get ready to catch the boss. Yes. The remaining 8 Viper gang members quickly formed a circle, then took off their shirts, stretched out their hands, and clasped them together, forming a human net. The clothes were placed on top of these crossed arms to provide cushioning. However, Sumu did not jump down immediately, but instead admired the scenery by the window. Hurry! I can't hold on any longer! Only when Yang Dongqing shouted urgently from behind did Sumu take off his brown glasses, take the snake-patterned wooden cane, and lightly leap from the window, finally landing safely on the human net. Wang Li, who was dizzy and disoriented from the fall, saw this scene but dared not say anything in anger. Zhao Chaoyao and Ye Fanyu quickly jumped out of the window to escape, followed by Yang Dongqing, who was covered in wounds. As soon as Yang Dongqing jumped down, several arms with bulging veins stretched out of the window, and several villagers crowded around the window, shouting violently. Hurry up, this house can't hold the villagers for long, Ye Fanyu said, still shaken. He pointed to a 2-story building not far away. Let's make do in this house for now. Go to the east end of the village? What? Ye Fanyu was taken aback. I said, go to the east end of the village, Sumu said calmly. Mr. Su, why are we going to such lengths? There are houses nearby where we can take shelter. Why go all the way to the east end of the village? Ye Fanyu asked, puzzled. Sumu gripped the temples of his glasses with both hands, slowly put on the brown-tinted glasses, and hid his eyes behind the lenses. Mr. Yi, it's hard for me to explain to you with your intelligence. You just need to follow me. Ye Fanyu's face was gloomy, his fists clenched, but given Sumu's composure in the face of danger, he ultimately chose to remain silent. The group sped along, dealing with several lone villagers before finally arriving safely at the east end of the village. The eastern end of the village is extremely remote and desolate, with only a small, dilapidated house on the roof, which is so simple that it couldn't be simpler. Ye Fanyu stood in front of the thatched hut, his face extremely grim. Mr. Su, is this the house you chose? Putting aside whether this house can accommodate so many people, just looking at the quality of the house, I even have doubts about it. Mr. Yi, I find it hard to imagine how you survived 3 nightmare worlds, Sumu interrupted calmly. He was standing under a black umbrella, with Zhao Chaoyao, dressed in a black suit, and holding the umbrella beside him. When it rains, you naturally need to use an umbrella. Ye Fanyu's face grew increasingly gloomy. Sumu continued, in the silhouette of time, do you remember what the village chief's son said? Never mind, I guess you probably don't remember either. The village chief's son said, ever since you were imprisoned, that old dog has been dilapidated thatched hut, refusing to eat or drink. It's long dead. Where am I supposed to find dog meat? At most, I can get you a couple of dog bones. Do you understand now? Yi Fanyu was taken aback. You mean this dilapidated thatched hut is Tingting's home? Sumu nodded. You hesitated to jump from the third floor because you were looking for this house? Snap, snap, snap. Su smiled and clapped. Mr. Yi, you really get it right away. I'm starting to believe you really did experience the nightmare world 3 times. Heh. Ye Fanyu grinned, a forced smile on his face. If I'm not mistaken, the key to solving this nightmare should be in this thatched hut. Sumu pushed up his brown glasses and suddenly changed the subject. However, before that, we need to find the person who secretly broke the window. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned serious, and they looked at each other. For a moment, the only sound in the air was the pattering of raindrops on everyone. Yi Fanyu's sharp gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on the members of the Viper gang. Mr. Su, I think the traitor might be in your team. Oh, how do you know? Sumu asked with interest. We entered the nightmare world ahead of time and stayed together for 3 days without any problems. But you all came in and… Ye Fanyu didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was already clear. This is impossible. We could not have betrayed our leader. Zhao Chaoyao glared angrily, as if his faith had been insulted. Ye Fanyu didn't speak, but silently looked at Sumu. Sumu smiled faintly and walked to Zhao Chaoyao's side. Chief, you must trust us, we would never betray you. Don't worry, I know. Sumu smiled and reached out to take a pistol from Zhao Chaoyao's waist. The sound of a bullet being chambered rang out. Actually, I already know who the traitor is. Sumu slowly slid the gun in his hand in front of everyone's eyes, and then landed in front of Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing frowned immediately. You doubt me? Heh. If it were me, make way. Sumu shook his gun in annoyance, signaling Yang Dongqing to move away. Yang Dongqing was taken aback, then stepped aside, revealing Yi Fanyu behind him. Yi Fanyu's muscles tensed immediately, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Mr. Su, this joke is not funny. Sumu frowned slightly. You move aside too. Yi Fanyu was also stunned. He realized something, and immediately stepped aside. This time, the person who was revealed was Wang Li, who had been hiding behind the crowd. When the delicate Wang Li saw that everyone's eyes were on her, she turned pale with fright. She quickly turned around, hoping that there was someone behind her and that Sumu would ask her to move aside, but no one did. There was no one behind her. Wang Li's face turned even paler. She frantically waved her hands. It wasn't me. How could I break the window and let those monsters in? I would die too. Yi Fanyu looked at her with a questioning gaze. Mr. Su, are you mistaken? With her courage, it's impossible for her to damage the doors and windows. Yes. Why are you so sure it was me? What proof do you have? Wang Li cried out as if grasping at a straw. Sumu smiled and pointed his gun at Wang Li, saying, Of course. He paused for a moment. The evidence is that when I was about to jump, you deliberately delayed me by the window, preventing me from jumping. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. What kind of evidence was this? I didn't deliberately delay. I'm just afraid of heights. Is that my fault? Wang Li argued vehemently. You all be the judge. He's clearly blaming me for wasting his time. He's retaliating against me. Yi Fanyu didn't speak, but felt a chill in his heart. This Sumu was simply a madman, wanting to kill Wang Li for this reason alone. But he didn't stop him. It would be irrational to make an enemy of Sumu for the sake of an ordinary person. Even Yi Fanyu didn't support Wang Li, so naturally no one else would stand up for her. Wang Li's face turned ashen, and she stared at everyone in disbelief. You can't do this to me. Why? Can't I even be afraid of heights? Only Yang Dongqing looked reluctant. and was about to speak when Sumu continued, Wang Li is indeed afraid of heights. But you are not. Wang Li's expression froze. What are you talking about? I am Wang Li. Tisk. A mocking smile appeared on Sumu's face. Is your acting really that good? Seeing your superb performance, I'm even thinking of signing you. I happen own a film and television company. Unfortunately, even if a nightmare monster like you were to sign a contract, it probably wouldn't be legally recognized, right? A nightmare monster! Yi Fanyu's expression changed slightly. Mr. Su, are you saying that the real Wang Li is dead, and this person in front of you is a villager in disguise? Sumu shook his head. I'm more inclined to believe that she is Wang Li, just Wang Li who has become a villager. Wang Li, who became a villager? Have you ever considered that the villagers were once human, and now they've become nightmare monsters? Wang Li was also once human, so why couldn't she change? Wang Li frantically waved her arms, as if trying to clear herself of suspicion. I'm not. I've been with you guys the whole time. How could I possibly become a nightmare monster? Don't make false accusations. At this moment, Li Qiang, who was standing to the side, seemed to have thought of something, and his face suddenly turned ugly. You have not always been with us. When you met Mr. Su before, you ran back by yourself. The atmosphere instantly became tense upon hearing this. Yi Fanyu and Yan Yangdongqing both distanced themselves from Wang Li, staring at her menacingly. You guys, I'm really not a monster. Wah! Wang Li started shedding small pearls without saying a word. Sigh, I can't stand seeing women cry, Sumu said with pity. So you should just die. He slowly raised his pistol and aimed it at Wang Li's head. Terrified, Wang Li dared not cry anymore, and kept covering her head with her hands, trying to block the bullets in this ridiculous way. Don't kill me. This is just your guess. You have no proof whatsoever that I am Nightmare. No, I do. Sumu said calmly. If you take a shot from me and you die, then you are Wang Li. If you don't die, then you are a villager. Wang Li's expression at this moment was beyond words. Shock? Anger? Disbelief? All sorts of complex emotions were mixed on her small face. It's hard to imagine that a human face could hold so many emotions at the same time. I'm dead? It was Wang Li? What if you're wrong? Did I for nothing? You were wrong, but even though you're dead, at least you left your innocence behind. Sumu shrugged. Bang! The loud gunshot temporarily drowned out the sound of the rain, and a metal bullet pierced through the rain curtain and accurately struck Wang Li's smooth forehead. Wang Li's voice stopped abruptly, and she collapsed to the ground. Yi Fanyu was startled, not by the gunshot, but by Sumu. He had experienced 3 nightmare worlds and believed that he had lost his conscience and could not be called a good person. But now he suddenly felt that he was as a good person. At least he would not be so indifferent to human life. Sumu, you. Yang Dongqing glared angrily, but a non-human roar interrupted him. Roar! A ferocious roar came from Li's corpse. The next moment, the already dead Wang Li stood up, without using her hands to support herself, just standing straight up. His pale face was expressionless, except for a pair of eyes filled with burning malice. Just like the villagers. What? It really is her! Yang Dongqing exclaimed in surprise, not expecting that Sumu had actually guessed correctly. In fact, only Sumu himself knew that he was not guessing, but was 100% certain that Wang Li become a monster because his hypnosis had failed. When he tried to hypnotize Wang Li, he encountered the same reaction as the villagers he was trying to hypnotize. Wang Li roared as she charged toward Yi Fanyu, who was closest to her. Yi Fanyu's expression darkened slightly, and he quickly clenched his right hand into a gun shape. aiming it at Wang Li. Flame bullet! Bang, bang, bang! 3 scorching fireballs roared out, exploding into intense flames on Wang Li's body. In just a moment, Wang Li was engulfed by the terrifying flames and burned into a desiccated corpse. After dealing with Wang Li, Ye Fanyu walked to Sumu's side and asked in a lost voice, "Mr. Su, what exactly happened? Why did Wang Li suddenly turn into a villager? As far as I know, the villagers don't seem to have the means to transform humans into their own kind. Everyone who is captured by the villagers ends up being torn apart and eaten." Sumu smiled slightly. "Where do you think those people who were pulled into the darkness by the shadows ultimately went? A shadowy figure." Yifanyu was stunned. Could the shadowy figure be the culprit that turned the villagers into monsters? "I'm just guessing right now, but maybe the answer is in this room." Sumu pointed to the thatched hut in front of him with snakeskin cane. "Yang Dongqing," he called softly. Yang Dongqing took the lead and entered the thatched hut without even needing Sumu to give specific instructions, clearly indicating that he had been well trained. Bang! The door of the thatched hut was opened and Yang Dongqing entered. After looking around and seeing that there was no danger, he invited everyone to come in. After Sumu entered, his scrutinizing gaze swept around through his brown-tinted glasses. The interior furnishings were all old, consisting of only a wooden recliner, a large square table with peeling paint, and an old-fashioned cabinet against the wall. One side of the main room is the bedroom, with simple patterns carved on the bed frame and some children's doodles. Although the bedding is faded, it is clean and tidy. Further inside is the kitchen, where a large earthen stove occupies one corner. Pots, pans, and bowls are placed on the stove, and dry firewood is piled up next to it. The walls are blackened by smoke. Although the house was dilapidated, it had all the necessary facilities. Just then, the roar of villagers could be heard not far from the door. Yifanyu's expression changed. "Oh no, those villagers are catching up." He quickly closed the door and peered through the crack at the approaching villagers, his heart pounding in his chest. The main reason was that the house was too dilapidated. Even the door was made of solid wood and couldn't close properly. He seriously doubted whether the door could actually keep the villagers out. Fortunately, the villagers stopped when they reached the door. "Call!" Yifanyu breathed a sigh of relief. "It's blocked." He turned around and was stunned to see Sumu taking out a plate of dumplings from the old-fashioned cabinet. The dumplings seemed to have been sitting for a while. They were no longer glistening and plump, but rather dry and wrinkled. The dumplings were pressed against each other, and some were slightly deformed. The juice from the dumpling filling seeped into the plate, pooling into a murky liquid that emitted a faint, unpleasant odor. "These are dumplings." Yifanyu swallowed hard. In the real world, he would definitely throw away dumplings that looked like this, but he was really hungry now. "Is it edible?" Standing to the side, also stared wide-eyed. Sumu smiled and placed the dumplings on the table. "Please help yourselves if you would like some." Yifanyu and gathered around, staring intently at the dumplings and swallowing hard. Sumu and the others arrived relatively late, and although they were somewhat hungry, it wasn't unbearable. "There are 12 dumplings in total. I still need to fight, so I'll get 8, and you get 4. Yifanyu didn't discuss it with Li Qiang, but decided on the distribution of dumplings directly. Although Li Qiang longed to eat more, he didn't dare to object. He stared at the dumplings and nodded. "You eat first," Yifanyu said. Li Qiang hesitated. In such a strange place, a plate of dumplings of unknown origin appeared. Who would dare to eat directly? "Hurry up!" Yifanyu urged impatiently. Li Qiang steeled his heart. So what if he died? This damned place, even if he died, he would die with a full stomach. He grabbed the dumplings from the plate and stuffed them into his mouth, like Pigsy swallowing a ginseng fruit, and ate 4 dumplings in one go. After finishing his meal, he looked at the remaining dumplings with a lingering sense of satisfaction. Although the dumplings were a bit spoiled, they were an unparalleled delicacy for him, who had been starving for 3 days. Yi Fanyu was very cautious. He carefully observed Li Qiang's reaction and waited for a long time. Only after seeing that Li Qiang was really not abnormal did he feel relieved and slowly started eating dumplings, while still observing Li Qiang. After eating 8 dumplings, Yi Fanyu finally felt alive again. "Mr. Su, why are there dumplings here?" Yi Fanyu asked. Sumu's behavior just now made him realize the gap between his intelligence and that of the other man. "Because Tingting loves dumplings, and this is Tingting's home," Sumu explained with a smile. Then, Yi Fanyu had only uttered one word when his expression suddenly changed drastically. Not only that, even Yang Dongqing and the others changed their expressions. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on the wooden bed in the bedroom. Because the wooden bed had just made a dull thud, as if someone had hit the bed frame with their head. "Who is it? Come out!" Yi Fanyu's expression was tense. His right hand was already clenched into a gun shape, and flames kept shooting out between his index fingers, causing the temperature in the room to continue to rise. Zhao Chaoyao and the others also drew their machetes from their waists. They had almost run out of bullets from their previous battle with the villagers. In this somber atmosphere, a dark shadow seemed to be trembling under the bed. "Come out quickly!" Yi Fanyu shouted again, and the fireballs at his fingertips were almost shot out. Just then, a snakeskin cane blocked his way. Yi Fanyu looked at Sumu with a puzzled expression. "Mr. Su." Sumu shook his head at him, signaling him to put down the gun. Yi Fanyu extinguished the flame at his fingertips, while Sumu took a step forward and whispered to the area under the bed, "Tingting, we're not bad people, come out." Tingting! Everyone was startled. Could it be Tingting under the bed? As expected, the shadowy figure under the bed stopped trembling immediately upon hearing these words. A moment later, a timid little girl's voice came from under the bed. "Are you really not bad people? You really won't hurt Tingting?" Everyone froze again. The voice was wrong. Tingting was clearly a young girl, but the voice from under the bed was that of a little girl. Sumu's smile grew even gentler, like that of a kind older brother next door. His tone was soft yet firm, and every word seemed carefully chosen. "Tingting is a good child, of course we won't hurt her." After hesitating for a long time, the dark figure under the bed finally crawled out. She was a little girl of about 6 years old, with her jet black hair casually tied into 2 small braids. It was a little messy but natural. She was very thin, but had a lively and agile figure, like a little deer in the mountains. She had a round face with a slight blush, a mark left by frequent exposure to the sun. Her eyes were large and bright, like clear mountain streams, pure and flawless. Her long eyelashes were like 2 small fans, fluttering gently in the blink of an eye. The little girl, dressed in tattered clothes, looked timidly at the people in the room, her dirty little hands nervously clutching the photo frame in her hands. The group remained vigilant, given the recent incident involving Wang Li. No one could guarantee that the little girl wouldn't suddenly transform into a monster like the villagers. I just felt that the little girl in front of me did look somewhat similar to Tingting from before. "Mr. Su, this little girl is quite a bit younger than Tingting. Could they be sisters?" Yi Fanyu asked in a deep voice. "No, she is Tingting." Yi Fanyu was even more surprised. "How did you know?" Sumu gave him a strange look. "This is Tingting's house, so naturally Tingting lives here." "Is that so strange?" Ye Fanyu was momentarily speechless. Ting, why are you hiding under the bed? Sumu asked with a gentle smile. The little girl, Ting, said nervously, I heard some noise outside, so I hid because I was scared. There are bad people outside, and they will bully Ting. As Ting spoke, her eyes caught sight of the empty plate of dumplings on the wooden table. Her lips trembled, and her big eyes filled with tears. Those are the dumplings Grandma left for me. Li Qiang, who had just eaten dumplings, scratched his head awkwardly. Ye Fanyu didn't take it seriously, but instead looked wary. Grandma? Where is your grandma? Ting looked a little surprised and aggrieved. She stretched out her dirty little hand and pointed behind everyone. Grandma is right there. Ye Fanyu was startled and turned around abruptly, only to see a wooden rocking chair with no one on it. Strangely, the rocking chair was rocking on its own without any wind, making creaking sounds. He felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, and a chill ran up his spine, making his hair stand on end. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly. Ting, good children don't lie. Ting pouted unhappily, and her innocent childish voice rang out. Ting didn't lie. Grandma is clearly lying in the rocking chair. She's looking at you right now. And she's even greeting you. Everyone stared in horror at the rocking chair that was still swaying, a sense indescribable fear rising in their hearts. Ye Fanyu and Yang Dongqing, both extraordinary individuals, were on high alert, their foreheads covered in cold sweat. Their eyes kept scanning Ting and the rocking chair, completely unsure which side to confront. They were capable of fighting the villagers, but they were also afraid of these unseen and bizarre monsters. It's like someone with a hunting rifle being asked to choose between facing a bear and a ghost. Without hesitation, they would choose the bear. In such a tense and eerie atmosphere, Sumu smiled politely at the rocking chair and said, "Hello, Grandma." The abrupt greeting evoked an uncontrollable sense of unease in everyone present. Yang Dongqing asked nervously in a low voice, "Can you see it?" Smiled slightly. "I can't see it, but as a junior, I should definitely respond to the greeting of an elder so as not to appear impolite. Madman." Yang Dongqing once again labeled Sumu with a new tag, a gentleman with a touch of madness. At that moment, a silvery laugh rang out. "Grandma praised you for being a very polite young man." Ting seemed to have forgotten about the dumplings, and a naive smile appeared on her face. Sumu smiled politely and nodded to the rocking chair in a very gentlemanly manner. "Thank you for the compliment. You are also a very kind elder." The atmosphere grew increasingly eerie. To everyone else, Sumu seemed to be talking to thin air, even though the rocking chair was completely empty. "Grandma said it's getting dark and there might be shadowy figures outside, so you can stay here. Is it getting dark?" Everyone hurriedly looked out the window and found that the sky had been covered with a layer of gloom, just like their gloomy mood. Clang! A crisp metallic clang drew everyone's attention. It was the sound of Sumu opening his dark gold pocket watch. He checked the time. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It gets dark really fast. He put away his pocket watch, the dark gold Ouroboros pattern flashing briefly before everyone's eyes. Then, he expressed his gratitude to the rattan chair. "Grandma, then we'll take our leave." A moment later, everyone huddled in a corner, far away from the rocking chair, and kept their eyes fixed on it. Meanwhile, Ting was obediently playing with a rag doll in the bedroom, constantly combing its hair with a small wooden comb. The sky darkened at a visible speed. The only sound in the room was the creaking of the rocking chair. "Mr. Su, it's getting dark. Let's leave quickly. This place is too eerie," Ye Fanyu said in a low voice. "Is it weird? Cute Ting, kind mother-in-law, this place is clearly very safe." Sumu was enjoying the peaceful atmosphere. "Mr. Su, this is not the time for jokes." There must be some strange connection between Tingting and the Tingting in the time silhouette. And that old woman, you can't even see her, how do you know she's kind? Yi Fanyu roared. Isn't it kind of my mother-in-law to take in homeless people like us? You? Yi Fanyu's expression turned angry, but he dared not leave alone. Just then, creak, creak, the creaking of the rocking chair stopped. Everyone tensed up instantly, because they all knew that the rocking chair stopping meant Grandma had gotten off. Who knows where an invisible person might go? Perhaps she has already come up to you, staring at you intently without moving, a kind smile on her wrinkled face. Sizzle! The candles on the table spontaneously combusted, illuminating a faint glow. It's getting dark. Those bad guys are gone. The little girl Tingting skipped out of the room and said to the air beside her, Grandma, I'm going out to find my sister. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines and stared nervously at the air beside them. Although there was no one there, they knew that a kind old woman was standing there quietly. Soon, Tingting skipped and hopped out the door. At this moment, Sumu stood up and said to the air beside him, Grandma, it's getting dark, and my eyesight isn't very good. Please forgive me if I bump into you. After saying that, he went to the bedroom where the little girl had been, under everyone's gaze. When he came out again, he was holding a photo frame. It was the same photo frame that the little girl had been holding in her hand. He flipped the photo frame over to the front, and what came into view was a yellowed black and white photo, a family portrait. There are 4 people in the photo. An old woman with a full head of white hair, a frail face, and a hunched back, a girl named Tingting who looks a little younger, and a woman named Tingting who looks a little younger. As for the other 2, they had no heads at all. Their necks were completely severed. They could only be identified as a man and a woman from their clothes and other parts of their bodies. They looked quite young, and they were holding Tingting's hands on either side. Tingting's face was beaming with a happy smile. Yi Fanyu leaned closer, looking at the strange photo in front of him. This man and woman should be Tingting's parents, but why are they headless? Sumu looked puzzled. It's not that the parents are missing heads, the point is that there's one person missing from this photo. Who? Yi Fanyu's expression shifted. Little sister. Sumu adjusted his brown-tinted glasses and said calmly, Tingting just said she was going out to look for her little sister, but she's not in this family photo. So the question is, who is she? Yi Fanyu's expression grew increasingly grim, and the strange feeling in his heart intensified. By this time, it was completely dark, and the empty rocking chair began to rock again. Creak, creak. Everyone stared nervously at the rocking chair as it swayed back and forth. Suddenly, an old voice rang out. Sleep soundly in the dim night fog. The whispers of demons linger around you. Moonlight peeks through the cracks in the window, and dark shadows stalk and chase you from the corners. Everyone was shocked and instinctively gripped their weapons tighter. Is this singing? Yi Fanyu asked, his brows furrowed. Lullaby. Sumu squinted, watching the rocking chair as the singing continued. The wind blows, the candlelight flickers, the embrace of darkness is quiet. Close your eyes, and don't run around. Fear slowly burns in your heart. Sleep, sleep baby, don't wake up. A dark shadow lurks in the corner, silent and still. Sleep, sleep, don't open your eyes wide. There's a hand in the darkness, inviting you to cross the bridge. Sleep, sleep, close your eyes and don't hide. Your soul is lost and cannot find liberation. Sleep soundly through the night. Don't ask whether it's real or unreal. Until dawn breaks, and the nightmare will turn away. The simple melody paired with an aged voice carried an eerie quality in the dim night. As everyone listened to the eerie song, all had the feeling that an invisible hand was stroking their scalp in the darkness. Unbeknownst to anyone, as the song began, A shadow quietly rose in a corner of the room where the candlelight couldn't reach. It rose higher and higher, eventually slowly transforming into a human figure. What does this song lyric mean? Ye Fanyu felt inexplicably annoyed. This strange environment made him very uncomfortable, and he subconsciously asked Sumu. But the moment he turned to look at Sumu, his scalp tingled, his face changed drastically, and he retreated rapidly to create distance between himself and Sumu. A shadowy figure! He retreated abruptly to the corner of the room, his right hand clenched into a gun shape, pointing it firmly at Sumu's back. Everyone was shocked and quickly looked at Sumu, only to see a long-armed, thin, humanoid shadow standing strangely behind him. "Leader!" Cao Chaoyao cried out in alarm, raising his machete. "Sumu, behind you!" Yang Dongqing stared intently at the dark figure behind Sumu, not daring to make a move. Sumu didn't turn around, but smiled faintly. "Behind me? Mr. Su, the shadowy figure has already targeted you. Quickly, have someone else replace you!" Ye Fanyu shouted urgently. However, Sumu did not arrange for his underlings to die in his place. Instead, he calmly turned around, his tall, thin, dark figure reflected in his brown glasses. At this moment, the dark figure stretched out its thin, withered arm toward Sumu. "Are you inviting me?" Sumu asked. The shadowy figure didn't answer, but instead stretched its hand even further forward, the sharp fingertips formed by the shadow almost touching the brown glasses on its face. Sumu smiled slightly and extended his hand to the shadowy figure. "I accept your invitation." The next moment, a fair and slender hand tightly grasped the hand of the dark figure. Everyone was shocked. "Leader! Sumu, you." Sumu turned around and smiled at everyone. The faint candlelight shone on his face, and the candlelight reflected on his brown glasses, making them flicker slightly. "Don't worry, the answer is hidden in that lullaby." After saying that, he closed his eyes and walked into the darkness hand in hand with the shadowy figure. Everyone stared blankly at Sumu as he disappeared into the darkness, lost thought for a long time. A deathly silence fell over the room. After a long while, Yang Dongqing said, "Although he is a madman, I don't think he would want to die. He just said that the answer is hidden in the lullaby. Perhaps he has discovered something." A thoughtful look flashed in Ye Fanyu's eyes. "The lyrics of that lullaby say, 'Don't open your eyes wide, there's a hand in the darkness, trying to invite you across the bridge, and then close your eyes and don't hide, for the soul is lost and cannot find liberation.'" The phrase, "a hand in the darkness," likely refers to a shadow, so closing your eyes and not might be the way to deal with it? It's possible. Sumu did close his eyes just now. Oh, Mr. Su actually risked his life for a single lyric. This is simply. Ye Fanyu hesitated, not finishing his sentence. Yang Dongqing spoke for him. "He's simply insane, isn't he?" "That's right, he's insane. It's not surprising that he's capable of anything." "You bastard. How dare you insult the leader? The leader has his own plans for what he wants to do. How dare you gossip about him behind his back?" Zhao Chaoyao glared angrily. Yang Dongqing gave him a cold look and ignored this person who had already been brainwashed and made stupid. Now is not the time to argue. The best we can do now is to split up and go out to find candles and food. The appearance of the shadowy figure means that this place is no longer safe, Ye Fanyu suggested. The group looked at each other and finally agreed to Ye Fanyu's suggestion in the darkness. Sumu, his eyes closed, holding the large, slender, cold, and hard hand formed by shadow. Those weren't human hands at all. They looked more like the hands holding the corpse of some kind of monster. Because his eyes were closed, was unable to know his surroundings. Although his spirit was strong, it was not strong enough to replace his eyes. He was like a blind man, led by a shadow slowly moving forward. "Here, Time seemed to lose its meaning. He couldn't perceive the passage of time at all. It felt like he had walked for a long time, yet also like he had only walked for a short while. The surroundings were completely silent. There was no sound of the shadowy figure, or his own footsteps. Gradually, Sumu heard the sound of water beneath his feet, but the sound was somewhat muffled, not like walking on rain, but more like stepping on some kind of thicker liquid. Blood? Sumu made casual guesses, feeling no panic whatsoever, but rather a faint sense of anticipation. He had previously seen Ting holding hands with a shadowy figure in the silhouette of time, and guessed that the shadowy figure was pulling people into the darkness, perhaps not to kill them. Directly. It's a very simple logic. If Ting were killed by the shadowy figure, she would most likely turn into a monster like Wang Li, who is also a villager. However, Ting was not seen among the villagers. Moreover, Ting in the time travel silhouette clearly recognizes the shadowy figure and even speaks with it. Are you the nightmare I talked about? This statement indicates that Ting had learned of the existence of the shadowy figure from her grandmother a long time ago. The lullaby that Grandma just sang was probably one she sings to her every night. Why wasn't Ting turned into a monster by the shadow? It's probably because she listened to her grandmother, closed her eyes, and walked away hand in hand with the shadow. That's why Sumu chose to go with the shadowy figure. He wouldn't live for more than a few days. According to his thinking, even if he couldn't become a superhuman, perhaps becoming a nightmare monster like the villagers wouldn't be bad, since the villagers' bodies were very strong and difficult to kill. As time ticked by, Sumu noticed that the sounds around him were becoming clearer, and he could even hear the wind whistling past. He stepped onto the hard ground. There was no sound of water. As he continued forward, he discovered that the ground was sloping upwards and had an arc. A bridge? He remembered the song that said there was a hand in the darkness, wanting to pull you across the bridge. He continued to follow the shadowy figure. After the ground rose to a certain height, it began to descend again, as if he were going down a bridge. He quickly stepped off the bridge, and then he heard voices around him. Leader. Sumu recognized the voice. He clearly remembered it as the voice of the underling who had been dragged away by the shadowy figure earlier. The younger brother sounded very excited, as if he hadn't expected to see the leader here. Chief, have you come to save me? A hurried running sound came from the darkness, clearly from a henchman. However, Sumu ignored him and did not open his eyes. A smile of interest appeared on his lips. Chief, why aren't you saying anything? Open your eyes and look at me. The henchman's voice was even closer this time, almost right next to Sumu's ear. Sumu frowned slightly, but kept his eyes closed. Get lost. The underling's footsteps faltered, his voice trembling with a hint of resentment. Leader, are you going to abandon me? I've always followed you. Hold head high. Sumu responded with complete confidence. He always remembered the lyrics. Sleep, sleep, close your eyes, and don't hide. The soul is lost and cannot find relief. Sleep in this night. Don't ask if it's real or not. Until dawn breaks, the nightmare will turn away. The meaning of this lyric is quite clear. You must keep your eyes closed and not be deceived by illusions, otherwise your soul will be lost in darkness. As for when you can open your eyes, you will naturally wait until dawn. When it comes to bewitching people, Sumu is second to none. He could never be fooled by a mere illusion. After being rejected, the henchman's breathing became noticeably heavier, and his tone turned icy. Leader, since you've abandoned me, you won't live either. Die! A voice filled with resentment rang out, and the underlings rushed madly towards Sumu. Most people would have been startled and opened their eyes, but Sumu didn't. He just calmly walked forward, completely ignoring it. Sure enough, when the sound of his underlings charging reached Sumu's ears, everything came to an abrupt halt, and silence returned once more. He continued walking and gradually felt a warmth. A beam of light pierced his tightly closed eyes. It felt like facing the sun in broad daylight with your eyes closed. Even with your eyes closed, you could still feel the blinding light. Leader! Xiao Chaoyao's overjoyed voice came from afar. Mr. Su, you're back? Ye Fanyu's voice also carried a hint of surprise. Sumu, wake up. Why are your eyes still closed? What happened to you after you left with the shadowy figure? The cacophony of voices filled Sumu's ears, but he still didn't open his eyes. Instead, a mocking smile played on his lips. How clumsy! Can't you use your brain before lying? Sumu was too lazy to even comment anymore. If a normal person saw themselves return alive, their first reaction would definitely not be welcome, but rather wariness and suspicion, since Wang Li had become a monster like the villagers. Moreover, it is known that the shadow only appears at night, or in the shadows. Now that the sunlight is so bright, how is it possible that the shadow's hand is still holding his hand? The surrounding sounds paused, and then Zhao Chaoyao and the other's tone turned icy cold. He discovered it. Kill him! Yes, kill him! A group of people charged at Sumu, letting out inhuman roars. Similarly, these sounds subsided after they reached me. Sumu walked for a while longer, and this time he heard some different sound. The voices of children. Fool! Hey, here comes the silly Ting-Ting! Hurry up, we don't play with idiots. A group of children were laughing and playing when Ting-Ting's aggrieved voice rang out amidst their mockery. Ting-Ting isn't stupid. Heh. Look, this idiot is crying. Aren't you stupid? Your parents abandoned you because you're stupid. You're talking nonsense. Grandma said that mom and dad went to work in another city. That's why they didn't abandon Ting-Ting. Sumu kept moving forward without stopping, and the innocent voices of the children became more and more mature, as if they had grown up. This idiot is still playing in the mud. She'll definitely play in the mud. After all, she's mentally challenged. Hey look, this idiot's got quite a big crown, girl. It really is. Let's go take a look. Ting-Ting, let's play together. Really? Ting-Ting exclaimed in surprise. You guys are willing to play with me? Sumu noticed that even Ting-Ting's voice had changed, becoming more and more like the Ting-Ting of time. Of course, we are from the same village after all. How about this, Ting-Ting, let's play a fun game. Okay, what game? You'll find out when you play, but you absolutely mustn't tell your grandma, or we won't play with you anymore. Wah! I don't want to play games. This game isn't fun. You're all bad people, you're bullying Ting-Ting. Grab her quickly, don't let her get away. You beasts! An old voice rang out, followed by the sound of a wooden stick hitting a person. Screams of pain. Sumu recognized the voice. It was Ting-Ting's grandmother. Ting-Ting, remember, when grandma goes to work in the fields during the day, you stay at home, lock the door, and don't open it for anyone. Grandma made your favorite dumplings and them in the cupboard. If you get hungry, just take them out and eat them. Yes, Grandma, Ting-Ting remembers. Grandma, why do they call Ting-Ting an idiot? They are all bad people. Ting-Ting is not stupid. Ting-Ting is the smartest child in the world. A silvery laugh rang out. It was Ting-Ting cheering excitedly. Ting-Ting is the smartest child in the world. Ting-Ting is the smartest child in the world. Ting-Ting, open the door for your uncle. No, Grandma says uncle is a bad person. How could your uncle be a bad person? Look, your uncle even brought you your favorite lollipop. Really? Of course it's true. Open the door quickly. Ah, you're lying. You're a bad person. Heh, Ting-Ting is getting more and more beautiful. Hey look, this idiot is taking dumplings to the cemetery again. She's really silly. Aunt Lee saw that she hadn't eaten for several days, and kindly gave her 2 steamed buns, but she didn't want them. She insisted on dumplings, and said that her grandmother loved dumplings the most. The village chief was kind enough to give her dumplings every few days, but she went and took dumplings to her grandmother's grave every day. I don't know who told her her grandma was sleeping underground, and then she started going door to door asking for dumplings. I heard that as long as you give her dumplings, she'll be fine. Then the sound stopped abruptly. The hand holding the shadowy figure had also disappeared, without anyone noticing. Sumu opened his eyes and saw a dark, dilapidated house. The rocking chair inside was not rocking, and the sky outside was just beginning to lighten. The little girl, Ting, was standing quietly in front of him, tilting her head and looking at him with curiosity. Big brother, were you sleeping standing up just now? Sumu smiled gently and ruffled Ting's dry, frizzy hair with his hand. Yes, big brother just fell asleep standing up. Upon hearing this, Ting laughed happily. Big brother, you're lying. No one sleeps standing up. Sumu feigned surprise. Ting actually saw through it. Ting is so smart. Ting smiled even more happily, her big eyes curving into crescents, revealing a row of small white teeth. Of course, Grandma says Ting is the smartest child in the world. Yes, Ting is the smartest child in the world. Sumu nodded with a smile. At this moment, Ting seemed to have thought of something and quickly ran to the cupboard, opened it, and took out a plate of dumplings. Big brother, do you want to eat dumplings? They're so delicious. Ting and Grandma both love dumplings the most. Suddenly, the voices of Yifanyu and others could be heard outside the house. Damn it, it gets light so fast, Yang Dongqing complained. This room is too small. If we stay here any longer, we'll only attract more shadowy figures. Listen to me, let's find another room. No way, Zhao Chaoyao said firmly. What if the leader comes back and can't find us? You guys, sigh. Yifanyu sighed. Do you really think Mr. Su can come back? Even if he did come back, would he still be the same person? As they were talking, there was a crack. The door to the thatched hut opened. Everyone stopped in their tracks and looked solemnly at the gate. Then they saw a man in a suit and tie, carrying a snakeskin cane and wearing brown glasses, slowly walk out of the house. Leader! Zhao Chaoyao and the other Vipering members were overjoyed. Don't go over there, Yifanyu stopped them, his eyes fixed on Sumu. Monsieur Su, still yourself? Sumu smiled slightly. Of course. I told you the leader would be all right, Zhao Chaoyao exclaimed excitedly, about to go find Sumu, but Yifanyu stopped him. Wait, what evidence do you have to prove it? Upon hearing this, Sumu's smile deepened. Mr. Yi seems to have forgotten again. He gently pushed up his glasses, the smile on his face slowly fading, said indifferently, Have you forgotten who you are? You want me to prove myself to you? Are you worthy? Yifanyu's face suddenly turned ashen, as if he had eaten shit. Zhao Chaoyao and the others walked behind Sumu without hesitation. Yang Dongqing hesitated for a moment, then walked over as well. Mr. Yang, even you. Yang Dongqing said without turning his head. I just think the nightmare monster shouldn't be able to imitate it so well. Yifanyu's expression grew increasingly grim with only the anxious beside him. Sumu said calmly, So, Mr. Yi, do you understand? Whether I am a nightmare or not is not important. What is important is that the truth will always be on my side. You call having a lot of people the truth? Yifanyu said darkly. Sumu smiled slightly. A large number of people is merely a manifestation of power, and power is truth. After saying that, he led everyone into Ting's home. Li Qiang hesitated for a moment, and then followed him inside. leaving only Ye Fanyu with a gloomy expression. He stood there for a long time before finally entering the house with a somber face. Upon entering the house, Ye Fanyu's gaze was immediately drawn to Tingting, who was sitting at the table eating dumplings, or rather, to the dumplings themselves. He rushed over and snatched the plate of dumplings from Tingting's hands. "Grandma gave it to me." Tingting pouted, about to cry why Fanyu didn't care about any of that. Once he got the dumplings, they were his. Yang Dongqing. Sumu gave the order, and Yang Dongqing, who was already annoyed, immediately rushed forward to snatch it. Ye Fanyu was startled, not expecting Yang Dongqing to make a move suddenly, and hurriedly dodged backward. At this moment, Tingting hurriedly waved her hand, her little face turning red with anxiety. "Don't fight, Tingting doesn't like fighting. If you want dumplings, you can have them." Yang Dongqing hesitated. Fanyu snapped. "Stop your unnecessary sympathy. We're humanin. What about her? She's a creature from a nightmare, maybe even a nightmare monster. Don't fight, Tingting doesn't want the dumplings anymore." Tingting became more and more anxious. Kind-hearted, she didn't want to quarrel. "Did you hear that?" She said she didn't want it anymore herself. Ye Fanyu said in a low voice, barely suppressing his anger. Yang Dongqing finally loosened his fists. He knew that snatching it back would be useless, and would only make Tingting more unhappy. After the minor dispute subsided, Ye Fanyu picked up the dumplings and invited Li Qiang to come and eat. The 8 dumplings from yesterday were practically nothing to someone who had been starving for 3 days. "You eat first, I'll give you 2 this time," Ye Fanyu said coldly. Li Qiang agreed in a muffled voice, but when he went to get the dumplings, he exclaimed softly, 11? 1 less than yesterday." Ye Fanyu looked closely, and found that there was indeed 1 less than yesterday. He looked at Tingting and asked, "Why is 1 missing? Did you eat it, or did you hide it?" Tingting shook her head. "I didn't eat them, and I didn't hide them. Grandma made 11. Ye Fanyu gave her a deep look, then said nothing more and continued eating dumplings with Li Qiang. Yang Dongqing ignored Ye Fanyu and the other person, and instead asked Sumu, "What happened after you left?" Sumu made no attempt to hide anything, stating frankly, "Just as I expected, the shadow is not insurmountable. As long as you close your eyes, hold his hand, and keep walking, you will return from the darkness when dawn breaks." Yang Dongqing was taken aback. "It's that simple?" "It's simple for me, but it might not be for you." Yang Dongqing's face immediately fell. "What do you mean?" "It's meaningless. In the darkness, all sorts of sounds will tempt you to open your eyes. Once you open your eyes, you will be completely lost in the darkness and eventually become a monster like the villagers." Yang Dongqing curled his lip in disdain. "It's just closing your eyes. What's so difficult about that? Since I know those voices are fake, I definitely won't open my eyes." "Yes, you're right." A flash of anger crossed Yang Dongqing's face. He felt he had been slighted, but he had no evidence. Although Ye Fanyu was eating, he had already been listening intently. At this moment, Sumu changed the subject. "I also obtained some information in the darkness. Information about Tingting." He glanced at Tingting, only to find that the little girl had run back into the bedroom. Call's hair. He slowly recounted what he had seen and heard in the darkness, mainly the sounds he heard from Tingting. 5 minutes later, Yang Dongqing's face was contorted with rage, his fists clenched so tightly that the veins on them bulged. "Beasts! These beasts! Fuck them!" At this moment, he felt his chest filled with an unprecedented rage, and even his skin gleamed with a metallic sheen. He wanted to kill, he couldn't stop wanting to kill. In contrast to his anger, Ye Fanyu beside him was beaming with joy. "That's great, what did you say?" Yang Dongqing glared angrily like a furious lion. "No, don't misunderstand. What I mean is, according to Mr. Su's description, Tingting is very likely the source of this nightmare. In other words, this is Tingting's nightmare. Yi Fanyu's gloomy expression vanished, replaced by excitement, because he had found a way to break free from this nightmare. A few minor setbacks were nothing compared to being alive. He said excitedly, "This is my third time entering the nightmare world. I have some experience with nightmares. Although nightmares are bizarre, they are also traceable. For example, if someone watches a zombie movie before going to bed, there is a high probability that they will dream of zombies that night. In other words, dreams are a reflection of reality." Mr. Su's explanation just now made me understand everything. It's because in reality, Tingting is mostly bullied by villagers during the day. In Tingting's eyes, villagers are just villagers. They are out during the day and rest at night. Think carefully about what Tingting said when she went out to look for her sister. It's not normal for her to call the villagers bad people instead of monsters. This is Tingting's nightmare, so the villagers' actions all follow Tingting's logic. Tingting's grandmother told her to hide at home, which is safe, so the villagers cannot enter the house. It is likely that this is also the case in reality. No matter how much the villagers bully Tingting, they would not dare to forcibly break down doors and windows or force their way into a private residence. The villagers could change their appearance and use various means to lure people out, which perfectly corresponds to someone using a lollipop to trick Tingting into leaving her house. This must have happened more than once, so, in Tingting's eyes, the villagers would use all sorts of sweet talk to trick her into opening the door. Yi Fanyu became more and more excited as he spoke, but he didn't notice that Yang Dongqing's face was getting even more gloomy. And another thing, in the timeline, the village chief's son was called Tingting the Fool. I thought it was just a casual remark, but I never expected Tingting to actually be a fool. The reason she's acting like a little girl is because that's how big her mind is. After all, a fool's intelligence is basically equivalent to that of a child. Enough, Yang Dongqing shouted angrily. He couldn't tolerate Ye Fanyu calling Tingting an idiot. A kind-hearted girl with intellectual disabilities, who did nothing wrong, was treated this way. She loved dumplings, yet she chose to go hungry to give them to her deceased grandmother. Even now, when Ye Fanyu tries to take her food, she's not concerned about her own hunger, but rather about a potential fight. Ye Fanyu's smile gradually cooled. "Mr. Yang, I understand your feelings. You sympathize with Tingting's plight, but don't forget, this is the nightmare world. The real Tingting is long dead. The current Tingting is, strictly speaking, a nightmare monster." Dongqing's chest heaved violently. He had nowhere to vent his anger. He knew Ye Fanyu was right, but he was still angry and frustrated. Ye Fanyu turned his gaze to Sumu. "Mr. Su, I know you are rational, and with your wisdom, you must have already guessed all of this. So, the rest is very simple. As long as we work together to eliminate the source of the nightmare, which is killing Tingting, this nightmare will be broken." Ye Fanyu's voice suddenly dropped to a low hue. He glanced discreetly at the little girl combing the hair of her doll in the bedroom and continued, "Killing Tingting shouldn't be difficult. The only obstacle should be her deceased grandmother. When we take action against Tingting, we are very likely to have a direct confrontation with her grandmother. Especially since none of us can see her. We don't even know if she's home right now. I guess she probably isn't there, since in Tingting's memory, her grandmother had to work in the fields during the day and wouldn't come back until dark. However, just to be on the safe side, I have a plan. It would be best if we didn't make a move here, but instead lure Tingting out first. Among our group, Tingting should trust you the most, Mr. Su, so perhaps you could—" "I disagree." Yang Dongqing suddenly erupted in anger, his fists clenched as he glared at Ye Fanyu. What did Tingting do wrong? She's just a victim. There must be other ways. Yifanyu's expression grew even colder. Mr. Yang, I hope you can calm down. She's not human. She's a nightmare monster. Killing a nightmare monster can save everyone's lives. Isn't that a good thing? As you said, besides killing the source of the nightmare, there is indeed another way to break free from the nightmare, which is to save the source of the nightmare. This nightmare started with Tingting. As long as all the villagers are killed, without these evil people, the nightmare will naturally not be a nightmare. But do you think that's possible? With just a few of us, facing hundreds of villagers, we have absolutely no chance of winning. Especially since you shouldn't forget, there's no food here. Even superhumans will starve to death without food, and they'll grow weaker and weaker until you can't even use your abilities anymore. How will you kill the villagers then? Yifanyu had clearly analyzed the pros and cons, but Yang Dongqing's answer remained the same. I disagree. This young man, who had just become a superhuman, showed unprecedented determination at this moment. He clenched his teeth. The veins on his face were faintly visible, and his eyes were already filled with anger. I will kill all the villagers to avenge Tingting. Yifanyu was both shocked and furious. Are you crazy? You'll kill everyone if you do this. How are we supposed to deal with hundreds of villagers? What revenge are you talking about? They're all dead now. It's all a dream. Dream? Yang Dongqing's eyes burned with an incomparably blazing and bright flame, and the metallic color on his body became even more intense. These scumbags don't even deserve to live in dreams. Why should they be able to bully Tingting in dreams for eternity after they die? Tell me. By what right? Damn it. You're insane. You're really insane. Yifanyu was also furious. Mr. Su, I can't reason with him. You're a smart man. As long as we follow my plan, we can definitely return to reality. For a moment, Yang Dongqing and Yifanyu's eyes were both focused on Sumu. Yifanyu knew that Sumu was a cold-blooded and intelligent person, and would definitely make the right choice. As for Yang Dongqing, he clenched his fists. He knew Sumu's cold-bloodedness and ruthlessness, so he was prepared to fight against both of them at the same time. Deep down, he also secretly hoped that Sumu would refuse Yifanyu's proposal. Facing their gazes, Sumu smiled slightly. I refuse. Yang Dongqing was both surprised, while Yifanyu was completely stunned with disbelief. You refuse? Yifanyu found it utterly unbelievable. Someone like you, would you really care about the life or death of a nightmare monster? Sumu adjusted his brown-tinted glasses, maintaining his elegant smile. Mr. Yi seems to have a deep misunderstanding about me. Actually, I've always been a good person. Ha. Yifanyu laughed strangely and menacingly. You? A good person? You are all good people, and I'm the only bad one. He pointed at himself somewhat frantically, never expecting that he would end up in such a state when he was about to escape the nightmare. His joy had vanished completely. All I want is to live. What's wrong with that? Mr. Yi, you're being too attached to appearances. In this world, there's no such thing as right or wrong, only strength and weakness. I understand your desire to live, but please be sure to abide by my decision. Sumu could not choose to kill Tingting and return to reality. Before he became a superhuman, even if he returned now, he would still die. At this moment, Yifanyu's expression turned completely cold. His eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent, and his right hand spread out 5 fingers, with one blazing flame after another lighting up. You're right. There's no right or wrong in this world, only strength and weakness, but who said I'm the weak one? As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room froze instantly. Yang Dongqing stepped forward and stood beside Sumu, while Zhao Chaoyao and the others drew their machetes. their fanatical faces filled with murderous intent. Sumu smiled faintly. Mr. Yi, if you're really strong enough, then from the moment you saw me, you should have understood that you've no chance of winning from beginning to end. A mocking smile appeared on Ye Fanyu's lips. It seems that my previous forbearance has caused you to misunderstand me. Previously, it was because there was irreconcilable conflict between us, and since we were both in the nightmare world, it would be irrational to kill each other, so I tolerated it in every way. Now, the key to breaking the nightmare has been found, and I have no more worries. Moreover, I have already ascertained your strengths. Yang Dongqing is merely a newly promoted superhuman who is not yet proficient in controlling his own abilities. As for you, you are nothing more than a group of ordinary people controlled by your puppet abilities. But your true self is even weaker than that of ordinary people. Most importantly, your men have run out of bullets in the previous battles. Do you think you can still pose any threat to me? Sumu's expression remained unchanged. Who said we've run out of bullets? Ye Fanyu's expression changed slightly. His D5 fingers flame bullet mainly focuses on attack and cannot rely on his physical body to defend against bullets like Yang Dongqing. If the opponent still has a gun, then he is indeed in some danger. You don't need to bluff. I saw with my own eyes that we were out of bullets. You're right, I've indeed run out of bullets, but Mr. Li Qiang doesn't. Upon hearing this, the focus immediately shifted to Li Qiang, who had been hiding in a corner, not daring to utter a sound. The taciturn middle-aged man slowly pulled a black pistol from his waist, his hands still trembling uncontrollably. Ye Fanyu's heart sank. Although a gun posed no threat to him, that was only true in a one-on-one situation without Yang Dongqing and the others. He was not afraid of a gun at all. Li Qiang, don't you want to live? The opportunity is in front of you. As long as you kill that little girl, we can return to reality. The middle-aged man, whose spine had been broken by the burdens of life, trembled even more. I want to live, Mr. Su. I have always been an honest and law-abiding person. I want to go back alive. I still have family, relatives, and friends. I really can't die here. Mr. Su, I don't want to kill anyone. Please step aside. A big shot like you has the resources to seek justice for the monster. But I've already exhausted all my strength just to survive, and my family is still waiting for me in reality. Sumu interrupted. Nobody likes to hear your sob story. If you want, go join Ye Fanyu. It won't make a difference if you're one more person. At that moment, the middle-aged man's face suddenly turned red. He abruptly raised his gun and aimed it at Sumu, then moved closer to Ye Fanyu. I don't want to kill anyone. Don't force me. You either agree to kill that monster, or you die. No one expected Li Qiang to suddenly erupt at this moment, and Yang Dongqing, Zhao Chaoyao, and others quickly protected Sumu behind them. Ye Fanyu sneered. Mr. Su, do you see? Not everyone is on your side. Oh, is that so? Su gently pushed up his brown glasses, and the eyes behind the lenses emitted an invisible, eerie light. Bang! The sudden gunshot startled everyone. But what surprised them even more was that the shot had hit Ye Fanyu. Ye Fanyu, as expected of a superhuman who has experienced 3 nightmare worlds, actually gave a warning when faced with a cold shot from behind, and twisted his body to deflect the bullet that should have hit him. However, even so, he was still shot, and a bloody hole appeared on his right back, from which blood gushed out. Ye Fanyu groaned and suddenly retreated, putting distance between himself and the others. His face was now covered in pain and anger. Li Qiang, you! No, it's not my fault. My hand is out of control. Li Qiang panicked completely, his body trembling violently, his dark face filled with fear, as if he had encountered something unpredictable. Bang bang bang. Several gunshots rang out, and deadly bullets whistled towards Fanyu. But he was, after all, a superhuman. With the distance created, the astonishing physical abilities of a superhuman became apparent. Facing the bullets fired by Li Qiang, he was like a nimble snake, suddenly flipping over and smashing through the window to escape from the house. Brother, Yi, I really didn't mean to. My hand just wouldn't cooperate, ha ha ha. Burst of wild laughter suddenly erupted from Li Qiang's mouth as he chased after the gun while firing. I was lying to you! You idiot! How dare you disobey the leader? You deserve to die. You bunch of lunatics. You all deserve to die. Outside the house, Ye Fanyu, who was desperately trying to escape, was completely blind-raged. Bang! A fiery projectile shot from his fingertip, leaving a trail of blazing flames in the air before striking Li Qiang hard in the body. In an instant, Li Qiang's maniacal laughter ceased abruptly. He was consumed by the flames. At this moment, several villagers who had been waiting outside the house roared and charged towards Yi Fanyu. Enraged, he attacked in succession, firing several fireballs that instantly killed the villagers. Yi Fanyu stared intently at the dilapidated, thatched hut. He knew he had to deal with the villagers before they arrived, so he suddenly his arms wide, aimed at the hut, and said in an extremely cold voice, 10-finger flame bullet. His 10 fingertips lit up with blazing flames one after another, which quickly twisted and converged, transforming into 10 compressed fireballs. Boom! 10 fireballs roared out, leaving 10 trails of flame in the air. They swirled and intertwined, eventually merging into a single fireball the size of a fist, which struck the thatched hut hard. The fireballs collided violently with the thatched hut, sparks flying everywhere in an instant. The hut was like a giant bonfire being lit, the flames mercilessly devouring every piece of wood. The crimson flames shot straight into the sky, and thick smoke rose up, forming a huge black column that obscured the sky. Previously, Ye Fanyu had concealed his strength, always using the D5 fingers flame bullet to deal with the villagers' attacks. But this time, facing Sumu and the others, he used his full power. Is he dead? Ye Fanyu gasped for breath, the pain from the gunshot wound in his back continuing to irritate his nerves. Just when he thought everyone was dead, he discovered that behind the raging flames, several figures dressed in black suits were faintly visible. They emerged safely from the side of the flames, converging like a small black torrent. The leader was Sumu, and beside him, Yang Dongqing was holding Tingting, who looked terrified. Yi Fanyu's face darkened. He realized that Sumu and the others must have escaped through the back window beforehand. He didn't need to think to know who came up with the idea. It must have been Sumu. Only Sumu had the brains to guess in advance that he was going to burn down the house. Yang Dongqing put Tingting down, a gentle look appearing on his steely face. Tingting, stay away. Brother will go and deal with this bad guy first. Although Tingting's intelligence was still at a young age, she was not incapable of distinguishing between good and evil. She nodded obediently, then jumped down from Yang Dongqing's arms and ran away with her short legs. Yang Dongqing was not worried about Tingting's safety. She was the source of the nightmares and had lived here for an unknown amount of time. Nothing in the nightmares could easily harm her. Then, Yang Dongqing stared intently at Yi Fanyu with his tiger-like eyes. Neither of them spoke, but both could see the determination in the other's eyes. The two had different ideologies, and neither could persuade the other. The only option was to fight. The atmosphere in the arena instantly became tense. Yang Dongqing stood there like an iron fortress, his body gleaming with metallic luster. Yi Fanyu's fingertips flickered with fire, and the air around him rose and twisted, radiating terrifying high temperatures. Suddenly, Yang Dongqing moved. He pounced out like a swift cheetah. He knew very well that his only chance to defeat Yi Fanyu was to get close to him. Yi Fanyu was aware of this as well, so the instant Yang Dongqing charged at him, he formed his hands into a gun shape and fired. Bang, bang, bang. He fired continuously with both hands, while his body moved rapidly in response, widening the distance between them. Several fire bullets whistled out, as if the surrounding air had been ignited. Yang Dongqing, who was speeding along, rushed towards the flames, intending to withstand the flames head-on and not give any time to move. Boom! Boom! Fireballs rained down on Yang Dongqing, making him stagger and leaving faint traces of char on his body. But he still didn't stop and charged towards Yi Fanyu. Because of Tingting, his body, which was in a state of intense rage, was noticeably stronger. 10-finger flame bullets. Yi Fanyu's eyes turned cold, and he fired 10 flame bullets at once. The terrifying flame bullets intertwined and merged in the air, turning into a large flame bullet that slammed into Yang Dongqing's body. Boom. The power of this attack was terrifying. The explosive flames exploded directly on Yang Dongqing's body, instantly turning into a raging sea of fire that engulfed his figure. Ah! With a roar of anger mixed with pain, Yang Dongqing, his body charred, forced a gash through the sea of fire and rushed out. The little bit of hair that had just grown out was now gone. He leaped up suddenly, pouncing on Yi Fanyu like a tiger descending a mountain. Yi Fanyu was startled, quickly dodged. Following closely behind was Yang Dongqing's rain of punches. The metallic fists made the air explode with each strike. But Yi Fanyu was obviously faster. He took a step back and dodged the punch. He was experienced in combat after all. Taking advantage of the gap in Yang Dongqing's attack, he seized the opportunity and fired a fireball at Yang Dongqing's face. Yang Dongqing was shocked and quickly used his hands to block. Little did they know, this was exactly what Yi Fanyu wanted. Ultimately, they were still too inexperienced. Yi Fanyu's face contorted with rage, and his right hand shot out suddenly, his 5 fingers forming a claw. Swish! A series of sparks ignited at his fingertips, transforming into 5 highly compressed fireballs. However, this time, he did not fire the fireballs. Instead, he clenched his 5 fingers tightly. What happens when he holds 5 highly compressed flame bullets in his hand? The next moment, Yi Fanyu gave his answer. His entire fist seemed to be set ablaze, burning fiercely. The flames were no longer a bright orange-yellow, but were mixed with a touch of fiery red. Flame fist! He threw a punch, which landed squarely on Yang Dongqing's exposed abdomen. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, and terrifying flames engulfed the two people almost instantly. Ah! A scream rang out, and a charred figure was sent flying backward like a cannonball. His body arsed through the air before crashing into a row of thick trees. With a series of cracking sounds, several trees fell, and leaves flew everywhere. He crashed heavily to the ground, the powerful impact carving a deep furrow in the earth, send dust and gravel flying everywhere. The person who flew backwards was Yang Dongqing. He thought Yi Fanyu wasn't good at close combat, but little did he know that Yi Fanyu had a trump card up his sleeve, and it was all just an illusion. At this moment, Yang Dongqing's abdomen was charred, and even emitted a pungent smell of burnt roasted meat. His consciousness began to blur, his eyes rolled back, and he struggled to get up, but collapsed heavily to the ground. He stared blankly at the sky, and only then did he realize that he had always been weak, even after becoming a superhuman. Am I going to die? He himself had fallen, and he didn't believe that Sumu could defeat Yi Fanyu. Perhaps this was where they would all perish. But why am I so unwilling to accept this? I haven't avenged Tingting yet, and Jasmine is still waiting for me to come back. I can't die yet. A strong will caused a surge of power to rise within him once more. With this power, He struggled to his feet, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. He can't fall down yet. Boom! A flaming bullet streaked through the air and landed precisely on Yang Dongqing. Bang! Young Dongqing's eyes rolled back completely, and he fell asleep immediately. He eventually collapsed. Yi Fanyu didn't give him a chance to stand up at all. At this moment, the flames around Yi Fanyu had dissipated. He was in very bad condition. His face was pale, his chest was heaving violently, and there were even burn marks on his body, especially his right hand, which was charred and hanging limply. Sumu, who had been watching the battle, narrowed his eyes slightly. The U5 Fingers Flame Bullet provided Yi Fanyu a high level of fire resistance, otherwise he would not have been able to control the flames. However, this fire resistance was also limited. The flame fist just now could be said to have hurt both the attacker and the attacker. The 5 compressed fireballs exploded at close range, first injuring Yi Fanyu's hand, and then Yang Dongqing. However, Yi Fanyu blocked most of the damage thanks to his fire resistance. Although Yi Fanyu was in a sorry state, with one hand crippled, he wore a smug grin that suggested he had the upper hand. He walked towards Sumu step by step. "Mr. Su, you're the only one left." Zhao Chaoyao and the others tensed up and immediately grabbed their machetes to block Sumu's way. Yi Fanyu's smile grew even more sinister. "You think you can stop me with just a few ordinary people? Ha ha ha, weren't you always so arrogant? I'm quite curious to see what kind of ugly behavior someone like you will show before he dies." Faced with Yi Fanyu's maniacal laughter, Sumu also smiled. He waved his hand, signaling Zhao Chaoyao and the others to disperse. Zhao Chaoyao and the others, who were obedient to orders, naturally dispersed, revealing Sumu, who had been protected all along. Yi Fanyu paused, his face showing wariness. "Mr. Su, in the face of absolute strength, any tricks you play are useless." Upon hearing this, Sumu smiled faintly, his slender, fair fingers gently removing the brown glasses from his face, folding them slowly and deliberately, and then putting them into his pocket. That confidence in controlling everything made Yi Fanyu even more vigilant, and he dared not let his guard down in the slightest. At this moment, Sumu smiled and said, "Mr. Yi, do you really think my abilities are those of a puppet?" Yi Fanyu's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean? How could your ability not be a puppet? If you're not a puppet, how could you bring so many subordinates into the nightmare world?" Sumu gently shook his head. "My ability is stand user. A substitute? I don't care what your ability is, just die." Yi Fanyu suddenly launched an attack, and a blazing fireball shot out, hitting Sumu's body squarely. Boom! Sumu died, his body reduced to a charred corpse. "Playing tricks," Yi sneered. "Mr. Yi, be careful." Sumu's voice suddenly rang out from behind Yi Fanyu. Yi Fanyu was startled and turned around to see Sumu rushing towards him at high speed. The speed he displayed in that instant was not like that of a weak person. He was even faster than an ordinary person. "How is this possible? I don't believe it." Yi Fanyu roared in shock and anger. 5-finger flame bullet. A blazing fireball ripped through the air and landed precisely on Sumu, causing him to burst into flames. However, the next moment, Sumu rushed out of the flames. Although most of his body was charred, he still kept moving towards Yi Fanyu. Yi Fanyu was increasingly shocked. How could someone with an iron body withstand his fireball? And if he had just killed Sumu, then who was this person in front of him? An overwhelming sense of unease gripped his mind, and he fired again. Bang bang! 2 more fireballs were fired, finally killing Sumu completely. Another charred corpse fell to the ground. However, Yi Fanyu did not relax at all. He looked around nervously, and sure enough, the thing he feared most happened. Sumu! Sumu is everywhere. At this moment, he felt utterly absurd. He was actually surrounded by a group Sumu. No! This is impossible. What earth is going on? Yifanyu was completely panicked. He had never seen such a bizarre scene before. He fired like a madman, the fireballs spraying out in all directions like a stream of water. In an instant, the entire battlefield was engulfed in flames. In that sea of fire, the Sumu, their bodies twisted and their scarred black by the flames, still charged towards him fearlessly. Sumu! Yifanyu roared to the sky, his eyes already bloodshot. I don't care what kind of weird abilities you have. As many as you come, I'll kill them all. He went completely mad, his emotions seemingly ignited, and he charged madly at Sumu in all directions, killing anyone he saw. Kill me, and then become me. The voices of Sumu, who like that sang out simultaneously from all around. Die! All of you die! 10-finger flame bullet! Explosions, flames, and the thud of corpses falling filled the air, weaving a symphony across the fiery battlefield. 5 minutes later, only one figure remained standing on the entire battlefield, swaying and panting heavily, nearly exhausted. It was Yifanyu. He bent over, his hands supporting his knees, breathing in the scorching air, his eyes even glistening with snowflakes. But he was laughing, a hysterical laugh as if venting his frustration, looking around at Sumu's corpse. Ha ha ha! I won! In the end, I still won! Cough, cough, cough. He was coughing violently, and his back was hurting so much that he could barely straighten up. It took him a while to calm down. Just as he was about to get up, he froze, as if someone had cast a spell on him, and he stood there motionless. His expression was one of utter horror, as if he had seen something terrifying, his pupils almost shrinking to pinpoints. What he saw was a small puddle on the ground, a puddle left over from the previous rain. It contained some rainwater, which mixed with the soil and made it look very murky. But in that murky puddle, a face was reflected. A face that terrified Yifanyu to the extreme. Sumu's face, that pale, handsome face, was still smiling, polite and elegant. The next moment, Yifanyu trembled as he touched his face, his expression almost crazed. Sumu, who was in the puddle, touched his face, making the same gesture as Yifanyu. No, 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 no. This isn't real! Yifanyu frantically tore at his face, as if trying to rip the skin off. He suddenly remembered Sumu's words. Kill me, and then become me. I'm Sumu. Yifanyu broke down. No, that's not right. I'm Yifanyu. Sumu. Get out here. I'm gonna kill you. I've always been here. Sumu's gentle voice rang in Yifanyu's ears. I am you. You're going to kill me, aren't you? Go ahead and do it. Yifanyu became increasingly distraught. You can't fool me. Get out here. In the puddle. Sumu's face smilingly. I said before, my ability is stand user. From now on, I will live in your place. Your power, your wealth, even your family, friends, will all belong to me. Don't even think about it. Yifanyu roared madly, his eyes bloodshot. I'd rather die than let you succeed. You want to live in my place. Ha ha ha. Then we'll die together. He suddenly raised his right hand, which was clenched into the shape of a gun, and then shoved his index finger into his mouth. With his eyes bloodshot and flashing with madness, Yifanyu did not hesitate at all and chose to fire. 5 fingers flame bullet. He fired the last 5 fingers flame bullet of his life, and the target of that fireball was himself. Bang! Yifanyu fell to the ground with a thud. See? He committed suicide. It has nothing to do with me. Deep in the woods, Sumu shrugged helplessly, while Yang Dongqing beside him was already dumbfounded. As a spectator of this battle, He was arguably the most qualified to speak on the matter, having never witnessed such a bizarre fight. After being knocked unconscious by Ye Fanyu, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lower body while he was unconscious, and then he woke up. When he woke up, he found that Sumu was hitting him with a snake-patterned wooden cane. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, Sumu shushed him and pointed at Ye Fanyu. He looked at Ye Fanyu and saw that the man was slaughtering villagers like a madman, shouting Sumu's name as he did so. Finally, he shot himself in the head. What's going on? Yang Dongqing didn't understand at all. But he did understand why Sumu had woken him up. The villagers had appeared and were attacking not only Ye Fanyu, but also Sumu and the others. After waking up, Yang Dongqing, Zhao Chaoyao, and others worked together to kill a group of villagers, at the cost of heavy casualties on their own side. Let's go. If we stay here, we'll just get attacked by the villagers again. Let's go in Tingting, Sumu said calmly. Severely injured, Yang Dongqing dragged his broken body, following closely behind Sumu. He looked at his own charred body, and then at Zhao Chaoyao and the others covered in blood, feeling utterly absurd. Of the Viper Gang members who had followed Sumu earlier, only 5 remained. One of them was Zhao Chaoyao, and the names of the other 4 were unknown. All of them were seriously injured. Only Sumu, in his impeccably dressed and elegant demeanor, looked as if he were going to a banquet. This made Yang Dongqing wonder if he and the others were really experiencing the same nightmare as Sumu. In a low-rise residential house, Sumu and his group settled down temporarily, with a dense crowd of villagers outside the house. I never expected someone like you to choose to help Tingting. Yang Dongqing stared at Sumu, as if trying to see through him to understand what kind of person he really was. Sumu smiled slightly. What kind of person do you think I am? You're a madman, a gentleman who doesn't care about human life at all, keeps talking about witnessing something amazing. Yang Dongqing gave his objective assessment. Thank you for the compliment. Yang Dongqing retorted angrily. I'm not praising you. I just don't understand why someone like you would help Tingting. Sumu pushed up his glasses, his dark, unfathomable eyes fixed on him, and said calmly, Yang Dongqing, what do you think I mean by wonderful? Yang Dongqing snorted coldly, recalling his previous encounter with Jasmine. You like to manipulate human nature and watch people struggle to satisfy your perverse tastes. Isn't that the kind of excitement you crave? Sumu slowly shook his head. You're wrong. The struggle of humanity is certainly wonderful, but isn't the indomitable resistance against fate, the selfless dedication to ideals, the unwavering devotion to love, and even the genuine feelings revealed in the simplest and most ordinary life also wonderful? These are the elements that make up a person's wonderful life. Yang Dongqing was somewhat lost in thought, wondering why he could hear such fervent sincerity in Sumu's calm voice. He remained silent for a long time, as if he were seeing Sumu for the first time. You're right, Yang Dongqing said earnestly. He believed it. He believed it. He actually believed it. Ha ha ha. Sumu laughed happily at Zhao Chaoyao beside him, like a child who had successfully pulled off a prank. You son of a bitch! Yang Dongqing instantly lost his composure. If he hadn't been seriously injured, he would have jumped up right now and smashed Sumu's head in. Yang Dongqing, your expression right now is just interesting. Ha ha ha. Yang Dongqing's face was as black as coal. He was so angry that he turned his head away and ignored Sumu. Chief, what should we do next? Should we kill all villagers? Zhao Chaoyao asked worriedly. He wasn't worried about his own life, but about Sumu's safety. In his current state, it's very difficult for him to protect the leader. Sumu shook his head. If I'm not mistaken, even if we kill all these villagers, the nightmare won't be over. What? Zhao Chaoya was shocked, and even Yang Dongqing, who had turned his head away, back. Didn't Yi Fanyu say before that there are two ways to break free from nightmares? One is to kill the source of the nightmare, and the other is to save the source of the nightmare. If we kill all the villagers, wouldn't that be the same as saving Tingting? Yang Dongqing couldn't care less about being stubborn anymore, and said in a hurried tone. He knew Jasmine was waiting for him, and he didn't want to die here. Sumu stared at him and said slowly, "Do you really think that killing the villagers will save Tingting? She is the source of the nightmare. Everything here is because of her. In other words, those villagers can't actually hurt her at all. What trapped her was never the villagers, but her own obsession." Her own obsession? A look of doubt appeared on Yang Dongqing's face. Isn't her nightmare these villagers who have been bullying her? As long as these villagers are killed, how could the nightmare not be broken? Sumu recalled the innocent little girl, and a gentle smile appeared on his lips. A little girl who didn't want you to have a conflict with Yi Fanyu, and who would rather go hungry than eat her favorite dumplings. Was revenge really her obsession? Perhaps she never harbored hatred. She was just an innocent little girl, a little girl longing to find her family. Do you remember that photo? Even when Tingting hid, she would still hold on to the photos, so. In Tingting's heart, what mattered was never hatred, but family. Yang Dongqing was suddenly jolted, and an indescribable emotion welled up in his heart. For some reason, he felt a deep bitterness in his heart, and that bitterness climbed up his heart to his eyes. He remained silent for a long time, and when he spoke again, he found his voice was already hoarse. This world should be like this. Sumu gave him a deep look, her calm words chillingly cold. Perhaps this is just how the world is. Then I will change the world! Yang Dongqing suddenly clenched his fists, veins bulging on his face. Sumu's tone remained calm. Do you know? Many young people's initial dream is to change the world. But in the end, they are all changed by the world. I'm different from them. Yang Dongqing roared, as if making a vow, or as if reaffirming his belief. Since God has bestowed this power upon me, I will use it to change this damn world. Yang Dongqing, have you ever thought that you might not be able to change anything? Behind every nightmare, there might be a Tingting. You can't even save Tingting now, so how can you talk about the future? Right now you're blinded by enthusiasm, but what about a few days later? When you're starving and dying of thirst, will you agree with Yi Fanyu's idea? Impossible. I, Yang Dongqing, would rather die than do anything to harm Tingting. She's already pitiful enough. She doesn't deserve to be treated like Yang Dongqing, his eyes bloodshot. Sumu elegantly pushed up his glasses. Really? What about Jasmine? You'd rather die here than go Jasmine one last time. Jasmine loves you so much. She even drew her sword against me for you. If you die, what will happen to Jasmine? These words were like a sharp knife, piercing Yang Dongqing's heart and turning his face instantly pale. Jasmine. Wake up, Yang Dongqing, this is the cruelty of reality. Yang Dongqing suddenly looked up and said firmly, I will help Tingting find her family and then return to the real world. Sumu smiled and said, Yang Dongqing, you are surprisingly greedy. You want to have your cake and eat it too, but that's not something you can do just by talking. For example, you still don't even know who the younger sister Tingting has been looking for is. Yang King was stunned, and an indescribable sense of frustration welled up inside him. He hated his own incompetence, but the next second, as if he had thought of something, he grinned. I really don't know anything, but I still believe I can. Oh? Sumu asked with slight curiosity. Who gave you that confidence? Yang Dongqing stared intently at Sumu and said firmly, You, Sumu, was taken aback, then pointed to himself. Yang Dongqing grinned. Even though the pain from his wound made him wince, he still smiled. That's right. It's you who gave me confidence. A dangerous guy like you could kill Yi Fanyu without hesitation. Which means you must have a way to help Tingting. Sumu stared at Yang Dongqing as if he were getting to know him all over again. Yang Dongqing did not look away, and his determined eyes met Sumu's gaze directly. Suddenly Sumu smiled. Yang Dongqing, I'm really impressed with you. Yes, I do have a way, but I'm not sure if it will work. You need to understand that if we fail, we might all die. I don't care. Sumu's smile widened. What a coincidence, me too. Very good. Sumu leaned on his snake's cane and stood up from his chair. This elegant nobleman issued his first command. First, find Tingting. Wait a minute, you still haven't told me who Tingting's sister is? Yang Dongqing asked curiously, as he was indeed very curious about the sister who didn't exist in the photo. Sumu glanced at him. Are you sure you want to know? Of course. Yang Dongqing was a little puzzled, wondering why Sumu would ask such a question. Since that's the case, then I'll tell you my speculation. Sumu paused, then continued. First of all, you need to understand one thing. The real Tingting isn't this age, she's not a little girl, but a young woman. Yang Dongqing nodded. I know that. The reason Tingting looks like a little girl is because her mindset is still that of a child. So, who do you think is the younger sister that the girl who is often bullied is talking about? The one who doesn't appear in the family photo. How would I know about my sister? Yang Dongqing was stunned for a moment. The next moment, his face turned extremely ugly. Boiling killing intent almost surged through his entire body, causing his seriously injured body to tremble uncontrollably. He clenched his teeth tightly, they almost broke, veins bulging on his face, making him look like a ferocious demon. In that instant, he understood everything. There was no younger sister in the family photo, no younger sister in Tingting's life story in the shadows, and even only traces of life between the two people in Tingting's home. Her grandmother always left only a plate of dumplings. It seems you've figured it out. Tingting may never have had any siblings. The reason she's called little sister is because she doesn't have that concept. Enough, stalking. Yang Dongqing roared angrily. Damn it! Damn it! Arr! Yang Dongqing smashed the tables and chairs in the room in a fit of rage, until the room was a complete mess before he stopped. As a result, his wounds reopened, and bright red blood soaked his clothes. However, the next moment, a metallic luster emerged from his body. Under the illumination of the metallic luster, his injuries continued to heal, and even the surface of his skin appeared golden. A glint of light flashed in Sumu's eyes. Is this Iron Heart? He had previously confirmed that emotional willpower could enhance a body of steel. But he never expected that when Yang Dongqing was in an extreme emotional state, this enhancement could reach such a level. He even suspected that if superhumans had levels, Yang Dongqing's level might have been one before, but now it had become two. It is obvious that Yi Fanyu became a superhuman earlier, and his combat power is significantly stronger than Yang Dongqing's, which shows that their abilities still have the potential for further development. Your abilities have improved? Sumu asked. Yang Dongqing's chest violently, and after a long while, he finally let out a heavy Great, then we are more confident now. Let me briefly explain my plan. It's actually very simple. Hypnotize Tingting. Yang Dongqing suddenly turned his head, clearly sensitive to the word hypnosis. Ignoring his ferocious expression, Sumu continued. It's impossible to find Tingting's family, because they're already dead. Even Tingting herself only exists in nightmares. Besides, even if we found them, it wouldn't be a happy ending since Tingting's parents deliberately abandoned her. Therefore, the only solution is hypnosis. Through hypnosis, Tingting will experience hallucinations, leading to a family reunion. What kind of method is this? Yang Dongqing roared, Even if it works, what's the point? It's all fake, all an illusion. Sumu pushed up his brown glasses, hiding his gaze behind them, and calmly said, "You're wrong. This is the true meaning of illusion. People you can't see in reality, you can see in illusions. What you can't do in reality, you can do in illusion. Do you remember the last line of the lullaby? Sleep soundly through the night. Don't ask whether it's real or unreal, until dawn breaks, and the nightmare will turn away." Yang Dongqing fell silent. His mind was in turmoil, so much so that his brain was unable to think. Do you think the nightmare before you is real or fake? Since the boundary between dreams and reality has been broken, it means that reality is also fake, and fake is also real. Since Tingting can manifest such a nightmare, why can't I use illusion magic to construct the beautiful dream in her heart, and then let her get rid of the nightmare and manifest a beautiful dream? Can it really be done? Yang Dongqing asked hoarsely. Sumu nodded. Theoretically, it's absolutely possible. First of all, Tingting is the source of the nightmare, which means that everything is caused by her. As long as her mindset is changed, the nightmare will naturally change as well. However, there is one troublesome thing. I suspect that the rules of nightmares will change during the hypnosis of Tingting, because hypnosis is equivalent to modifying her cognition, and nightmares are based on her cognition. And the villagers will definitely stop me. After all, they live on nightmares, and changing their dreams is tantamount to counting them completely. Yang Dongqing roared, his metallic gleam shining even brighter. These damned beasts! Even if they're just living in a dream, I won't allow it. Very well, then let's wait for nightfall. With that, Sumu plopped back down on the stool. Yang Dongqing, who was full of vigor, paused. Aren't we looking for Tingting? Let's go. Sumu shook his head. This is Tingting's nightmare. If she doesn't want to come out, no one can find her. She won't come out during the day, after all. She has to avoid the villagers. If Tingting's house hadn't been destroyed, we could go there to look for her. But now we can only wait. Then I'll go out and kill a few villagers first. Yang Dongqing couldn't hold back any longer, and was about to set off immediately. Wait a minute. A snakeskin cane blocked his way. What you need to do now is conserve your energy. There will be a battle tonight. But can you guarantee you'll be able to find Tingting tonight? Sumu smiled mysteriously. Of course, but I need to get some sleep before that. After saying that, Sumu leaned back in his chair and fell asleep under Yang Dongqing's surprised gaze. His hands were folded over his abdomen, and his posture remained upright. Even in his sleep, he still gave people a refined and elegant feeling. Sumu fell asleep not because he was tired, but because his mental energy was depleted. He had expended a lot of mental energy to hypnotize Ye Fanyu. In fact, from the moment he met Ye Fanyu, he began to lay the groundwork for hypnosis. Whether it was looking at the pocket watch repeatedly or smoking jasmine-scented cigarettes, it was all for the purpose of hypnosis. During the battle with Ye Fanyu, thanks to the preparations made over the past few days and the addition of a large amount of mental energy, he successfully altered Ye Fanyu's perception. There is a disease in this world called prosopagnosia, face blindness. People with prosopagnosia usually cannot distinguish faces. In the eyes of people with prosopagnosia, everyone looks pretty much the same. Sumu used this principle to ma Ye Fanyu's perception, causing him to see everyone as Sumu. Hypnotizing superhumans is a very mentally taxing task. Fortunately, Ye Fanyu's mental resistance is clearly not as good as Yang Dongqing's. He guessed that it was because of the difference in their abilities. One is E5 Fingers Flame Bullet, and the other is Iron Heart. Each extraordinary ability will bring an all-round enhancement to the extraordinary person. But this enhancement has a focus. For example, while the five fingers flame bullet enhanced Ye Fanyu's physical fitness and mental strength. It focused more on his affinity for and resistance to flames. Yang Dongqing's iron heart did not grant him the ability to control flames, but it did enhance his physical abilities and mental resistance. Through his understanding of the extraordinary, Sumu increasingly felt that he was not an extraordinary person, because his enhancement was not comprehensive at all, but severely unbalanced, with no other bonuses besides the enhancement of mental power. He went to sleep at this moment mainly to restore his mental strength in order to prepare hypnotizing Tingting. Otherwise, unless there were special circumstances, he would not have chosen to sleep at all, as sleeping would only hasten his death. Night. You're finally awake, Yang Dongqing said softly. Sumu slowly opened his eyes. The intense pain in his brain made him frown slightly. Suddenly, he felt a warm sensation in his nose and eye sockets. Sumu! Leader! Yang Dongqing and the others quickly surrounded him, looking at Sumu in surprise. Sumu was in very bad condition. Blood was flowing from his nose and eyes, making his already pale face even paler. He took the handkerchief Zhao Chaoyao offered, removed his brown-tinted glasses, gently wiped the blood off his face, and said with a faint smile, "It's all right. I feel much better after a good night's sleep." "You don't look well at all. You look like you're about to die," Yang Dongqing said bluntly. Sumu put his brown-tinted glasses back on. "It's the feeling of being on the verge of death that makes me feel much better." Yang Dongqing. He paused for a moment before saying, "Didn't you say we'd find Tingting by tonight? Let's go." Sumu did not get up and remained seated in the chair. "No need to set off, just wait here." Yang Dongqing frowned. "Wait here for Tingting to show up on her own?" Sumu slowly shook his head. "No, we're waiting for the shadow." "A shadowy figure!" Yang exclaimed in surprise. "What are you waiting for? Do you want to be taken away by the shadowy figure again? Haven't you realized it yet?" Sumu pushed up his glasses, completely concealing his dark and unfathomable eyes. "Think carefully. Have the shadowy figure and Tingting ever appeared at the same time?" Yang Dongqing was taken aback. He recalled the previous scene in his mind. Back at Tingting's house, after dark, Tingting said she was going out to find her sister. Only after that did the dark figure appear. But what does that prove? Maybe it's just a coincidence. Tingting went out after dark, and the shadow appeared after dark. Perhaps they just happened to miss each other. Sumu smiled slightly. "At first, I also thought it was a coincidence, but do you know who the first person I saw after I walked out of the darkness was? Could it be?" Yang Dongqing's face instantly turned ugly. "It's Tingting?" Sumu nodded. "So you're guessing that Tingting is the shadowy figure?" "Sigh?" Sumu sighed repeatedly, rubbing his forehead. Such a blockhead, such a blockhead. Did you waste your time watching Time Silhouette? That was the only time Tingting appeared in the same frame as the shadow, so Tingting couldn't be the shadow." Yang Dongqing, feeling a bit annoyed by what he was being said, retorted angrily, "Then, what exactly do you mean?" "My point is simple. The shadowy figure has been parasitizing Tingting ever since that incident. When I emerged from the darkness earlier, I vaguely sensed a faint connection between myself and the shadowy figure, but that connection was very weak and barely perceptible. I suspect that anyone who passes the shadow's test will gain its approval and be parasitized. It chose to parasitize Tingting, which is why the connection to me is so weak. Otherwise, what do you think the shadowy figure is doing? Just to invite you to take a walk? Also, why is Tingting's past included in the shadowy figure? Where is the shadowy figure during the day? Given that the shadowy figure fears light, it can only hide in dark corners, or perhaps in the shadow of a person." Zhao Chaoyao answered quickly. Snap! Sumu clapped his hands and said to Yang Dongqing with a look of disappointment, "Even this muscle-bound guy is smarter than you, Yang Dongqing. There's a reason why you're not doing well in your studies." Yang Dong's fist hardened. Zhao Chaoyao scratched his bald head sheepishly, his face beaming, clearly pleased with the leader's praise. Yang Dongqing retorted stubbornly, "What you're saying is just speculation. What if the shadow isn't hiding in Tingting's shadow, but in some dark corner?" Sumu became increasingly helpless. "Yang Dongqing, do you know that sometimes those who raise questions are not necessarily smart people, but may also be self-righteous fools? In nature, even animals with lower intelligence than humans know how to seek advantage and avoid harm, let alone a nightmare creature like the shadow. If you were the shadow, where would you feel absolutely safe hiding?" Yang Dongqing was speechless, because he had also figured it out. The safest place in the whole nightmare was definitely in the shadow of Tingting, the source of the nightmare. "It seems you understand now. This is why I emerged from the darkness, and the first person I saw was Tingting. It's because I came out of Tingting's shadow. Chief, look!" Zhao Chaoyao exclaimed, his tiger-like eyes fixed on the shadow in the corner of the room. Everyone turned to look and saw a shadow surging in the dark corner. Gradually, it transformed into a human figure, tall and slender, like a giant more than 2 meters tall, who was now just bones. Its hands were long and almost touching the ground, and a pair of scarlet eyes slowly opened at the position of its head. Sumu smiled slightly. "Good friend, you've finally arrived." He leaned on his snake-patterned wooden cane and slowly walked to the shadowy figure. Before the other person could extend his hand, he had already reached out his own. Whether it was an illusion or not, the dark figure seemed to pause for a moment when faced with the pair of fair and slender hands in front of it. A moment later, the dark figure slowly raised its slender, thin hand, and then it reached past Sumu and towards Yang Dongqing and the others. Sumu's smile gradually faded, and he expressionlessly pushed up his brown tinted glasses. "That's a bit impolite." After saying that, he grabbed the shadowy figure's hand and said firmly, "Today you can only invite me." To be honest, Sumu didn't want the shadowy figure to invite others because it was too risky. Yang Dongqing was just a fool. Once he entered the dark illusion, he didn't even need to be lied to. As soon as Jasmine's voice came out, the idiot would definitely open his eyes. Zhao Chaoyao were no match for him. He could hypnotize them and make them absolutely not open their eyes. But there was a drawback to this. Once his voice appeared in the illusion, these people would definitely obey. The shadowy figure looked at its hand being held in its crimson eyes, remained silent for a moment, and finally chose to pull Sumu slowly into the darkness. "You guys go wait outside. Once I find Tingting, I'll set fire to the nearest house." Sumu's calm voice disappeared into the darkness. Darkness, deathly silence. With his eyes closed, Sumu was led by his best friend through the darkness, like a guide dog leading a blind person. Gradually, he began to hear various voices. "Ye Fanyu, Yang Dongqing, Zhao Chaoyao, Ting." It was the same ridiculous illusion as always. Sumu was already too tired to even complain. His attention wasn't on the illusion at all, but on himself. This time, in order to hypnotize Tingting, he did not expend his full mental energy, which resulted in a huge burden on his body. He could even hear his bones creaking under the strain with every step. He began to bleed from his eyes, nose, ears, mouth, and all 7 orifices. Blood flowed uncontrollably from all of them, but he did not stop, even though he might die. Sometimes he even thought that he hadn't died at the hands of the nightmare monster, or at the hands of Yi Fanyu, and that he might end up dying from walking. But none of that matters now. Even if he doesn't die now, he will die when he returns to reality, because he has not yet become a superhuman. Sumu, do you want to become a superhuman? A strange voice rang out in the darkness. A mocking smile appeared on Sumu's lips. He knew that the illusion had wandering thoughts and was starting to play new tricks. Sumu, I am the only one who can help you. Hidden deep in this darkness is the source of the power of the shadows. As long as you seize it, you can become a superhuman, and I can also escape. You may not believe me, but you know your own physical condition. No matter what, you're going to die. Why not take a gamble? If you win the gamble, there's still a glimmer of hope. If you lose, there's no real loss, since you're going to die anyway. Upon hearing this, Sumu smiled slightly. A very tempting suggestion. In the darkness, a hint of joy crept into the unfamiliar voice. You're a smart person. You'll definitely make the right choice. Sumu's smile widened. But what right do you, a piece of trash who can't even escape the shadow illusion, have to help me? Are you worthy? The voices in the darkness fell silent. After a long silence, he finally said, I was just careless for a moment, which is why I'm stuck here. Ha ha. The weak always have an excuse, while the successful are simply standing there. That is the only truth. Get out of here, whoever you are, embarrass yourself. At this point, the sounds in the darkness fell completely silent. After a long while, Sumu felt the dark figure's hand disappear, and then opened his eyes. As he expected, when he opened his eyes again, he saw Tingting again. He wiped the blood off his face with a handkerchief and walked towards Tingting. This is a cemetery, with many tombstones standing crookedly, and Tingting's small body is squatting in front of one of the tombstones, crying. Grandma, don't you want Tingting anymore? Tingting brought you your favorite dumplings. The child's innocent voice carried a sorrow that even adults could not bear. While Tingting was crying, she suddenly felt a large hand stroking her head. She turned around and saw a gentle, smiling face. Big brother, Tingting exclaimed with surprise, her eyes red-rimmed. Tingting, be good. Grandma didn't abandon you, Sumu said gently. Big brother, do you know where Grandma went? Tingting looked at Sumu with her big, bright eyes full of expectation. Sumu smiled gently. Of course I know. Big brother not only knows where Grandma went, but also where your parents and sister are. Really? Big brother. That's great. Tingting jumped up happily, her face beaming with a pure and innocent smile. This was the first time Sumu had ever seen Ting smile so happily. Of course it's true, Big brother never lies. Sumu patted Tingting's little head. Big brother, please tell Tingting where they are. They're playing hide and seek with Tingting. They'll appear when the time is up. How long will it take? Tingting asked, tilting her head. Smiled slightly and took out a dark gold pocket watch from his pocket. The mysterious Ouroboros symbol caught Tingting's eye. See this pointer? When it points to 12, they will all appear. Tingting clapped her hands excitedly. Great! Great! Tingting is going to see her mom and dad, grandma and little sister. Tingting, this pocket watch. Big brother has some things to do. Okay, big brother. Tingting smiled sweetly. Then, Sumu went to a tree not far away, took out cigarettes and a lighter, lit all the cigarettes, and threw them onto the dry leaves, guiding the flames little by little until the whole tree was ablaze, with flames and black smoke shooting into the sky. Tingting, shall we play a game? Upon hearing the word game, Ting was clearly frightened and unconsciously curled up. Sumu smiled gently and took the pocket watch from Tingting's hand. This game is called time acceleration. Time acceleration? Tingting, being a child at heart, was unconsciously drawn in. Yes, actually my older brother is a magician who can speed up time. Really, big brother? If time speeds up, will Tingting be able to see her mom and dad soon? Of course it's true. You forgot. Big brother never lies. Okay, now big brother is going to start his performance. Sumu loosened his grip on the pocket watch, letting it hang naturally. The chain at the end was caught between his fingers, and with a slight pull, the dark gold pocket watch began to swing like a pendulum. Ting, take a closer look. Aren't the hands of the pocket watch moving faster? Ting quickly opened her eyes wide, her pupils following the movement of the pocket watch. The crisp sound of the second hand moving reached her ears. It seems it really has gotten faster. That's great, big brother. Ting, you'd better watch carefully, or you'll slack off on time. Okay. Ting nodded vigorously. Ting will keep a close eye on things and not let time slack off. Time passed second by second, and before anyone knew it, Sumu had taken off his brown glasses, revealing a faint, ethereal light emanating from his deep eyes. An invisible spiritual force surged forth. He is trying to hypnotize Ting, which is the biggest challenge of this project. Even he himself doesn't know if the hypnosis will be successful. After all, Ting is not human, but a nightmare creature. Previous attempts to hypnotize the villagers and the shadowy figure had all failed, but Sumu felt there was still a chance, because the villagers were clearly being manipulated and were like walking corpses, and hypnosis would not work on corpses. The shadowy figure, this nightmare monster, is no ordinary being. It can construct a dark illusion, a feat that even with his current mental strength, he cannot achieve. Only Ting is different. She is the subject of the dream and has own consciousness. Even if her mental strength is stronger than his, she still has a chance to succeed because Ting's mind is like that of a child, and she has no sense of self-preservation. The essence of hypnosis is never about crushing the other person's spirit, but about guiding them and bringing their spirit into your own rhythm. This was a high-stakes gamble. If you win, you return to reality. If you lose, you die in a nightmare world. Fortunately, Sumu won his gamble. He discovered that his mental power could invade Ting's body. Ting's mental power was very strong, far stronger than his own, which was normal, after all. Ting was the main body of this dream world. However, Ting's mental energy was very peaceful, like a calm sea, clear and pure. What Sumu needs to do is guide Ting's mental energy little by little, thereby changing her dream. Just as he was making his efforts, Yang Dongqing and the others finally arrived and saw the fire that Sumu had set off. Yang Dongqing and the others did not disturb Sumu and Ting. They already knew about Sumu's plan and simply watched quietly from a distance. Gradually, Yang Dongqing and the others were surprised to find that this place seemed to be undergoing some kind of inexplicable change. The sky. Zhao Chaoyao stared at the sky in shock, his mouth agape, speechless for a long time. Yang Dongqing was no better off. He was also dumbfounded. The changes in the sky were truly terrifying. The once azure sky was now covered with spiderweb-like cracks, resembling a shattered mirror. Not only that, the surrounding trees also began to distort, as if they had been pixelated, becoming extremely blurry. Looking at the houses in the distance, they saw that the houses seemed to be being violently crushed by an invisible giant hand, collapsing one after another, raising clouds of dust, and the ground tremble. Farmland was torn apart, revealing bottomless ravines. Sumu is going to succeed, Yang Dongqing exclaimed with elation. This should be a sign that the nightmare is about to be shattered. Roar! Countless inhuman roars interrupted Yang Dongqing's ecstasy. Everyone's expression changed drastically as they turned around to look. They saw one villager after another emerging from the woods not far away. The villagers looked even more horrifying. Their skin melted like candle wax, dripping onto the ground. These beasts! Yang Dongqing, who had been suppressing his anger for a long time, erupted like a volcano when he saw the villagers appear, and blood vessels appeared in his eyes. I'll fuck you all. You bastards, you all have to die. Yang Dongqing roared and charged toward the hundreds of villagers, while Zhao Chaoyao and the others guarded the area near Sumu to prevent any from escaping and disturbing the leader. With the blessing of iron will, Yang Dongqing's body burst forth with an unprecedented metallic luster, and every muscle of his seemed to be cast from steel, containing terrifying power. Ah! With that roar, he stomped his feet on the ground, cracking the earth beneath him. Using the recoil, he crashed into the surging crowd like a cannonball. Die! Yang Dongqing swung his iron fists like falling meteors, accompanied by a chilling whistling sound. With each punch, a villager's head exploded like a watermelon, brains and blood splattering everywhere. His legs swept across like a dragon's tail, carrying immense force. Wherever they went, villagers' bodies were cut in half at the waist, their broken bodies flying through the air, their internal organs spilling onto the ground. In an instant, a bloody storm swept through the crowd. After becoming stronger, Yang Dongqing's strength clearly rose to another level. Even when surrounded, the villagers found it difficult to break through his defenses. He suddenly grabbed a villager, lifted him high above his head, and then tore him in two with both hands, the broken limbs and internal organs falling like rain. However, while the villagers may find it difficult to break through his defenses, it doesn't mean they can't restrain him. The villagers are equally powerful. Some villagers, who were only left with their upper bodies, tightly wrapped their arms around Yang Dongqing's legs. Caught off guard, Yang Dongqing tripped and fell. Then, the surrounding villagers swarmed over him, pinning him down, and countless gaping mouths began to tear at Yang Dongqing's body. Yang Dongqing struggled desperately, but he was no match for the overwhelming number of villagers. Gradually, even his steely body began to break. Zhao Chaoyao and the others were unable to come forward to help. They were fighting with a few survivors, but as ordinary people, how could they possibly be a match for the nightmare monsters? In just a few moments, Zhao Chaoyao and the others were knocked away by the villagers. The villagers ignored the fallen people and rushed straight towards Sumu. "Protect the leader!" Chaoyao shouted. At that moment, a fearless henchman unleashed his life force, dragging his heavily wounded body towards the villagers, shouting, "Long live the leader!" He then pounced on the villager, using his weight to knock him down, and together they fell into the huge crack in the ground and disappeared. Seeing this, the other underlings followed suit. Their mortal bodies were indeed no match for the nightmare monster, but they could choose to die with it, for their leader, for the faith in their hearts. These mortals, like ants, roared in their final moments, rushing towards the villagers and dragging them into the cracks in the earth. "Ah! You beasts!" Yang Dongqing, who was pinned down, had bloodshot eyes. He looked at the villagers who were tearing at his body, and opened his mouth without hesitation. His metallic teeth bit down hard on a villager's throat. At this critical juncture of life and death, Sumu is finally about to succeed. "Big brother, the pointer's already pointed to 12. Where are mom and dad?" Tingting's eyes were empty and lifeless. Clearly she had completely entered a hypnotic state. Sumu put away his pocket watch, slowly stood up, and behind him were countless severed limbs and remains, a broken earth, and a shattered sky. He smiled gently, reached out his hand amidst the apocalyptic scene, and patted Tingting's head. "Tingting, close your eyes and listen carefully. Your mom and dad are calling you." Ting obediently closed eyes. "Tingting, mom and dad are here to pick you up." A doting male voice and a gentle female voice rang out in succession, followed by the grandmother's aged voice. "Tingting, are you hungry? Come home with us, Grandma will make you dumplings." "Sister, come play with me." Several voices entered Tingting's ears, and her small body trembled slightly. Even with her eyes tightly closed, she could not hold back her crystal tears. Ting Ting, open your eyes quickly, they've come to take you home, Sumu's gentle voice rang out. Ting Ting opened her eyes, her small body trembling as she turned around. In that void, Dam, Grandma, and sister stood quietly, their faces bearing gentle, loving smiles as they waved to Ting Ting. Mom and Dad, Grandma, sister. Ting sobbed uncontrollably. Ting Ting misses you all so much. This little person threw himself into the arms of his family without hesitation. At this moment, Ting Ting was happy. She had finally found her family. Sumu stood quietly in place. In his vision, he only saw Ting Ting crying alone. In fact, even the sound just now was imitated by him using the ventriloquism he learned from his dream. He didn't know if he had succeeded or failed. He had indeed successfully hypnotized Ting Ting. But the nightmare could never seem to turn into a beautiful dream. Ting Ting, let's go home with your mom and dad. The unfamiliar man and woman lovingly stroked Ting Ting's hair. Ting Ting nodded vigorously, and a smile returned to her innocent face, like a flower blooming in spring, pure and radiant. She followed her family step by step toward nothingness. Slowly, her small body began to blur and become illusory, as if it too was about to merge into nothingness. But just then, Ting Ting suddenly stopped. Mom and Dad, Grandma and little sister, please wait for Ting Ting. After saying that, the little girl turned around and ran back. She ran straight to Sumu and smiled sweetly. Thank you, big brother. Thank you for helping me find them. You're welcome, Ting Ting. Go home now. Sumu smiled gently. Ting Ting nodded vigorously. Then a hint of hesitation appeared on her face. She leaned close to Sumu and whispered, Big brother, let me tell you a secret. Actually, Ting Ting lied before. Ting Ting secretly hid a dumpling. As she spoke, she stretched out her dirty little hand and pulled a crumpled, spoiled dumpling from her pocket. Ting Ting knows that her older brother hasn't eaten either, so she wants to save this dumpling for him. Ting Ting's voice grew softer and softer, like a child who felt guilty for doing something wrong. Big brother, is Ting Ting a bad child who lies? Sumu took the dumplings, bent down, and gently wiped away the undried tears on Ting Ting's face. He spoke slowly, his tone gentle yet firm, as if stating a fact. Ting Ting is the best child in the world. Really? Ting Ting tilted her head back, her big eyes sparkling with surprise. A gentle smile spread across Sumu's face as he patted Ting Ting's head. Of course it's true, because Big Brother never lies. That's wonderful. Ting Ting is the best child in the world. Go home, don't keep your parents waiting. Okay, goodbye Big Brother. Goodbye Ting Ting. Ting Ting left, and Sumu watched her walk further and further away, her figure becoming more and more ethereal. Even so, Ting Ting was still waving vigorously, a happy smile on her face as she was about to disappear. In a daze, Sumu seemed to see several blurry figures around Ting Ting, their appearance exactly the same as those in the family photo. Boom! The world completely collapsed, and everything was swallowed by darkness. The headquarters of the Viper Gang. Sumu opened his eyes and looked around. He found himself still lying on the soft bed, as if everything before had been a dream. However, it did indeed smell of blood. Ah! Yang Dongqing suddenly roared and sprang to his feet. After taking in his surroundings, a look of confusion flashed in his eyes. Are you all right? Zhao Chaoyao, covered in blood, limped to the bedside. Sumu slowly stood up, his gaze sweeping around, and found that only Yang Dongqing and Zhao Chaoyao remained of the people who had been in the room. Just then, a man in a white coat came running in a flustered manner. Chief, you're finally back. You've been missing for 3 whole days. Bring me the previous recordings, Sumu ordered. The man in the white coat quickly brought over the video. Sumu stared at it and saw the scene after everyone fell asleep. About 2 minutes after falling asleep, everyone seemed to have been wiped away by something and disappeared into thin air. This also shows that the nightmare apostle entered the nightmare world not with his soul, but with his body. In fact, Sumu already knew this. If it were truly a soul entering his body, he would never be so weak. With his soul strength, he would definitely be the strongest among them. All right, everyone. You can all leave now. Sumu, you? The heavily-eared Yang Dong King hesitated before speaking. I said, everyone get out. Sumu dismissed everyone and lay alone on the bed, calmly staring at the ceiling. Yes, he's going to die. In the end, did I still fail? He murmured to himself, his eyes showing no fear of death, only endless emptiness and boredom. He originally thought that entering the nightmare world would allow him to become a superhuman, but fate played a cruel trick on him. Even though he successfully resolved the nightmare, he still had no hope of becoming a superhuman. His body had reached its limit, and he was absolutely certain that if he took another nap, he would wake up to find his body bursting from the overflowing mental energy. How boring, Sumu sighed. If he had never seen the wonders of the nightmare world, perhaps it wouldn't matter if he died like this. Just like a person who has always lived in darkness and has long been accustomed to it, if he had never the light. The door to a new world has just opened, but he is about to die. T-Chase, what a boring life. Sumu rolled over and pulled a crumpled dumpling out of his pocket. The dumpling wrappers were already shriveled and smelled sour. They were ones Tingting had secretly hidden when Yi Fanyu snatched them from her. He put the dumpling in his mouth, chewed it gently, and then swallowed it. It's delicious. Sumu slowly closed his eyes, drifted into sleep, and quietly awaited death. But the next second, he suddenly opened his eyes, his dark eyes gleaming with a terrifying light that even his brown-tinted glasses couldn't hide. Ha 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 ha! An uncontrollable burst of laughter erupted from Sumu's mouth. He was as happy as a child who had received a new toy. I love surprises like this. He raised his palm and watched the changes on it. His slender, fair palm was emitting a soft white light. He has always relied on a snakeskin cane to walk, so his right hand rubs against the cane every day. In addition, his skin is naturally thin, so some faint calluses inevitably remain on his palms. But now, those calluses are disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. And her already fair hands became even more warm and smooth, giving people a feeling of crystal-clear jade. He suddenly sat up in bed, his body feeling incredibly light, a gentle and pure bursting forth from him, like a silent spring rain nourishing the parched earth. He stood in front of the mirror and discovered that even his appearance had subtly changed. Before, he had thin cheeks, pale skin, and bloodless lips, which inevitably gave people a harsh and cold feeling. But now, his cheeks have become slightly fuller, and his skin is no longer as pale as a dead person's. Instead, it is a healthy, clean white, like mutton fat jade, and his lips have become rosy. Sumu smiled at himself in the mirror, looking like a gentle and refined gentleman, making it hard for anyone to dislike him. His first impression of the new skin was that it was clean, spotless, as if you couldn't scrub off any dirt, even after going to a public bathhouse. At the same time, his mental energy began to shrink, or rather, it was purified. A magical power removed all the impurities from his mental energy, reducing its total amount but greatly increasing its purity. Suddenly, Sumu looked up at the sky. His gaze seemed to traverse endless dimensions, and finally he saw a net. An invisible and intangible, yet omnipresent net. Each node on it twinkled with a star, like the cosmic starry sky, mysterious and magnificent. The moment he saw the net, he naturally learned its name, Bronze Law. Above the Bronze Law, at one of the nodes, there was a star as white as jade. It cast its white light down and landed on Sumu. In an instant, an invisible connection was established between the two. Sumu finally understood the reason for his own changes. He became a superhuman and gained superhuman power, which he named Immaculate Heart, a gift from Tingting. Sumu smiled silently. This pure and innocent little girl had selflessly shared her power. Perhaps only such a person can possess a pure and innocent heart. He carefully sensed the power brought by the Immaculate Heart, as if he had possessed it from birth. The moment he obtained the Immaculate Heart, he clearly understood its function. Immaculate Heart transforms the owner's body into an immaculate form, slightly enhancing physical and mental strength, greatly increasing the purity of the body and mind, and providing strong immunity to all defilement. The filth here refers to toxins, curses, states, emotions. Strictly speaking, the Immaculate Heart isn't a very powerful ability. It doesn't even have any active capabilities, being entirely passive. It might be favored by some women who love beauty. It doesn't have the powerful destructive force of E5 Fingers Flame Bullet, nor does have the super strong defensive power of Iron Heart. But none of that matters. What matters is that he survived. The Immaculate Heart enhanced Sumu's physical fitness and purified his total spiritual energy, effectively extending his lifespan in 2 ways. According to his estimate, he could live for at least another year. Is this what it feels like to be alive? Not bad. Sumu lay back down on the bed, a peaceful smile on his lips, and slowly drifted off to sleep. He hadn't had a good night's sleep in a very, very long time, because every time he slept, he was consuming his life force and getting closer to death. This time, he could finally get a good night's sleep. Chief, welcome to the capital. We will soon be checking into the presidential suite at the Manlin Kaiserton Hotel. Please make do with what you have. Your private estate is not yet completed. It is my fault for not supervising the construction properly. Please punish me. A middle-aged butler in a tailcoat with his hair neatly combed said respectfully. Sumu nodded and, led by the butler, entered the most luxurious hotel in the capital. Your room is on the 118th floor, which is currently the highest suite in the capital. The hotel just asked me to tell you that your arrival is a glorious moment in their hotel's history. Okay, I understand. You may leave. Sumu entered the room, lay down alone on the luxurious bed, and closed his eyes to prepare for sleep. It's a magical experience to fall asleep in a dream. It's mainly because there's nothing he can do about it. He appears in dreams whenever he falls asleep, but he gets tired of dreams and just wants to rest, so he can only sleep in his dreams. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, Sumu woke up from his dream, stretched comfortably, and was about to get out of bed when his expression changed slightly. Full again? He was surprised to find that his originally concentrated mental energy had been replenished and strengthened by 1% after he took a nap. If his total mental energy was 100 before, it became 50 after being condensed. He thought that after sleeping, it would increase by 1% of 50. But he did not expect that the condensed 50 would be replenished, and the replenishment was high-purity mental energy. In the end, it still increased by 1% according to 100. This means that compressing mental energy is completely useless. Fortunately, the physical enhancement brought by an Immaculate Heart took effect, preventing Sumu from being on the verge of death again. However, he had previously estimated that he could live for a year. But now he has to recalculate and think he can probably live for another month. Sumu chuckled. Fate is truly capricious, how interesting. He got out of bed without washing up, because he didn't need to at all. He was spotless and washing up would be a waste of water. He planned to meet with his men and work on the next step of the plan. He had just taken a step when a sudden dizziness hit his head. His mental energy was surging inexplicably. And even the eyes behind his brown glasses turned azure, crystal clear like sapphires reflecting sunlight. Sumu was surprised to find that just now, another bronze law had appeared in his body. Strangely, he did not connect to the great network of bronze laws at all. It was as if already possessed it. It was only because his spiritual power reached a certain limit that it was generated naturally. Sumu, who knew very little about the extraordinary, was unaware of what had happened or where this extra bronze law came from. The only thing he knew was that this bronze law was called all things in the universe. The turmoil of his mental energy continued for a moment before gradually subsiding. Once calm, Sumu began to sort out his thoughts. The first thing he could be sure of was that he had obtained all things in the world after taking a nap. It seemed to be an ability independent of the bronze laws, because it was not on the bronze network at all. This is absurd. As far as he knows, all the abilities of superhumans come from the bronze law. How could there be abilities independent of the bronze law? Could it be? Sumu had a vague idea about his dream. Perhaps this mysterious dream was a completely independent law. A law that was only related to the mind. With so little known information, he could only deduce these things. After thinking for a moment, forget it, let's just live first. This unexpected joy isn't bad either. Sumu smiled. He wouldn't worry unnecessarily. The secrets of the dream might only be revealed when he became stronger. For now, all he could do was accept it calmly. Furthermore, he was very satisfied with the abilities of all things in the world. Jasmine, you sing so beautifully. In a coffee shop, Yang Dongqing looked at Jasmine beside him with affection. Jasmine had just finished her performance and hadn't had time to change out of her costume. It was a light blue long dress with a fitted cut that perfectly outlined her graceful curves. The skirt cascaded down like a waterfall, and the upper body featured an off-shoulder design. Her fair shoulders and alluring collarbones made Yang Dongqing unconsciously steal glances at her out of the corner of his eye. Jasmine took a sip of coffee, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation for the future. She felt like she was dreaming, as if she had escaped the mire of life overnight and emerged from it, transforming into a dazzling pearl. She achieved her dream and also found love. Really? You're not kidding me. This is my first time performing on stage, and I was so nervous that I sang several words wrong. Jasmine playfully stuck out her tongue, her delicate lips still covered with coffee foam, making her look exceptionally charming. Yang Dongqing subconsciously swallowed, feeling an urge to lick it. Of course it's true, even if you sing it wrong, it still sounds. Jasmine smiled happily. Thank you, Yang Dongqing. My fate began to change after I met you. To be precise, it was after meeting Sumu, but Jasmine couldn't possibly mention another man's name in front of her boyfriend. Don't say that about Jasmine, it should be, Sir, your coffee. A waiter came over and placed the coffee in front of Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing frowned slightly and looked at the waiter. I didn't order coffee. The waiter smiled and pointed to the corner of the coffee shop. This was ordered for you by the lady over there. Yang Dongqing turned his head and was taken aback. He saw a woman sitting quietly in the corner of the coffee shop. She was like a quietly blooming orchid, quiet and elegant, yet exuding a silent charm. She wore a simple white silk shirt with the neckline slightly open, revealing her slender, fair neck and delicate collarbones. The cuffs of the shirt were slightly rolled up, and she wore an elegant women's watch on her slender wrist, with a simple and understated style. She paired it with black straight-leg wide-leg pants, making it difficult to determine her leg shape. But the only certainty was that her legs were very long, longer than Jasmine's. What's most striking is her long, flaxen hair, which radiates a warm and gentle luster under the caress of the sunlight. The slightly curled ends add a touch of intellectual beauty. For some reason, the moment Yang Dongqing saw the woman, he thought of Sumu. Their elegant and gentle demeanor was very similar. At this moment, the woman seemed to notice something, turned her head slightly, revealing a delicate profile, smiled, and lightly raised the white coffee cup in her hand in a simple gesture. "You're not allowed to drink it," Jasmine pouted, like a kitten guarding its food, and said resentfully to Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing gave an awkward smile and looked away. "I don't know her. Please return this coffee to her." The waiter looked embarrassed. "Sir, I only serve coffee. If you want to return it, please talk to that lady yourself. Oh, by the way, it seems that lady also wrote something on the napkin." After saying that, the waiter left. Jasmine grabbed a napkin and said angrily, "I want to see what she wrote." Yang Dongqing felt increasingly embarrassed, never expecting that he was so popular with girls. As a result, Jasmine was stunned when she opened the napkin, and her little face showed a bit of panic. "Jasmine?" Yang Dongqing realized something was wrong, picked up the napkin and looked at it, only to find 4 words on it. "Nightmare Apostle." His expression changed drastically as he stared intently at the sophisticated beauty in the corner. She wore an elegant and reserved smile on her delicate face, as if she were greeting a new friend. "Jasmine, you wait here, I'll go take a look." Yang Dongqing got up and walked towards the woman. Jasmine was a little nervous. She had been in contact with Yang Dongqing for a while, and already knew what the Nightmare Apostle meant. She couldn't help but worry, but she was a sensible woman, and wouldn't cause trouble for her man, so she didn't stop him. She just gripped her phone tightly, opened her contacts, and tapped on Sumu's number. If things go wrong, she will call Sumu immediately. In her knowledge, only Sumu could help Yang Dongqing. Although Sumu was cold-blooded and ruthless, Yang Dongqing had agreed to work for him for 3 years. So Sumu probably didn't want to lose a subordinate for nothing. "Who are you?" Yang Dongqing sat down in front of the woman and asked in a cold voice. When he saw the woman's face, he realized that he had underestimated her beauty. Her face was even more beautiful than her profile, and she was even more beautiful than the stars on TV. The woman put down her coffee, gently tucked one side of her hair behind her ear to reveal her delicate, fair earlobe, and smiled. "Mr. Yang, please forgive my intrusion. It's a pleasure to meet you. This is my business card." She handed over a business card. Yang Dongqing took the business card, which read, "Chairman of Bronze Coffin Co., Ltd. Murong Mengli." Upon seeing the name Murong Mengli, his pupils contracted sharply, and he exclaimed in horror, "You're a noblewoman?" Murong Mengli seemed used to this kind of expression and did not show any change in expression, but simply smiled and nodded politely. Yang Dongqing couldn't help but gasp. At this moment, he finally understood why he thought of Sumu as soon as he saw Murong Mengli. Their damned aristocratic temperaments were exactly the same. This was the first time he had met a nobleman, and the main reason he was able to tell that the other party was a nobleman was because of his name. Nobles all have compound surnames. He was unfamiliar with other countries, but he had heard of the nobles of the Crimson Flame Empire. According to legend, the nobles initially did not want to share the same surname as commoners, feeling that it was an insult to their noble status. Therefore, they changed their names to compound surnames to distinguish themselves from commoners. In the Crimson Flame Empire, only nobles have compound surnames. Why would nobles come to the lower city? Murong Mengli smiled and said, "Of course it's for running the company." Yang Dongqing's gaze grew increasingly wary. He had no good impression of the nobles. These nobles had a terrible reputation throughout the Crimson Flame Empire. They were arrogant, extravagant, and disrespectful of the law, treating ordinary people with contempt and considering themselves superior. They were parasites on the empire. Of course, this was all said in private by the common people. They hated the nobles, but they hated even more that they were not nobles. I don't recall having any dealings with nobles. What is your purpose? Mr. Yang, I can see your disgust for the nobility in your eyes. I will not claim to be any different from them. The reason I came to you is to invite you to join my company Bronze Coffin. Don't rush to refuse. I know you've only recently become a nightmare apostle, and are wary of everything, but it's actually quite common for nobles to form companies and invite nightmare apostles to join. Most nightmare apostles choose to join the company. Why? Yang Dongqing frowned. Mutual benefit. Murong Mengli stirred her coffee gently with a spoon, the spoon making a crisp sound against the porcelain cup. Mr. Yang, I don't need to elaborate on the danger of nightmare apostles. When traversing the nightmare world time and time again, no one is sure how long they can live. Therefore, most nightmare apostles will accumulate enough wealth while they are still alive to leave to their family and friends. This is the meaning of a company's existence. Although the nightmare world is dangerous, crisis always coexists with opportunity. Besides nightmare monsters, it also contains magical artifacts, extraordinary materials, and other things that the company needs. Yang Dongqing sneered. You mean we nightmare apostles are selling you what we risked our lives for? Murong Mengli didn't care about Yang Dongqing's hostility. She remained polite throughout, just like a female CEO conducting normal business. You'll have to sell eventually, won't you? Do you think anyone in this world, besides nobles, can afford a good price? Mr. Yang, I understand your concerns. Please rest assured, I never engage in forced sales. After all, these things were obtained by nightmare apostles at the cost of their lives. I only want things that you don't need. For example, your bronze law is iron heart, and the applicable noble phantasms and extraordinary materials can only be of the strength type. If you obtain a spirit type noble phantasm or material that you don't need, then you can sell it to the company. Of course, joining the company offers more than just this benefit. There are also corresponding employee perks. Besides a substantial monthly base salary, there are also benefits such as intelligence sharing, employee mutual assistance, and the ability to rent magical artifacts. Murong Mengli was quite a catch, but Yang Dongqing noticed something. You investigated me? Yang Dongqing clenched his fists, a subtle metallic hue appearing between his knuckles. Kid, here's a piece of advice. Don't bare your fangs in front of a strong person. A calm male voice stood behind Yang Dongqing, who was instantly startled because he hadn't noticed anyone standing behind him at all. Just as he was about to react, smack, a large, well-defined hand landed on his shoulder, and at that moment, Yang Dongqing felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his shoulder. Even with all his might, he couldn't budge it an inch. He turned his head in disbelief and saw a man in a black trench coat and sunglasses standing there with an indifferent expression. The so-called steel body is like a toy in this big hand, and it will break with the slightest squeeze. Han Yu, Murong Mengli frowned, seemingly somewhat dissatisfied. The man in sunglasses named Han Yu shrugged and released his grip. Boss, I was just giving him a warning. From now on, do not act without my orders. Murong Mengli's voice was not loud, but it was filled with an undeniable calmness. Han Yu nodded casually. You're the boss, you make the decisions. He casually walked to the side, sat down, and said nothing more. Yang Dongqing looked at Han Yu with some fear, his heart filled with turmoil. He couldn't believe that his power, after becoming stronger, was so vulnerable. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yang. It was my fault for not managing my subordinates properly. Please forgive me." Murong Mengli showed a hint of apology. She continued, "Actually, I didn't investigate you on purpose. It was for the sake of the company's growth that I have been sending people to search for the nightmare apostle in the countryside. The main issue is that you once committed a robbery, stealing yuan." The victim reported the incident, saying that he fired a gun during the struggle with the robber, but the robber was unharmed. "It just so happens that I have some connections of the 13th District Police Department, which is how I learned about this matter and led to the subsequent investigation. By the way, I also helped suppress your robbery. Although you gained superhuman powers, your methods were still too crude." Yang Dongqing. He was somewhat embarrassed when his Robin Hood-like deeds were exposed, and he never expected that Murong Mengli had secretly helped him. Murong Mengli continued, "Mr. Yang, there is actually another reason why I came to you." "What's the reason?" Yang Dongqing lowered his hostility slightly. After all, he had received a favor from someone. "Because you are kind," Murong Mengli said with a smile. "Many ordinary people commit inhumane crimes after becoming superhumans, but you are different. You robbed a heartless boss who often withheld workers' wages, and you did not kill anyone. Although I do not advocate doing this, your moral standards are relatively high compared to others." Yang Dongqing smiled awkwardly, seemingly a little embarrassed. "I don't want the company's employees to be wicked people who do all sorts of evil deeds, even if they are very capable." After saying all this, Mr. Yang, what do you think? Joining the bronze coffin will only benefit you. Our understanding of the nightmare world and the extraordinary beings is definitely better than yours alone. All you need to do is sell any unused magical artifacts or extraordinary materials to the company first. Of course, the company won't let you lose out on the price. Murong Mengli sincerely invited, believing that Yang Dongqing had no reason to refuse. However, Yang Dongqing remained silent for a moment, and finally shook his head. "I'm sorry, Miss Murong. Although your offer is very tempting, I refuse." A hint of surprise flashed in Murong Mengli's eyes. She was neither angry nor disappointed at being rejected, but asked with interest, "Can I know the reason?" Yang Dongqing hesitated, his mind filled with images of Sumu rejecting Yi Fanyu and waving goodbye to Tingting. It was this seemingly selfish, cold-blooded gang leader who stood up for him at a crucial moment and even saved him. "Mr. Su, I can't reason with him. You're a smart man. As long as we follow my plan, we can definitely get back to reality." Sumu smiled and said, "I refuse." It was during this incident that Yang Dongqing's opinion of Sumu changed. Yang Dongqing cleared the images from his mind, took a deep breath, and said, "Because I promised someone that I would work for him for 3 years." Murong Mengli was somewhat surprised. "That person is also a nobleman?" Yang Dongqing shook his head. "No, he is a gentleman with a touch of madness." Murong Mengli smiled slightly. "I admire men with good manners. May I ask if Mr. Yang could introduce me to someone?" A strange look appeared on Yang Dongqing's face. "I think you may have misunderstood. The madness I was talking about is the madness of a madman." Murong Mengli was stunned. The headquarters of the Viper Gang. Sumu hung up the phone with Jasmine. An unidentified woman approached Yang Dongqing, and her demeanor was unlike that of an ordinary person. A slight smile appeared on his lips. Aside from his status as a superhuman, Yang Dongqing was just a poor student, with virtually no social connections. The fact that a woman like Yang Dongqing would approach him clearly indicated her intentions. He never forgot what Yang Dongqing had said back then. When Yang Dongqing first experienced the nightmare world, a person from the upper city said it. In the real world, superhumans are a bunch of cowardly people who reap without sowing. They all grow up by sucking the blood of nightmare apostles. It seems like vampires have come knocking. Hey you, get ready, we're having guests coming in a bit. Yes, Chief, Zhao Chaoyao replied respectfully. About an hour later, a low-key yet luxurious black sedan pulled up in front of the Viper Gang headquarters. Han Yu was the one driving. He glanced at the Viper Gang headquarters, a look of disdain on his face. A gang. A superhuman being is actually employed by a gang. Yang Dongqing's expression was somewhat unpleasant. He sensed the other party's disdain, but he didn't say anything. Clearly, the man's strength had just impressed him. At this moment, Mirong Mengli's calm voice rang out. Han Yu, I know you were sent by my father to help me, but that doesn't mean you can belittle my guest at will. Han Yu glanced at the other person's stunningly beautiful face and replied perfunctorily. Okay, boss. Soon everyone got off the car. 2 Viper Gang henchmen stepped forward. Welcome guests, the leader is waiting for you. Yang Dongqing was taken aback. He hadn't expected Sumu to know in advance. He didn't know that it was Jasmine who had informed him, and he had already sent Jasmine back ahead of time. Led by a member of the Viper Gang, the 3 arrived at a large hall deep inside the headquarters. The hall was brightly lit, and a dazzling giant crystal chandelier hung from the dome that was over 10 meters high, with tens of thousands of crystals refracting brilliant light. The floor is paved with precious marble, which is warm and smooth. Each stone has a unique texture. The walls are decorated with exquisite murals with delicate brushstrokes and vibrant colors. In the center of the hall, a set of luxurious sofas is arranged in a staggered manner, with a wooden coffee table in the middle, its surface carved with intricate patterns. As soon as Mirong Mengli entered the hall, she couldn't help but reveal a hint of appreciation. She wasn't appreciating the luxury. She had seen places that were even more luxurious. What she appreciated was the other person's taste. The entire hall, from its spatial layout to its decorative details, exudes an exquisite artistic atmosphere, like a frozen art palace, with everything perfectly matched. Apart from the abrupt Ouroboros wall behind the sofa, Han Yu curled his lip, his expression disdainful. Another clumsy imitation of the nobility. Please have a seat, everyone. The leader will be here shortly. Zhao Chaoyao led the group to the sofa, made some tea, and then left. After taking her seat, Mirong Mengli asked, Mr. Yang, is the Mr. Su you mentioned also an extraordinary person? Yang Dongqing thought about Sumu's amazing performance and felt that he was no person. Although he didn't know what his bronze law was, he still affirmed, yes. Mirong Mengli's eyes flickered slightly, clearly indicating that she had also developed feelings for Sumu. Before long, the door on one side of the hall opened, and everyone looked in the direction of the sound. They saw a man wearing a black suit, brown glasses, and carrying a snake-patterned wooden cane slowly walk in. His appearance seemed to imbue the surrounding air with an air of elegance. Tall and upright, he walked with a steady and composed gait. His high nose bridge and slightly upturned corners of his mouth outlined a confident and charming smile that was as refreshing as a spring breeze. A strange look flashed in Mirong Mengli's beautiful eyes. She rarely got moved by other people's appearance, but she made an exception today. As she watched the gentleman approach, only 4 words came to her mind. A gentleman as elegant as jade. It's not that the other person's appearance is perfect, but rather their temperament that. Clean and gentle temperament, like jade, is truly hard to ignore. Besides her temperament, what's most striking about her is her skin. She found it hard to believe that a man's skin could be so good, so flawless. A hint of jealousy flashed in Han Yu's eyes. He considered himself to be good-looking, but compared to the newcomer, he seemed to be on a completely different level. A man's handsomeness lies not in his physical appearance, but in the confident aura that emanates from within. The visitor was none other than Sumu, who greeted the guests with a warm smile and polite nods. Yang Dongqing was stunned. He couldn't understand why Sumu had become even more handsome after just one day. He looked at him closely and found that his appearance hadn't changed, but he just felt that he was more handsome, though he didn't quite put his finger on what made him so handsome. Let me introduce myself. My name is Sumu. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Murong Mengli withdrew her gaze and calmly returned the greeting. Hello, Mr. Su. I am Murong Mengli. Sumu smiled and nodded, his expression unchanged despite the other party's noble status. This gave Murong Mengli the illusion that she had returned to the upper city and was having a meeting with a real noble. After exchanging pleasantries and introductions, Murong Mengli revealed her purpose. Originally, I only wanted to invite Mr. Yang to join my company, but after meeting Mr. Su, I have changed my... Oh, I'd like to hear more. Sumu took a sip of tea, his gaze gently fixed on Murong Mengli. She was probably the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in reality. Even in his dreams, she was worthy of being part of his harem. I would like to invite you and Mr. Yang to join us in the bronze coffin, Murong Mengli said sincerely. She did not have the arrogance of a nobleman. She only had a genuine invitation. Sumu smiled, not directly refusing Murong Mengli, but instead asking, Miss Murong, could you give me a reason to join? Forgive my bluntness, but Mr. Su is not short of money and is also an extraordinary being, possessing the basic conditions to set up a company. However, in terms of the system of the Crimson Flame Empire, without connections with nobles, it is difficult to complete the relevant procedures, and the official management of private extraordinary companies is very strict. As far as I know, most extraordinary companies, large and small, have aristocratic backgrounds to varying degrees. Although I don't think noble status is something to flaunt, it does indeed grant certain preferential treatment and conveniences in the Crimson Flame Empire. Moreover, the Bronze Coffin organization is relatively new, and the two of you joining now are considered veterans, so you don't need to worry about benefits or compensation. Miss Murong, I can feel your sincere invitation. Sumu changed the subject. I have a better suggestion. What suggestion? Investment. Invest in shares? A look of surprise appeared on Murong Mengli's face. She hadn't expected Sumu to want to invest in shares. Good. But I don't lack money. Sumu shook his head. I didn't mean investing with money, but with intelligence. Miss Murong, your company is just starting out, so your intelligence capabilities must be relatively weak. Otherwise you wouldn't have only found Yang Dongqing now. I am not particularly talented, but I am extremely skilled in intelligence work. To put it bluntly, if I wanted to, there'd be no secrets in the entire District 13. Ha ha ha. Han Yu suddenly couldn't help but laugh. Murong Mengli glanced at him, but he seemed not to see it, and continued to laugh. Sorry, I just couldn't help it. It's just that when I saw those country bumpkins in the lower town bragging so seriously, I just couldn't hold back. Upon hearing this, Murong Mengli's expression changed, while Sumu's face curled into an interested smile, his eyes appearing and disappearing behind his brown glasses. The master and servant do not seem to get along. Kid, you only control a small, insignificant gang, yet you dare to speak so arrogantly? You say there are no secrets in the entire 13th district? And you want to invest? Do you really think you can invest in the company of an imperial nobleman with the intelligence network of a small gang? Han Yu! Apologize to Mr. Su immediately. Murong Mengli's tone became unusually stern. Apologize. Boss, you're just an ordinary person. You don't understand the supernatural. I've seen plenty of greenhorns, like this, who have just gained supernatural power. Their sudden power makes them lose their minds and think they're so powerful, but little do they know they're just at the bottom of the supernatural world. The Murong family head sent me to assist you, so it is my duty to ensure you are not deceived. Murong Mengli's expression grew increasingly grim. She took a deep breath and said, Mr. Su, I'm sorry to have put you in such a difficult position. Sumu waved his hand casually and smiled. Miss Murong, you flatter me. I am not so petty as to get angry if a dog on the street barks at me. Han Yu's mocking laughter stopped abruptly. He stared straight at Sumu, his killing intent undisguised. Kid, say that again if you dare? Faced with Han Yu's threat, Sumu didn't even glance at him. Instead, he turned to Murong Mengli and said, Miss Murong, do you need me to teach your subordinate a lesson? For some reason, the man's calm smile in front of her inexplicably convinced her. You're courting death! Han Yu roared in fury. As a retainer of an imperial nobleman and a powerful superhuman himself, he came from the upper city and naturally looked down on the people of the lower city. But he never expected to be looked down upon by the country bumpkin. Whoosh! He sprang up instantly, his speed astonishing, his fists arriving almost in the blink of an eye, aimed at Sumu's head. Stop! Sumu! Murong Mengli and Yang Donking shouted at the same time. It was too late. Han Yu's fist slammed in Sumu's head, but Sumu seemed not to have reacted at all, remaining seated motionless on the sofa. Just when Han Yu thought he had succeeded, something unexpected happened. The expected sound of a head exploding did not occur. Han Yu's fist passed through Sumu's body as if it were air. The next moment, Sumu's figure shattered inch by inch like a dream bubble. What? Han Yu was shocked. At this moment, a tidal wave of men in black surged doors on all four sides of the hall, instantly surrounding everyone. Each of them was expressionless, like a group of cold machines. Faced with the encirclement, Han Yu remained calm, his eyes scanning the surrounding area, trying to find Sumu's whereabouts. To him, the encirclement by these ordinary people posed threat whatsoever. What truly struck him as strange was Sumu's methods. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of a snakeskin cane striking the ground rang out, and everyone looked in the direction of the sound to see Sumu walking out from among the men in black with a smile on his face. Miss Murong, I'm afraid today's matter cannot be resolved peacefully. However, for your sake, as long as Mr. Han Yu is willing to apologize, I can consider forgiving his offense, Sumu said with a smile. Before Murong Mengli could speak, Han Yu scoffed. Naive. You think these ordinary people can do anything to me? Sumu's smile widened and he said, enunciating each word clearly, who said they were ordinary people? Thump. The snakeskin cane tapped lightly on the ground, as if signaling something, and a strange scene unfolded. Roar! Hundreds of men in black simultaneously unleashed a violent roar. A sound that seemed to come from the depths of hell, filled with endless pain and rage. Accompanied by the chilling roar, their bodies began to undergo bizarre changes. Pieces of jet-black scales grew from beneath their skin at a visible speed, rapidly spreading across their entire bodies, arranging themselves tightly together to form indestructible armor. At their joints, sharp bone spurs pierced through the skin, stretching out menacingly like the claws of a demon. Their bodies grew taller and more twisted, their muscles bulging and their lines grotesque. Their facial features were covered by black scales, revealing only pairs of scarlet eyes that radiated a murderous aura. A chilling aura of terror permeated the entire area. They were like demons crawling out of hell, seemingly poised to unleash a bloody massacre at any moment. This sudden and terrifying change caused Murong Mengli and Yang Dongqing to change their expressions slightly, not to mention Han Yu, who was being targeted. At this moment, Han Yu felt a chill run down his spine as he was stared at by countless pairs of scarlet eyes. What kind of monster is this? Even the noble retainer, who considered himself knowledgeable and experienced, was terrified. He had never encountered anything so bizarre, and even suspected that he had fallen into a nightmare world. Mr. Han, I wonder, would they allow you to apologize? Surrounded by monsters, Sumu asked politely with an unchanging smile on his face. Han Yu's expression suddenly turned extremely ugly. He nervously scanned the area, silently assessing whether he could defeat so many monsters, especially since he had no idea of their strength. But judging from their aura and those terrifying black scales, these monsters seem incredibly powerful. Seeing that Han Yu did not answer, Sumu continued. It seems that my preparations were insufficient. In that case, slap slap. He clapped his hands, and countless hidden compartments appeared on the walls of the hall. As the compartments opened, machine guns slowly emerged from the walls, dark muzzles gleaming eerily under the light. Not only that, the marble floorboards at the edges of the hall were also flipped up, revealing hidden compartments inside, where time bombs were placed. The bomb's outer shell was cast from cold metal, gleaming with a chilling light. The main body of the bomb was cylindrical, with a small electronic display screen embedded at its top. The red numbers flashing on the screen were like a devil's countdown. Around the display screen were densely packed lines and interfaces. Upon seeing this, Han Yu broke out in a cold sweat. He suddenly regretted offending this country bumpkin from the lower city. This man appeared gentle and humble, but in reality, he was an extremely dangerous person. Who would be so kind as to plant so many bombs in their own home? He had originally thought about whether he could break through the encirclement and capture the leader first, directly seizing Sumu. But when he saw the bomb, his heart sank completely. He dared not make any rash moves, fearing that he might accidentally trigger the bomb during the process. If these hundreds of bombs were detonated, the entire headquarters of the Viper Gang would be razed to the ground. Even though he considered himself quite capable, he wasn't confident enough to withstand so many bombs. Yang Dongqing broke out in a cold sweat upon seeing this scene. He had never imagined Sumu had so many hidden tricks up his sleeve. He felt that his defeat back then was not unjust, and even if he had won, he probably wouldn't have been able to leave the poisonous snake gang alive. Of those present, only Murong Mengli remained calm. Although the noble lady's pupils contracted, she still maintained the most basic decorum. She finally understood why Yang Dongqing had such an opinion of Sumu, gentleman with a touch of madness. That's definitely crazy enough. What do you think, Mr. Han? Sumu asked politely, as if a gentleman were showing his collection to a guest. A bead of cold sweat slid down Han Yu's face. His muscles were tense, and his eyes kept flashing. Stop bluffing. I don't believe you dare to detonate a bomb. There is an imperial noble sitting here. If the crime of killing an imperial noble is confirmed, the entire Crimson Flame Empire will not tolerate you. Sumu smiled slightly. You're wrong. Miss Murong won't die. She carries some kind of defensive magic weapon. I won't die either, because this is just my clone. My subordinates won't die either. Their scale armor provides sufficient defense. Only you will die. Murong Mengli's expression changed slightly. She hadn't expected that Sumu would see through her defensive magic weapon. Upon hearing this, Han Yu's face froze, and he pointed at Yang Dongqing, still on give up, and asked, "What about him? He's also your subordinate." "It's all right, he's dead, so be it." Yang Dongqing, although he was already used to Sumu 37 degrees often saying such cold words, he still felt very annoyed every time he heard it. Mr. Han, now it's your choice. Apologize or die. Han Yu's face grew increasingly grim. His pride wouldn't allow him to apologize to the people of the lower city, but he also didn't want to die. At this moment, Murong Mengli spoke up. Han Yu, apologize. Her tone was cold and carried an unquestionable air. I was wrong. Han Yu finally lowered his noble head, constantly comforting himself that he had obeyed Murong Mengli's orders, and besides, he didn't need to fight to the death with the country. Bumpkins, from the lower city. Sumu shook his head. Not enough. Han Yu's face darkened with anger. What else do you want? Do you want me to kneel down? A good suggestion. You. Han Yu's chest heaved violently, his eyes almost spitting fire, this extreme humiliation brewing in his chest. Bite. Sumu took the remote control out of his pocket and pressed the button. The next moment, the bright red numbers on the time bomb displays began to flash wildly. At the same time, the scaled monsters quietly sealed off all the exits. Holy crap! Yang Dongqing panicked and immediately got up and ran outside. I told you he was crazy, but you didn't believe me. Get out of the way and let me out first. I'm one of your own. The scaled monster did not make things difficult for Yang Dongqing and made room for him to leave. Han Yu's heart pounded wildly. No! I can't die here. I have a bright future ahead of me. I don't need to fight to the death with these country bumpkins from the lower city. He kept reassuring himself, unaware that his arrogance had already been shattered by the fear of death. He knelt heavily on. Mr. Su, I was wrong. Bite. Sumu pressed the remote control again, and the time bomb stopped flashing. Then, all the hidden compartments in the hall were closed, and the scaled monsters receded like the tide. Sumu returned to the sofa and drank tea with Murong Mengli, as if nothing had ever happened. Miss Murong, would you like to try this Anshan black tea? I wonder if it suits your taste? Murong Mengli gently tucked one side of her hair behind her ear, elegantly picked up her teacup, took a sip and savored it, smooth and mellow, with a long-lasting, sweet aftertaste, a fine tea. She paused for a moment and then added, I like it very much. Sumu smiled slightly, understanding Murong Mengli's subtext. Miss Murong indeed has excellent taste. It seems that it would be a fortunate thing to be able to cooperate with Miss Murong. The elegant man and woman chatted and laughed, neither paying any attention to Han Yu, who was kneeling on the ground like a stray dog. Han Yu clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bloodshot like spiderwebs, but he didn't dare to stand up. Because Sumu did not let him stand up. He dared not gamble with an enemy who always wore a smile. He feared that if he stood up, he would be targeted again and suffer even more humiliation. The bizarre ability to create clones, the subordinates who are like nightmare monsters, and the bombs that fill the entire hall, any one of these things makes Han Yu extremely wary. Mr. Su, I admire your methods. I seem to have no reason to refuse your investment. Murong Mengli smiled, but this time her smile seemed less polite and more like that of a friend. It's a pleasure to cooperate with you. Sumu smiled and extended his hand. It's a pleasure to cooperate with you. Murong Mengli smiled and extended her hand as well. Those hands were like meticulously sculpted works of art, long and slender, each finger as straight and even as a scallion, with delicate and exquisite joints, and skin as white and smooth as mutton. Fat jade. A polite handshake, brief and to the point. Afterwards, Murong Mengli left her address and a pass for the upper city area, and then left with Han Yu. Sumu sat alone on the sofa, sipping tea, the business card between two fingers. Bronze coffin. Interesting. With his keen eye, it was not difficult for him to see that Han Yu and Murong Mengli were only superficially harmonious. It seemed that Han Yu was intentionally or unintentionally going against Murong Mengli, and did not want the bronze coffin to grow stronger. However, out of fear of their noble status, they dared not show it too obviously. It seems that the imperial nobles are not as supreme as I imagined. In the Crimson Flame Empire, the privileges of nobles are almost above the law. It is said that nobles can kill a few commoners at will without any consequences. However, Yu has repeatedly disobeyed Murong Mengli's orders, which is quite intriguing. Just as Sumu was pondering, there was a knock. Young Dongqing came running back again. Why didn't it explode? He walked to the sofa, picked up the teacup, and drank it all in one gulp. I always thought that with your level of madness, you were bound to blow it up. Yang Dongqing, it seems you have a deep misunderstanding of me. I have always advocated resolving disputes peacefully. Fine. I didn't misunderstand you at all. Yang Dongqing curled his lip. What peace-loving person would fill their own house with bombs? By the way, why did the Viper Gang members suddenly turn into monsters? How many abilities do you actually have? Sumu smiled without saying a word, offering no explanation. Only he himself knew the real reason. In fact, there were no monsters, no machine guns, and no bombs at all. Everything was the myriad phenomena of the universe. Senlo signifies numerousness and enumeration, while Wangxiang refers to all things and scenes in the universe. Together, they represent the diverse and abundant phenomena and forms in the universe. It implies encompassing everything and having everything. This is the power of all things in the universe, which in layman's terms, illusionary manipulation of vision. All things in the world can manipulate vision and consume mental energy to conjure up all the scenes in the world. So, the Viper Gang's henchmen turning into monsters and the bombs were all fake illusions. As for how he knew that Murong Mengli possessed a defensive treasure, it's simple. He had previously tried to hypnotize her, but his mental power was blocked by some kind of invisible barrier. The following night, in the upper city area, Sumu and Dongqing finally arrived at the outskirts of the upper city. The 13th district was far from the upper city, and it took them several hours to get there. The two stood beneath the massive city wall, watching the endless stream of people flowing through the city gate. The tall and majestic city wall, like a sleeping dragon, meanders along the edge of the city, clearly separating the upper and lower urban areas from the outside world, just like the Chu River and Han border. At the massive city gate, a squad of heavily armed soldiers was checking passers-by. People from the lower city were not allowed to enter without a pass. Sumu and Yang Dongqing followed the crowd. When they reached the soldier, Sumu calmly took out the pass left by Murong Mengli. When the soldier saw the seal representing nobility on the pass, he was immediately shocked and stood at attention to salute. Sumu smiled and nodded at him, then entered the upper city area. The moment he entered the upper city, he felt as if he had entered another world. Before your eyes stand towering skyscrapers that seem to reach into the clouds. Like steel jungles, their glass curtain walls reflecting colorful yet cold light. Countless neon signs flash wildly, cutting the dark night sky into countless fragmented blocks of color. The giant screen scrolled through flamboyant advertisements, and the pedestrians were dressed in bright and fashionable clothes. The neon streetlights on both sides of the road emitted a light that resembled an ocean, engulfing every street. The red, blue, and purple lights intertwined, forming a dreamlike vortex of colors. Luxurious and extravagant. This was Sumu's first impression of the upper city district. However, he was already used to such scenes in his dreams. He had even created a fairyland in his dreams, which was far beyond what the upper city district could compare to. In contrast to his composure, Yang Dongqing was like a country bumpkin visiting the city, completely dumbfounded, staring at every sight without blinking. He had long heard that the upper district was prosperous, but he never expected it to be this prosperous. This reminded him of District 13, where the sky was always gray, factories were everywhere, gangs roamed, and even the streets were dilapidated. Suddenly, he clenched his fists, because he knew that the reason why the upper district was so prosperous was entirely due to sucking the blood of the lower district. As someone from the lower city, he could feel the injustice most directly. As the two strolled through the streets of Shangcheng district, Yang Dongqing soon noticed something amiss. Most of the pedestrians on the roadside were focusing their attention on him and Sumu. Passersby looked at Sumu with amazement and awe, as if they were looking at a nobleman. But when it came to themselves, they were surprised and even contemptuous. Yang Dongqing turned to look at Sumu and found that the other man was dressed in a well-tailored, expensive black suit, holding a gold-inlaid snakeskin cane, walking leisurely and calmly, and every move he made revealed the elegance of a nobleman. Looking at myself, I was wearing a slightly yellowed white t-shirt, ripped jeans, and bulky sneakers. I also walked with my toes pointing outwards, making me seem out of place in the Shangcheng district. Damn it. Yang Dongqing made up her mind to buy a new set of clothes in the upper district before going back. He was annoyed by the stares of passersby, but he couldn't do anything about it, so he just kept walking with his head down. Suddenly, he noticed a disheveled and unkempt beggar begging at a street corner. This upper district isn't all that great, is it? There are still beggars here. Yang Dongqing curled his lip in a disdainful manner. Sumu gave him a half-smile, clearly seeing through his thoughts, but didn't say anything. Yang Dongqing was annoyed by Sumu's gaze, but he was not good with words, so he could only turn around and walk towards the beggar, taking out a 1 yuan coin from his pocket. The people in the upper district are so rich, yet they are so indifferent, he muttered, directing his criticism at the character of the upper district residents and intending to give alms to the beggar. When he reached the beggar, he simply tossed $1 into the beggar's bowl and then turned to leave. The beggar was taken aback, then suddenly said, "Wait a minute." Yang Dongqing turned around and said coldly, "No need to thank me." The beggar looked him up and down, a hint of disdain in his eyes. "From the lower city?" Yang Dongqing frowned. "What's wrong?" The beggar took $1 from the bowl and threw it over with a look of disgust. "Go away, people from the lower city have no right to." No matter how badly I'm doing, even if I'm begging in the upper city, I don't need your alms. Who do you think you are?" Yang Dongqing was furious. He had never suffered such humiliation as to be looked down upon by a beggar. Damn it, even beggars in the upper city were considered superior to people in the lower city. Just as he was about to confront the beggar, a snakeskin cane blocked his way. Sumu slowly walked over and said to the beggar, "I asked him to give me the alms." The beggar was very good at judging people. The moment he saw Sumu, his expression changed drastically, becoming extremely obsequious. He kept kowtowing and thanking him, saying, "Thank you for your reward, sir. Thank you for your reward, sir." Yang Dongqing was furious at his arrogant attitude followed by his obsequious manner. "Let's go. Don't cause any more trouble," Sumu said calmly, then left with Yang Dongqing. The two hailed a taxi and, following the address given by Murong Mengli, arrived at an office building. The office building is relatively small and located in a rather remote area, with a sign for Bronze Coffin Co., Ltd., hanging at the entrance. The two entered the company and were quickly greeted by receptionists. "Who are you two looking for?" "I'm looking for your chairman," Sumu said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the receptionist became even more respectful. Are you Mr. Su and Mr. Yang? Exactly. The chairman is on the top floor. Please come with me. As the elevator started moving, the two quickly met Mirong Mengli in the chairman's office on the top floor, but this time Han Yu was not with her. Mr. Su, Mr. Yang, I have been waiting for you for a long time, Mirong Mengli said, rising from her office chair to greet them. It's nice to meet you again, Miss Mirong, Sumu greeted politely. Yang Dongqing also whispered from the side, Hello, you. He seemed a little uncomfortable. It was the first time he had ever experienced such a scene, having just arrived in Shangcheng district and meeting the chairman of a large company. In particular, the chairperson is exceptionally beautiful and charming. Today, Mirong Mengli wore a white women's suit with an exquisite silk scarf tied at the collar, exuding elegance in its simplicity. Her delicate face was adorned with light makeup, her fair skin glowing with a faint blush. Her long, flaxen hair was casually draped over her shoulders, adding to her charm and mature allure. Yang Dongqing only saw beauty, but Sumu saw something else different. Mirong Mengli was not old, only in her early 20s, and she was obviously using her appearance to make herself look more mature and composed, and to enhance her prestige. Logically speaking, as a noble woman, she did not need to do this, because her noble status was enough to support everything. Considering Han Yu's previous attitude, he guessed that Mirong Mengli, as a noble woman, probably did not have a high status in her family. After exchanging pleasantries, Mirong Mengli got down to business, handing a document to Sumu. Mr. Su, this is the shareholding agreement. Please take a look. Sumu flipped through the documents. Having studied imperial law in his dream, he didn't need a lawyer to read the contract. After confirming that there were no problems with the contract, he readily signed it. Mr. Su, you are a smart man. You must have guessed from Han Yu's attitude yesterday that my status in the family is not high. Mirong Mengli said calmly. Facing her partner, she did not use her noble status to seek benefits for herself, but chose to get straight to the point. Sumu nodded. I admire Miss Mirong's frankness. I believe that treating each other with sincerity is the foundation of cooperation. Mirong Mengli's gaze was firm and confident. Besides, I don't think that success can only rely on family. That's true. Sumu had to admit that this woman was very clever. Because of Han Yu's matter, her low status had already been exposed. Instead of hiding it, she took the initiative to be honest. Although this would lose some of the aristocratic authority, it would at least make people feel her sincerity. Thank you for your understanding. I will now briefly explain the Bronze Coffin Company's current top priority. Finding the Golden Eye. The Golden Eye? Yang Dongqing was somewhat unfamiliar with this term. The Golden Eye is the main material for making gold-grade extraordinary potions. To be honest, the original purpose of the bronze coffin was to create the Golden Eye. Actually, this is no secret within the Star City's supernatural circle. You two from the lower city might not know this, but my father, the head of the Mirong family, has been searching for the Golden Eye for many years. He not only offered a large reward, but also encouraged his children to create a company and recruit nightmare apostles to search for it. Yang Dongqing was taken aback. Does that mean the Golden Eye only exists in the nightmare world? Mirong Mengli nodded. That's right. In fact, not only the Golden Eye, but many extraordinary materials exist in the nightmare world. This is also the original intention of the Extraordinary Company, which is to extraordinarials through the Nightmare Apostles. What's the use of collecting extraordinary materials? To create extraordinary potions, Mirong Mengli said quietly. Mr. Yang, Do you know how those extraordinary individuals who are not nightmare apostles came to be? Yang Dongqing wasn't stupid. He immediately realized the obvious clue. Could it be using a supernatural potion? That's right. In the beginning, there were no superhumans in the real world, only nightmare apostles. Among these nightmare apostles, those with extraordinary talents were able to connect to the Bronze Law and awaken extraordinary powers. These people were called the Chosen Ones. Yang Dongqing raised his eyebrows slightly. Perhaps the words Chosen One had touched a nerve with him. Later, the Chosen Ones continued to explore the nightmare world and discovered extraordinary materials. These materials, after special formulation and refining, could be used to make extraordinary potions. Ordinary people in the real world could become extraordinary by drinking these extraordinary potions. This is the origin of extraordinary people in the real world. So it was the nightmare apostles that created the extraordinary beings in reality. Yang Dongqing suddenly realized. That's right. Murong Mengli nodded. In the real world, people cannot connect to the Bronze Law on their own. According to some high-level superhumans, there must be some kind of barrier in the real world that is blocking humans. In order to connect, we can only rely on external forces, such as superhuman potions to break through the barrier. The materials needed to obtain the extraordinary potion can only be obtained from nightmare apostles. Of course, sometimes nightmare monsters will invade reality, and you can take the opportunity to collect extraordinary materials from them. But this method is definitely not as efficient as using nightmare apostles. To put it bluntly, in the eyes of the nobles, nightmare apostles are a valuable resource, capable of helping them obtain extraordinary materials. Yang Dongqing's expression was rather unpleasant. No wonder that nightmare apostle from the upper city said those kinds of things back then. People like nightmare apostles are likely to encounter danger in any world. He could almost picture some unscrupulous nobles kidnapping the families of nightmare apostles for their own gain, then threatening the nightmare apostles to continuously help them obtain extraordinary materials until they died in the nightmare world. Although the first superhumans were nightmare apostles, due to their special nature, they rarely live long lives. As far as I know, no nightmare apostle has been able to completely escape the nightmare world. Real-world superhumans posed no such threat, so in the end, real-world superhumans grew increasingly powerful, while the nightmare apostles fluctuated constantly. Murong Mengli paused for a moment, then continued. I can understand your concerns as nightmare apostles, but please rest assured that what you are worried about will not happen. The bronze coffin. In fact, the cooperation between superhumans in the real world and nightmare apostles has developed into a relatively stable model over the years. In the beginning, it was indeed quite chaotic, and superhumans in the real world often threatened nightmare apostles. However, people underestimated the danger of the nightmare apostle. A person who could die in the nightmare world at any time could unleash a ruthlessness far beyond that of ordinary people when faced with threats. There were even instances of nightmare apostles using suicide attacks to kill imperial nobles, leading to a gradual shift in relations between the two sides towards cooperation, eventually giving rise to extraordinary cooperation. Sumu smiled noncommittally. He understood human nature very well. In the eyes of nobles, nightmare apostles were employees who could die at any time, but extremely high value. Perhaps after paying the nightmare apostle today, the person would die in the nightmare world tomorrow. Then the nobles would definitely think, if I just make a verbal promise and then wait for the nightmare apostle, wouldn't I save a lot of money? Even more ruthless nobles can directly threaten the nightmare apostle's family without spending a single penny. What can the nightmare apostle do, no matter how crazy he is? In the end, this world is all about strength. Would someone as extraordinary as Han Yu be afraid of Yang Dongqing's threats? Miss Mirong, I recently became a superhuman. I would like to know where my strength ranks among superhumans, or rather, the hierarchy among superhumans. Yang Dongqing asked the question he cared about most. His utter helplessness in the face of Han Yu last time had cast a shadow over his heart. If all superhumans in the real world were like this, then he would have to consider keeping a low profile from now on. Mirong Mengli nodded. Mr. Yang, you currently only possess the Bronze Law Iron Heart, right? Yang Dongqing was taken aback. I do only possess Iron Heart. Miss Mirong, from what you're saying, do you mean you can also possess more bronze laws? Yes, the abilities possessed by extraordinary individuals are not singular. Mr. Yang, haven't you ever considered why the bronze law is called bronze? Yang Dongqing seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes widened involuntarily. Could there be a silver law? A golden law? Mirong Mengli tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear and said with a faint smile, Mr. Yang really understands things quickly. There are 3 kinds of laws in this world: bronze, silver, and gold. Possessing a bronze law is considered a formal entry into the ranks of the extraordinary, with a rank of bronze rank 1. Possessing 2 bronze laws constitutes bronze tier 2. Yang Dongqing involuntarily opened his mouth wide. If there are 10 bronze laws, wouldn't that be bronze level 10? Puff. Mirong Mengli smiled gently, like a flower blooming in spring, radiant and charming. Only at times like this did she seem to shed some of her strong woman persona and reveal a touch of girlish innocence. There aren't that many. The highest is only bronze tier 3. Above tier 3 is silver, and once you reach silver tier 3, you naturally become a gold expert. My father is a silver tier 3's extraordinary being. He's been stuck at this level for a long time and has collected a lot of extraordinary materials. Right now, he only needs the golden eye to advance to gold. Call. Yang Dongqing breathed a sigh of relief. He had almost thought that he was worlds apart from the extraordinary beings in the real world. It turned out that each level only had 3 stages. Then Han Yu is second order. Yang Dongqing's expression shifted. Silver? Mirong Mengli shook her head. Bronze tier. What? Yang Dongqing's expression changed drastically. He did not expect that Han Yu was only 1 level higher than him. When they met that day, the other party had suppressed him so much that he could not move with just 1 hand. Han Yu's 2 abilities are Mega Force Fist and Dunending Recovery. The former provides him with unimaginable strength, while the latter gives him recovery abilities that are hundreds or thousands of times greater than those of ordinary people. It can be said that unless he is completely pulverized, he is very difficult to kill. A sense of defeat welled up in Yang Dongqing's heart. He realized that the other party's 2 abilities were no weaker than his iron will, and in some aspects even better. Before becoming a superhuman, he was always self-conscious and withdrawn. Later, superhuman power gave him unparalleled confidence. But now, after coming into contact with the superhuman world, he suddenly realized that he was still at the bottom, and his self-confidence was severely shaken. Mirong Mengli seemed to notice Yang Dongqing's low spirits and comforted him. Mr. Yang, don't be discouraged. You are the chosen one, possessing innate advantages that ordinary extraordinary individuals cannot match. What advantages? Yang Dongqing asked expectantly. The chosen one's talents are unparalleled. Under normal circumstances, after an ordinary person takes a supernatural potion and becomes a bronze tier 1 supernatural being, through continuous training and combat, it takes about a year to develop their abilities. to their peak. At this point, they can take a second supernatural potion and advance to Bronze Tier 2. The chosen ones do not need to take any extraordinary potions, and it only takes 3 months to go from Bronze. Some exceptionally talented chosen ones can even complete the process in less time. This isn't the chosen ones' greatest advantage. Their greatest advantage is that all advancements don't require extraordinary potions. They can advance simply by connecting to the bronze laws autonomously within the nightmare world. Of course, consuming extraordinary potions would certainly save even more time. Yang Dongqing raised an eyebrow, regaining some confidence. What are the manifestations of developing one's abilities to their peak? Only those with extraordinary abilities can truly understand. It's like breaking through some kind of barrier, suddenly becoming more adept at using their powers and experiencing a surge in strength. Upon hearing this, Yang Dongqing's smile became even more uncontrollable than AK's. He was now absolutely certain that he was a genius among geniuses. Because his iron will was enhanced in the previous nightmare world, it was obviously developed to its peak, and he will soon be able to advance to Bronze Tier. Sumu saw all of Yang Dongqing's psychological changes and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. He was still too young. Everything was written on his face. Murong Mengli suddenly turned to Sumu and asked, "Mr. Su, could you please tell me your level? If it's inconvenient, it's inconvenient." Sumu smiled politely. The main reason was that he didn't know what level he was in the bronze realm. 1 or 2? Immaculate Heart plus all things in the universe seemed to be level 2, but he hadn't developed either of these abilities to their peak, which didn't make sense in terms of advancement logic. Murong Mengli. She paused for a moment, then regained her composure. Mr. Su is indeed a man of few words. I was being presumptuous. I don't know how much Mr. Su knows about the extraordinary, but I still have a piece of advice to give you. I'm all ears. Murong Mengli said solemnly, only after possessing 3 different bronze laws can one advance to silver. However, if these 3 bronze laws are not systematic or even conflict with each other, one will never be able to advance to silver. Take Mr. Yang as an example. Iron Heart is a relatively common bronze law. The path to its advancement is already clear. Mighty Fist plus unending recovery. There is no order to these 3. Once you have them all, you will have the opportunity to advance to the silver law power follower. However, if Mr. Yang were to ingest other extraordinary potions along the way, such as the 5 Fingers Flame Bullet, he would be forever unable to advance to the silver rank, because he would have taken wrong path. Yang Dongqing's expression immediately turned strange. Being young and full of youthful vigor, his thoughts were always prone to making those connections. Iron Will plus Mighty Fist plus unending recovery power servant, isn't this the 3 essentials of a real man? Hard, huge, and long-lasting. Then how do we advance to the gold rank? Yang Dongqing asked impatiently. Unexpectedly, Murong Mengli shook her head. Every extraordinary path is a secret, and the golden law is an even greater secret. Although I am a nobleman, I am still an ordinary person, and I do not know anything about the subsequent advancement. Most extraordinary pathways are controlled by the top nobles. Currently, the only publicly known pathway is the Silver Law Power Servant pathway, because the nobles consider this the most common, and they need extraordinary individuals to emerge from among the ordinary people to handle endless nightmare invasions. Yang Dongqing's hard-won confidence deflated again. What does most ordinary mean? To put it bluntly, isn't it just weakest? Damn it! At this moment, Murong Mengli got up and took out 2 paper documents from the safe. handing them to Sumu and Yang Dongqing respectively. There is a lot of information about superhumans, so I won't go into detail. Most of the information is here, and you two can look at it yourselves. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. It's getting late, so I've arranged guest rooms for you two at the company. A staff member will take you there shortly. In a guest room at the Bronze Coffin Company, Sumu sat alone on the edge of the bed, flipping through extraordinary documents. It contains information on the origins of extraordinary beings, the origins of the nightmare world, the classification of extraordinary levels, introductions to extraordinary potions, and rankings of the Bronze Law and Silver Law. He had already learned about the origins and rankings of extraordinary beings from Murong Mengli, so he simply flipped through a few pages and skipped over them. What he was really interested in was the origins of the nightmare world. How could he not pay attention to a thrilling amusement park? When you open it, you'll find only one page with a lot of time points, historical events, and many speculations about the origin of the nightmare world. There are so many different opinions, and no one is accurate. The only thing we know is that the nightmare world has existed since ancient times, though the exact time is unknown. It once threatened human life, until the emergence of gold-level powerhouses, which reversed the decline. The descendants of these gold-level powerhouses are known as nobles. The origin of nobility is the gold warriors. That means the nobles of the current empire are all descendants of the gold warriors. Sumu muttered to himself, not finding it strange. Even the gold-ranked powerhouses at the top of the superhuman realm are still human. Since they saved the world and control power and authority, they would certainly treat their descendants well. And thus the nobility came into being. Sumu flipped through a few more pages, his finally settling on the ranking of laws. The above records the ranking of the laws currently known to mankind, including only the Bronze Law and the Silver Law. The Golden Law has clearly been hidden. He guessed that rankings must be incomplete. The nobles were only willing to reveal one path to the extraordinary, which shows how strict they were in keeping the secret of extraordinary knowledge. If the entire ranking of laws were released, some clever people would inevitably be able to find the path to the extraordinary from it, which would be detrimental to maintaining the rule of the nobles. As he expected, there were many gaps in the rankings. He first browsed through the entire list, but he couldn't find all things under heaven or even the Immaculate Heart. I did see Yang Dongqing's Iron Heart, Sequence 9. Unending Recovery Sequence. Mighty Fist Sequence 10. It looks very high, even in the top 10, but it's actually near the bottom because the rankings are in reverse order, and the larger the sequence number, the higher the ranking. This is quite normal. After all, humans discover more and more laws little by little. If a strong law is discovered and ranked first, then an even stronger one will appear tomorrow, causing the ranking to keep changing, so the rank is reverse order. The data indicates that the ranking is not only based on the strength of the ability, but also on a comprehensive ranking of factors such as rarity, value of the ability, and scope of influence. Sumu lowered his gaze and looked directly at the strongest known bronze sequence. Bronze Law Sequence 241 Foresight allows for a certain degree of foresight into future events strongly related to oneself. Theoretically, this ability can kill even gold-ranked individuals. Upon seeing the note in parentheses, Sumu smiled slightly. He naturally understood the meaning of the sentence. Predicting the future may seem to no combat power, but in reality, if handled properly, it can exert an effect far exceeding any bronze law. For example, a prophet with the ability to foresee the future might know in advance that he will be killed by a gold-level expert 10 years from now. But right now, this gold-level expert is just an ordinary person. So, he only needs to kill this ordinary person to resolve the crisis, which is equivalent to killing a gold-level expert. His gaze continued downwards, finding only blank spaces, until sequence 233 where text appeared. Bronze Law Sequence 233 Death and Rebirth. Time reversal within one's own range, capable of reversing the timeline of one's own death and returning to before death. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. It was another time-based ability. Although it still didn't have any obvious combat power, its rarity and value far exceeded ordinary combat abilities. He just didn't know if it could be activated continuously. If it could, it would definitely be a true immortal body. Bronze Law Sequence 211E Boundless Flash allows for continuous spatial displacement. He looked through them carefully and found that the top-ranked abilities were mostly time and space-related, which were indeed powerful. Then he opened the Silver Law rankings, but flower blooms in an instant. At the cost of lifespan, alter one's own timeline, putting oneself in a state of time acceleration. Another time-based attack? But this time it's different from before, clearly possessing terrifying combat power. Although the description is simple, a little thought will reveal the terrifying nature of flowers bloom in an instant. If you could accelerate your own time by 100 times, wouldn't that be equivalent to being 100 times faster? This isn't just about speed, it means that any action would become faster. For example, a set of actions that used to take an hour, such as eating, drinking, using the toilet, or taking a shower, could be completed in a second after time acceleration. If the user is already fast, it would be invincible and could even achieve a similar effect of time, relatively standing still. Seeing this, Sumu couldn't help but wonder, how could such a powerful ability only be silver? Just how terrifying must a gold-level expert be? With a rustling sound, the pages turned, and his gaze fell upon the last page. Extraordinary forbidden. 1. It is forbidden to disclose any information about the nightmare world to ordinary people. Violators will be hunted down by the Empire. Note: nightmares have the ability to spread through cognition. That is, the more people who know about nightmares, the easier it is for nightmares to invade reality. Similarly, ordinary people who know about the existence of the nightmare world are more likely to enter the nightmare world than those who do not know about it. This is easy to understand. After all, what you think about during the day, you dream about at night. It's hard for a person to dream about something they've never encountered before. Once they have information about the nightmare world in their mind, the possibility of dreaming about it increases. 2. The law is contained within the mind, with a maximum limit of 3. Exceeding this limit will trigger extraordinary conflicts and cause mental breakdown. 3. Using the wrong path to transcendence will prevent you from advancing, and forcing yourself to advance will cause mental breakdown. Mental breakdown? For some reason, Sumu felt an urge to try it out whenever he saw this word. He even wondered if he could use this method to curb the infinitely growing mental power. This world is getting more and more interesting. He closed the file, a deep smile hidden behind his brown-tinted glasses. It wasn't for nothing that I went through all that trouble to survive. He then took off his brown glasses and placed them on the bedside table and took off his coat to prepare for sleep. A soft thud came from the next room as a door opened, followed by heavy footsteps that clearly belonged to Yang Dongqing. Thump, thump. Yang Dongqing quietly made his way downstairs. They probably went to experience the glitz and glamour of the upper district. Sumu ignored him and went to sleep peacefully. Drip, drip, drip. Timed by. And the only sound in the room was the ticking of the clock on the wall. Moonlight streamed through the curtains, casting a hazy glow on Sumu as he lay in bed, his shadow cast on the cold floor. Suddenly, his shadow moved. The shadow's arms slowly stretched out, continuously extending, transforming into two large hands like withered tree branches. Gradually, the shadow surged and eventually stood up from the ground, transforming into a tall, humanoid black shadow whose head almost the ceiling. Whoosh! At the head of the shadowy figure, a pair of scarlet eyes opened, their cold gaze fixed on Sumu, who was sleeping on the bed. The scene was absolutely horrifying. No one could accept that after they fell asleep, their shadow suddenly stood up and turned into a tall monster, looking at them from the bedside. Good friend, we meet again. Sumu opened his eyes at some point, his deep eyes radiating a bright blue light, as if reflecting the sky within them, appearing magnificent under the moonlight. He looked at the shadowy figure with a smile and greeted him familiarly. The shadowy figure remained unmoved, staring intently at him. Sumu had been pondering a question. The shadowy figure was clearly not the monster in Tingting's nightmare, but merely parasitizing Tingting. However, when the nightmare was destroyed, the shadowy figure did not stop it like the villagers did, allowing the nightmare to shatter. This doesn't fit the shadowy figure's behavior pattern, and now the case is finally solved. It turned out that the shadow had been hiding in his own shadow all along, and had followed him into the real world. This is normal, after all, he was one of only 2 people to survive the shadow. Tingting disappeared, so the shadow would naturally choose him. Hungry? Sumu suddenly asked. He had just sensed a mental fluctuation coming from the shadowy figure, like a pet asking its owner for food. He smiled slightly. No wonder you couldn't resist coming out now, you were hungry. I'm just curious what you eat, people. The shadowy figure emitted another wave of mental energy, and Sumu suddenly realized. You feed on people's spirits. Ha ha ha, then you've made the right choice in following me. The shadowy figure dragged all the villagers of Zhao family village into darkness, turning them into monsters like walking corpses. Clearly, it didn't eat people, but only spirits, and coincidentally, spirits were exactly what Sumu had in abundance. Then, an extremely pure spiritual energy surged into the shadowy body, and the shadowy body began to chew silently. As his mental energy was being constantly depleted, Sumu's eyes grew brighter. After becoming a superhuman, he was worried about how to use up his overflowing mental energy every day. He never expected that his sleepiness would be so easily relieved. Hypnotizing Zhao Chaoyao and other ordinary people no longer consumes much of their mental energy. As a nightmare monster capable of devouring an entire village, the strength of the shadowy figure is self-evident. Sumu kept pouring in his mental energy, trying to see where the shadow's limit was, but the shadow stopped eating after he had only poured in half of it. You're full already? My friend, you don't have much of an appetite either. He sighed and shook his head, complaining about his lack of appetite. Looking back now, the shadowy figure probably didn't consume all the spiritual energy of the hundreds of people in Zhao family village at once, but rather it gradually eroded it. Well, it's better than nothing. At least it takes more mental energy than hypnotizing the Viper gang. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the shadow melted away like water, turning back into a shadow and disappearing without a trace, as if it were all an illusion. However, Sumu found that the connection between himself and the shadowy figure had become closer, probably because it had consumed his spiritual power. Moreover, he felt that the shadowy figure seemed to have grown a little taller. Since you've chosen to follow me, let me give you a name. Let me think about it. He stroked his chin, carefully considering the features of the shadowy figure. Its most prominent feature is black. So let's give it a name that doesn't contain the word black, but still makes it instantly recognizable as black. So your name is Beauty, right? The following day, Sumu took office as the head of the intelligence department of the Bronze Coffin Company, in charge of the intelligence department. He also met the official employees of the Bronze Coffin Company, a total of 10 people besides himself, and Yang Dongqing. It's worth mentioning that, although these 10 people are all nightmare apostles, they are also ordinary people. The bronze coffin has 3 underground levels, forming a spacious underground base. Above it is the bronze coffin's office building, used to house ordinary employees who handle daily affairs. The underground is the core, where the nightmare apostles gather. Minister Su, these 10 are all the nightmare apostles currently in the bronze coffin. There were some before, but they have all perished in the nightmare world, Murong Mengli introduced. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sumu is the newly appointed head of the intelligence department of the bronze coffin, and he is also a powerful superhuman. Mr. Yang Dongqing, who is standing next to him, is also a superhuman. Sumu leaned on his snake-patterned wooden cane, calmly observing the 10 nightmare apostles before him. 7 men and 3 women, dressed in different clothes, some bright and shiny, others plain and ordinary. The only thing they had in common was the unease and panic between their brows. This is how a normal person should react when experiencing a nightmare world. The 10 people introduced themselves one by one, and as they did so, their eyes involuntarily turned to Sumu, clearly showing some curiosity about this newly arrived superhuman minister. Then, Murong Mengli explained the purpose of gathering everyone. The reason I've gathered everyone here today is not just to introduce ministers and Mr. Yang, but also to discuss an important matter. I've decided to assemble a team to explore the abandoned city area in 2 days. These words caused some commotion among the crowd. Some frowned, while others looked fearful. Abandoned urban area. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly as intelligence about the abandoned city flashed through his mind. As the commander of the Viper Gang, his information network was far superior to that of ordinary people, including information about the abandoned city. Xingcheng is divided into 20 districts. Districts 1 through 10 are the upper district, and districts 11 through 20th are the lower district. In fact, a long time ago, Xingcheng did not have 20 districts. 21. Legend has it that more than 10 years ago, a plague outbreak nearly wiped out the entire population of District 21. To prevent the spread of the plague, the Empire ordered the district to be sealed off. District 21 disappeared from people's sight and became a ruined area. The abandoned city is teeming with plague. Exploring this hellhole is just sending us to our deaths, a woman with heavy makeup said, her expression slightly agitated. Yeah, what's so interesting about exploring that godforsaken place? We joined the bronze coffin to find a way to deal with the nightmare world, not to die in vain. Everyone echoed this sentiment, clearly disapproving of Murong's decision. Sumu also noticed that Murong Mengli didn't seem to have much authority among these people. He quickly thought of Han Yu. When he invited him and Yang Dongqing before, Han Yu had obviously deliberately sabotaged the process. These people might have been secretly instigated by Han Yu. Faced with the crowd's questions, the noble lady showed no anger on her face and calmly said, "The plague is what the Empire calls it. The truth is that the nightmare invasion caused District 21 to become a ruin. The nightmare that caused the chaos back then has been killed by the Empire's high command. But because the area has been contaminated by the nightmare, it has become unsuitable for human habitation, so it has gradually fallen into ruin. In fact, it wasn't completely deserted. There were also scavengers, fugitives, or people hiding from enemies. That's dangerous too. Who knows if there are any remaining nightmare monsters inside? Shouted a burly man with tattooed arms. Mentioning the nightmare monster caused everyone's faces to turn pale, clearly recalling terrifying memories. 1 million. Murong Mengli held up a long, slender, fair finger. The word seemed to possess some kind of magical power, instantly silencing the entire scene. Each person participating in this exploration mission will receive 1 million, and in the event of injury or death, the company will provide double the compensation to your families. The expressions on everyone's faces varied. Some had a burning desire in their eyes, while others hesitated. Since ancient times, money has been a powerful motivator. The day they became nightmare apostles, they knew they wouldn't live much longer. So they might as well make more money, either to indulge in a life of luxury or to leave for their families. This was one of the reasons they joined the company. Sumu sighed slightly. Nobles are indeed rich. 1 million per person. 10 people would be 10 million, not even counting the appearance fees for himself and Yang Dongqing, the two extraordinary individuals. Despite controlling a powerful gang, his actual usable funds are only around 10 million, while others can generate over 10 million with a single mission. Even Yang Dongqing was tempted by this number. Today, Yang Dongqing had already changed into a fashionable new outfit. A loose graffiti print t-shirt, a black leather jacket, white ripped skinny jeans that exposed her knees, and white high top sneakers with fluorescent green laces that made them stand out. He bought this outfit last night, spending 1/10 of his entire savings. Then he used the remaining 9/10 to buy Jasmine a revealing backless skirt. At this moment, he was short of money, and when he heard that it cost 1 million, his heart had pounding uncontrollably. How many clothes could that buy for Jasmine? However, coming from the downtown area, he clearly underestimated the greed in human nature. The tattooed man suddenly spoke up. I know the abandoned city area. The people there are all ruthless killers who don't blink an eye, and there are also many remaining nightmare monsters. It's no less dangerous than the nightmare world. Asking us to explore it is tantamount to sending us to our deaths. Murong Mengli frowned slightly. I'm not forcing anyone. This mission is entirely voluntary. If you don't want to go, you don't have to. The tattooed man shook his head. It's not that I don't want to go, what I mean is, it'll cost extra. Yes, more money. I can already feel the call of the next nightmare world. I could enter the nightmare world at any time. I need enough money to buy a noble phantasm. I must pay more. The speaker was a middle-aged man wearing a white shirt and gold-rimmed glasses, who was balding. He was the most agitated person present, and the fear between his brows was unmistakable. How many do you want? Murong Mengli asked coldly. 2 million. Pay up front, then we'll get the work done. I want 3 million, the tattooed man exclaimed. I've been to the abandoned city before. I'm more experienced than them, so the price will be higher. Someone objected. We're all nightmare apostles. Why is your price higher? Let's all go for 3 million. As the scene spiraled out of control, Murong Mengli felt a headache coming on. Her noble status was no match for these dying people. They were going to die anyway. And they didn't care about anything anymore. Thump! The sound of a wooden stick striking the floor rang out, not loud, but like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples. The chaotic scene fell eerily quiet, and the 10 nightmare apostles involuntarily looked towards Sumu. Sumu placed his hands folded on his snakeskin cane, his brown glasses slowly sweeping over the crowd, a hint of disappointment appearing in his eyes. My colleagues, you have disappointed me greatly. His calm tone carried a hint of disappointment. Like a respected teacher reprimanding a naughty student, a sense of guilt welled up in everyone's hearts, and they suddenly felt that they had let down Minister Su's expectations. The company doesn't mind that you are a group of people who are about to die, and it even provides. Now, in order to increase your chances of survival, when you enter the nightmare world next time, we have gone to great lengths to send you to the abandoned city for training. Such a good opportunity is something that others can't buy with money. What about you? Not only do you not cherish it, but you also demand exorbitant amounts of money and valuables. Do you think that's right? Upon hearing this, Murong Mengli's beautiful eyes widened involuntarily. She had thought Sumu intended to use his status as a superhuman to oppress everyone. But she never expected him to say something like this. Wasn't this going to incite public outrage? But what shocked her even more was what happened next. The nightmare apostles who had been shouting about the price earlier were now all bowing their heads in shame. One of the younger girls even started sobbing. Minister Su, I was wrong. Murong Mengli. Minister Su, you're right to reprimand me. I was such a scoundrel. The company gave me a job and an opportunity to gain experience. How could I let the company spend money on me? I'm personally willing to contribute 50,000, no, 100,000, to subsidize the company, the tattooed man said with shame. Faced with the guilty looks of the crowd, Sumu shook his head with a heavy expression. The company doesn't want your money, as long as you can understand the company's good intentions. Upon hearing that the company didn't even want the money, felt even more ashamed. Murong Mengli's ability to control her expressions failed her. Her rosy lips parted slightly, and her eyes widened involuntarily. At this moment, although she had lost some of the aloofness of a female CEO, she appeared even more real and touching. Looking at the crowd, who were so ashamed they wanted to disappear into the ground, she even absurdly wondered if these people would suddenly wake up at night and slap themselves in the face, and then say, I deserve to die. All right, all of you, go and reflect on your actions. With Sumu's order, the ashamed crowd all left. Then, he walked towards Murong Mengli. Murong Mengli's eyes revealed a complicated emotion. Just as she was about to thank him, she heard a deep, magnetic voice in her ear. Remember to transfer all their money. Murong Mengli. She stood frozen in place, the word, thank you, stuck on her lips, unable to be uttered for a moment. Sumu ignored the dazed Murong Mengli, and instead strolled around the extraordinary base. After all, it was his future workplace, so he definitely needed to familiarize himself with it beforehand. Before long, his gaze was drawn to a closed plaza with silver-white walls that looked very hard. There were also some steel mannequins and fitness equipment placed there. There were many marks on the walls and the mannequin, including fist marks and sword marks. This is the training room, a training ground for extraordinary individuals. Murong Mengli's voice sounded behind Sumu. Sumu turned around, and the noble lady had returned to her previous composed and calm demeanor. He pointed to the marks on the mannequin. Who left these marks? Han Yu comes here to train. Sumu raised an eyebrow. Han Yu uses a sword? Murong Mengli glanced at the sword marks on the dummy, a look of confusion flashing in her eyes. Perhaps. Sumu nodded thoughtfully and did not ask any further questions. By the way, Minister Su, do you have time for a simple lunch? And Mr. Yang, since you two are new to Shangcheng District, I should at least extend some hospitality. Murong Mengli politely invited. Yang Dongqing hesitated. He missed Jasmine. The young couple was in the throes of new love, and he had to leave for the abandoned city in 2 days, which would mean parting ways with Jasmine again. Most importantly, he also wanted to see Jasmine wear that revealing backless skirt. Mr. Yang, if you have important matters to attend to, you can take care of them first. There will be many opportunities in the future. Murong Mengli noticed Yang Dongqing's hesitation. Yang Dongqing nodded. I do have something very important to take care of. You guys go ahead and eat. In the end, only Sumu and Murong Mengli went to eat. In a private room of an upscale restaurant, Miss Murong seems to have something to say to me? Sumu asked, gracefully cutting the fine M9 steak. What does Mr. Su usually like? Murong Mengli smiled, but this time her smile was less distant. Smoking and drinking. Murong Mengli paused slightly, then smiled and said, I thought a gentleman like Mr. Su might have some unusual hobbies. Su smiled slightly, pushed the cut steak in front of Murong Mengli, and then took the steak that she hadn't touched. Then let me put it another way. I like the clouds in the cigarette pack and the sea in the wine glass. Murong Mengli, who was eating steak, couldn't help but smile, but still politely finished chewing the steak, gently wiped the corner of her mouth with a tissue, and said, Mr. Su is indeed extraordinary. She raised her wine glass in a gesture. But that's not what I'm asking about. Bite. The two clinked glasses gently, and drank the crimson wine in one gulp. I'm asking Mr. Su whether he prefers money or treasures? What Miss Murong mean? Sumu's eyes flickered slightly, and he vaguely guessed what the other party was thinking. Mr. Su, we are already business partners. Calling me Miss Murong is too formal. Besides, in some situations, this surname would directly reveal my noble status. You can just call me Mengli. Murong Mengli's red lips curved slightly. Although there was no hint of coquetry or seduction, it was enough to make any man's heart race. Okay, Miss Mengli, you can also call me by my name. Murong Mengli pursed her lips slightly. The wine she had drunk earlier was still taking effect, bringing a blush to her fair and beautiful face. She glanced at Sumi with a strange look in her eyes. Okay. Su. Sumi raised an eyebrow. He didn't like women who lacked boundaries. But Murong Mengli seemed oblivious. Su, you still haven't answered my question. Do you like money or treasures? I don't like any of them. Su, what do you like? Murong Mengli asked. Clink. Glasses, again. The two drank their wine in one gulp. Sumu slightly as he looked at the woman in front of him, whose face was rosy. He noticed that her eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of mist, giving her a hazy look. The viscous, almost stringy look in his eyes reminded him of the term innate tide-like sacred body, a physique he had a reinforced version of in his dreams. Is your alcohol tolerance that low? Otherwise, why would a dignified and composed noble lady call herself Su? Murong Mengli noticed Sumu staring at her, and whether it was her imagination or not, her face seemed to turn even redder. You wouldn't happen to like? That's right, I like supernatural potions, preferably something like Heart of Steel that can enhance physical abilities. Murong Mengli. Extraordinary potions are in high demand and difficult to obtain. I originally planned to use my treasure to pay for this operation. If you insist, Su, I can send someone to inquire about the extraordinary potions. Thank you for your trouble. Although Sumu was also quite interested in the treasure, he knew that extraordinary potion was the most suitable for him. Since he only had 1 month to live, obtaining a body-strengthening extraordinary potion and gaining abilities similar to Yang Dongqing would be the best way to extend his life. Su, I think your bronze law is related to the spirit, so physical enhancement potions are probably not suitable for you. She tilted her head slightly, gazing at Sumu, her slender fingers gently brushing a few stray hairs from her forehead and tucking them behind her ears, a faint smile playing on her lips, a simple gesture full of endless charm. Excuse my bluntness, Miss Mengli, but your honey trap is rather clumsy. Murong Mengli's hand was tossing her hair froze. She didn't know whether to put it down or continue. The eyes hidden behind the brown glasses seemed to possess a certain insight into people's hearts. Looking at the stiff Murong Mengli, he said indifferently, "It seems that Miss Mengli's predicament is greater than I imagined. Otherwise I really can't find a reason to explain your behavior." At this moment, Murong Mengli had withdrawn her hand, and the smile on her face slowly faded. Perhaps out of resentment and stubbornness, she asked, "Am I really that unfeminine?" "Miss Mengli is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in real life. I'm not your type? I like young women with a girlish charm, and young women with a girlish charm. You happen to be the latter. And you. However, I prefer extraordinary potions to women," Sumu said frankly. Murong Mengli was stunned for a long time. She looked at Sumu, who was looking very serious, and couldn't burst out laughing. This time her smile seemed to have let down all her guard, and it had a kind of girlish innocence. "Susu, you are really funny. Thank you for the compliment." Murong Mengli's smile faded, and she became much more serious. "You are a smart person. I can't control someone like you, but I do need an ally like you. Right now, all I can give you is sincerity and a promise, if you are still willing to listen." "I'm all ears," Sumu said with a faint smile. "I'm sure you've noticed that besides a noble title and some money, I have nothing else. Even the bronze coffin is still in its infancy. Under Han Yu's instigation, my employees don't respect me as a nobleman." Sumu nodded without interrupting. "I am an illegitimate child." Murong Mengli's expression became increasingly less expressive as she recounted her story like an outsider. "My mother was once a slave and was bought by my father. Later, I was born. Actually, I shouldn't have been born, because my identity would bring shame to the entire Murong family. But coincidentally, I was born on my father's birthday, and my mother begged me, so I was born. After I came of age, I did not receive the support of my family or have my own business like my brothers and sisters. Instead, I was imprisoned in the manor and not allowed to go out. The reason I received support to establish the bronze coffin is because my father is dying. He is a silver tier transcendent. In his youth, he consumed too many transcendent potions and used many forbidden methods to advance, which overdraws his lifespan. Now, his only way to survive is to find the golden eye, refine it into a gold-level awakening potion, and then advance to gold. This has always been his dream. To become a golden warrior, restore the glory of his ancestors, and then return to the capital and the center of power. Driven by a desperate will to survive and his dreams, he had lost his mind, refusing to let go of any hope, sending all his children to search for the golden eye. It was at this time that I got my chance." Sumu frowned slightly, not because of the other party's tragic background, but because he sensed something was wrong. "What about Han Yu? He was sent by your father to help you, but why is he going against you at every turn? This seems to contradict your father's purpose." "Han Yu?" Murong Mengli's smile turned cold. "Although he belongs to the Murong family, he has actually been bribed by my fiancé." "Fiancé?" "Yes, you may have named Qian Zihao, the richest man in Xingcheng, a rich fat man. Although he is rich, he is not an aristocrat. But he has always longed for the status of an aristocrat. He often wanders in aristocratic circles, hoping to marry a noble lady. But nobles would never look down on a nouveau riche like him, and no noble would ever marry him, except for me." Murong Mengli's eyes revealed an extreme disgust, as if she really hated Qian Zihao. Qian Zihao, who had been turned down everywhere, realized his own status and knew that in the eyes of the nobility, he was just a fool with too much money. So he compromised and approached my father, spending a lot of money to get my father to agree to the marriage. Sumu nodded, indicating his understanding. If an unwanted illegitimate daughter could be sold for a high price, the head of the family would definitely be willing to do so. I think I understand, Miss Mengley, but why would Qian Zihao bribe Hun Yu to oppose you? Murong Mengley's eyes burned with even more hatred. Because my father promised that the child who finds the golden eye will be made the family heir. If I were to become the family heir, it would be impossible for me to marry Qian Zihao. The family would not allow its future heir to marry a commoner, no matter how rich the other party is. In fact, among all my children, I am undoubtedly the weakest. I have neither awakened the talent within the golden bloodline, nor have many assets or manpower. Relatively speaking, I am also the least likely to find the golden eye. But Qian Zihao was an extremely cautious man. He was unwilling to take any risks and would nip any opportunity in the bud, no matter how small. Sumu glanced at Murong Mengley, whose eyes were filled with hatred, and at this moment he completely understood why the other party had so easily let him invest, and even directly revealed her true colors. Because she had no other choice, after 20 years of suppressed life, she finally saw hope and started her own company, only to be secretly thwarted by her fiancé. She had been driven to the brink of despair, and to survive under the weight of her family and her fiancé, she could only seek external help to break the deadlock, and she herself was the external force she sought out. Thinking of this, a strange look appeared in his mind. Perhaps the scene of frightening Han Yu to kneel down earlier had caused Murong Mengley to misunderstand something, making her think that he was very powerful and capable of dealing with the imperial nobles and the richest man in Xingcheng. "This?" Sumu exclaimed. "You're really good at judging people, Susu. I've told you the truth, and I promise you that if you're willing to help me, I can give you everything I have. If we can find the golden eye, the Murong family will be your greatest asset in the future." Murong Mengley looked directly into Sumu's eyes, her gaze filled with determination and sincerity. It's unclear whether Murong Mengley has some kind of quirky sense of humor, but she hasn't changed how she addresses him yet. "What if we can't find it?" Murong Mengley smiled, but there was a hint of coldness in her smile. "Even if you can't find me, I won't let you have paid for nothing. I will give you all my assets, the bronze coffin, and even my own body. You might think it's despicable of me to say such things, but I have never been with a man. The reason I'm doing this is more out of revenge. If I can't find the golden eye, I'll have no choice but to marry Qian Zihao as my family has arranged. But before that I must find a man, and that man is you." She picked up the wine glass on the table and drank it all in one gulp. In that instant, her face turned even redder. Sumu raised an eyebrow. He realized that this woman was unusually persistent and insisted on giving him away. He could understand that she didn't want to give Qian Zihao away for nothing. But why did she set her sights on him? He carefully considered his tone before speaking. "Miss Mengley, I always thought we were friends." Murong Mengley suddenly blinked, as if she were drunk. She rested her cheek on her hand and stared straight at Sumu, his handsome and flawless face reflected in her pupils. She parted her red lips slightly. "Is friendship such an inconvenient thing? What's wrong with good friends sharing a bed?" "Heh, you're right. You know what? Because of my childhood experiences, I actually really hate men. But after meeting you, I realized that what I hate is stinky men. You are different from them." Murong Mengley's eyes grew increasingly hazy and her delicate little nose wrinkled slightly. "You smell so good. You give me the feeling that I could eat your saliva." Sumu silently pushed up his brown-tinted glasses. "Miss Mengley, you're drunk." Afterwards, Sumu took Murong Mengley back to the company, helped her take off her high heels, and gentlemanly covered her with a blanket. Although the other party said some lewd things, she was unusually quiet in her drunken state, and had already fallen into a deep sleep. However, her brows were furrowed from time to time, and her eyes were filled with a helpless hatred, making her look somewhat pitiful. After Sumu left, Murong Mengli silently opened her eyes on the bed. She looked angrily at the ceiling and muttered, "Damn Susu! Even this can't win you over!" The scene of the meal and Sumu's reaction kept flashing through her mind. She felt inexplicably embarrassed and angry, and her teeth itched with rage. Finally, she bit down on the quilt and started tearing at it like a spoiled puppy. Her life experiences made it difficult for her to trust others. Although Sumu agreed to help her, she instinctively wanted to put another strong chain between them. What else can a woman rely on to keep a man? But clearly, she failed. Sumu left and returned to District 13. He had always known that Murong Mengli was pretending to be asleep, but he didn't point it out and even agreed to her request. He had his own plans. He had previously thought he could use his hypnotic abilities to open a passage in the upper city and then search for extraordinary potions, but now he had changed his mind. Even a noble woman like Murong Mengli, born out of wedlock, possesses a defensive artifact that can resist hypnosis, let alone other nobles. This means that he simply cannot control a noble in a short period of time. However, extraordinary potions, artifacts, and other such items are basically controlled by the nobles. Therefore, cooperation is the best option, as a nobleman with little power is relatively easier to control. 3 days later, at the appointed time, Sumu called Yang Dongking and they set off together. This time, he did not bring any of the Viper Gang's underlings, because he was already a superhuman, and ordinary people could offer him less and less help. In addition, there were still quite a few nightmare apostles available for this exploration of the abandoned city, so he was not short of people. When he saw Yang Dongking again, he found the passionate young man hanging his head, his face full of dejection and despair, as if he had been dumped. "You broke up?" Yang Dongking remained silent, his face blank. Sumu didn't say anything more and took Yang Dongking directly to the upper city district. The silence lasted for a long time on the way before Yang Dongking finally asked, "Does love really exist in this world?" Sumu frowned slightly. He had no interest in being a relationship counselor, so he didn't respond. He just felt a little sad about the fickleness of love. The couple who were threatening suicide just moments ago had broken up after only a few days together. Although such examples are few, they are not uncommon. Men and women who fall in love on impulse disregard everything, but when their passion cools down, they find that they are not suitable for each other in the mundane days of living together. At this moment, he was even thinking about whether he should help Yang Dongking find another woman, otherwise he would be difficult to control. Yang Dongking, unaware of Sumu's thoughts, said to himself, "Jasmine cheated on me." Cheating? Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. This was different from the quarrel he had expected. Why would Jasmine cheat on him? He knew Jasmine well. She was stubborn, kind, and also very realistic. After winning over Yang Dongking, such a woman would not choose to cheat on him. Otherwise, where would she find another superhuman boyfriend? He felt there might be more to the story. Why did Jasmine cheat on her husband? And who was he with? Yang Dongking raised his head and looked at Sumu, his eyes filled with grief. Sumu's expression was a little strange, fearing that the other party would say something like, "You next." "I don't know, she won't say." "Then how do you know she cheated on you?" Yang Dongking became agitated. "Yesterday I saw a red mark on Jasmine's neck, and she was wearing expensive new clothes. She must have met some rich people while performing and singing all these days. I asked her where the red mark came from, but she stammered and couldn't give me a clear answer for a long time. I misjudged her. I loved her so much, but she..." He buried his head between his hands, and judging from his trembling shoulders, he must have been crying. Sumu had a vague feeling that something was wrong. This was not something Jasmine would do. There was no reason for her to cheat on him. Could it be that someone was forcing her? However, he did not voice his suspicions. The most important thing now was to explore the abandoned city area, not to waste time on Jasmine. Susu, Mr. Yang, you've arrived. Inside the bronze coffin, Murong Mengli had regained her usual aloof demeanor, every move perfectly embodying the elegant and composed persona of a noblewoman, except for this unchanging form of address. Yang Dongqing, who was already feeling unwell, felt even more distressed when he heard the name Susu, and his gaze swept over the two of them. This feeling is just like when you're heartbroken and you're about to confide in a friend, only to find out that your friend just got a stunningly beautiful girlfriend. Double blow. It's certainly painful to be doing poorly yourself, but it's even more painful to discover that your friends are doing quite well. What's wrong with Mr. Yang? Murong Mengli noticed that something was wrong with Yang Dongqing and couldn't help but ask. It's nothing, just a breakup. Murong Mengli looked puzzled, but didn't say much. She went straight to the point and said, I haven't mentioned the purpose of exploring the abandoned city area before. Mainly because I was afraid of leaking information. Now that the operation is about to begin, I'll be frank. Please take a look. She took out a golden leaf from her handbag. The leaf had distinct and lifelike textures, making it seem as if it were a naturally grown golden leaf rather than a handmade piece. I bought this golden leaf from a scavenger in the abandoned city. I carefully compared it with the records in my family. It should be a leaf that fell from the golden tree, and the golden eye is the fruit of the golden tree. So, I guess that there is a high possibility that there are clues to the golden eye in the abandoned city. Sumu nodded. He had already guessed Murong Mengli's purpose. Why would she need to explore the abandoned city if it wasn't for the golden eye? He took the golden leaf from Murong Mengli's hand and found that it felt very strange. It looked like gold, but it felt like a leaf. Where are those nightmare apostles? Have they arrived yet? All 7 of them came, and no one backed down. Susu, your words must have struck a chord with them. They really did reflect on their actions after they went back. Murong Mengli rarely joked. It was no surprise to Sumu that everyone had arrived. His mental strength was increasing day by day, especially after he obtained the immaculate heart and all things in the universe, which caused it to surge, hypnotizing the 7 nightmare apostles, who were still ordinary people, was naturally a piece of cake. I'm curious why we had to bring these 7 ordinary people along. Even if they are nightmare apostles, their actual combat power is probably not as good as that of professionally trained mercenaries. Indeed, their combat strength is weak, but the purpose this time is not to fight, but to find clues. The biggest difference between nightmare apostles and ordinary people is that they have a special sense for monsters and objects in the nightmare world. A bit like a woman's intuition. This will make it easier for you to search. Soon, led by Murong Mengli, they arrived at the underground base and met the 7 nightmare apostles they had met before. While Murong Mengli was explaining the task, Sumu pulled down his glasses, and a flash of azure light appeared in his eyes. An invisible spiritual force surged into the 7 people's bodies, intensifying the hypnosis. Susu, this is a route map described by the scavengers. The area circled in red is where the golden leaves were found, and it is also your primary target for the exploration. Sumu carefully put away the route map, and without wasting any time, led everyone to set off before dawn. The 2 vans headed straight for the abandoned city area. Upon arriving in the abandoned city, the group felt as if they had entered another world. What comes into view is a hazy gray smog, beneath which lie countless broken walls and ruins. Human buildings have become extremely dilapidated, their reinforced concrete skeletons teetering on the verge of collapse. On the dimly lit street, broken glass shards and abandoned vehicles are everywhere. The trees on both sides of the road grow wildly, as if they have undergone some kind of mutation, growing crookedly and covered with tumor-like protrusions. The vehicle continued forward, enveloped by the fog, until the ruins on the street blocked its path, at which point it slowly came to a stop. Everyone get off the bus. At Sumu's command, all 5 nightmare apostles disembarked. What a thick smog! It wasn't like this when I came here last year. The tattooed man among the nightmare apostles fanned his arms vigorously, trying to blow away the polluted air. Sumu glanced at everyone and noticed that one person was missing. He frowned and called out, "Yang Dongqing." A moment later, Yang Dongqing got out of the car looking reluctant. Clearly heartbroken, he didn't want to do anything at the moment. "Let's go," Yang Dongqing lead the way. Sumu took out a clean white handkerchief and covered his mouth and nose. Although the pungent smog would not harm his pure body, the smell was indeed unpleasant. The group began to move forward through the smog. Out of fear of the abandoned city, the 5 nightmare apostles were very nervous and unconsciously gripped their guns tightly. Sumu carefully observed his surroundings. As a superhuman, his visibility was better than that of ordinary people, even in the smog. He saw that the signs of the roadside shops had faded, and the words were blurred. There were signs of being pried open on the doors. The shop windows were covered with thick dust and cobwebs. Some abandoned factory walls are also covered with moss and vines. This is a forgotten district, so quiet it's almost deathly still. "There's something here." Yang Dongqing, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw that there was a baby's corpse not far in front of Yang Dongqing. The baby was chubby and fair-skinned and looked very cute, but there was a bloody hole in its little head, which was pierced by a bullet. A female nightmare apostle's face turned deathly pale. "This is inhumane. Why shoot baby? This is not a baby." Sumu pushed up his brown glasses and led everyone closer to the baby. Everyone finally understood why Sumu said it wasn't a baby. The baby's lower body was surprisingly covered with 8 jet-black spider legs covered in downy hair. Sumu wiped the strange baby's wound with a handkerchief, which was immediately stained with yellowish-green blood. He examined the dryness of the blood and said, "The strange baby hasn't been dead for long, probably within the last day or 2. It's possible that someone came here before us." Then he prepared to throw the handkerchief away, but at that moment, he couldn't help but lower his gaze and stare intently at a corner of the handkerchief. There was a single character written in that corner. It was written in pen. "Remember," Sumu frowned, staring at the word record on his handkerchief. He had no idea why there was an extra word record on his handkerchief, which he always carried with him. Because he used to get nosebleeds frequently, he carried a handkerchief with him every day. But now, the handkerchief I always carry with me has been written on by someone. To do this without being detected by my powerful mental strength? What kind of ability must the person who wrote it be? Wait. Something's not right. Sumu carefully examined the character A. Although it looked a bit crooked and messy, as if it had been written in a hurry, why was the handwriting so similar to his own? Still penmanship? A fountain pen! He reached into his pocket and quickly pulled out a fountain pen. This was the pen he always carried with him. It was specially made with a sharp and tough nib, a deadly weapon. He wrote the exact same character, or I, on the handkerchief with a fountain pen. Upon careful comparison, He was shocked to discover that the previous E was written with the same fountain pen. Did I write this myself? Or did someone take my pen and imitate my handwriting? If it's the latter, what was their purpose? Sumu fell into deep thought. There are still many corpses of strange ints here, Yang Dongqing shouted from the front. Sumu pulled himself out of his thoughts and stopped thinking about it. A smile of interest appeared on his fair and handsome face. Interesting. Regardless of who wrote the words, he was already excited. Looks like this trip to the abandoned city won't be boring. The group continued onward, and as they ventured deeper, they encountered more and more corpses of strange infants along the way. Most of them had their heads blown off by guns, while others had their bodies shattered by some kind of immense force. Wah! Suddenly, a woman's plaintive sobbing drifted from afar. Someone is crying? Could it be a scavenger? Yang Dongqing stopped and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a woman dressed in white squatting on the ground crying deep in the fog. The woman had her back to everyone and her long black hair was hanging down to the ground. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. None of them were fools, and naturally they wouldn't believe that a human woman would be crying in such a strange place. Sumu smiled and gestured for Yang Dongqing to ask. Yang Dongqing nodded and approached the woman step by step. Are you all right? Wah! Child is missing. Have you seen my child? The woman heard voices and quickly got up and turned around. The terrifying scene I had imagined did not appear. The woman did indeed have a human face, and instead of being scary, she was incredibly beautiful. Her tearful appearance made her look pitiful. Did you lose your child? Yang Dongqing was not fooled by the other woman's beauty, because he was heartbroken and was hostile towards women, especially beautiful ones. The woman stared at Yang Dongqing, her face suddenly contorted with extreme hatred. It was you. You killed my child. Yang Dongqing's expression changed. What nonsense are you talking about? Why would I kill your child? It's you. It's you. And all of you. The woman screamed shrilly, her venomous gaze fixed on the crowd. Sometime later, the human pupils began to deform, as if a force was squeezing them from both sides, turning round pupils into vertical pupils. The next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. The woman stood still, her body motionless, but her fair and slender neck stretched out continuously, suddenly extending 3 meters, like a giant white python with her beautiful head hanging on it, fiercely biting at Yang Dongqing. Fuck you! Yang Dongqing, who was already in a bad mood, became even more furious after being slandered by the monster. He slammed his metallic fists down on the beauty's head. Bang! The immense force sent the beauty's head flying several meters away. But it quickly stopped flying backward thanks to its long neck, and let out an inhuman roar. Ta-da-ta-da! A series of metallic clanging sounds echoed as countless monstrous infants, their spider-like legs propelling them out of the thick fog, emerged. Their cute little faces were contorted with grotesque ferocity as they charged towards the group with all 8 legs working together. Yang Dongqing's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected there to be so many monsters. He could escape with his steel body, but Sumu and the others behind him were probably doomed. All things in the universe. Before anyone knew it, Sumu had taken off his brown glasses, revealing his eyes to be a deep blue, as if reflecting the sky. Suddenly, thick fog appeared out of thin air all around, enveloping everyone. The next second, several fictional figures emerged from the fog and rushed away at great speed. The woman in white and the strange infants were lured away by the illusion and chased after it into the distance. As the fog dissipated, Sumu and the others were revealed. Yang Dongqing looked at Sumu with lingering fear. You can even hypnotize nightmare monsters. Sumu smiled without saying a word. This was not hypnosis, but a visual illusion, a hallucination constructed with mental power. The advantage of all things in the world is that it does not require invading the enemy's mind. Directly constructs illusions in the outside world, which means that it is not as limited as hypnosis. Hypnosis has little effect on people like Murong Mengli, who possess defensive magical artifacts, or other mentally powerful superhumans, because mental power is difficult to penetrate. However, a Senlua Wangxiang is different. Anyone with eyes can see it. In fact, all things in the world is an extremely difficult ability to operate, hundreds of times more difficult than Heart of Steel, which is just about strengthening the body and can be used by anyone who is not in a vegetative state. However, all things in the universe requires an extremely high ability to construct illusions. The whole process is like painting with mental energy. It's not something you can do just by being given a brush and ink. You need a lot of practice to paint realistically and fast enough to create illusions in an instant. It sounds difficult, but for Sumu, who has dreamt for over 100 years, it's too easy. He has created countless things dreams, including the world itself, let alone mere illusions. In other words, even if others possess the ability of all things in the universe, they cannot compare to Sumu unless they practice for hundreds of years. The group continued on their way, clearly more tense after experiencing the monster incident. Fortunately, they were quite lucky. Apart from the strange baby and the snake woman, they did not encounter any other nightmare monsters and arrived at the area marked on the route map without any major incidents. This is a dilapidated 3-story shopping mall, not very big. Walls are old and worn, covered with moss and vines, and it has obviously been abandoned for a long time. This should be where the gold was found. Let's go in. Sumu walked into the mall expectantly. He first used his mental power to sense the area, but did not detect any monsters. So he said to the group, "Split up and look for clues. Young Dongking and I will search the 3rd floor together. The 4 of you will work in pairs, each responsible for the 1st and 2nd floors. We'll meet up on the 3rd floor afterwards." The 4 nightmare apostles nodded and then split into 2 groups to explore. Sumu and Yang Dongking went to the 3rd floor, which seemed to be a clothing store. Among the many shops were white mannequins, but the clothes on these mannequins were long gone. As if they had been stripped naked, Yang Dongking looked at the mannequins and nervously swallowed. "Do you think these mannequins might suddenly come to life?" Sumu smiled faintly. "Wouldn't it be more interesting if they came back to life?" "I really didn't ask you that." Yang Dongking rolled her eyes, continued walking. Sumu followed behind, letting Yang Dongking lead the way. But the strange feeling in his heart grew stronger. He felt as if he had forgotten something. What exactly had he forgotten? Holy crap! What the hell is this? Yang Dongking's sudden exclamation interrupted Sumu's thoughts, and he walked towards Yang Dongking's direction. They noticed the other person had stood in front of a shop and was nervously looking inside. When he turned his gaze to the inside of the shop, he couldn't help but frown slightly. That's a door. An old wooden door, painted red, appears to be quite old, as much of the red paint has peeled off, revealing the original color of the wood underneath. The door itself doesn't seem special. What's truly unusual is that it stands alone in the center of the shop, with nothing behind it, and it's open, letting in thick fog, like a gateway to another world. There's nothing behind this door, but there's thick fog inside. Could this be a path to hell? Yang Dongking's eyes revealed a hint of apprehension, and he dared not approach the door easily. Sumu naturally wouldn't risk his life, so he directly called the nightmare apostle downstairs up. Soon, the tattooed man and the bald middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses jogged up. Have you found anything down there? The two men shook their heads. The tattooed man said, "The floor I'm in charge of is completely empty. Not to mention the gold leaves, even the shops that sell gold and jewelry are empty. There are also many signs of a fight inside, probably stolen by scavengers from before." Sumu nodded and was about to direct the tattooed man into the door when he suddenly stopped. He turned to Yang Dongqing and asked, "How many people did we bring with us this time?" Yang Dongqing was a little confused, seemingly thinking that Sumu's question was idiotic. "Just the two of them." "Two?" Sumu narrowed his eyes behind his brown glasses appearing and disappearing. He did remember bringing two people with him, but why did it feel so strange? Does the entire Bronze Coffin Company only have 2 employees? No. Not 2, but 7. A barely perceptible azure light flashed in Sumu's eyes. Yang Dongqing looked puzzled. "Are you running a fever? Where did these 7 people come from?" "Although I don't remember 7 people, I used the mental energy of 7 people I left. I remember hypnotizing once before I left. Although I remember hypnotizing 2 people, the mental energy consumed cannot be faked," Sumu said with certainty. He finally realized something was wrong. His memories had been altered. Yang Dongqing's expression also changed slightly. "You mean?" Just then, unnoticed by anyone, the thick fog inside the wooden door began to churn and wisps of mist began to seep in. "Have you found anything down there?" Sumu asked. The two men shook their heads. The tattooed man said, "The floor I'm in charge of is empty. Not to mention the gold leaves, even the shops that sell gold and jewelry are empty. I guess the scavengers from before took them." Sumu nodded and said to the tattooed man, "Go inside and check the situation." He couldn't let Yang Dongqing go into danger. No one knew what the situation was inside, and he didn't want to lose a great general for nothing. The tattooed man hesitated for a moment, but under Sumu's gaze, quickly regained his composure and said without hesitation, "Thank you, Minister, for giving me this opportunity. I will certainly live up to your expectations." He then strode toward the wooden door, which was shrouded in thick fog, and his figure was gradually swallowed up by the mist. "Holy crap! What the hell is this?" Yang Dongqing exclaimed, pointing incredulously at the shop's door. Sum looked in the direction of the sound and frowned slightly. There was a door shrouded in thick fog. "There's nothing behind this door. Could it be a path to hell?" Yang Dongqing asked warily. "Go inside and check the situation," Sumu said to the bald man beside him. The bald man was so frightened by the bottomless fog that his heart nearly jumped out of his chest. He kept backing away, saying, No, I'm scared." Sumu's eyes flashed, and the bald man instantly transformed, saying, "Thank you, Minister, for giving me this opportunity. It's all for you, Minister." Then, the bald man strode into the doorway, his figure swallowed by the thick fog. "Holy crap! What the hell is this?" Yang Dongqing exclaimed, pointing incredulously at the shop's door. Sumu looked in the direction of the sound and frowned slightly. There was a door with no walls on all sides, but thick fog was billowing out from inside. "There's nothing behind this door, but there's thick fog inside. Could this be a path to hell?" Yang Dongqing asked warily. Sumu instinctively wanted to send Yang Dongqing in to investigate, but suddenly froze, because this did not conform to his behavior logic. According to his logic, when faced with a place where the dangers were unknown, the optimal solution should be to send an ordinary person in first. As the only superhuman under his command, it would be a huge loss if Yang Dongqing were to perish inside. But unfortunately, it was just the two of them, Yang Dongqing and himself, here. This gave him a strange feeling. Why did he only take Yang Dongqing with him when he went out? Memory and logic clashed at this moment, which was completely illogical, because he rarely went out on his own. Even after becoming a superhuman, he still had the habit of bringing his underlings. Superhumans are not invincible, and there is always more strength in numbers. Is this exploration mission to the bronze coffin just between the two of you? Is the bronze coffin a shell company with no employees? Murong Mengli is so useless that she can't even recruit anyone. More and more logical flaws appeared in Sumu's mind, but his memory told him that everything made sense, making the sense of incongruity even stronger. Suddenly he asked, "How did we get to the abandoned city?" Yang Dongqing was utterly puzzled, looking at Sumu as if he were an idiot. "Of course I drove here." "How many cars did you drive?" "2 cars," Yang Dongqing replied without hesitation, but then he froze. "2 cars? Why would the two of us need 2 cars?" He suddenly widened his eyes, clearly realizing something, and looked sharply at Sumu. "It must be because you're making trouble and don't want to ride in the same car as me, so you drove 2 cars. Sumu. Although he had long known that Yang Dongqing's blockhead was unreliable, he never expected that the other party would be so abstract. Sumu took out the handkerchief from his pocket. The yellowish-green bloodstains on it had long since dried, but he wasn't looking at the bloodstains. He was looking at the word record. Looking at the character E.G., Sumu finally understood its meaning. It was not finished writing. If it were finished, it would be 2 characters, GIE. He was almost certain that his and Yang Dongqing's memories had been altered. Both the 2 cars and the mental energy consumed were evidence of this. And at this moment, he also learned who wrote the character A. Have you ever considered that perhaps this isn't our first time here? Yang Qing was stunned for a moment. No, you've been talking nonsense since just now. Have you been hallucinating from inhaling too much smog? Sumu smiled slightly. Do you remember the snake woman saying that you killed her child? If you weren't here, how'd you have killed child? Yang Dongqing curled his lip. That's a lunatic. You actually believe what the nightmare monster says? Want to know whose hickey is on Jasmine's neck? Upon hearing this, Yang Dongqing's expression changed drastically, and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. I knew it was you, Sumu. Oh, I really don't need to explain this to you, but what I can tell you is that you probably left that hickey yourself. You're talking nonsense. I didn't know I kissed myself. Take out your phone and look at the date. Think back. Do you still remember yesterday? Although Yang Dongqing was angry, he still obediently took out his phone to check the date. Then he froze and finally realized that something was wrong, because he really couldn't remember what he had done yesterday. Sumu, what exactly is going on? Sumu pushed up his brown-tinted glasses and analyzed. If I'm not mistaken, this should be our second time in the ruined city, and the first time we should have brought 10 nightmare apostles. Yang Ding asked incredulously. Yes. Sumu took out his phone and opened the transfer record. I asked Murong Mengli to transfer their money to me before, and she did so that very night. I received a total of 10 million, 1 million each, which is exactly 10 people. Murong Mengli she would set off in 2 days, but today is the 3rd day. This time she should have brought 7 people, because I used up the mental energy of 7 people through hypnosis. That means that 3 people disappeared in the abandoned city on the first trip. I guess that's when I first came here, and realized that was wrong with the fog, so I went back. Based on my understanding of myself, I should have gone back to get the gas mask the first time, but I found that my memory was still fading on the way, so I wrote a note on a handkerchief. Unfortunately, my memory was fading too quickly, and I forgot it after writing half of it. Later, he even forgot about the handkerchief. The strange infant corpse we encountered earlier was probably the one we killed the first time we came here, which is why the snake woman wanted revenge as soon as she saw you. As for Jasmine's infidelity, That's easily explained. You went back once, and it was probably left behind during your intimacy, but the fog made you forget. Even Jasmine's memory is impaired. And you bought the new clothes too. You can check your bank account if you don't believe me. Yang Dongqing suddenly took out his phone to check, and found that his balance was indeed 0. He raised his head in disbelief. I cheated on myself. Sumu ignored Yang Dongqing's strange focus, and was thinking of a solution. It was clear that the fog here had the ability to erode memories. What do we do now? Go back. He immediately rejected the idea. Going back would be useless. He had already tried it the first time. Even if he left the fog, his memory would still disappear. In the end, he might even forget that he had ever been to the abandoned city. Forgetting itself isn't scary. What's truly terrifying is forgetting itself. This is different from amnesia. A person with amnesia knows they have amnesia, and can clearly perceive a large blank in their mind. But after inhaling the mist, a person will forget that they have amnesia, and will not notice anything unusual. If it weren't for a serious logical flaw, Sumu would hardly have realized that he had lost his memory. Holy crap! What the hell is this? Yang Dongqing exclaimed, pointing incredulously at the shop's door. Sumu glanced at him. Clearly, Yang Dongqing had lost his memory of what had just happened, as if he were seeing the door for the first time. At the same time, he also felt that the memories in his mind were beginning to blur again. But this time the blurring was very slow, because he was using his mental power to resist the erosion. Mental strength can still play a role in this kind of memory erosion, provided that he is aware of the abnormality and actively uses his mental strength to resist it. Let's go in and take a look. In the end, Sumu decided to go inside. It was a rare opportunity to come across such an interesting place. Wouldn't it be a pity not to go in and take a look? Holy crap! Shut up, clear the way. Sumu, Yang Dongqing on the head with his snakeskin cane, shooing him into the house. Soon, both of them were swallowed up by the mist. And just after the two of them entered, bang! The dilapidated wooden door slammed shut in a luxurious manner in the upper town. Have Mirong Mengli's two newly recruited superhumans already gone to the abandoned city? Asked a man weighing over 300 pounds, wearing an oversized white suit and a red tie. The 300-pound man was sitting on a large leather chair, his whole body embedded in it like a lump of rotten flesh. Standing before him was Han Yu, who was extremely respectful. President Qian, don't worry, everything has been arranged. Mirong Mengli still thinks that the golden leaf fell from the golden tree in the abandoned city. Little does she know, the leaf is real, but it doesn't grow in the abandoned city. Instead, you bought it from the capital at a high price. So far, she has sent several groups of people to the abandoned city. Every time those people die there, her memory is altered, and she forgets that she once sent people into the abandoned city. If this cycle continues, her bronze coffin company will go bankrupt, sooner or later. Han Yu laughed smugly. Snap! A large, fat hand with a silver ring hopped him hard across the face, the terrifying force sending Han Yu flying. How dare you? Mengli is my fiancée. How dare you laugh at me? A cold glint appeared in Qian Zihao's small eyes, squeezed by his fat. Han Yu, who had fallen to the ground, quickly got up and knelt down in fear and trembling, cold sweat pouring down his face. I was wrong, President. I spoke without thinking. Please punish me, President. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but Qian Zihao, who just knocked Han Yu away, seems to have lost a little weight. Seeing the terrified Han Yu, Qian Zihao's expression calmed down slightly. You said before that pretty boy named Sumu is quite strong? Yes. Sumu's methods are indeed strange, but please rest assured, Guild Master, no matter how strong he is, he can't beat the unmemorable person you spent a lot of money to get. As far as I know, this is the second time he has entered the abandoned city. To ensure that nothing goes wrong, I specially took a memory potion, sneaked into the abandoned city in advance, and threw a lot of scavengers into the thick fog. Now the unmemorable person is even stronger, and this time he will definitely not be able to come out alive. Varied. Qian Zihao nodded in satisfaction. Those who cannot remember are very special. I had to ask a silver-level expert with the ability to counter them to handle them below the silver level. Unless there is a superhuman with foresight, anyone who goes there will die. After saying that, he grabbed a piece of exquisite pastry from the side and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing it heartily. The day the Murong family head announces the engagement is getting closer and closer. As long as we get these extraordinary individuals under control, Mengli definitely won't be able to recruit anyone in a short time, let alone find the golden eye. In the end, she'll have no choice but to obediently marry me. A lewd smile appeared on Qian Zihao's face. He seemed to have already imagined the scene of pressing that beautiful body down on him. Originally, he just wanted to marry a noblewoman and become a nobleman himself, but he did not expect that Murong Mengli, this illegitimate daughter, would be so good-looking. So it was perfect. President Qian, I heard that the second young master and fourth young lady of the Murong family also went to the abandoned city area. Qian Zihao smiled sarcastically. This chairman spent a lot of money to get an amnesiac, so naturally someone has to reimburse me for that money. Han Yu's expression suddenly tightened. You mean the eldest young master was also involved? Humph, not too. I am on good terms with the eldest young master of the Murong family, so naturally I will help him become the family heir. Since I can deceive Mengli with the golden leaf, I can also send the message to her other brothers and sisters. These people will definitely send superhumans into the ruined city like moths to a flame for the clues to the golden eye. Meanwhile, the young master, who truly knew the inside story, remained calm and collected, watching them deplete their strength. Even if he couldn't find the golden eye, then so what? How could the others, weakened, compete with him? Han Yu was increasingly shocked and developed a deep sense of awe for the fat man in front of him. No wonder he could become the richest man in Xingcheng as an ordinary person. His methods were truly ingenious. He manipulated a group of nobles without spending a penny, and the only one he acquired by spending money who couldn't remember anything was reimbursed by the young master, so he might even make an extra profit. The guild master is brilliant. I admire him, but I still can't find the golden eye. What about the Murong family head? Humps, that old Deng should have died long ago. I spent a fortune to buy his daughter, and he still dared to ask for half of the mining rights to the mithril mine? Do you really think his children genuinely want to find the golden eye to prolong his life? It's all just for show. Even if he establishes an heir, so what? The Murong family will still be ruled by him. Han Yu felt a chill run down his spine. The darkness among the nobles terrified even this extraordinary being. The fog has dissipated? Yang Dongqing stared blankly at the desolate land, where there was no fog at all. Logically, stepping through a foggy door should have led to a misty world, but the result was quite the opposite. The door is gone too! The place where the two had entered was no longer a door. There was only air left. Sumu carefully examined this desolate land. The ground was bare, all red soil, without a single plant. The ground was uneven, with some areas rising up like sand dunes and others sinking into the ground. Suddenly, his eyes flickered and locked onto a depression half a meter deep, where a person was lying. Yang Dongqing, go and take a look. Faced with the unusual situation, Sumu sent Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing pouted in dissatisfaction, but still walked towards that direction. This time, without the interference of fog, their memories were temporarily unaffected. Yang Dongqing first kicked the man, and when the man didn't react, he carefully checked the man's breath. This is a dead man. Sumu walked over, leaning on his snake-patterned wooden cane. The deceased was a man with an unfamiliar face, but he died peacefully, as if he had died suddenly without realizing it, and there were no wounds on his body. He must be the nightmare apostle of the bronze coffin, Sumu said with certainty. Yang King was taken aback. What nonsense are you talking about? There are only the two of us in the bronze coffin. Sumu did not explain further. The reason he was so certain was that he could detect residual mental fluctuations from the deceased, proving that he had hypnotized him. The two continued forward, and along the way they discovered more and more corpses, the number now exceeding 30. All the dead had peaceful faces and no wounds. Judging from the residual mental fluctuations, 8 of the deceased were found in bronze coffins, while the origins of the rest are unknown. It seems we weren't the first to arrive here. Others have been here before. Sumu thoughtfully pushed up his glasses. In a desolate place like the abandoned city district, hardly anyone would come. Moreover, judging from the deceased's clothing, several of them were from the upper city district. Why would people from the upper town come here? Is it also for the golden eye? Just as he was pondering this, he suddenly heard 2 footsteps behind a small hill not far away, as if someone was walking. He leaped into the air, his body, enhanced by the immaculate heart, as light as a bird, swiftly soaring onto the hill. He looked closely and immediately frowned. At this moment, young Dongqing also came up, and his expression changed drastically when he saw the 2 people. There were 2 men, one in a white shirt with a receding hairline, and the other with a large tattoo on his arm. They looked like normal people, but what really made Yang Dongqing's expression change was that a small monster with white skin and fleshy wings was perched on the tattooed man's shoulder. The little monster had no face, only a large mouth on its head. Its bald arm reached into the tattooed man's head, groping around, and then pulled out a wad of cotton candy-like filaments and stuffed it into its mouth. Strangely, there were no wounds on the tattooed man's head. The tattooed man and the bald man seemed oblivious to the little monster, and continued walking as if they couldn't see it. "Watch out for the monster!" Yang Dongqing shouted. The tattooed man and the bald man were startled and turned to look at Sumu and his companion, their eyes flashing with surprise. "Are you also trapped here? We're looking for a way out of this awful place." Young Dongqing was extremely anxious. He couldn't understand why the 2 of them couldn't see the little monster. He waved his arms, shouting, "That big tattoo on your arm! On your shoulder! There's a monster on your shoulder!" The tattooed man was startled and subconsciously looked at his shoulder. His expression immediately turned to one of utter terror. Just as he was about to scream, a look of bewilderment appeared on his face. He turned to Yang Dongqing and asked, "Where is the monster?" "Are you blind? It's right on your shoulder." The impatient young Dongqing rushed over. But Sumu didn't stop him. Instead, he observed. He was certain that both the tattooed man and the bald man were from the Bronze Coffin Company, because they still carried traces of his mental energy. Yang Dongqing swung his fist at the little monster, but just as he entered within 10 meters of the little monster, a look of bewilderment appeared on his face, and he stopped in his tracks. He scratched his head like an idiot. "Huh, what am I doing rushing over here?" he forgot. Meanwhile, the little monster continued to eat the things it had pulled out of the tattooed man's brain. Bite by bite. Bang! The tattooed man fell straight to the ground, dying peacefully without any wounds on his body. Yang Dongqing and the bald man were startled. What happened? Why is he lying on the ground? Could it be low blood sugar? Quickly help him up. The two men quickly tried to help the tattooed man up, but as soon as they bent down, a look of confusion flashed across their faces, and they completely forgot what they were supposed to do. Whoosh! The little monster jumped to the bald man's shoulder again, its bare arm reaching for the man's head. Upon seeing this, Sumu instantly understood that this little monster must be the culprit behind their memory loss, and that the fog was very likely created by it. Yang Dongqing, come back. Sumu waved to Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing started walking back, but after one step, he stopped and asked Sumu in a daze, "What did you just say?" Seeing this, Sumu immediately pulled out his gun and fired at the little monster. He did not use all things in the world, because the monster had no eyes and hypnotizing it would be too far away. Bang, bang, bang! The bullet struck the little monster with perfect accuracy, knocking it off its shoulder. It grimaced in pain, but the bullet did not penetrate its body, leaving only a few white marks. After landing, the little monster quickly got up from the ground, flapped its fleshy wings on its back, and fled into the distance. Why did you suddenly fire? Yang Dongqing asked, puzzled. There was a monster that could devour memories next to you just now. If I'm not mistaken, your memories will be affected if you enter within 10 meters of it. So keep your distance from me and don't get close. Yang Dongqing's expression changed. A monster that devours memories? How come I didn't see it? Can it turn invisible? Sumu shook his head. It can't become invisible, but the moment you see it, you'll forget that you just saw it. In other words, you can only be sure that you won't forget seeing it if you keep distance of 10 meters from it. Yang Dongqing opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked at Sumu's shoulder in shock. You. Sumu's eyes turned cold. Before Yang Dongqing could even remind him, the gun in his hand was already pointed at his shoulder. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the little monster reaching out its hand towards his head. Without the slightest hesitation, he pressed his finger hard on the trigger. But at that critical moment, a look of confusion flashed across his face, and Sumu stopped his finger from pressing the trigger. Wait, what am I supposed to do next? What am I supposed to shoot with a gun? Why did I shoot? Never mind, it's not important. I never do anything meaningless. I always have my reasons. Bang! A blazing bullet whistled out and struck the little monster squarely in its open mouth, sending it flying. This time it may have hit a vital spot, as it writhed on the ground in pain, its tiny fleshy wings flapping desperately as it flew away into the distance. Sumu instantly regained his senses, his hands as steady as precise machines, firing continuously in the direction the little monster was fleeing. Although all the bullets hit their mark, they were unable to inflict any fatal damage. In the blink of an eye, the little monster flew out of everyone's sight. Walk! At his command, he led Yang Dongqing and the other man to run in the opposite direction. That monster is really weird. What do we do now? Yang Dongqing asked Sumu, who was about 10 meters away, as they sped along. Its strength is weak, and its defense is not as good as your iron heart. But there is no solution to its unmemorable state. The only way to deal with it is to rely on ranged attacks, such as the 5 fingers flame bullet, or non-living things without memory. A pistol can repel it, but it cannot kill it, so the best course of action for now is to leave. Once we run out of bullets, we'll be dead for sure. Sumu's eyes gleamed with excitement, like a pro gamer encountering an extremely challenging level. He had almost died just now. If that shot hadn't been fired, he would have certainly perished. It's unrealistic to expect Yang Dongqing to save them. Even if Yang Dongqing rushes over, he'll lose his memory once he's within 10 meters and forget why he rushed over. Fortunately, he still fired the gun. With absolute confidence in himself, he still managed to fire the gun even though he had lost his memory. The three of them sped along, but before long, the little monster caught up with them again, flapping its bare, fleshy wings as it charged toward them. Sumu fired his gun while retreating. Although he couldn't kill the little monster, he could at least slow down its advance by relying on the power of his weapon. After they crossed a tall hill, they immediately saw a different view. The first thing that catches the eye is a sacrificial site surrounded by huge stone walls. The semicircular stone walls are arranged in a mysterious pattern. The walls are made of huge stones, the surfaces of which are rough and uneven, covered with mottled marks and moss. Viewed from the hilltop, it resembles a giant eye made of stone walls, with an open space in the very center, shaped like a human pupil. "Go in and take a look," Sumu ordered. This time, before he could even give any instructions, young Dongqing had already taken the lead and cleared the way. The bald man followed closely behind Sumu, his expression filled with fear and his face covered in cold sweat. He had completely forgotten about Sumu and the other man, and even forgot why he was there. He only knew that there was a monster behind him, and that he had to run away as fast as he could. Strangely, after the three stepped onto this land, the little monster stopped in its tracks, seemingly wary of something, and dared not approach. Sumu narrowed his eyes, realizing that there was probably some danger hidden here. But no matter what danger it was, he had to find out, because with his current abilities, once he ran out of bullets, he would surely die when facing the little monster the three of them weaved through the huge gaps in the stone wall, heading straight for the center. Along the way, they saw many ancient bronze ritual implements scattered on the ground. The bronze artifacts were broken and rusty, but Sumu did not let them go. Instead, he carefully examined them. Although he had never seen a treasure before, the bronze artifacts that appeared in such a strange place might be treasures. However, noble phantasms are indeed not so easy to encounter. These bronze artifacts are at most antiques and have nothing to do with noble phantasms. They do not contain the power of law, and are even fragile and break easily. "There's a corpse here." Yang Dongqing, who was at the front, suddenly stopped and stared intently at a dark, humanoid object in the corner. Sumu stepped forward and poked it with his snakeskin cane, discovering that it was indeed a human corpse. The reason it was charred all over was because it had been burned by flames. They continued forward, and the closer they got to the center, the more corpses they encountered. Strangely, these corpses died from two causes. Some were burned to a crisp, while others had no flesh left, only piles of white bones. Moreover, those bones showed signs of decay. Could this be some kind of sacrificial site? Young Dongqing's face was solemn and wary. The two different gruesome corpses gave him a bad feeling. "I've heard that some people who believe in evil gods, like self-immolate to prove their piety. Could those skeletons be offering their own flesh and blood to the evil gods?" The bald man said, trembling. "Stop! There are people in the center of the square." Sumu suddenly stopped in front of a stone wall. Behind the stone wall was the central square. He had just heard faint voices, and there was more than one person. Yang Dongqing and his companion tensed up, cautiously approaching the edge of the stone wall, intending to first assess the situation in the square. "Three more unlucky guys have arrived. No need to hide anymore, you three come out." Several voices came from behind the stone wall. Seeing that he had been discovered, Sumu decided to stop hiding and openly led the two of them out from behind the stone wall. The view is of a spacious square surrounded by a ring of huge stone pillars. The surface is weathered, but traces of its former meticulous carving can still be faintly seen. In the center, surrounded by stone pillars, stands an altar as white as jade, upon which sits a statue about half a person's height. The people who spoke earlier were leaning against the stone pillar. There were 8 of them in total, 7 men and 1 woman. Each of them had a faint murderusor on their face and were well equipped. Some carried cold weapons, while others carried guns. Most strikingly, all 8 people were injured. 3 of them had extensive burns, while the remaining 5 had rotting limbs, with the most severe cases even exposing their bones. "Which company are you 3 from?" A burly man in a tight black vest and camouflage pants asked, staring intently at Sumu and his 2 companions. The burly man's left hand was mostly rotten, and the pale white bones were faintly visible. "A bronze coffin," Sumu said calmly. The burly man frowned slightly. "Another bronze coffin? I didn't expect a newly established small company to be able to recruit so many superhumans." Again, Yang Dongqing was taken aback. "You also saw other extraordinary individuals in bronze coffins?" Before the burly man could answer, a young Taoist priest who was trembling in the corner quickly raised his hand. Me too, from the bronze coffin." Yang Dongqing looked at the Taoist priest and realized that he did not recognize him at all. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly as he carefully examined the young Taoist priest. He had delicate features, wore a blue Taoist robe, and had his hair styled in a Taoist bun. He also carried an ancient longsword on his back. Upon seeing the longsword, he immediately recognized the other party's identity. "That's right. He is the one from the bronze coffin." Sumu's sudden voice delighted the Taoist. "Fellow Taoist, do we know each other before? I didn't expect that you, who came from the realm of the unremembered, would still recognize me. Unfortunately, I don't remember you at all now." "The unrememberable one? Is that the name of that little monster?" Sumu shook his head. "I don't know you." "Huh?" The Taoist priest paused. "Then how can you be sure I'm from the bronze coffin?" "Because you were the only one among the people present who was carrying a long sword, and I had seen sword marks on the mannequins in the bronze coffin training room. But Murong Mengli had no recollection of sword marks, so I guessed that other people from the bronze coffin must have entered the ruined city first, but because of the memory loss, Murong Mengli forgot about you." "What?" The Taoist priest was shocked. "The boss actually forgot about me?" "I've been sending her flowers every day since I joined the company. Even though she didn't accept them, she can't just forget about me, right? Then all those flowers I sent were for nothing?" The Taoist priest was struck as if by a heavy blow, and became dejected, just like Yang Dongqing had when he was heartbroken. "Shut up!" the burly man roared. "Nobody wants to hear your history of failed relationships. If we can't figure out a way to break the curse, we're all going to die." The Taoist turned and dared not utter another sound, seemingly very afraid of the burly man. At this moment, the burly man said to Sumu and the other 2, "My name is Tai Feng, a bronze level 3 transcendent, and I belong to the Lingshu company founded by the second young master of the Feng family. I am the strongest among those present, and temporarily lead this hastily assembled team. How strong are you? Don't even think about hiding it. We're all in the same boat now. The moment you entered this sacrificial site, you were already being watched by the idols. The only way to survive is for us to work together." "Idol?" Sumu glanced at the human-shaped statue on the altar. Without showing any emotion, the statue was very strange, half black and half white, as if it were made of 2 completely different pieces of material. The black parts are ferocious like demons, while the white parts are holy like gods. Both of them have 4 wings on their backs, also composed of black and white, which together make 8 wings. God and demon are pieced together into a whole, much like angels and fallen angels in mythology. Yang Dongqing Bronking Bronze Tiron. Yang Dongqing was the first to announce his name and rank. Upon hearing the name Bronze 1, everyone's faces immediately showed disappointment. Clearly, they hoped to gain some powerful allies. The bald man stammered, I'm Zhao Yongqiang, an ordinary person. An ordinary person didn't die at the hands of the unmemorable one. You have a magical artifact? The burly man Tai Feng stared intently at Zhao Yongqiang and asked. The tangible pressure made Zhao Yongqiang tremble even more. He quickly waved his hand. No, he saved me. Tai Feng followed Zhao Yongqiang's gaze to Sumu, his face showing scrutiny. Sumu smiled slightly. Sumu, bronze tier 3. Great, another bronze 3? Maybe he can find a way to break the code. The only woman in the team was overjoyed, glancing at Sumu out of the corner of her eye. You say you're bronze level 3? Tai Feng looked doubtful. Kid, now's not the time to lie. I don't believe a bronze coffin can attract a bronze level 3 superhuman. What is your bronze law? Sumu adjusted his tinted glasses and said casually, What? You want to try? His calm tone carried an undeniable and powerful confidence, much like a long-time high-ranking person looking down upon someone. Humph. Tai Feng snorted coldly. Kid, I'm not afraid of you. The most important thing right now is to lift the curse. There's no need to create unnecessary trouble. Although he said that, he couldn't hide the fear in his eyes. I wonder if anyone would be willing to explain the matter of the curse? Sumu asked politely. The woman in the crowd was about to speak when the Taoist priest spoke first. He, who had been too scared to speak by Tai Feng just now, seemed to have his backbone and straightened his back a lot. Brother Su, my name is Jun Wushang. We're one of you. Let me tell you, we all came here to avoid those who can't remember. Anyone who enters the sacrificial site will be targeted by this statue, and no one can leave. This angel-demon statue will cast curses according to good and evil. Good people will see the statue completely turn into an angel, and then burned by flames, while evil people will see the statue turn into a demon, and then its body rot. Previously, some people tried to attack the statue, but it was completely useless. Even Mr. Iron Peak, a Bronze 3 expert, couldn't leave a single mark on it. We could only watch helplessly as we were slowly burned to death or rotted away. As Jun Wushang spoke, he lifted his Taoist robe, revealing his mostly decaying body. Sumu raised an eyebrow slightly. How can a statue distinguish between good and evil? Curses based on good and evil? He found it somewhat inexplicable, because the standards for good and evil were difficult to judge. In the eyes of ants, humans were all bad people, trampling their fellow ants to death for no reason every day. The statue will ask you questions and judge your good or evil based on your answers. Remember, you must never lie, or the statue will kill you. When will it ask the question? As long as you get close to the statue, it will come to life and ask you questions. Yang Dongqing's eyes lit up as he discovered a way to break the deadlock. If I don't go over there, won't I avoid the curse? Tai Feng sneered. Do you think you're the only smart one and we're all fools? I told you before. Everyone who enters the sacrificial site has been targeted by the statue. If you don't approach the statue to answer questions for a long time, you'll offend both the angels and the devil, and your body will be burned and rotten. Yang Dongqing's face stiffened, and he was a little angry, but he couldn't beat the other person in a fight or argue with him. Instead of going directly to the statue, Sumu asked a question. Are you all affiliated with companies founded by the Murong family? Tai Feng pointed to the two people next to him. We are from Ling Shu Company, and the others over there are from Ling Yao Company. Founded the fourth young lady of the Murong family. As for you, I don't need to explain, right? Bronze Coffin, the nominal third young lady of the Murong family. He didn't mention the words illegitimate daughter. clearly still having some reservations about Sumu's bronze rank 3 strength. So you've all come here to find the golden eye? Everyone nodded with varying expressions. If it weren't for the golden eye, who would bother coming to a god-forsaken place, the abandoned city? Tai Feng scoffed. Suddenly, Sumu smiled. It seems there is no golden eye here. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and Tai Feng asked anxiously, "What do you mean by that? How do you know there aren't any here? Where did you learn about the golden eye? Why should I tell you?" Tai Feng asked warily. Sumu smiled slightly. "Then I'll guess, your company probably gets all the golden leaves from scavengers, right?" Upon hearing this, the people from Ling Shidu and Ling Yao company changed color. Simultaneously, the two groups exchanged glances, clearly realizing that something was amiss. Tai Feng persisted. "So what? The golden tree must have lost more than one leaf. Isn't it normal for many scavengers to have picked them up? This only proves that there is a golden eye here." Sumu sighed. His gaze his brown glasses as if he were looking at an idiot. "If what you said is true, then there should be more companies that know about the golden eye, not just the Murong family. Haven't you ever thought about why it's all wrong family companies that come here? And all the companies are there, except for the one owned by the eldest son of the Murong family? Could it be?" The group exchanged glances, all seeing the emotion on each other's faces. They weren't fools, but being cursed made it difficult for them to think calmly. Their minds were filled with thoughts of the curse. Now, after Sumu's prompting, they immediately realized something was wrong. "You mean this was a trap set by the eldest young master of the Murong family?" Tang suddenly stood up, letting out a painful groan as he clutched his rotting left arm, clearly aggravating wound. "Maybe, but it doesn't matter." Sumush, indifferently. In fact, he was more inclined to believe that Murong Mengli's fiancé was also involved, since Han Yu hadn't appeared at all. It doesn't matter to him who the mastermind is. He never cares about evidence when it comes to revenge. He kills all the suspects, and there will always be a real enemy involved. He really liked the surprise the other person gave him, and decided to reciprocate in the future. The crowd's faces turned extremely ugly. Having been tricked into this state, it was hard for anyone not to feel resentment. Next question. After you entered the sacrificial site, did the unremembered ones reappear? Perhaps out of confidence in Sumu's strength and intelligence, even Tai Feng didn't cause any trouble this time, and said directly, "No. Those who cannot remember are probably afraid of the statue, and dare not enter its range." Sumu nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that this statue was even more bizarre than the unmemorable one. Why would the mastermind behind it all put two mutually restraining things in the abandoned city? The statue is so bizarre that it can trap all the extraordinary beings here, leaving them with no choice but to wait for death. Logically speaking, the mastermind behind it should only need to send out the statue. There is no need to create another person with no memory. Unless the statue wasn't created by the mastermind behind it, but was already there. After roughly understanding the cause and effect, Sumu gestured to the bald man Zhao Yongqiang. Under the influence of hypnosis, Zhao Yongqiang resolutely stepped into the area covered by the statue. Zhao Yongqiang's actions immediately attracted everyone's attention. They seemed to be extremely afraid of the statue. When they saw someone step into the area covered by the statue, they all endured the pain and got up, constantly retreating. When Zhao Yongqiang stepped about 10 meters away from the statue, crackling sounds, the sound of stones rubbing together rang out, and the head of the half-human-sized god-demon statue slowly turned to face Zhao Yongqiang. Its black and white eyes seemed to come alive at this moment, turning slightly and staring straight at the living person in front of it. A terrifying pressure descended at that moment, and the surrounding space froze. The feeling was indescribable, as if one had suddenly been placed in the deep sea at a depth of 10,000 meters, surrounded by wraithing darkness, suffocating, cold, desperate. Thump! Under this terrifying pressure, Zhao Yongqiang actually knelt down on the ground, his face pale and his body trembling, almost collapsing from exhaustion. Sumu narrowed his eyes. He had just hypnotized Zhao Yongqiang to relieve his fear. But when faced with the statue, the overwhelming fear overcame the hypnosis. "Mortal, tell me the most wicked things you have done." A deep, sinister voice and a cold, grand voice rang out simultaneously. They were two completely different voices, as if an angel and a demon speaking. When the statue spoke, the extraordinary beings were all terrified, not daring to even breathe, and hid behind the pillars to watch. Zhao Yongqiang trembled even more, his words becoming increasingly fragmented. "I embezzled money from my previous company and framed someone else." Buzz! With a strange buzzing sound, the statue slowly fell silent, and the terrifying pressure dissipated completely. What followed was Zhao Yongqiang's scream. "Ah! My leg!" He screamed and frantically tried to pull up his trouser leg, only to see that the flesh on his right calf was beginning to rot. "He has been cursed by a demon," Tai Feng said in a low voice, a hint of confusion in his tone. "Among our sins, his embezzlement of public funds is the least serious. I thought he would be cursed by angels, but I never expected him to be a devil? Who knows? Maybe in the eyes of angels, embezzling public funds is considered betrayal, and therefore not kindness." Suddenly another scream rang out, this time from Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing was seen clutching his left hand, with a pained expression. 3 of his fingers were slowly rotting, while the other 2 fingers seemed to be burned by invisible flames, their skin turning black. "Go answer the statue's question quickly, or you'll be cursed by both angels and demons," Jun Wushang, also from the Bronze Coffin Company, hurriedly reminded him. Yang Dongqing gritted his teeth, and enduring the excruciating pain, rushed toward the statue. Then, the statue came to life again and looked at Yang Dongqing. The young man with a body of steel immediately felt a terrifying pressure, like a dark mountain pressing down on him. He tried to grit his teeth and persevere, but he was defeated after only a few seconds and knelt down straight in front of the statue. "Mortal, tell me the most wicked things you have done." It's still the same problem. Yang Dongqing was in a dilemma because he was unsure which of the 3 things was truly evil. He thought about killing people, including many members of the poisonous snake gang, but he didn't think that was evil. Sumu had clearly committed the crime first by taking Jasmine away, and the members of the poisonous snake gang were all scum, so their deaths were not unjust. After a moment's thought, Yang Dongqing raised his head with difficulty and said, "Robbery. Robbed 50,000 yuan." Buzz! An eerie buzzing sound rang out. The statue began to change in Yang Dongqing's eyes. The statue, which was originally half god and half demon, began to turn black rapidly, and completely transformed into the appearance of a ferocious demon. At the same time, the burns on his palms disappeared rapidly, replaced by the rotting of his entire palm. "Another demon?" Jun Wushang exclaimed. "This is too ridiculous. Stealing 50,000 yuan makes you a demon?" This woman wiped out her enemy's entire family for revenge, not even sparing the children, yet she received an angelic curse. The woman who was called out turned cold and sneered. "It's only right that a life should be paid for a life. What's wrong with me taking revenge? Look at yourself. The worst thing you've ever done is not paying for a foot massage. You're already labeled a demon, and you still have the nerve to talk about others?" Jun Wushang blushed immediately, clearly embarrassed that his secret had been exposed. "I forgot to bring my money." Tai Feng's gaze swept over the group, and he said in a deep voice, "Something is definitely not right. Is the standard of judgment really good and evil? Is robbery a greater crime than murder? Could it be because Jun Wushang is a Taoist priest, and his actions are considered a violation of the Tao he believes in, so it doesn't matter how serious the incident is, but it's still counted as betrayal?" A short, thin man pondered. "Possibly." Tai Feng couldn't figure it out either, so he could only reluctantly accept this explanation. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the last person, Sumu. Some people wondered in surprise. He hasn't answered any questions for so long. Why hasn't he been cursed by gods or demons? Everyone noticed the problem. Sumu and Yang Dongqing arrived at the same time, and logically they should have suffered the dual curse of gods and demons at the same time. However, only Yang Dongqing was cursed, while Sumu seemed to be unharmed. He must have been cursed. The wound should be covered by his clothes. He probably has a high pain tolerance, so he didn't show any abnormalities. Hearing the crowd's discussion, Sumu smiled slightly and did not explain. He was not actually cursed. He had vaguely felt two strange forces invading his body, but they were blocked by the immaculate heart. The passive effect of innocent heart is that it provides strong resistance to various forms of filth and negativity. However, he still chose to walk towards the statue, because he could feel that as time went by, the two strange forces were getting stronger and stronger, and it wouldn't be long before they broke through the upper limit that the immaculate could withstand. To avoid being afflicted by both curses, one can only answer the questions posed by the idol. Click, click, click. As Sumu entered, the head of the statue began to turn, and the terrifying pressure descended once again. The feeling of fear and despair, as if falling into the deep sea, surged into his heart. It was not so obvious when he was far away, but now that he was being watched by the statue, the feeling was especially strong. It's as if a real god or demon is standing in front of you, their majestic bodies piercing the sky, and standing shoulder to shoulder with the planets. The intense sense of oppression is enough to kate you. However, just when everyone thought Sumu would kneel down as they had before, they found him smiling, a smile that was calm and even carried a hint of contempt. His figure was as upright as a pine tree, and his gaze was calm and peaceful, as if he did not feel the pressure from gods and demons. Sumu smiled gently, his lips barely moving as he silently asked the statue, "If you are a god?" The statue fell silent, as if it were a lifeless object.